Full comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure cells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes! Yes!
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OEC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From copiers, advanced IT, hardware, and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time to get your morning started with the news you need to know.
News update.
News update.
This is what's trending with DJ and PK. Hashtag NFL.
You know, there's entertainers and there's competitors, and I totally understand that. And my job is to compete, and that's what I'm focused on doing. Of course, we're doing this mid-game, but you know, it's something that I'll get used to, and just want to be the best team that I can and create an environment where we can all go do our best work. That's all we want to do.
Dylan Gabriel on entertainers and competitors. What is going to happen in Cleveland? Who's going to get cut loose? 5 quarterbacks. All of them look like they're playing well enough to make a roster.
Oh,
Somebody's not gonna-
now we got to cut loose.
Sing it.
Yeah, that was thought to be a shot at. Is it Barry Sanders or Shador? I have to ask that gal on ESPN. I don't know. Come on now. Number 20 wearing a Lions jersey. It ain't Shador. I knew you wouldn't want to touch that. I figured that had to be my job.
Do it. Other quarterbacks looking good in the preseason. For whatever it's worth, vanilla defenses, starters sitting. You got to take it with a grain of salt. Nonetheless, you ask the quarterbacks to perform, and Jackson Dart went 14 of 16 for 137 yards.
Against white guys?
And a touchdown.
Vanilla defense? Is that what it was?
Sure.
Well, of course.
And he ran for a score.
BYU in the old days, not now.
Giants beat the Jets 31-12. You buying Jackson Dart?
Is he for sale? Absolutely.
In your fantasy league, maybe.
I'm not I'm a governor. I'm not an owner here.
Zach Wilson, 15 of 23 for 151 yards and a touchdown. Dolphins beat Detroit 24-17. He looks like he's ticketed to be the backup. Don't you think?
He's got a ticket to ride.
Okay. Thank you, PK.
Well, didn't we already know that?
Depending on how he played, I didn't think it was locked in. I mean, I think it was probable, just looking at the names on the roster and the experience.
I have no clue who the other names on the roster are.
Football tonight, Bengals Commanders, 6 o'clock, ESPN. Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua honored on the 2025 NFL Top 100 list at number 41. That's down from 33 last year. Oh, the lack of respect. Dropped 8 spots. Although, as you like to say about John Stockton, I mean, top 50 in the NFL, that's a pretty good neighborhood. Who cares at that point, right?
You think John Stockton's only a top 50 point guard?
No, I think it's apples and oranges. There's many more NFL players than there are NBA players, so.
In the world?
You're pretty random right now. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Utah State news. Ike Larson suspended. Violation of team rules per a university statement. So what does that mean? Will he still be suspended when the opener with UTEP rolls around in a week and a half?
We're going to suspend him for the preseason?
Yeah, right. It's not an April suspension, right?
I'd have to think that would
a game, 2, 3. Texas A&M, week 2.
Well, they're not going to win that game either way, so sit him out that one.
All right. Conference opener, Air Force, week 3. Yeah, maybe he's back for that one. We'll get into this a little later in the show, but the Big Ten is pondering a proposal. They're saying, what about expanding the college football playoff to 24 or 28 teams? They would get rid of conference title games, have automatic bids for the Power 4 leagues. They seem destined to create more content for TV networks and get paid more money, whether it's playing games 3 versus 6 or more than doubling the playoff field. You want to create more games here.
We'll play more games. That'll solve it.
Yeah. Well, they got to talk everybody else into it, apparently.
No, they don't.
Will the
just
SEC
keep playing each other 3-4 times? Have everybody play every game. Every team in the conference. They got like 40.
Will the SEC sign off on this? What about the Big 12 and the ACC?
Well, have your own title, Annie. What's the difference? Who cares?
The proposed format would see 20 playoff games played on campus, enabling a lot of teams to sell season tickets with the possibility of, hey, we could host a playoff game. Another way to make more money. Tennessee named Joey Aguilar as their starting quarterback. He joined the Volunteers, transferring to UCLA and then leaving Westwood for Rocky Top because Nico Amalavea left Tennessee for UCLA. So he has earned the job at UT. Alabama running back Jan Miller, the leading returning running back in the SEC, injured in a scrimmage Saturday, some type of upper body injury. He's expected to miss their season opener at Florida State as a result. Upper body injuries. Suddenly it's the NHL. Upper body, lower body. Would tell you nothing more. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
With 3 players involved in a federal gambling investigation, the NBA and the NBA Players Association said they support further limitations on certain types of bets to reduce the risk of manipulation and combat athlete abuse by gamblers. Protecting the integrity of our game is paramount, and we believe reasonable limitations on certain prop bets should be given due consideration. Any approach should aim to reduce the risk of performance manipulation while ensuring that fans who wish to place prop bets can continue to do so via legal, regulated markets.
Who gets to decide what's
reasonable? Yeah, right. Where is the line drawn, and who has to agree? Or who gets to agree? Or who gets to demand?
We about covered it all.
There it is. Legislators, I guess. Casinos seem unlikely to draw a line. Maybe they will.
They got to do something. Our democracy is at stake here. It's a threat.
I don't know about that, but...
I hear that about 40 times a day.
Yeah, I just don't think it applies here. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
There's a pitch hit the other way down right field line. That's in the corner. Jazz will walk home. It's 8-4 Yankees. Goldie, as it rattles around in the corner, eases into second with an RBI double. Big knock on a 3-hit day for Paul Goldschmidt on his homecoming here to St. Louis. 8-4 Yankees.
1-1 to Vientos. Hit high in the inner right field. Pretty deep. Canzone back to the track. Nearing the wall. It is gone! Mark Vientos out to right field. 3-run home run.
Breaking ball to Brooks, and he hits it high in the air. Deep right field. Does it have the distance? It does! The first grand slam of the year for the Minnesota Twins.
Pitch. Rip. That's a base hit down the left field line. The Reds have come off the mat, and they have finally beaten the Brewers. A 3-2 final score, and they will mob Austin Hayes at first base.
Cincinnati ending the Brewers' 14-game win streak. They beat them in 10 innings. Brewers hit a 2-run homer in the 9th to go up 2-1, but Reds get 1 in the 9th and 1 in the 10th, and they win the game, and Milwaukee's streak comes to an end. You also heard Mark Vientos in there, hit a 3-run homer. Mets beat the Seattle Mariners in the Little League Classic game in Williamsport. Cal Raleigh had his 47th home run in the loss. Specialty baseball games, rank them. Cornfields in Iowa, historic Negro League Stadium in Birmingham, Williamsport.
They're all great.
Yeah.
I hate List Radio at 7-Eleven on a Monday morning.
When do you like it?
7:20.
Okay.
We don't do your segment, List Radio.
Dodgers swept the Padres. Dodgers win 5-4. They started the weekend a game back. Now they have a 2-game lead. Same 2 teams will play next weekend in San Diego. But the Dodgers taking it to the Padres with 3 home runs, including Mookie Betts with a game winner in the 8th. Also in there, you heard the Yankees win. Cody Bellinger drove in 3 runs. Paul Goldschmidt had 3 hits. And San Francisco snapped a 7-game losing streak by beating the Rays 7-1. You see the Giants center fielder with the rolling, tumbling catch, trapping the ball between his knees.
Just showed it. It was their number 1 play.
Announcer called it the catch of the decade. You are prone to dramatic statements after you see something awesome. A little recency bias. You've pled guilty to that. But is that the catch of the decade?
I haven't watched or can recall all the Giants catches in the 5 years of the decade.
Bees lose to the Sugarland Space Cowboys 4-2. They lose 4 of the 6 games in the series. They're off today, and they will host Reno tomorrow. DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Real Salt Lake shutout in Charlotte. They give up a goal on a free kick, unmarked guy in a header, and that ends up being the only goal of the game. Of course, Pablo upset about the refereeing again. He was probably on edge going into this because he said in the postgame he'd been told by league officials that the 2 penalties in the New York game should have been called penalties, and Luna shouldn't have gotten a red card. There should have been a foul to kill that play before it got to that point. And then in the 3rd minute, VAR told the referee you missed a handball, and the ref went and looked at it and said, "No, I didn't." And a player got taken down by the neck, and the mood was bad. I thought the other interesting thing he said when they didn't get the red card or the penalty in the third minute, is he said this team lacks belief. And when they went to the conference final his first year in 2021, no matter how bad it was, they believed they were going to win. These guys look like they're out there hoping they're going to win, but not really believing, and it ends up costing them. They had a couple chances, couldn't finish them. They're going to host Minnesota next week. Minnesota's playing great. They're second place in the West, and RSL's going to have a couple more guys suspended. Gozo's out for yellow card accumulation. So, not looking good right now as games tick away at the end of the playoff race here and the end of the regular season.
There's a soccer update here on the Zone.
DJ and PK.
#golf.
Scotty Scheffler, 82 feet from the hole. He's off the green left in the rough. Lifts this out of the rough onto the putting surface. Now bringing it down the slope towards the hole. Slowly moving. Now picking up speed. That's getting close to the hole. Now picking up speed. Getting close. Scotty Scheffler. And that is right. It in. He made it. Chip and birdie. Oh, my goodness. Do you believe it? Scotty Scheffler. Birdies. Hole out. 17. 15 under.
Scotty Scheffler winning the BMW Championship, his 5th win of the year. A couple of them are majors. Robert McIntyre was right there thinking, man, if Scheffler doesn't get up and down from here, and I do, we'll be tied going to the 72nd hole. Instead, Scheffler holed out. Took away the hope, gave the hope back, and then took it away. He'd had a couple bogeys on the back 9 to open the door there.
So happy for young Bennett.
And why is that?
He's going to grow up rich. And then, like most rich people, he's going to pretend, no, I did it on my own.
Yeah. Was your dad Scotty Scheffler? Didn't he win a $20 million golf tournament?
That thing, man, it just looked like it kept rolling. Yeah. Is there actually a hole on his green?
Well, the camera angle was all so close. You're like,
yeah,
rolling.
It's going. Where's the hole?
There was no wide angle, yeah.
Jeez.
Kia Kina, incoming freshman at BYU, won the Utah Open at Riverside Country Club. The 19-year-old, the youngest winner of the event in its 99-year history, went 17 under in the 54-hole tournament. Very impressive.
So he is going to go to BYU, and one of his advisors would have been, almost a year and a half ago. And he was unsure where he was going. And a couple guys with pretty strong BYU ties took him out to Riverside. By the time he was done,
I'm a Cougar.
Danny Ainge anywhere in that mix?
It's up to you to find out.
I was told by somebody else Danny Ainge was in that mix. Ryan Smith was in that mix, and Todd Miller was in there. There's your foursome. What is Trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Kevin Graham is talking football at 8 o'clock. I bet he hates the idea of a 2018 playoff, but we'll find out. And Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, joins us at 9 o'clock. What's he learned from 1 year in college ball? How has he changed? Has he got some new opinions now that he's been through the cycle one time? We'll talk with him coming up at 9 o'clock. DJ PK, the question of the day is next. Stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present...
This is JJ and Alex.
Joining us on the program right now, Steve Bartley is our Utah insider for KSLSports.com.
I think Wayshawn is going to be the bell cow. If there's going to be a 1,000-yard rusher, I think it's going to be Parker. And then I think Dampier takes a lot of that designed QB run stuff. That's still going to be an element, just not to the same extent that it was at New Mexico.
Do you think having to be that productive in the run game hurt him in the pass game, Dampier?
Ooh, that's a great
Because
question,
I'm wondering,
JJ.
the 12-12 touchdown to interception ratio.
And if they ask him to not run the ball as much and he's got to throw it more, he better be more efficient than 12
Did
and 12.
that lend to him being less efficient as a passer?
You know what's interesting? When you look at Devin Dampier's production, when he had a clean pocket, really encouraging numbers. I think he was 63% completion percentage, 9 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. You'll take that sort of production as a passer.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 6. Presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
If you want to avoid your AC breaking down this summer, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your AC's annual maintenance. But if you do find yourself with an air conditioner blowing hot air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or replacement, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all summer long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
I'm Woodrow, and I'm here talking to Dr. B about something a lot of guys deal with, but almost no one talks about, ED. It's way more common than people think.
Absolutely. Over 50% of men over 40 experience ED, and most never get real help. At Mint Medical, we treat the root cause, which is usually poor blood flow.
Exactly. At Mint Medical, we don't rely on pills or short-term fixes. We use acoustic wave therapy to improve circulation naturally, plus options like cryotherapy and hormone replacement therapy when needed.
Plus, it's all non-invasive, totally customized, and designed to restore function, not just cover up the symptoms.
And when guys go through treatment at Mint Medical, they often notice more energy, better mood, and real confidence again, usually in just a few weeks.
And right now, we're offering a free consultation, blood flow ultrasound, and a proven intimacy gift, a $650 value, absolutely free.
And if you call this week, you'll also get a 5-night luxury hotel stay in Cancun just for coming in. But you have to call now, 801-804-8000. That's 801-804-8000.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
JJ and Alex, Wednesday from 3 to 6. They're going to be at RGS Exteriors, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan. Question of the morning, the Big Ten may push for a 2018 football playoff. So, what do you think?
Forgot my word like.
So, what do you think? People seem to be opposed to it, PK. Brad, it's too many now. Why do they want to go to 28? Patrick, well, why not a 128-team playoff? Mark, too many. Go with the top 12. Top 4 get a first-round bye. Don, terrible idea. Makes the regular season less meaningful. Well, you like to go against the tide. Can you argue that this is a great idea? Because people seem to be lining up pretty quickly against it.
Ohio State finished 4th in the conference last year, and you're telling me the regular season is meaningful?
Yes.
I missed that. They finished 4th.
Yep.
Not 1st.
Yep.
Not 2nd.
Yep.
Not 3rd.
Nope.
4th.
Yep.
And they still won it. So, and they're playing Texas the first game. That's a meaningless game.
They can both overcome that.
Easily.
Yep.
Yeah. So what meaning is there? There might be for your school and your conference, but not for them.
Yeah, there are different sets of rules.
Yeah. And what are you trying to achieve here? The postseason, the real postseason, not the 6-6. So we're getting teams that are getting 6-6, and they're in the postseason. That's meaningful. And one of those is likely against a lower level opponent. That's meaningful. What am I missing here?
Oh, we haven't talked about the money. More games, more money.
The fans
that's
don't
it.
care about money.
Oh, I know. But the teams do. So I think that's why we're on the verge of seeing this.
I think the administrators
The administrators over, yes, the universities care.
I mean, and then the college sports, and I've only been saying this for 30 years, is the most hypocritical institution that we have. On the third thing, on the third series, because it's not overtime, they have to go to a 2-point play because we're worried about their health. But
Meanwhile,
we can add a 15th and 16th games.
And nobody says a thing. Nobody says a thing. Do you see the logic here? No, that's because there isn't any.
And every time some ex-pro player, does the worst deed possible and takes his own life because of CTE, it's big news. Well, you only get that if you play in the pros? What about all these college kids? There's got to be some that are messed up.
You would think.
We won't hear anything about it.
Nope.
But, the tragedies that befall a junior Seau and so forth, they're huge, as they should be. And it's devastating to all involved, particularly those who are family and associates. What about the college? But we're going to add this game, this game, this game. But, in the third series of overtime, we can only go to a 2-point play because we're worried about their safety.
But who's to say that what happened to him didn't start in high school or in college? Cumulative effect.
Yeah. And so there stands to reason that there'd be some for college kids, and they didn't make it to the pros, so they're not front page news splattered all over Manhattan. So you don't get that. But then we're going to do this, that. One thing that I do like is I've been on board that you play 9 games, and then you tell me the 10th game is going to determine the winner. Well, what did the 9 games do?
9-0 TCU is playing 6-3 Kansas State. Why? We already know who the champion is.
Yeah. And I've always been against that. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
That's because it doesn't make any sense.
And you're supposed to be, and the Devils won last year. Well, good for them, but it still didn't make any sense to me.
So would you feel better knowing that if it goes to 24 or 28, if there are 4 teams that tie at 7-2, you don't have to worry about tiebreakers? They're all in.
You don't change the rules per you. That's your go-to thing. Well, that's that year. So that may be 1 out of 10. So we're going to have rules this year, but then we're going to have rules that are different next year.
Yeah. Well, is Ohio State winning the title with 2 losses also 1 out of 10? Or do you think that just becomes the norm?
Yeah, but that's not a rule. They didn't change the rules there. That was a beauty contest.
Well, they changed the rules going from 4 teams to 12, and now they'd be changing them going from 12 to 24 or 28.
Okay, but that applies to everyone. And the next year, that rule doesn't change. You want to change the rules. Well, this year we'll have a playoff because there was a tie, but next year, no. These are the rules.
No, they're not. That's not why. That'll just be a happy coincidence that it would solve that issue.
But
the why,
there is no issue.
The why is more games, more money. That's the why.
Again, the fans don't care about that. I don't like the final game after I've just played 9. If there's a tie, there's a tie. And flip a coin, do a relay race, do whatever you want to settle it. I'm not going to change the rules that year just because it didn't end the way I wanted. So then but then the next 5 years it ends fine. And, well, we don't have any rules to change it. So I don't get caught up in that stuff. That's your big deal. You always go to TCU and Kansas State, and then you go to last year with the tie. It was a tie. So be it. It's a tie. Those are the rules, and then you settle the tiebreaker. Everything needs to be determined ahead of time in August or whenever, and then you go and you do that. And if it ends up being a tie, so be it. I mean, the difference between the tie and actually playing the game, what's the difference? I don't see any difference. In a one-game deal, anything can happen between 2-7 and 2 teams. You've got 2 good teams. It stands to reason that both teams would be able to beat each other. If the Devils played Iowa State 10 times, I doubt they're going to beat them by 30 10 times. So I can live with that. So there is something that's positive toward it. And maybe it's like, you go to buy a car and they give you a price and then you counter and then you meet somewhere. And so this Big Ten potential proposal is a starting point. It's not an ending point.
Yeah, I believe that. I think that's why they've thrown out so many things. What they want, even though the fans don't care, is more games and more money. And so far they'll say, well, what about 16? What about 24? What about 28? What about 16? But we've got triple headers on conference championship weekend instead of a single game. It's clear that everything's pointy.
What I want is a guarantee that my father's life is safe. Mike, how can I guarantee that?
The Godfather in all things.
Well, what you said, what I want, or what they want. So I think it's worth discussing. I don't give it a flat no. That was easy. I mean, you acted like I had to struggle to come up with arguments against it. No.
All right, so rank the 3 proposals you've seen so far. Which one do you feel like does the best for competition?
Oh, I think it's equal. I mean, you're looking for... I'm not a junior high principal that life is fair. There's no such definition as fair.
Right, but you find some things more interesting, and you right now have made it pretty clear multiple times you don't find conference championship weekend interesting. So maybe you like one of the proposals that eliminates that and just goes straight into a playoff. That's more interesting.
Yeah, I don't understand why you play 9 games, but somehow the 10th game counts more. Yeah. Doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I like it. It's another game to watch. But, I mean, that was the Majerus thing. He used to harp on that year after year after year. We just played 18 conference games, and now somehow 3 more matter? It didn't make any sense. Why do we play the 18? Why not play 15, 13, 12, whatever? Just get together at the end of the season and do plays. Don't play half of them, man. Just schedule around the country, whatever. So, I mean, that's one thing. What proposals are there out there?
Well, I think there are 4. There's 5. Stick with the 12-teamer and just do what we saw last year. There's go to 16 and have 5 conference champs and 11 at large. Then the third proposal is, well, go to 16, but 4 bids to the Big Ten and 4 to the SEC, and they'll play triple headers to decide who the conference champ is and who gets in. You know, the whole 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5 spiel. And give the Big 12 and ACC a couple bids. So that's 3 of them, and then 24 teams would be the 4th, and 28 teams would be the 5th. And I think you're right. I think the Big Ten is throwing stuff out there, trying to start the discussion, seeing what intrigues people. And if they end up deciding it's a 20-team playoff, well, that might sound weird right now, but it gets to their ultimate goal, which is play more games, make more money. They look at what's happened in the NFL playoffs. They look what's happened in the baseball playoffs, happened to NHL and NBA a long time ago, you know. Expand the postseason and make more money off the playoffs because people will watch. So I don't know that the Big Ten's tied to any of these. They're tied to whatever makes them more money. And you're totally right about On the one hand, they're horrified that players might play 3, 4, 5 snaps in the third overtime. But over here,
the third series
in overtime. Over here, it's just like, well, now they're going to play 14, 15, 16 games. And what are you doing? Making more money. We don't make that much more money off the third series in overtime, but we do off these games. So,
okay, but the kids don't have to play them.
They don't. And I guess at some point maybe we'd see some high picks opt out. I'm a little dinged up. This just isn't worth it.
All we see is affluent people who don't have their kids play football.
You don't think first-round picks will ever pass on playoff games?
I have no idea. But I'm not talking about individual games. I'm talking about the sport.
Oh, I was talking about individual games.
You don't have to
going
play
to
the sport.
Going to game 15, 16, 17.
Affluent people, and let's call them who they are. We know who they are. We don't want to talk about that, but we know who they are. The rest of them, they're going to play because it's a way out, and it's money, and money matters. So affluent kids, parents, you're not going to play football. You're going to play tennis. You're going to play golf. You're going to squash.
Swim.
Yeah, other things that
baseball
are easier to do. Baseball isn't easier to do. And so the ones over here, now, of course you're playing, man. This is a way out of our situation. So they'll continue to use those kids for our entertainment purposes. Sure, but that don't have. If you're worried about that and you find that, well, wait a second here, I don't want to be a part of that, then don't play it. No one's forcing you to do it. So I think they need to go to some pro model. Stop with the ham and egg, the dog and pony show. It's not about academics. It's very few care about that. The fans don't care. Michigan fans couldn't care less that their team got fined whatever. They won the national title. They jumped up and down. It meant something to them. They were better people because they were better people than you were because we won and you didn't.
There it is.
And so, I mean, I had a friend of mine when the Devils came up here 2 years ago. Man, what's wrong with the program when they lost 55 to 3? Because he's a big Utah fan. Man, he didn't ask me last year about that. But he felt so good about himself. We beat those guys 55 to 3. Well, then the next year was crickets. Nothing.
Yep, there it is.
And I don't care that much. So I say, man, what's wrong with your program?
The quarterback got hurt again.
Yeah, well, they had 3 quarterbacks that played in that game. What's wrong with your program? What was the difference? The starter got hurt in the first series on a 55 to 3. But somehow that stuff brings you big time happiness, and I'm grateful if it does because you people have helped me make a great living and have a great job for all these years. But you get so involved in it, and away you go. Make it a pro model. Just do you're starting to do with the injury reports now. Mm-hmm. Slowly but surely, we're going down this road, which has already been down that road for years. Let's just do away with the nonsense of the schooling and all that. If you want to go to school, go. If you don't. You could either use the system or let the system use you. Determine what you want out of your life.
Kyle has said that's coming one day. Don't know how many days, but
it's already there.
Yeah.
You can't go be an engineer major. You got to do a sociology major. Yeah. It's already there.
Devon Vele.
So, and that's one of a million. And I can name you others. I mean, I know personally they've told me that over the years. You got to be available when they need you available. And if coursework gets in the way,
then get another course.
Yeah. So take something easier. So it's already there, but the fans, they don't think that's true because they don't have the inside info. And then when they get it and it's faced with overwhelming evidence, then they don't care anyway, as long as the team wins. So go the pro model, set it up, have a Super Bowl, and have that structure because it sure works at the pro level. And this is a pro sport now. Every single one of them is going to get some cash if you're playing. You're going to get paid. You've been getting paid. Now it's above board. You're going to continue to get paid. And the sport hasn't collapsed because of it. Oh, the wild, wild west.
No, people are still watching.
Don't do it then.
Yeah, people are still watching.
You don't want to be a part of it? Don't take any transfers.
What time is the game on? Where do I see it?
Yeah, but these coaches, it's the wild, wild west. And now they literally have analysts who scout the players who they think would transfer, so when the portal opens, they're ready to go in December.
Because if you're not ready to go, Junior's going to go land. He's going to play somewhere else. He's going to land somewhere else while you're still trying to figure out what the best option is and who the best player is.
Or can we poach him?
Call his high school coach.
Yeah.
I know his high school coordinator, offense, defense, whatever.
Kevin Young here in an hour and a half. Rob Wright. He was starting for Baylor, which has won national title. They got a brand new arena, and they're all that, and he goes to BYU. Sorry, Dallin. We love you. We love your church service, but you're out.
We got a better player.
If you want to
here.
play,
yeah.
You want to play the minutes you want to play, and you're a senior, bye.
Here's some coaches you can call. Good luck.
And nobody bats an eyelash.
Next.
So it's already pro. So go ahead and do it. Set it up ahead of time and just make it a pro model. And whatever you come up with, it's a little harder because there's way more participants than, what was used to be 16, 20, 24, 28, blah, blah, blah. But the pros have adjusted as they've added franchises. Right? And what's his face? What's the commissioner of baseball? Manford. He was on last night. At the Little League thing, talking about they're going to realign, they're going to expand, and they're going to realign. And the Yankees are not going out to Dodger Stadium to play an 11 o'clock p.m. start. It's not going to happen. They're losing money. And the Dodgers are not going to go to New York and play a 4 p.m. start. It's not going to happen. You're losing money.
4:35 starts.
Yeah.
Everybody's stuck on a freeway. Nobody's home.
Yeah. Right. And they'll add, and it'll go on, and the revenue keeps going and going and going.
But maybe
fine.
the Dodgers will play the Giants more and they'll play the Angels more, and that'll be just fine because people like to go to those games and watch those teams.
Yeah, and they're more time accommodating.
Right. Yeah, and then whether you're home or away, the game starts at 7:30.
Right.
As opposed to 4:30 and 10:30, which doesn't fit most people's schedule.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I was thinking of these Little League kids last night. It's like 11:15. They're sitting there at the stadium because they start the game so late back there, and they got to do it for TV and all that stuff. So I think the colleges should just throw up their hands and say we're professional sports, particularly football and even basketball. We're professional sports just as much as the NFL is, and. Yeah, what they ought to do then is I wonder how much they can, encroach upon the NFL's sacred times. Like the NFL said, move aside, NBA.
Yep.
We're slapping you down.
Yep. And I think they expanded the playoffs because they saw where college football was going and said, well, we're taking these time slots.
So should college now go for a 2:30 Thanksgiving kickoff? Should it go for Christmas Day?
More people will watch the NFL, but I think that as much as the
depends
NFL,
on who you put out there.
I think as much as the NFL has gone to Christmas Day and gotten a lot of people to watch. I mean, it was clearly a
Only 1 year, right?
great decision, but people still watch the NBA. It's not like they
but
couldn't
you're trying
find
to grab
viewers.
the most money.
You are.
No one's
but
doubting.
I think at this point,
the NBA is not going to draw 0.0.
At this point, to get the most money, maybe they should just go ahead and go head-to-head and figure we're here for whoever likes us. They're here for whoever likes them. More people are going to like them, but we're still going to make a pile of cash. They've tried the weeknight games, play on a Friday night. I mean,
Who's
big as the college football.
Yeah. When's the last time Ohio State played a Friday night?
In the playoffs. They played on Friday
okay.
nights. Yeah, well, I think where do you put all these playoff games? You're going to have to go head-to-head.
Wherever you want.
Right, but you're going to have to go head-to-head with the NFL, I think.
Wherever you want.
I don't know that doubleheaders Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday when you're playing 8 games in the first round.
Yeah, that's where it gets cumbersome.
I think it's part of the reason they want to get rid of the
numbers.
conference championship is they still have Saturday to themselves those first couple of weeks in December. But you get to mid-December, and then the NFL is going to play, as they always have, as the law was written a long time ago.
It's a law?
Yeah.
The president signed the law?
Yes.
Oh, I'll be gall darn. I didn't know
It
that.
was like 1960 or 61 or somewhere in there. It's an antitrust thing that allows the NFL to put all 32 teams into one TV package.
I'm a sports fan. I'm not a lawyer.
As part of that, they gave up the right to play on Saturdays during the college football season.
Well, get it back.
Well, they don't want to have to give up that antitrust thing.
I don't even know what that phrase means.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, The Zone. Coming up, Kevin Graham, top of the hour. We'll see if he likes any of these playoff.
We got to change on our schedule. Kevin Graham's still at 8 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Kevin Young is moving back in the 9 o'clock hour. Looks like 9:30, 9:40, somewhere in there.
Okay. Thank you for the update. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new accident northbound I-15 at 2700 South. Has delay stretched back to the south interchange as more cars are hitting the road currently. There's also a new accident southbound I-15 at the top of the 800 North on-ramp, which is blocking the 2 right lanes. Be aware of that if you're in the area. This update is brought to you by UTA. UTA's road therapy. Give your car a break and get more U-time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Blue 58! You patiently waited and waited and waited. And now it's here. It's college football season as the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies get ready for the upcoming season. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the teams you can't live without than the KSL Sports Zone. With daily updates from camps and interviews with all the coaches and players, your home for the best coverage of college football is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
It's been a long, hot summer here in Utah, and let's be honest, many yards and gardens are looking a little tired. But good news, as the nights start to cool, now is the perfect time to revive your yard. Yes, it's time to get our outdoor spaces ready for back to school and all your favorite fall activities. At Olson's Greenhouse, we're bringing in fresh shipments every week of vibrant garden mums and beautiful fall bedding plants to help you refresh your outdoor spaces. Cooler nights and warm soil create the ideal conditions for planting, and your perennials will thank you next spring. So whether you're sprucing up the porch, replanting your flower beds, or decorating for harvest season, Olson's Greenhouse has everything you need to make your garden thrive again. To find a retailer of Olson's plants near you, visit ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens. That's ogg.com, or find ideas and inspiration on Instagram at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized authorized dealer.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Land Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountain Land contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountain Land Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The Streak, a story of greatness, heartbreak, and what comes after. In select Utah theaters starting Friday, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The band of the day today is Audio Slave. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com. It's game week, PK. Not for everybody, but for 10 teams. 5 games. Saturday, week 0. Why aren't there more games? This makes no sense to me. They've let a bunch of other rules go. Why not this one? TV networks that pay for it. All those schools want more money. The fans want to watch games. What are we doing here? But in any case, we wake up Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Iowa State plays Kansas State. 2 ranked Big 12 teams on ESPN at 10 a.m. Who's ready? Show of hands.
I believe that's the only game of the weekend I will watch start to finish.
Idaho State, UNLV, not your thing, huh?
Not saying I'm not going to watch, but I'm talking start to finish.
Fresno State at Kansas.
And I very rarely watch games start to finish.
Because there's so many games on, and you're always flipping to something else.
Yeah.
Commercial break, halftime.
At a stadium.
Yep.
But this one is uninterrupted. This is like a Sunday night NFL game.
Nothing up against it. All the other games are later.
Yeah. I got to like the game, and I will like the game. So I'm going to watch this uninterrupted. I mean, out of boredom, I may flick around in a commercial or two. But that's only because I'm a male and I have a remote, and it's required of me.
By law.
DNA.
Did the president sign something?
Yes. It's anti-commercial. I don't give a crap about that product.
The other 2 games that could be intriguing, Fresno State at Kansas and Stanford at Hawaii, kick off 1 hour apart, 4:30 and 5:30. So that'll be a perfect chance to channel surf between 2 games. But you're right. Iowa State, K-State, 10 a.m. on a Saturday is not going to be much else on.
Yes.
A little early to get hooked on the PGA Tour at that point.
And I am extremely interested in this game to see how these teams look. I won't draw season-long conclusions. That won't matter. But it'll give me a better feel for what's going on with these teams and who has a 1-game-up lead and who doesn't. The loser certainly can come back and all that stuff and do whatever it needs to do to get, I don't want to say get back in the race because that's ridiculous. But nevertheless, man, I think it's a great game. I think it's a great opportunity to showcase the Big 12. I mean, to me, this is stuff that matters. Not having a practice at Rucker Park. And I think BYU is going to go down and play a baseball game in Mexico. I don't know if they've announced it yet. And that's all cool and that's fun and all. That's great. But here, this stuff matters in terms of getting your product out there at a time when college football fans are starved for real sport. You know, you spent a good portion there running down a bunch of stats on a meaningless preseason game of locals. So now, if people are interested in that, and I have no idea what their ratings are for that stuff, nor do I care. I'm sure you do, and you will tell us. But this is something that matters. And playing it in Ireland, I don't know that you're ever going to grow the sport to the level that you want in Ireland, but who cares? Plus, it's a phenomenal educational experience for the young people.
Get to go to a foreign country.
For free.
Yep. See something different.
Yeah.
Go somewhere different.
Right. How do you put a price tag on that? To be able to experience that, you know, if they're not already there, they probably are leaving the next day or two, and you can only practice for so long.
I assume it's like a bowl game, and they have something set up, whatever the local history attraction is. They do something. They have some events.
Let's say it's a little more minor than that, because this is more serious than a bowl game. But for those kids and the travel parties, they get an opportunity to do that. Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's great. And so that it's a lot of fun. And then it's real football, and it's the Big 12, to quote Dan Hawkins. And it's your teams now. I get it, Utah, you still have Pac-12 hangover, and you want it back, and it's not coming back. I understand that. Believe me, whatever you feel, I would feel 1,000 times more. But this is the conference that you're in now, and you got to adjust to it. And these are your teams. You'd much rather have it be the other teams. I understand that, but fools let it get away. So now you got this one. And this is a great opportunity to showcase the league, see what's available. Even if you don't play these teams, wherever your fan base is in the conference, you might see them in Arlington. Heck, I mean, we've been talking about it all summer. There's 6, 7, 8 teams that we could see if the ball bounces their way and they stay healthy, or the ball doesn't bounce somebody else's way and somebody has a key injury. You could be there. It's not the same 3 or 4 teams that you can point to in the Big Ten and the SEC year after year after year after year. This is only 1 year, but we couldn't. There's no one. It would have been somebody in some European country who doesn't follow it, who did a preseason. Oh, I'll pick those 2 teams. I like their colors. I mean, if you followed football to any degree, there's no way you could have predicted that those 2 teams that met in Arlington would have been those teams. Maybe one of them you could have predicted, but not the other guy. And so you look at it from that perspective, yeah, even with a freshman starting here for BYU and a newcomer starting for Utah at quarterback, I think they both have a shot. So you could end up playing these teams. Plus, it's on so early in the morning, maybe your day hasn't gotten going yet.
Well, it's a chance to scout out because you are going to play these teams. Neither Utah or BYU play them both, but they each play one.
Yeah, I'm just speaking from the conference perspective. Right. This is the 2 seasons that I look forward to the most starting are college football and MLB. The others, in my mind, fly under the radar relative to how pumped I get for these 2.
Yeah, I think the only other thing people would throw out there, because there is a magic to those, so a lot of people would say what you said. I mean, there are definitely people who look forward to the start of the NFL, and the PGA Tour going to Maui seems to have some magic. Yeah,
but that's not the start of anything. That's a continuation.
They just play all year round. They don't go away for that long.
They do the thing earlier in the year, and then they take off, and then they come back. So, and I think if the NFL went first, it would probably be the NFL. But because it doesn't, college goes first. And because I grew up in a good portion of my life where there was no NFL, they shoved college in your face all the time because that's all they had. Now it's different now in the Valley, obviously, with the NFL team. In fact, it's the other way around. They shove the NFL in your face all the time, whether you want it or not. And the college is buried. Dillingham's trying to change that, and he could probably change it to a good degree if you run off a slew of 9, 10, 11 win seasons. But it'll still always be second fiddle because if the Cardinals got to where they had under Kurt Warner and what's-his-face Arians, well, then they'll be right back on top. And then occasionally when the Diamondbacks in September are in playoff contention, that takes away too. Because everybody, it doesn't matter what sport, everybody loves a winner, and you want to be associated with that because it's fun. Yeah, I understand that. I think if the NFL went first, you would have that a little bit more buzz, but they don't. So it's a good 2 weeks before the NFL starts now. Just a little bit under, right?
Yeah, you get depending on the team, most teams get one college game in, but there's some who get to play twice before. Week 0 and week 1 happen before the NFL kicks off.
Right. Yeah.
And then, I mean, I guess some teams play on this, ASU might play 2 games because they play on Saturday, before the Cardinals play 1 game.
Yeah.
But the NFL's playing on Thursday and Friday night now, so.
Right. So those are my 2 sports, and living in the colder weather now, it just signals spring is on the way, good weather's on the way. The earth is renewing, all that stuff that we've seen, all that charm in baseball movies. Dad, you want to have a catch? There's no scene in a sports movie that doesn't involve death that elicits more emotion than Dad, you want to have a catch. Go ahead, run through it. I know you are.
That's what this commercial break is for. When we come back, Kevin Graham, longtime sports radio host and program director, joins us next to both savor the start of football and complain about something. Probably that 2018 playoff idea from the Big Ten. We'll talk with Kevin Graham next. Stay with us.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Counting Crows August 21st at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Counting Crows, the complete Suites Tour with special guest the Gaslight Anthem. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
We were just talking about it. How about that? We've got real college football that will count at the end of the week. The Big 12 going over to Ireland. Now, 2 things, man. You get excited about what's ahead. How about you for your retirement? You get excited, and these youngsters get the opportunity to go to Ireland for free. Who wouldn't want to go to Ireland for free? Well, I don't know that you can go for free. And maybe you have to have some money. That's where my folks at Trajan Wealth come in, because they can help you have that money, because they know what they're talking about when it comes to retirement planning. They also know that you, Bob, and Joe down the street don't have the same ideas. Everybody has something different. So what they're going to do is meet with you and figure out a way that's going to tailor something to your specific needs, to your specific goals. How cool is that? And the knowledge that they have with inflation, policies, new laws, interest rates, the tax concerns, all these things that go into it. Experts understand that just a little bit better than we do, right? It makes sense. Yeah. Trajan Wealth, they are your local trusted financial fiduciaries. Give them a call. They've got a local phone number, 801-899-7600, 801-899-7600. I talked about meeting with them where you can set up a plan that will be tailored toward your individual needs and goals and wants and all that. The offices are in great locations up in Farmington and down in Draper, and the website immediate. Literally right now, find out whatever information you're looking for at TrajanWealth.com is the website, TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details. Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. At Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call At Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Don't miss your chance to win big every week on The Zone. This week on Win Ticket Wednesday. Win tickets to see County Crows August 21st at the Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss County Crows, a complete suites tour with special guest, the Gaslight Anthem. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Listen to The Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win. DJ PK, and we're joined now by Kevin Graham, longtime sports radio host here in Utah. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Monday. How are you guys doing today? Is everything all right? Are you two getting along? What's going on?
It's all good, Kevin.
He wears on me.
We are so happy to be talking to you.
I know. I just love when DJ makes the show political, throwing out like a 1960s president signing to allow the NFL play football on Saturday. listening to this past hour. I'm like, what? DJ, how you even know that? I don't even know. But like, I just
bless his
like
heart.
Really? That's why the NFL plays on Saturday late in the season. That I never knew that. Things you learn on this program.
That is why.
So.
That actually is why. And I threw it out there. I believe it was like, did the president sign something? I'm like, well, yes. The answer to that is yes.
People were wondering. You act like it was an absurd question.
It was.
You said it was a law.
We've covered
it before. Who the hell
before.
signed the law? That's a basic question.
Thought you went to Arizona State.
Yeah, and
Walter
I studied.
Cronkite is
and
spinning
what
in his
happened
grave.
in '61 sure is relevant to today. Give me a 20-minute soccer update. Ready, go, like you did earlier.
It is relevant.
Well, what's funny is PK just being all sarcastic, thinking that wasn't even true, and then there's, well, yeah, it was.
That's a law. That's the logical. I asked the logical questions. I ain't softball TV city over here.
You asked a logical question. I gave you a logical answer.
Then why'd you make it sound so absurd? When your impression wasn't, he asked, did the president sign it? Did the president sign it? I think that was a loaded impression. You're guilty. Ha, ha, ha. Even you can't wiggle out of this one this time.
Yeah, he does. He does wear on me, just in case you wonder, Kevin. Yes, he does.
Yeah, no, I understand. But you know what, though? But keep the political theme you've started, DJ. College football and sports in general, I mean, the reason college football is so messed up is there's not a central organizing company, if that makes sense.
It's central organizing company.
Or a commissioner.
Like NFL. NFL has a company. Yes, you have all these owners, and they're all separate owners, but they still answer to the NFL, and the NFL negotiates on behalf of all the teams. It's all together in one. Yeah. It's sports communism, sports socialism, but they're all thriving because they're making all the money.
Was in the beginning?
No.
Right.
No.
So college football is slowly, glacially paced, moving that direction.
I don't want to bring it to you, but
they're not.
The pros
They're not. It's capitalism. It's not. It's SEC thinks they want all the money, so they're going to do that. They're going out negotiating on their behalf. Big Ten's floating these stupid 24 team ideas out there because they want the power and they want the money. Everybody's their own company, and you have no centralized. NCAA is a joke. I mean, as a Michigan fan, because I paid thousands of dollars for one of my daughters to go to Michigan. We're laughing at the NCAA, like $20 million. You have no Michigan. I don't even pay the NCAA. What are they going to do? Suspend you? Like, they have no power.
You want it to be like the pros. What do they do in the pros? Do they take away the Super Bowl? Do they take away scholarships? They fine them. And now the NCAA does something that the almighty pro does, and you call it a joke. Well, it's the same.
Because
that's all they can do.
Any power. They have no power.
Then how does Goodell have any power if they find somebody? The NCAA did exactly what Goodell would do in the situation of breaking the law or the NFL laws. You find somebody. That's my point. It's going that way. In another 25, 35, 55 years, if man is still alive, this is what it'll end up. And we'll look back and say, yeah, it's exactly like the pros, or it's 95% closer to the pros than it is now. It's just everything is new. We've only been paying these players legally for like 2 years. You got to give it some opportunity to get to that point because it's going to that point. Just have some vision, my friend.
I know. I agree. And I'm not arguing against you because I totally 100% agree with you, PK.
Welcome to my world.
It should be that. But the NCAA, the have more power than the NCAA. They're all their separate entity. They need to come together as one, but they're not going to do it. I mean, if they would come together as one, could you imagine the amount of money? I mean, they're all making money now anyways, but if they were smart, you come together as one, now you negotiate as one to all these different TV networks and all these streaming services. The exact same thing the NFL is doing.
Great.
And so you will reap so much money, but it's equal.
And there'd be so many casualties employment-wise along the way because then you wouldn't have these need for commissioners, and they're making millions, so they're going to give up their millions. And once you start encroaching upon a man's money, it's every man for himself.
I agree. And that's what it is right now in college football. It's every man for themselves. And that's why we get these stupid proposals. This is why, like you were talking to DJ, why do we have week 0 and only 5 teams playing? Like, why don't they just let all the teams play starting now in week 0? Or how about let's call it week 1 and start a week early. And then that way you could start. I mean, it's just dumb. Like, in college sports
Go
this
ahead and
way, it's
schedule
always
the
been
games.
this way.
What are they going to do? They're going to have the National Guard. They're already busy in D.C. They can't go over there and start down the road in Virginia if they want to play games there. What are they going to do? They're going to lock the gates? Have armed guards? You can't play? Go ahead and do it. Play.
I mean, they already got police on the field with the coaches in college football for whatever stupid reason. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, the whole thing is corrupt. It's not going to change because everybody's out for themselves, and the NCAA has no power, so it doesn't matter. Like, so I mean, heck, they're eating their own. In ACC, you had Clemson and Florida State suing their other schools because they're like, we're better than the other schools. We deserve more money than you. So then they have to pay them more money to stay in the ACC. I mean, they're eating their own. Everything you just said, PK, is true, but it's not going to change. Nothing is going to change.
I think it'll change over time. It's just going to be slow because so many people, no one wants to give up power. Once you've acquired power, you don't want to give it up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And they're not going to do it because you're right. It's CYA, man. Everyone's covering their own rear ends. They don't want to lose their money. That's the way it's going to be. So, hey, you know what? Starting on Saturday, for whatever stupid college football tradition, we're going to have a game in week 0, and we're all going to be happy because football is going to be on the field.
True.
They're just copying the NFL. They're just copying the NFL. There was a loophole. They said, well, you could play if you have to go outside the continental U.S. because these teams have to go to Hawaii. And somebody said, why don't we go play in Ireland like the NFL? Mm-hmm. And here we are.
Well, come in Utah. Most people don't think that we're part of the U.S.
Oh, you just said BYU was going to play baseball in Mexico.
Well,
you could move a football game to Mexico or Canada.
Didn't the U.S. Army were going to like blow up Utah at one point or something back in the day?
I mean, got 2 beautiful stadiums.
All because DJ brought the president into play about an hour ago. I don't know.
I couldn't even tell you who the president was then, let alone
I don't either.
Rule that they did.
Eisenhower? Who was the 1960s president? This would be really bad. This is where my public education.
After they forced Nixon out of office, I gave up on it.
Would have been before
DJ,
they forced
who was
Nixon
president? 19 whatever.
Well, it depends if it was signed in 60 or 61. I think it was 61. Which
nerd.
So it would have been JFK.
He thinks this nerd stuff is charming, not obnoxious.
Well, he asked me a question, so I gave him an answer. He's a guest.
Well, good. Well, this was fun. Great to talk to you guys. All right.
Which of the 5 playoff proposals are you picking? Stay at 12, go to 16 with only 5 conference champs, and then the committee picks the other 11. Go to 16 and do the Big Ten thing with 3rd place playing 6th place to get in. Go to 24, go to 28. What do you want?
16 is fine by me, but I want the little guy to still be involved. I want the the other 5. They better get a guaranteed bid in there. But it doesn't. Whatever the Big Ten and SEC want is what's going to happen. They're the ones controlling college football, and they're going to want whatever proposal is going to get more of their teams in. So, 24 and 28 is ridiculous. You can't do that. I mean, again, there is old school that regular season games should mean something. Conference titles should mean a little bit. So, I mean, keep it at 12 or 16. I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to work this year now where they did the seeding and they changed the seed. So now legitimately you can argue the top 4 teams will get the bye. So I'm curious to see how that plays out this year. And then if it's still kind of messed up, then, I'd consider going to 16 just to let 4 more teams in. I mean, why not? I don't think that's big of a deal. But anything beyond that, man, is stupid. Just for college football, there's no need to do that. Reality is what they probably, we've talked about this before, and Utah and BYU fans won't like to hear this being in the Big 12, but really they should just go in tiers. They just should do it like high school football, man. Let the SEC and Big Ten battle out for their national championship. Let the Big 12, ACC, maybe throw another conference or 2 in there. Let them battle for a championship. Let the little 5, let them go and do their own championship. And then that way we have a bunch of winners and everybody will be happy. Everyone will make money and we'll just move along.
That's a stupid idea.
Well, that's another direction it's going to go, PK, because, again, there's no central force to coordinate anything. And the Big Ten and the SEC, they're the ones controlling. You have the ones controlling college football right now. So they're making any move they make is going to benefit those 2. I mean, sure, let's go to 24, 28 teams, and we're each going to have 7 teams in. Oh, and hey, little Big 12 and ACC, we'll give you 5 each.
And what's the difference, though? They already got 4. Ohio State finished 4th in the conference and got in.
Yep.
So it's already happening. I think you're leaving out a critical component of decision-making, and I think it's the executives in television.
Well, yeah, no doubt. No, yes, yes, because they're the ones that are funding it all. They have the money. So you're right. They are dictating a lot of what is going on, or at least those ideas are being floated to ESPN, and they're saying, well, yeah, we'll give you a few more billion if you do this. No, we're not going to pay a few more billion for this. So, yeah, you are right on that. Yes.
NFL preseason football is happening. Have you seen anything that you think is real? Any of these young quarterbacks that everybody's talking about, you think they're real, or you can't tell because it's preseason football, and get back to me in September when the real games start?
I will say no. I mean, you got to wait till the real games start. I think the preseason's a joke in that regard. But I did watch my Jets lose to the Giants, and what is it? I think he didn't go Corner Canyon, and then where Jackson Dart went. He looked really good. Like against the Jets' second and third stringers. Like not just how he was throwing the ball was good, but you just see his leadership. You could just see that the players were motivated to play with him. So I actually was impressed. It sucks. I mean, he's just past his prime, and so Dart will end up being the starting quarterback with the Giants at some point. They're going to start Russell Wilson because the coach is on the hot seat, and he's got to do everything he can to try to save his job. But when it's all over, Dart will be playing. I mean, Zach Wilson played well. That's great. I mean, more likely he is going to play this year because, unfortunately Tua just gets hurt every year and gets a concussion every year. So him actually performing well, I thought was at least good for him. McDaniel actually is, as much as he's going to get fired after this year. I mean, he is an offensive guru, and maybe, with Wilson finally, playing under Peyton last year and now playing under McDaniel, maybe he'll get his game right a little bit. So, we'll see on that. But, otherwise, I mean, Caleb Williams played well last night against the Bills. Bills were awful. Bills did not play, I don't think, starters. So, again, I don't know how much you can, read in that. I mean, other than that, I mean, there's nothing really that you can get out of it more so than, if you're a real geek and you really are digging in because you want to know who's going to make the roster at number 52 or number 53 in the roster and play on special teams, then, yeah, maybe you're into this. But, I mean, let's face it, after the first quarter, the game doesn't matter usually the rest of the way. And in the case of last night's game, like I said, the Bills didn't even play any of their starters, so the game didn't matter at all. I mean, again, you want to talk about stupidity, like the preseason is dumb. I mean, it really, they do it again for money and everything else, but I foresee that we'll go down to 2 games in the preseason at some point, and they'll probably add another regular season game so we can get up to 18 regular season games. And I'm not opposed to that. The more NFL, the better. The more games that count, the better for me.
Right. That's why the NFL is a mess. There's no leadership. College doesn't have that. They just go right into the season. They don't mess around with this nonsense that the fans don't care about. They've got it right.
The whole first hour ripping college, and now you're defending college. It's amazing to me.
You spent the whole first half of the segment praising the NFL. Now you're ripping it.
Well, because they're playing preseason games, it don't matter. Again, it's common sense, but the NFL can do whatever they want. I mean, that's how they rule the world when it comes to sports. You're sitting there talking about, that's meaningful to me. Like, dude, no, it's not. Football, NFL, college, those are the 2 things that mean the most. NFL knows what they're doing. College is eating themselves up and eating their own. That's the summation. But again, end game is when they get on the field, it's awesome. Hell, I was on a freaking preseason game the Jets. Why did I do that? Because you know what? Maybe, I don't know, because I'm a dumb fan, and I thought, yeah, maybe the Jets will win a preseason game with a bunch of backup players. And guess what happened? As usually happens in my case, I lost my $10. So I don't know. It's fun, all right? It's not rational.
I hesitate to bring this up, but I think it has to be said, so I'm going to go ahead and do it even if I get roasted for it. I heard the president signed a law in the 90s that you had to move every 18 months. And I heard you've moved again to comply with the law. Is that true?
I did. I'm in Charlotte now.
You're in Charlotte?
I'm in the East Coast.
Okay.
I am in the Charlotte area. My parents live here. They retired here 17 years ago. They're older. They both have some health issues. I was getting tired of paying taxes in California, and I'm tired, semi-employed, whatever way you want to put it. So you know what? I'll go to Charlotte and I'll hang on the East Coast, and I'm glad I did because I don't know if you guys' parents are still around or whatnot, but they're older. They got some heart issues, so I'm helping them out. And so now I'm here. Here I am, living in my parents' basement.
Okay, well that is noble, helping your parents out and taking care of family. Good for you there. Yeah. Because you're in Charlotte now, I'm wondering, what's the coverage like of Bill Belichick? How's that going? How do you think it's going to go? Because we're all, even if we're not way into it, and we're not because we're on this side of the country, we're going to glance at it once in a while because he's Bill Belichick.
Oh yeah. No, it's interesting because it's kind of like what PK was saying about what's happened to Arizona, what happened to the Phoenix area. It is a very big college area, obviously, being now ACC, more college basketball than college football. But the Carolina Panthers are really dominating most of the coverage in the Charlotte area. They are now kind of the team that's focused on. But with that said, there are a lot of UNC fans, Duke fans as well here. And I think everybody's optimistic to see what happens on the field. But Belichick's being Bell. Did you guys read that part? Like, he's not even going to do the Bill Belichick show. How every college coach has their own college show. He's refusing to do that. Mike Lombardi, who's a general manager, because now college teams have general managers, he's going to do it. Belichick's going to show up on his first show. So obviously most of the coverage has been about his 24-year-old girlfriend and all the things she's been doing. But I think once the games start and see what he's actually putting out on the field, I think then that'll be interesting to see how people react here. But, I mean, they sold out the stadium. I thought about it. I'm like, man, I should go up to Chapel Hill. I'd love to go see a game up there. And, I mean, you can't get a ticket. I mean, so and Mark didn't pay a lot of money. So we'll see if that continues, if they win. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of people. The one thing I have noticed, I think a lot of people think he's not there for the long term. Whether it doesn't work and they fire him quickly because I think they have a friendly buyout. Or if he's just using this to try to get an NFL job again. So, but I think we got to wait for they hit the field and see what he's putting out there. He's a great coach, we know that, but I don't know, man. I'm a little skeptical of how he's going to translate to college football, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, Pete Carroll struck gold there with the NFL to college. So, but I mean, he's much younger. I don't know.
Yeah, and look at his personality, PK. I mean, he was a raw type. Fit college, to be able to motivate kids. I mean, sure. Belichick's not that, obviously. So
yeah, but I don't think he can be in there for the long term just by nature of his age. How old is he? I mean, he's 72, 73?
73, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, but he's 73 and he's got a 24-year-old girlfriend. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that says.
Now, do you find that admirable or do you find that disgusting?
I will say he has a lot of money, so I think there's a reason maybe that he.
Well, there's a will, there's a way.
As a single divorced human, I'm not going to comment on that. I just, it's just a little,
Keeping your options open, Kevin. You got to keep your options open.
As I just recently stated, I may not have the money Bill Belichick has. So, yeah, so no. Man, this is going to be a fun year. I can't wait for Mondays.
All right.
Hey, the lottery's legal in North Carolina. You never know. You never know.
All right, no comment.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Is that it? We can end on that.
Should we leave it right there, Kevin? Let you regroup?
I think we should.
If your parents are into this conversation, you're going to be grounded.
You guys stop.
Okay.
This is my life, man. I sometimes wonder what happened to my life. I wonder if I would have just stayed in Salt Lake, what would have happened? So let me ponder that for a while.
All right. Ponder that. We appreciate having you on.
Great. Thanks, gentlemen.
We will talk to you next week. All right. Thanks, Kevin.
I cannot wait. Goodbye.
All right. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're about an hour away from Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, sliding back a little bit in the 9 o'clock hour, but he'll join us later in the show right here on The Zone. DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a new accident eastbound on the 201 at the 50th West, causing delays all the way back to the Mountain View corridor. There's also an accident southbound I-15 at the top of the 800 North on-ramp that still has the right lane blocked with heavy slowing in that area for out there this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
We've talked about it. The older player is the safer player to pick for a variety of reasons, and that's usually what we see, actually. The freshman getting the nod is what you saw with Johnny Manziel and like nobody else. Coach has to manage a locker room too, and empowering a freshman is most times not all that healthy.
It's like managing your kids. You have an older kid and a younger kid.
Yep.
If they're both doing something and it's kind of equal footing, I mean, you're going to let them take turns, but like you might just let the older one go first just to keep the house fine, just to make sure there's not a freak out while you're at the park. Make sure while you're on the jungle gym, everyone stays cool.
Or when they know that dad goes, out who's in charge.
I'm going to be gone for a few weeks. 10-year-old,
you're in charge.
You're the boss. 6-year-old, listen to everything she says.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
Alex here. JJ and I have been on this program for more than a year. I've dropped 65 pounds. JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days thanks to the knowledge that I've been given from Salt Lake City Fat Loss. And the best part, I'm keeping that weight off. Just go to slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Allie's here to see a hypnotist. Sam's here for the thrills. And Travis is here to see a car wreck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
What the heck? Come cause a wreck at the Day of Reckoning Demolition Derby on Saturday, September 13th at the Utah State Fair. It's the biggest, loudest, most destructive demolition derby of the year. Only at the Utah State Fair.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
How about a window into the future? Expansion, realignment, expanded playoffs. I mean, can you see that down the road?
I can. I think that the first two topics are related in my mind. I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel, and I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be two West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and that we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion process.
There's the commissioner of Major League Baseball talking about expansion. PK.
I need a drink of water, man. I'm salivating.
Right? Let's go. Let's go right now.
Yeah, it's right there for the taking, man.
It matches up. Everything he just said matches up with what he said before, and matches up with what we've been told by people here who would either be associated with, our local government bodies or the team.
About
the Miller family.
The government this morning.
The governor has talked about this.
The gov, obviously, he is convinced. Future governors would want it.
And he is convinced it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Not his decision to make, obviously, but he's just convinced it's coming.
There has got to be a complete and total all-in by all in the community, because this is a game changer for the community. And if it doesn't happen now being when it does happen, not literally right now, I don't know that it will happen. So they have got to put all their chips out on the table to present that Salt Lake and the entire Wasatch Front is the place to be. You've got all this stuff with you can point to with it growing and all this. The same thing that a lot of folks, people don't know this necessarily, before the Big 12 was considering expansion the first time around and BYU was on board. I mean, they were the same people from the Miller family were involved in making the pitch for BYU to get into the Big 12. And that type of community, looking for? Rallying to have everybody involved in this and make your literal best pitch possible that you can make. because it would just be something that would be so awesome for the community. Absolutely. I think it would be better than hockey. I think it'd be better than basketball, and they're already here, so you don't have to worry about that. They're not going anywhere, but I think because obviously it fills a spot in the calendar that we don't have to that level, and the stuff that you can build around it, too, with the entertainment districts that they have, I think it would literally be a game changer for this community. And I got to believe it's going to happen because the Millers have a decades-long history of already doing this.
They know how this works. Yes. How do you run a team? Check. How do you build a facility? Check. How do you build a relationship with the commissioner? Check.
I mean, I realize Larry's gone, but his wife and others have hired people that they ran that, and now they're over there doing RSL. You talk to the RSL people, and they're totally jacked about it, and I believe we'll see good things coming from them in the future, and they'll be more competitive consistently, and they won't have a teardown, and they'll be able to be a real force in this league. And I see that, man, this is just something that, as I look at the other candidates out there, they're all worthy, but so is ours, man. And we've got a 40-plus year history of people knowing what they're doing. And they're in the community. They're literally born and raised in this community. They're not coming from some other place. They know everything about it. So it'll just be such a natural.
See, I think it's going to happen. The only part I disagree with everything you said, there's a lot of truth in there. But the now or never. Now for expansion, I'll say never for expansion, but the thing is, if they miss out on expansion, which I don't think they're going to, I think they're going to get an expansion team. So I think this is a moot point. But just for argument's sake, for whatever reason, maybe expansion doesn't happen. Or maybe for some reason somehow it goes to 2 other cities, which I don't foresee. But just for argument's sake, I still think because there's such alignment here on building a stadium, they'll get a team.
Yeah, but I don't even want to entertain that thought.
I get
because
it.
that opens up the possibility of it not happening.
And not only that, it could be instead of 5 years now, maybe it's 10 or 15 or 20, and you don't want to wait. I get it. I totally agree. But I think it's coming because right now, it's the commissioner said we can't expand until the Oakland and Tampa Bay situations with the stadium are solved. And Oakland's going to Vegas, so that's solved. Tampa's got a new owner. Presumably that'll be solved here. But behind them are Arizona and Kansas City. And what's going to happen there?
Arizona, the governor just approved stuff, so they're okay. They're going to get all their...
They're going to get the stadium?
They're not going to get a stadium. They're going to get the improvements that they're looking for.
Oh, improvements on the current facility.
Yeah, so
there'll always be another one. At some point, somebody won't get it.
Yeah, but no.
I know.
No,
that's 15 or 20 years away. You don't want to do that? That
opens the door. It's now or never. Everybody has to be on board that it's absolutely now. This must be done now.
I also think that the expansion is preferable to a team moving, and I think now is preferable to 10, 20 years down the line. So everyone should be on board for this, and I think everyone is on board, and I think it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't want somebody else's team.
I agree. I'd much rather have an expansion team. Yeah. Much rather.
And you could say hockey, well, they weren't Phoenix's team. So what's the difference? Start moving around 3 and 4 times.
Because they've been in Winnipeg.
Are you anybody's team? And that's a different situation.
I
was
would
a
prefer,
mess there. They've sucked for a long time down there. They screwed it up. That's different. Kansas City, no. There was a time Kansas City was a great franchise.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Royals move.
Right.
I'm with you 100%.
And so
Nor do I really want the Diamondbacks to move. I mean, it's been more than a generation now.
Anybody can agree. Most folks would agree. Let them stay there. Get that ding. Yep. You have that attachment to the community, blah, 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 blah. Now do this one. This has to be viewed as this is our shot. We're not, something else. Because the fact is, 15, 20 years, so many of the people who are involved in this is our shot now, they're going to be dead.
Yeah.
So you won't even see it.
Times change. Stuff changes. You never know. Yeah. I mean, you talked about, Larry and all that. I mean, Steve Starks interned under Larry. Literally sat in the office with a yellow notepad and wrote down everything. You know? And Greg Miller talks about the same thing the last year of his dad's life, taking notes. He said it was like going to school or going to grad school, and that he would go back later and look at the notes and just think, man, that was really on point. That was great advice. It was tremendous. So all that's in place right now.
Right. Use it now by the very people who have their faculties now.
And the commissioner,
not another generation.
Yeah, and the commissioner, correctly identifies that with 162 games, you can make, depending on how they set up the schedule, you can make 30 or 40 of those games much more valuable for every club. It's literally a win for every club. And the players are going to sign off on it because less travel is going to be good for them.
Oh, they were talking about that.
They're not loving cross-country
They
flights.
were talking about that last night. I got home a little later, and I did watch a few just to see what it's about because I played in that Williamsport thing, not in the World Series, but out the field. They had some tournaments up there, and I got invited, blah, blah, blah. And so it's always been a little special to me. So I'm watching that thing, and Perez is talking about the difficulty of the travel for Seattle, that it's so far away from
everywhere.
Everything. Yeah.
And when it comes to the expansion process, you think Seattle's excited to have a major league team in Portland or Vancouver? No chance.
It's too close.
It's way too close. They're drawing fans from Portland and Vancouver. They'd much rather see a team in Salt Lake. And they'd much rather be flying to Salt Lake and Denver as most of their longest trips as opposed to going to New York or Atlanta or Miami diagonally across the continent. No thanks.
Right. So that makes sense to me. Go ahead and do that. Times change, and if you come up with a better deal, I don't think it really takes away from the playoff system. I was a long-time resistor on interleague play. Well, no, this is separate.
But it's been fun.
I got over that.
Yeah.
I got over that in a hurry. And it took me longer to get over the DH, but I'm over it.
I know.
I got over it. I thought,
and I don't like
way.
It. I know.
I had extensive conversations with Klauke over the years. We were two baseball guys. I miss texting him about stuff that's going on in baseball now because we did it. We see ball games together. I saw ball games with him in Arizona and so forth. And he's obviously a baseball guy. And we would talk about it. And I believe he was a proponent of it. And it took me a while. I'm thinking, boy, that was stupid. I should have been on board with that a lot earlier. And here I can see easily being on board with if you don't have to travel back there or whatever, or maybe they could do something, like the Field of Dreams location where you can meet in the middle, so to speak, and you can play games there and whatnot. There's all sorts of stuff that you can do to get around it, but this opportunity to make it more centralized and more localized for your television contracts and all. And yeah, this is all in. And when I read that, because I didn't hear what he said, but I read it, I thought, it's got to be here. Nightingale was a baseball columnist for USA Today. I don't know him personally, but I have good friends who know him, and he's been a baseball guy for many, many years. He keeps saying Salt Lake and Nashville, and I'm thinking, man, yes, absolutely. Make it happen and go in everything, everybody, the political leaders, the community, the ownership, whomever you can get involved in it. And I think it would take off. I think it would take off.
As long as the team is good and they don't have the issues getting pitchers that Colorado has had. And maybe that has more to do with Colorado's organization than it does to do with the altitude. But as long as that's in place, then summer nights here are awesome.
Well, yeah,
ballpark will be packed.
You sign people, Chris Bryant, and he doesn't play, and I mean they just made terrible moves left and right. So that's their situation here, and I think that's when you can go back and you can look at the Millers hiring people that knew what they were doing, and they didn't get to the top, but they ran a really good franchise for so many years, and they left the franchise in a good place. I mean, they didn't get to the third round or conference final, I know, but when Snyder and those guys were doing their thing, that was an entertaining product.
And that's why the place was packed.
Yes.
And that's why there's people mad about the teardown.
Sure.
Waiting well, when do we get back to that?
Yeah, and they didn't get where they wanted to go. I understand all that. But still, there were a lot of good times. I really, really enjoyed watching that team play, the team ball that they had. And then you throw in a guy like an Ingles, an upstart, and a guy like Clarkson who was kind of discarded. You had discarded guys, and Mitchell, he was too short, blah, blah, blah. And they played off of that. and that rallied around the community. So the point being is they have everything that you need to be good ownership. They've already proven it, and we'll see it again. I believe we'll see it again with the soccer.
Yeah, everybody's upbeat.
Yeah.
Both on in front of microphones and cameras, and when no microphones and cameras are around, they're just as upbeat. The answer doesn't change.
Now or never, man.
It's not going to be never.
Yes,
it's going to happen.
That's what you.
But now, not in 10 or 20 years.
But your mindset has to be now or never.
Yeah, I think it is, and I think they'll get it. And so do you.
I'm fired up for it.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Heavy delays remaining eastbound 201 starting on the Mountain View corridor and lasting all the way to 50th West because of an accident that's just off to the right shoulder currently. Also, the accident at 800 North in Orem is still causing major slowing beginning around Pioneer Crossing in American Fork. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
I knew I was going to die that day.
Tonight on KSL.
You don't know what a monster looks like until it's too late.
A true crime investigation.
6 to 8 young women disappeared.
That isn't just digging up the past.
Your podcast is definitely helping push this investigation.
Get your first look at the podcast that's moving these cold cases forward.
Justice needs to be given to the voices that he silenced.
Stolen Voices, tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken.
Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
JTV Jewelry Television knows you love to sparkle, so now's your time to shine like the star you are. Enter JTV's Shine Like a Star sweepstakes for your chance to win $5,000 in dazzling jewelry from top brands, including Rachel Zoe Jewelry and Judith Ripka Jewelry. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of $99 or more when you opt in for emails. Enter now at jtv.com/likeastar. And remember, if you love jewelry, you'll love JTV.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Scotty Scheffler, 82 feet from the hole. He's off the green left in the rough. Lifts this out of the rough onto the putting surface. Now bringing it down the slope towards the hole. Slowly moving. Now picking up speed. That's getting close to the hole. Now picking up speed. Getting close. Scotty Scheffler. And that is right. It in! He made it! Chip and birdie. Oh my goodness. Do you believe it? Scotty Scheffler. Birdies. Hole out. 17. 15 under.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Know it today after 3 o'clock. JJ and Alex will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes if you know the play. And there it is. It's Scotty Scheffler chipping in on the 71st hole. When it looked like it'd be a difficult up and down, and he could be tied going to the 18th hole, instead he won it. Slam the door.
Yeah, the cool thing is that the ball just kept rolling and rolling and rolling. Usually, if you see guys make it from the fairway, I've done that a few times, but a chip in like that, and usually it's a lot closer. But that thing,
it was downhill going away from him, which is tough.
It was amazing, and the ball just kept rolling and rolling. This guy is just as I was driving last night and I had on the Golf Channel, and he was being interviewed. My wife says, "Did he win?" I said, "Yeah." "Oh, that's boring." And I saw that lady who covers golf said stuff, here's what we need to do next week to make it more interesting. He plays left-handed. He starts the tournament plus 10. He gets arrested. Bennett hits for him. I mean, I love Bennett. He's just the cutest boy ever. Yeah. And then where can this thing go? That's what remains to be seen. That's the biggest interest now in professional golf is where can it go? Where can he take it?
He's had the best 2-year run now since Tiger. But to match Tiger is so far away. There's so much ground to cover before you can start comparing that. But the back-to-back 5-win seasons, which was actually 7 wins and 5, to win 12 times in 2 years. Nobody's doing that. He's got 4 majors to back it up. It's not like he's winning nothing tournaments. He's got a couple of Masters.
I don't think he has to get Tiger.
Right.
I mean, if he gets 12, 13, 14, 15, those types of things, and gets 70 wins, that's plenty good enough.
Yeah, 15 is Tiger. But, I mean, at this point, we've seen a lot of guys get to the 3-4 range where he is now. But we're not seeing people get to 6, 7, and 8. Arnold Palmer is 7. Can you get there?
And I think that the golf is more than the majors too. I mean, that's
so
why
50 tournament wins. I mean, he's almost to the 20, 60, which is 70. The Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tiger's got 80 right in there. Mm-hmm. So I said 60, 70. So he can approach.
I think Tiger's at 82.
Yeah, to me that there's enough there. Yeah. That draws a lot of interest over the next 10 years. But, what we see this a lot with the females. They get older and they want to have children and they sort of drift away. What's it going to be for him? Now, he's made a big, big deal about his kid. Mm-hmm. Too big of a deal, I think, actually, for my taste. I mean, everyone's been there. And I know it's special for him and all that. But does he have 2 or 3 more? Does he want to be there? When I drove up to Jackson Hole in June, I had on the Golf Channel, and it was a replay of a form Johnny Miller. And he talked about how he stopped because of his kids. And he quoted a church saying of, if you know success outside of the home can compensate for failure into it. It's something along those lines. I don't know that I'm saying it literally right. And he stopped playing at that high level because he wanted to be there for the kids. And so what does Scheffler decide to do?
How much time
remains to be seen.
How much time does it take to play at this level and then sustain it? And he's 29 now, and Bennett's tiny. But what happens when Bennett's 5'7", 10", and he'd rather go to Bennett's game than go out and hit 100 balls out of the sand?
It's not about the practice.
You don't think it is?
It's not exclusively about the practice.
The travel the practice is a problem, and then the travel is a problem.
I think you can practice when you're in school plenty of times. I mean, I think the practice can be there because Miller came back and then won.
Mm-hmm.
But every game is an away game. Yeah, I have a friend who was a UPS pilot, and he retired early. He said, I never worked at home. I'm in Singapore.
Right. Yeah.
I'm in every day is
he's
in
Toronto.
Way,
yeah. He's just
right.
Yeah.
And so he
both those things can wear on you. It's a tremendous amount of time and energy. And once you've done it and you've gotten to the mountaintop, why do you want to go back to the mountaintop again? Is major 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 going to matter to him? Is win 40, 50, 60, 70 going to matter to him?
Selfishly, I'd like to see it.
Right. But he's already, the way he's talking, it already sounds like we know how this is going to go. Enjoy this run, and at some point, he's not going to want to run the race that fast. Will he probably still play? Yes, Spieth still plays. Koepka still plays.
Mm-hmm.
Rory still plays. But it feels like they've taken their foot off the gas for one reason or another. And then once you do, can you find it again?
Yeah, where can he go?
Yeah.
That's the story in golf. Where can he take this?
And maybe it's just where does he choose to take it?
Yeah, totally.
Choose, right?
Yeah.
All right, DJ and PK tonight, and there'll be more young golfers coming. They are coming, and you can already see it. You got a teenager winning the Utah Open.
They here.
The U.S. Amateur. High school kid. Are you kidding me?
And to get the quote for you, PK, it's no success can compensate for failure in the home.
Boy, don't I know.
There you go.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we will talk to Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach. Moved his schedule a little bit. Now we're expecting him about 9:40 right here on The Zone.
Take the Zone with you wherever you go. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows.
Downloading.
Download the latest podcasts and get all the latest breaking news on the teams you can't live without. Everything you need delivered right to your phone.
Let's go get them where we can get them.
Just search KSL Sports on your app store of choice. Download it now. The KSL Sports app, presented by University of Utah Health.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Anyhour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Hello, Utah. I'm Josh with IWC Roofing. For over 25 years, my family has been safeguarding your homes with the finest roofing solutions. We understand the value of your time. That's why we're committed to replacing most roofs in just 1 day. And with our 50-year shingle warranty, your peace of mind is guaranteed. Choose IWC for award-winning service and a roof that stands strong against the elements. 801-232-5690 or visit IWCRoofingUtah.com. Ask for the $2,000 off any full roof replacement. Financing available. 801-232-5690.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Think road safety's a single-player game?
not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
It's been a long, hot summer here in Utah, and let's be honest, many yards and gardens are looking a little tired. But good news, as the nights start to cool, now is the perfect time to revive your yard. Yes, it's time to get our outdoor spaces ready for back to school and all your favorite fall activities. At Olson's Greenhouse, we're bringing in fresh shipments every week of vibrant garden mums and beautiful fall bedding plants to help you refresh your outdoor spaces. Cooler nights and warm soil create the ideal conditions for planting, and your perennials will thank you next spring. So whether you're sprucing up the porch, replanting your flower beds, or decorating for harvest season, Olson's Greenhouse has everything you need to make your garden thrive again. To find a retailer of Olson's plants near you, visit ogg.com for Olson's Greenhouse Gardens. That's ogg.com, or find ideas and inspiration on Instagram at Olson's Greenhouse Gardens.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The struggle, the triumph, the heartbreak, the streak. Only in theaters, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah.
My favorite.
This is DJ and PK, presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort, on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules here of the week. You can submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests. Listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules here of the week. And it's sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
DJ and PK coming up. Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, is going to join us at 9 o'clock. That was the original plan. He's bumped back to 9:40. So if you're showing up right now, sorry about that. But he'll be here.
2 new recruits just signed. I think the number 4 guy in the country and the number 7 guy in the country.
You're making stuff up now.
It's Kevin Young, man.
We'll talk to him in 30, 35 minutes right here on the Zone.
Well, it's just, this is unheard of, man. It's still... It is perplexing to me and just baffling to me how for years this couldn't be done. And he comes in and he has a speech there on the night he accepts the job publicly in a press conference. And after 1 year, everything he said he was going to do, he's done. He's done. He's reached the high water mark of several coaches. Now, Frank Arnold with
Danny Ainge, Sweet 16.
got him there. Well,
Kite and Roberts.
They won that game, so they went to the Elite Eight.
Elite Eight, yeah.
And that's it. And then Jimmer, Sweet 16, would have gotten more with the Brandon Davies situation. But that's it. So he's already
in rarefied air in BYU history.
In the first season, and he gets a lottery pick. We'll see how he turns out as a pro. The last lottery pick they had, Jimmer, we already know that story. And then Arujo, that story didn't end well. So we'll see what Yegor can do going forward. And obviously they'll have another one here in June of 26 with our guy, A.J. DeBonsa. Yeah, absolutely. They'll probably have 2 draft picks, at least 2. Because Saunders will be out of eligibility, I believe, right? He's a senior. And talking to Kevin last week, he said he was pretty confident that if Saunders had gone into the draft last year, he would have been mid-second. Now has maybe that opportunity to move up. Although it's going to be interesting, because he was the man last year for that team, right? He really came on. And that's another thing that Kevin Young called. He said at the beginning of the season, Saunders is NBA talent. I thought, well, turns out Kevin Young knows what he's talking about. And how's that going to be? How's the dynamic going to be? Because you go of being the man as a junior to not being the man as a senior.
How do you do playing off the ball?
Yeah. How does that work with DeBonsa? And don't underestimate Wright.
I suspect that Kevin Young has told him, yes, it'll be difficult, but guess what? When you go to the NBA, you're not going to be the man, so make the transition now.
He's trying to get to the NBA. I don't think that it is a guarantee that he's in the NBA. This is an audition for the NBA, and not having the ball, you will not be able to audition as well as you would have potentially your junior year. I don't think he's a guaranteed lock NBA player. That's going to be a dynamic.
But if he's got Kevin Young in his corner telling people he has a relationship with, this guy was good when he was a guy, and this guy was good when he had to play off the ball.
That's great. That'll get him an opportunity, but it won't keep him in the league.
No, he'll have to
help him make the league.
Right, but to stay in the league, you're going to have to do it when you get there.
Well, to make the league. You got to make the league before you stay in the league. I don't know that he would be a high first rounder or whatever, and all second rounders are – the whole goal is to make the league.
Make a roster.
And then go from there. And so it's going to be a different dynamic for him. Doesn't mean it can't work. Doesn't mean he can't flourish. It's just going to be different. I don't know how it's going to play out. That is what we'll find out. But it adds to the intrigue. And then also, too, it's important that DeBonsa comes in as a top 2 or 3 pick, that he goes out as a top 2 or 3 pick.
Right.
Yeah, and that's just up to the players, the other 2, Boozer and the other kid over at Kansas, the Darren kid, and then who has what need when the draft lottery is not determined for another 10 months. But whatever he's projected top 3, and to not have him go top 3, or, if he goes 4, that's not a big deal. But we've seen some kids who enter their freshman season as a lottery pick and then get nowhere near it and then don't make the league. That's a knock on that program. Now, some of these coaches, if that were to happen, Bill Self, if that were to happen, well, he's got so much credibility built up that it doesn't matter. Kevin Young is in the beginning stages of this thing, and I think it's extremely important that, and I asked him about that the other day, and I said, you feel pressure? And he says, we feel a responsibility. It's sort of splitting hairs there, but I like the word responsibility too. I think that's appropriate in this case. And everything Kevin has done with the team has been impressive. The stones to be able to just sit down Catchings and say, this isn't working, knowing full well the second he sits him down, he's gone. And bring in Mag, who's a senior, who's going to be gone, but it helped the team that year get what they needed to get. That was a brilliant move.
As much as this boggles your mind, it seems like there's multiple things that have changed. One, obviously the NIL rules changed, so there was an opportunity there that hadn't been there before.
I think that's overstated, though.
Kevin, and that's why there's more things. And obviously, Kevin Young came in with what he knows about basketball and just as importantly, who he knows in basketball. So that's different. And coming in with an NBA pedigree, not something BYU had before. And then they went to the Big 12. Now, the way they were recruiting and the way the program was run, they were third place in the West Coast Conference most of the time. And not every year, but most of the time. Moving to the Big 12, didn't they have to change the way they were doing things or just be looking at, hey, we're going to be bottom 4 or 5 in this league?
Well, the thing changed. The NIL changed for them.
Yep.
I mean,
a lot of things happen
talking
all
other
at once.
Stuff beyond that?
There could be something beyond that. I mean, I think clearly those 3 things changed, and that's why BYU basketball now doesn't look anything like BYU basketball 5 years ago.
Well, I think they clearly relaxed the grooming standards on the honor code.
Yeah.
He's talking about a player that he said it reminds him of Kenneth Fareed, and then he said it's not just the hair. Well, that just shot up.
Because the hair is part of it.
Yeah, but that 5-10 years ago, the Kenneth Fareed hair wouldn't be allowed.
Be a non-starter.
And now it is.
Yeah.
So and I have no problem with it. I know they don't want to ever talk about it, but it's obvious.
It's clear it happens.
Yeah. And they've done some other things that I was telling. I was talking to somebody over the weekend. Well, what about how come they didn't let Retzlaff? I said, because it was a lawsuit, man. Yeah. They're up against it there. They had no choice. That's why the coaches, as soon as it came out, he's gone. I came in June, and I said, they're preparing for the season without the guy. And, oh, by the way, keep an eye on this other guy. And I think that's come to pass. So as far as that goes. So they've relaxed some things there, and that's fine. I've got no problem. They can do away with the honor code for all I care, and then I have no personal interest in it one way or the other. But that's what they've done. And the money, it's the fact that they've stepped up their game and went all in is a little surprising when for years and years they would say, well, we're going to do more with less. Well, now they're going to do more with more. But a kid like DeBonsa and these other top kids, they're going to get that anywhere. But yet they still chose BYU. It wasn't like it was BYU or not financially. That's not the case.
No, he had multiple suitors.
Yeah.
He just had to pick.
They were going to get that money. Those kids are going to get that money no matter where they go, and they chose BYU. That still blows me away.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're about 20 minutes away from chatting with Kevin Young right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Jim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors.
I want to tell you about our famous "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. That's right, it's a warranty you don't need, but we give it to you anyway. Let me explain. Most warranty problems for siding, gutters, and windows are caused by not installing stuff right in the first place. If you rush the work, cut corners, or use subpar materials, you're just begging for problems later. At RGS Exteriors, we don't tolerate careless workmanship. We slow down, focus on every detail, and use only the best materials. We prevent warranty work by doing the job right in the first place. That's why the 10-year everything guarantee we give you is also known as our "You Don't Need a Warranty" warranty. We absolutely will be there if you need to use it. But honestly, you probably will never have to. Done right the first time. That's the RGS way. For siding, gutters, and windows, call 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsexteriors.com.
Get ready to join the climb, Jazz fans. It's time to place your season ticket deposits for the 2025-26 season. Place your deposit now and receive priority access to select your seats, exclusive gear, and more. Season tickets give you access to every home game, plus exclusive member-only discounts and benefits. Call or text 801-355-DUNK or go to utahjazz.com to lock in your deposit for next season.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice ground chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Time for the Slacker Radio headlines brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit the website at TrajanWealth.com. Big Ten's going to keep throwing out playoff proposals for college football until something sticks, PK. Which one of the 5 that are out there now are you most interested in?
5? I couldn't even name you all 5.
Okay, here you go. Ready?
No.
Number 1. Stay with the 12-teamer like it looked last year.
I wasn't ready.
B. Go to 16 teams, 5 automatic bids for conference champs, committee picks 11. 3. 16 teams, but 4 guaranteed bids to the Big Ten, 4 to the SEC, 2 to the ACC, 2 to the Big 12, 1 to the Group of 5, and we got play-in games, triple headers in the ACC, in the SEC, and the Big Ten. D, 24 teams.
I've already checked out, man. I didn't get to D.
Number 5, 28 teams. Discuss amongst yourselves.
I have to see what are the parameters. You just don't throw out raw numbers and act like that's the entire story.
Yeah, well, there'd have to be more parameters because at this point I think we're at the throwing out raw numbers portion of this. Maybe privately they've discussed more and they'll leak here in the next few days.
Yeah, I don't think they should go outrageous. I think it should be incremental. See what works.
I don't like 24, 28 teams.
I don't know. I don't know that I don't know.
It's too many. I just don't think you're going to be giving home games to these top teams and think that Team 24 is going to go in and beat Team 1, 2, or 3 on the road. What are we doing? What are we doing? I feel that way.
So
I feel that way about the NFL putting in a 17 in each conference.
Yeah, you go nuts for March Madness, and there's been 2 16s over ones. So why do that?
And because I don't watch those, because there's 4 games at a time, and I can watch another one that's more competitive.
But you never say, "What are we doing?"
And I don't watch the Tuesdays or Wednesdays.
So what?
And I have asked,
"What
are
I
we
always
doing?
Watch the Tuesday and Wednesdays. Those are compelling games."
And I always ask,
why wouldn't you watch the Tuesday or Wednesdays?
What are we doing about? I just don't watch Team 16 play Team 16. I have watched when it's been a team from one of the leagues our school's in. I have watched some of them, but
you freaking covered it. Why didn't you tell them? Don't send me. I couldn't care less about it.
Yeah, I know I did cover it.
Yeah, but when it was in something good for you, I'm all in. Sign me up.
Yeah, I don't really turn down assignments. You do, but
they could have gotten other people. Somebody else could have done it. You could have easily said, "I'm not interested. I don't care about this. You're wasting your money. Don't send anybody."
It was year after Jimmer. Everybody was still excited.
Justify it all you want.
Yep.
I mean, I like competition. That's like saying, well, but why,
so do you
why
think
watch
it'll be
2
competition?
6-6 bowl games?
Do you think I don't? I skip them all the time.
Well, you've missed out on you missed out on Utah State and New Mexico State.
I watched that one because it was a local team. That was a good game.
Well, if it's in your best interest, whatever self-serves you, you'll watch it.
There's too many games to watch them all, PK. You're darn right I'm using them to self-service and what's important to me. I can't lock down and do all of that.
Why not? You
There's
can
not enough
too.
time. There's
Sure
too
there
much
is.
going on.
We all have the same amount of time. Time is.
You don't watch all the 6-6 teams either.
I watch a good game. If it's a good game, I'll lock down on it, just like I did on those Tuesday games. I'm all about competition. I'm not about some brand name and some thing that somebody else has decided, oh, this is important, so you must watch, or this isn't important, so you don't watch. I decide for myself. I want good games. I don't care what level, who's playing, whatever. If it's a quality game and it's fun to watch, sure, it's entertainment. It's like I don't go when the Oscars come out and then they say, oh, these movies. BFD. Some committee decides somebody movie is great, so I got to go see it? No, I decide for myself. Do I want to watch that? Does that interest me? Whether it got 0 tomatoes or 20 tomatoes, or I don't know how they rate those things.
I don't have much expectation for these lower ranked college football teams that are down there at 18, 20, 22, whatever, to go in and beat the top 2, 3, 4, 5 teams in the country in a road game.
Yeah,
and have
you
to play
didn't think
one road
San Diego
game
State
after
was going
another.
to get to the final in basketball, and they did.
I didn't either, but also those are neutral court games, and that opens up the possibility. And we also know from the tournament that even though we can't identify a team, there's frequently a team in the Elite Eight or the Final Four that's from, not a power league or a brand name.
I don't want to deny kids just because you don't think it's important. I'm going to deny an 18-year-old an opportunity of a lifetime to go play in the horseshoe, and then he'll be talking about for the rest of his life, but somehow I'm too uppity to think, forget that.
Okay, so you're going with the 24 or 2018 proposal.
I don't know when I'm going forward. I just said I have to see how let's go incrementally and see how it works. And then if you need adjustment, go ahead. If you don't need adjustment, don't. I'm not saying go from 12 to 28. No, I thought I said that. Incrementally, they're going to go to 16. Let's see how that works. What's the big hurry? Why do you have to have all this change immediately? We've got infinite amount of time here. See what works and then adjust accordingly. And maybe that is it. 16 is the thing.
Number.
Yeah.
The number.
And it's legit. I thought 12 was pretty good last year.
I did too. And I think we saw a lot of lopsided games, which was everyone's got their bias, and that was my assumption going in that, hey, it's going to be hard for these lower-ranked teams to win true road games against higher-ranked teams, and then it turned out to be spot on. Now, it's still a small sample size. It's only 1 year.
Okay, so what?
Maybe it'll happen.
Okay, yeah. Why shouldn't it be that way? Those other teams got all the advantages.
I know.
But we're now starting
we-
with the $20.5 million, and coaches have told me 4 or 5 years ago, 3 years ago, when this thing comes down, we'll see a leveling. It'll never be level. A leveling of the playing field. Let's see. Who would have thought BYU would get the number one recruit? A black kid from Boston coming to BYU and doing what he's doing, going in the student section. And the kid has brought untold publicity to BYU, and at no point does he fit the BYU profile, the typical BYU profile.
Do you think with this leveling, we're going to get back to where, because there was a time, and it wasn't that long ago, although it's fading over the horizon a little bit, there was a time where we saw Iowa, Wisconsin, and Michigan State win the Big Ten. Mm-hmm. Now, we haven't seen that recently. It's back down to it's Ohio State and Michigan with, Penn State and Oregon kind of hanging out, and Oregon won it last year but then got smoked in the rematch by Ohio State.
Something you said years ago has stuck with me. You have to hire the right person who hires the right people.
Yeah.
You push that. We're going 15 years ago. And there has been, when you said that, it stuck with me all this time because there has been case after case after case that statement was 100% correct. 100%.
And sticking with college football, the place we really see it is USC. When they get the right person with their tradition, their money, their location, they are spectacular. And in our lifetime, they've gotten the right person 3 times, and they have gone on a ride that has been awesome. Now, having said that, they have not gotten the right person at least a half dozen times, and there's a ton of hype, but there's 6 to 8 wins, and it's not special, and they're tying San Diego State. and there's nothing special about it.
Yeah. So I think that's the deal there. And let's see how that plays out going forward. I'm really interested. That's why I want to go incrementally, because the people that know way more about it than I do are saying this has an opportunity. And I think Mark Harlan said that the other day, and I didn't go to it, but I read some stuff out of the local KSLSports.com and I think the D News and whatever, is that they talked about that. Is that, okay, we will see some change. And I think Harlan said, quote, along the lines of, well, we have to behave ourselves and we have to basically hold each other accountable, police each other to make sure that everything is within the framework of what's acceptable, what's allowable, that type of thing. So I would love to have no more expansion for 10 years. None of this constant shuffling that we've had. People keep saying, like Graham, college football is just it's in a bad. No, it's not a bad place. It's fine.
It's actually in a good place.
Let's see let's have some peace for 10 years and see where we're at instead of this constant movement rumors of movement and blah, 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 blah.
As good as that sounds, we won't. Because at the end of the decade, change is coming.
That's why I said 10, not 5.
Yeah, we're getting it at 5.
I know.
But why can't we just calm down for 5? Do we have to change the playoff format every year?
Well, I'll settle 5. And I don't consider 12 to 16 a massive change. Obviously, the other ones that you put out there.
4 to 12 was a massive change.
Right.
And 12 or 16 to 24 or 28 would be a massive change. So
Exactly.
I guess of all the changes, that is one of the smaller
So if they
ones.
want to go to 16 after this deal's up, not this year, but the following year, I could probably live with that. And I think what Yormark and the other commissioners, particularly the non-Big 12 or Big 10 and SEC, the 11 and the 5 automatic. I think I can live with that. But I want to live with it. I want to live with it. I don't want a Hollywood marriage here. I'm not a Kardashian after 28 days and we change stuff. I want to see some love. And let's have some consistency and let's tone it down, see what we got.
If they'd gone to 16 last year, Bama would have gotten in. They were the highest ranked team that was left out at 9-3.
Maybe BYU gets in. In my mind, they should have.
Miami Ole Miss and South Carolina were the next 3 teams. BYU at 17 would have been the first team out. The Big 12 would have had 1 team in.
Oh, well, what do we got? Joe Lenardi here? First team out?
Yeah. Yeah, that's Lenardi speak.
Let's get
Iowa State would have been the second team out. The Big 12 got a raw deal.
Get Ken Palm on the air here.
KenPalm.com.
You ought to translate.
Not enough data inputs in football.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, Ken Palm, they go right to him. See, football is like all over the place.
Yeah.
Seemed like you got 20 different measurements, and I don't know who to trust and whatnot, yeah. So I sort of looked through them all.
Anything else we talked about in this show you want to get to? Kevin Graham talked a lot of football. Wasn't really buying any of the local quarterbacks. Jackson Dart looked good over the weekend. Zach Wilson. He did say he expects Zach to play just because who really thinks Tua is going to make it through 17 straight games?
You know, let's see what he can do when he gets another chance. Being on a roster, you'll get a chance. You've now had 3 teams, if he makes this Miami team, which we suspect he will, that feel like he's got NFL talent, or else they wouldn't have kept him.
Right.
Right.
And the last 2 have been coaches who have a really good rep on the offensive side of the football.
Mm-hmm. So let's see what we got here when he gets a chance. I think Dart is going to be a player.
It does look like it, doesn't it?
I've been saying it all along. I saw him play
at Corner Canyon or at Roy or both.
I didn't see him play at Roy.
Yeah.
I saw him play at Corner, and more importantly, I've talked to people
who know him.
And
they have a lot of confidence in his ability.
They know way more about it than I do.
Yep.
And I rely on them to say, okay, he can do this, this, and this. He's got this mind and blah, blah, blah. So I think he's going to be a player.
Yeah. Kevin's observation was, aside from the football stuff, the whole charisma, team bonding, the way players react to him, is like they rally around him. So if you've got the size and the arm strength, that's great. If you got the mind you're talking about, and now if you got the relationship with your teammates, that's the complete package right there.
Which I think at the college level, Dampier has it up at Utah.
DJ PK, when we come back, we'll talk with BYU basketball coach Kevin Young. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'm going back through BYU's 2024 schedule to look at how many games I think were quote-unquote Jake Retzlaff wins, because he's what's gone. And there are, as always, fewer than you would think. But if we're going in conference, it's really 2 games. It's 2 drives specifically. That was against Oklahoma State, and then, of course, at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Those are the 2 games.
The problem with that logic, and I get what you're saying, but is how many games did he not lose? That goes the other way, too, because the quarterback position is all so important.
It is.
That's the hard part.
Yes, and when BYU's up 17-0 and the game is over, because you have a good quarterback who's done that, that's not just saying, well, it's the final drive. And he still is a huge part of why you won that game.
You know, it's not just can the Bear go get you a victory or can Hillstead go get you a win, but it's are they going to cost you?
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join the zone at the Hans and Scotty Invitational, Cedar Hills Golf Club. Hans and Scotty broadcasting live from the tournament tomorrow from noon to 3. DJ and PK, it's time now to talk BYU basketball with the coach, Kevin Young. Coach, good morning.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. Thanks for coming on.
You bet, man. Glad to be on.
It's been a year now. We've all taken new jobs, and there's always new stuff to learn when you take a new job. What is one thing that you are much better prepared to do now and much better at than you were a year ago?
I think just attacking kind of this I guess, training camp preseason, just a lot greater understanding of what I want it to look like, knowing exactly what we're going to be going up against. I mean, that was the hard part last year, just kind of, I was watching obviously a lot of film trying to get ready, but now having a year under our belt, especially with continuity on the staff, we feel like we're ahead of the game from that standpoint, which we feel good about.
I got up here in 1993, and I was hired by the Salt Lake Tribune to be a college basketball writer, right? And so I had to get up to snuff. You asked me the other day if I covered Alex Jensen, and yeah, I did. I was the beat writer for his entire time. And it was BYU. The logic was, hey, we got to get the best LDS talent, and then we augment it. And then fast forward to the April before last, and you're there at the Marriott Center. We're sitting in the audience, And you're talking about things that I'm thinking, yeah, right. And I told you I grew up in New Jersey for a good part before moving to Arizona. So I have that Jersey skepticism. And I think, yeah, sure, coach. But sure enough, man, you've done it. And everything you said you were going to do, you've been able to do. And it's been just amazing to watch you roll with the basketball program. And I'm wondering, my question as I get to it, is that when you took the job, you had an entirely different outlook than all of your predecessors. And so far, you've been able to achieve that. How did you come into the job with a philosophy of recruiting the best talent? Not necessarily, if it's LDS, so be it. But your philosophy has been so different than the predecessors. And I'm wondering, how did you dream up in your mind that before you took the job and then be able to execute it so far?
I think there's a lot that goes into it. I think just one big picture in terms of your specific question, it's, I don't know. That's just kind of how my mind has always sort of operated. I just want to, I think I can do whatever I set my mind to do. Now, obviously, things are going to be really, really hard. There's, you're not always going to hit, a home run and so forth. But, I just want to build on the success that BYU's had. And I felt like it was honestly a timing thing, going into the Big 12, combine that with, my NBA background and my history in that league. And then you talk about NIL. It's just like this perfect storm of things happening all at the same time. And I felt like if we, didn't limit ourselves and really set out to do what you mentioned there, I felt like with all those factors kind of in this big tornado at one time, I wanted to at least try to, push the envelope. And that was kind of the philosophy behind it.
When you do that, you inevitably have to tell people who have planned their whole lives about going to BYU and being on the basketball team, and they find out that's no longer possible. Some of those people have powerful parents, boosters, donors, and all that. How hard has it been to break the news to people who are pretty sure that they were going there based on what they'd seen for the previous 20, 30, 40 years, that's not going to happen? Because it looks like you're only taking 1, 2, maybe 3 high school kids a year, and 3 might be a reach.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's what I've learned in this job pretty quickly. I think every year is very unique. And so I don't think it's a scenario where, here's what we're doing every single year. I think it varies. I mean, you look at this point, I'm going on our 3rd recruiting class. We feel like we've got the best player out of the state of Utah 3 years in a row. And so, we're very active in recruiting the state. We're very active in recruiting LDS talent. And so there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that people don't see in terms of us, recruiting kids and planting seeds. I mean, and also, too, I do feel like it's really important to mention that, in this era of the transfers and the portal, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. Kids may go somewhere, whether it be a different level or different, geographical region, and maybe, they want to come back to the state, or maybe, they go in the portal and it makes sense for us at a later time. And so, there's so many things that we're doing as it relates to down the road and planting seeds and building relationships and just trying to put ourselves in a position that this is a place that, all kids want to come play at, and obviously having the mission of the church behind what we're doing, that's a big part of who we look at as well. And so we try to, strike the balance. I mean, you use the previous coach's philosophy to get the best LDS kids and kind of augment it. I don't think we're that far off from that. Now, obviously, we've been able to kind of, quote unquote, augment it with, higher end talent than that has been here before. But I actually don't think the general philosophy is all that different. And obviously we've tapped into the international market as well. And so, there's a lot that goes into it, man. Recruiting it's a tough job in and of itself, as you guys know very well.
It seemed that the impediment to big-time basketball success was the mission program. Kids go away. It's a highly skilled sport. It's hard to get back. And plus the chemistry involved with the players. One guy leaves this year, one guy goes, especially when it was 19 and they had the option to attend. I mean, I realize they still have that option now. but most of them would go and then come back. Now they can go right out of high school and have the 4 or 5 years straight. So maybe that settled it out. But then also, too, we thought that the honor code was somewhat restrictive. But yet for you, it hasn't been, which has just been amazing to me. What is your explanation for that?
Well, first on the mission, I think it's really, a couple of things to that. Number one, this year-to-year thing is now the new norm, right? So guys coming in and out, coming back from mission and so forth, I mean, that's now normal, right? So you kind of just have to deal with it. But also, I love the mission component because, like as an example, Chamberlain Burgess, who's the guy we have, he just left on his mission not too long ago. And so in a lot of ways, you're building your pipeline. You're building your coffers, and guys come back and they're bigger, stronger. Now you can intermix them into your program. So I love that component. And then the honor code, it is what it is. We're a place that allows guys to come in here and not have a lot of distractions. We've leaned into that quite a bit. LDS or not, I mean, I think all the parents love it. I mean, I'm a father of 3 going on 4 kids. I would, that's an environment I would love my kids to go to college in, right? I know that's not for everybody, and that's fine. And we do a good job, I think, of streamlining our intel and figure out who that jives with and who it doesn't. Because I think at the end of the day, there's just a lot of value-based people in this world, whether they're in the church or not. And I think if you can find the right kids and families that want to lean into that and allow their young man to come to our school and lock in on the task at hand in an environment that's really conducive to that, that's really been how I don't want to even say message it. That's just our philosophy behind it, and there's no fluff to it. And so I think that straightforward approach has been received well.
I know you inherited a big part of your first non-conference schedule. This one, you had a big hand in here, and I'm not complaining. I just want to make that clear up front. More big games, good, but Villanova, UConn, Wisconsin, Miami, Clemson, either Dayton or Georgetown.
OKC Thunder.
Do you have any friends in the coaching world who call you or text you and are like, hey, I'm looking at your schedule. What are you doing?
No, I mean, I think we studied it, in terms of what teams from our league did last year in their non-conference schedule. And, you can't run. You can't run if you want to be one of the best teams in the country. Obviously, that's an aspiration we have. And, some of that stuff came to our plate, and some of it was stuff that we went ahead and were seeking out. And so it came together in that way. We're really excited about it. It is going to be a challenge. But when you start looking at the seed lines and people's non-conference schedule versus their conference and really how many quad 1s and 2s, I mean, you talk about stuff I've learned. I mean, that whole thing coming in, honestly, I didn't understand any of it at all. And so now I have a little bit better feel for it. So, we just hope that it gets us really 2 things done. 1, it helps us prepare us better for Big 12 play. And then 2, we're hoping that when it comes time for the seed lines to get announced, that because that schedule is pretty tough, that we'll be in a position to benefit from it.
We understand last year, everything was new, and it was a little bit of a slow start. If I remember correctly, I think it was like 2-4 in league. And I talked to you the other day talking about it sort of blew me away that you had to go back and look at Dallin Hall's baskets. And nobody was there last year. A couple of maybe some auxiliary people, but the gist of the coaching staff, and you need your familiarity. And then you make some changes. You bring in, you get Mag, you play him more, and things come together, and you really take off, right? And it was a great ending to a pretty spectacular final 2 months. This season, with the nature of that schedule, I mean, you want to be prepared for the conference schedule, but you also want to show well in that brutal non-conference schedule. What are you going to do to try to get the gel earlier rather than in January? You see what I'm saying there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, number one, we've had guys in on campus, all summer early. We even had some guys in for the spring, which was awesome. I think there's a lot, I think, that helps us be better there. Number one, continuity, just from a staff perspective. There's a lot less guesswork in terms of what we want to do, what we want to, I think, be about on both sides of the ball, particularly defensively. There's a lot more clarity for me. So I think that's a big part of it. But really, man, just trying to get these guys to this particular group of talent to come together, and that's really what our summer has been focused on. Less, elbow here, right foot there, this type of specific coaching. It's concepts, continuity, and let these guys play, right, and try to get these guys to come together. That is going to be the most important thing for this group, and a large part of that goes into, why we put this particular group together. We felt like in the intel work that we did on all these guys that, it's guys that are good people that we felt like we could really have them all come together. That's a big part of it, especially when you're going this year to year. You bring in one bad apple and the whole cart goes to rot. And so we tried to make sure we avoided that. But we'll see. I mean, that topic is the one that I probably spend the most time thinking about, is how we can get this group to play together.
Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, joining us. I'm curious kind of the evolution of the game. There was a time that Jerry Sloan was running the pick and roll with Stockton Malone. Everybody's like, he's so old school. Now it's pick and roll everywhere you look. There's so few plays called. Do you believe in plays to get certain players the ball in certain spots where they're really good at key times in the game? Or do you like that free-flowing and they will figure it out and let's run a lot of pick and rolls and, there's variations on a pick and roll, which two players and where on the floor? How do you sort all that out when you're looking for a big bucket in a big game in a big moment?
Yeah, so there's so much that goes into the offensive philosophy for me. I mean, funny if I don't know if a lot of people, especially here in Utah, know this or not, but my first real foray into pro basketball was a fly on the wall for the Jazz training camp up in Boise when I was a lowly kind of assistant with the G League operation. So truly, like 3 years in a row, I'd go up to Boise where they'd have practice at Boise State, and I'd just be in all the meetings and listen to Coach Sloan and Coach Johnson just break everything down and watch them teach it. And the irony in Coach Sloan is he was actually ahead of his time in terms of like this flow offense. Now, granted, they were doing it out of the 1-4 high. It was a lot more compact than what we see now, but it was very much read and react, and that actually really impacted me as a young coach. And so I kind of took that philosophy and ran with it when I was a G League coach, and then kind of made my own philosophy based around this idea of flowing into stuff. And so shout out to Coach Sloan and his staff who really taught me that many years ago. Now, as it relates to getting guys the ball in specific spots, I mean, that like when I was in Philadelphia with Brett Brown, who was a Coach Pop's like right-hand man for many years, that's where I really kind of got my philosophy on how I see the game offensively. So there's a time and place for everything. So we play our flow offense, we play our concepts where when the game is slow and static, whether that's after timeout, whether that's after a free throw, whether that's a dead ball and we're just walking the ball up, that's when we try to get a little bit more specific on, okay, we want he come into his right hand, or we want to get last year Foose on this block or that block, or we want Jaeger and this kind of pick and roll, so forth. So I think there's a time and place for all of it, and luckily for me, that was what I spent the majority of my NBA career helping all of our teams with, and brought a lot of that philosophy with us here. And now it's fun to do it with different players this year, a little bit more dynamic guys in terms of Rob and AJ, and now we mix Richie in there with some. So we'll have a lot of combinations we can go to. I mean, that's the stuff I could nerd out and keep this call going for hours, but I'll spare you guys that.
Well, you mentioned three guys, obviously supreme players, can be very good offensively, can break down defenses, get to the basket, and all that. So you'll certainly have rim attackers from the offensive standpoint. You mentioned Foose, and it seemed like, when the defense maybe had you locked down, you could throw to him, and he could power his left shoulder to the hoop. What do you have as far as that, replacing him this year for that type of offense?
Well, last year, I mean, by virtue of the team we had, we felt like we really had to manufacture a lot of our buckets. We didn't have a guy that could really just go get one, and now we've got a couple guys. In fact, the other day in practice, we were doing something, broken play. AJ just grabbed the ball, went and scored. Mm-hmm. And one of my assistants came over to me and was like, man, it's going to be nice to be able to have a guy that can do that this year. Sure. So I think him and Rob, I think the ability to just kind of go off script and just make something happen. We don't feel like we're going to have to kind of joystick every action when the game is slow like that and static. And so, that'll be a luxury. But obviously we'll have to find, our go-to stuff. Richie was the staple when the game got tight. We have some other guys. I think we'll probably post our guards a little bit more. AJ's pretty good down there. Actually, Kennard Davis is really good down there as well. And so that'll be the fun part for us in this next, when we get these guys back on campus, as we start kind of dipping into that type of stuff. Mainly we focused a lot on our just concepts offensively and some of the defensive stuff. And we'll dip into more of that specificity when they get back.
Richie Saunders was taking about 11 shots a game, and he was going to the free throw line pretty often as well. And, he was the guy in a lot of regards. And now you got AJ there, so there's more off the ball. Human nature could say, I don't like that. And I think plenty of basketball players over time at the high school, college, and pro level have said that. But there's also an argument out there that, hey, learn to play off the ball here, because that's what you're going to have to do in the NBA, and you want to get to the NBA. Do you have conversations with him with that? Does he bring it up? Do you bring it up? How does that work?
Yeah, we talked a lot about that. I mean, he had some decisions he had to make, obviously, this offseason with relative to his future, and want to know what things were going to look like here. I mean, the great thing about Richie Saunders is, the way he plays the game and has had success playing is exactly how he's going to have success in the NBA. And so last year, I mean, I would quote unquote call his play sometimes, but, particularly in the games and stuff. But for the most part, everything he just got out of the flow of our offense. And so he's an unbelievable closeout player, one of the most efficient closeout players in the country in terms of catch and shoot, catch and drive. And so that's not going to change. I see him having, the great thing about him is just how efficient he is. I mean, he's one of the most efficient guards in the entire country when you look at his effective field goal percentage, his three-point percentage combined with, his ability to finish at the rim and get to the free throw line. So, he's not gonna take a hit. I think if anything, he's gonna be better, because now, I mean, who's their best defender gonna guard? Rob, AJ, or Richie? All right. Well, who's the second best defender gonna, right? And so he's gonna be able to, I think, be a beneficiary of that. And we've actually had a lot of discussion about that, and I think he's excited about what's to come. As I've watched them play, together a lot this summer, that became pretty obvious. Just AJ's very unselfish, and he draws a ton of attention. Rob Wright is really hard to keep out of the paint, really good decision maker. So it'll be fun to have those guys come together, and I think that they all know that they need each other. That's the best part.
Barring something crazy, I think we all know AJ will be on your team for one season, then he goes away and does his thing for years to come in the NBA. The thing that I think is so impressive is that he seems to be, at this point, he wants to experience all that a college freshman can experience. And I'm not just talking about basketball. You see him with the student section. You see him all around. He's representing BYU every which way, every place he goes, literally, and you saw it overseas probably. I just think that's incredible, and to me it's a surprise. I'm guessing to you that it probably wasn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's amazing. Honestly, it really is. It's, I had someone text me the other day from Times Square, his, some interview, whatever was up, and his picture was up in Times Square. I mean, just obviously BYU is a worldwide brand in and of itself, but now you tack on, what's most likely going to be a generational type talent to kind of wave the BYU banner on the heels of what Yegor has done and will do in the NBA. Just a really cool time, I think, for BYU on a basketball standpoint, to get the brand out there even more and have really awesome young men represent it. And I do think it's really cool that AJ's embraced everything that you just said. I mean, the student section, every time he's on an interview, he's wearing the gear proud. And so it really is just fun, honestly. It's fun and it's exciting.
Well, Coach, we appreciate a few minutes this morning. Thanks for joining us, and good luck going forward. We'll talk to you again.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, join us here on The Zone, taking us right to the end of the show. Jake and Ben are up right after the break. Stay with us.
Are we finished? Done. So what, that means the show's over? Yep. It's over. Over. Goodbye.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Goodbye.
Win big
every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Counting Crows, August 21st at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Counting Crows, the complete Suites Tour with special guest the Gaslight Anthem. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Every new day is a chance to be kinder to your body and your mind. U of U Health is here to help you build strength and confidence every day. Let us help you be a better you. U of U Health, official health partner for the Utah Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, Utes Athletics, and the Utah Grizzlies. Take the first step today at uofuhealth.org.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard Lendon and America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your Monday. However you may be doing it, the old-fashioned way on the radio, 97.5, 1280. Streaming, KSLSports.com. On the camera, on the YouTube, Ben, KSL Sports. And yes, I am wearing my 311 hoodie today.
Because you went last night.
I did. I went to the show last night, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah?
They did not play that song. They did play, I really love the song Champagne.
Okay.
And they never play it.
Okay, that's always fun.
And they played it last night.
That's
yeah,
really fun.
that is a fun concert thing if you go to see the same group multiple times.
Did they break something out?
Yeah, what do they include? What do they not? I about rioted at America First Credit Union Amphitheater once when I saw Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and they did not play Sweet Judy Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're not relevant enough to leave off like the song that people know you for.
Yeah. Got some great songs.
Yeah, but you're not, Yeah. If the Rolling Stones leave off a hit, you're like, oh, well, there's so many that I guess they couldn't get to, whatever, right? Yeah. Crosby, Stills, and Nash ain't the Rolling
Helpless.
Stones.
Wooden ships, cool. Do Sweet Judy Blue. Do Sweet Judy Blue Eyes.
That's what we were yelling. They came out and they did a really rad encore, actually, because they did For What It's Worth, because, who is it? Steven Stills was also in Buffalo Springfield Field. Anyway, they played that. So that was cool, but it wasn't Sweet Judy Blue Eyes.
Our house! Our house!
Like, for example, 311 last night played Amber.
Yeah.
Every time I've seen them, Ben, every single time, you know what song I've heard?
They play it.
I'm sure they don't want to.
Yeah, but it's a hit.
And you're not a big enough deal to leave your hit off.
Mm-hmm.
You got to... And they have a beautiful disaster. I hear it every single time.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, Sandy Amphitheater is a fun place to watch a concert.
Good.
I don't know if you've...
I've not been.
I've been a few times. Christian, have you done the Sandy thing?
I have not, no.
Very good. Like smaller, right? Intimate. Parking is good.
Oh, good.
Getting in and out of there is incredibly easy. And the sound's cool. The vibe's cool.
Man, I'd love if they did that at the old ballpark downtown.
Something
now.
like that?
Something
like
like
an
that
amphitheater?
that we can
Like
go
that?
to that is not in Sandy or USANA.
Like that?
Or, not that those are terrible by any means. It's, 90th South and what, 13th East? Where's the Sandy Amphitheater?
Yeah, 13th East. It's right by Altoview Hospital.
Yeah. Like, you could do that on 13th. That'd be awesome.
Well, anyway, that's a good one.
Yeah.
They did a good job with that. I found myself, Ben, at that location twice this weekend randomly.
Oh, okay.
311 show last night, and then my 4-year-old had a birthday party at the splash pad that
Right next
shares a parking lot with the amphitheater.
Sandy, man.
Solid use of public space.
Yeah.
Solid use.
Yeah.
Big fan. But yeah, it was a good show. And my buddy, shout out to my friend Brandon. I told you I go with a group of friends every time they come to town, pretty much. And he clandestinely, is that a word?
Mm-hmm.
Bought sweatshirts for us. So
Just the whole crew.
Just
all the boys.
Well, there was 3 of us.
All the boys rocking the same hoodie.
Oh, yeah. It was awesome. It was so awesome. It was so cheesy.
Yeah.
And we're both all 3 of us are like dads who have a lot going on.
Yeah.
And, we used to see each other a lot, and now we don't,
Yeah.
Well, we still see each other, but not as much as we used to,
Well, that's an investment. Concert gear is expensive. And the hoodie is the most expensive item on the table.
I know.
So that's nice of him.
So I told him the least I can do is throw it on and rock it for the show today. And it was a sweatshirt worthy performance. Having seen them a bunch of times, there's a standard. They're pretty good. Like I've never had a bad time. You know what I mean? But this was among the better times. They had a really good energy and all that. Like Bob Dylan's the one I've seen a bunch of times that really is all over the map.
Yeah.
I've seen him twice where he's been into it, like actually happy to be there. Once at Deer Valley and once at Saltaire. And I think the Saltaire one was because it was like a throwback. He was there in 1968 or whatever it was.
Was
and
he outside
it was kind
or
of
inside?
He was inside.
Okay.
Which outside is better, I know, but inside. And the rest of the time I've seen Bob, he doesn't talk. I'm going to just play, and then I'm out of here.
Yeah, believe that.
Kind of funny. All right. There was news, basically, Ben, right after our show on Friday, which I feel like drove the weekend from a local sports standpoint, and that's the Bear is reportedly going to be the starting quarterback at BYU.
Seems like that's going to be the case. I had wondered if maybe they would name him early this week. It isn't official, right? But that's just kind of the speculation. That's the rumors.
That's what's leaked out.
It would make sense that, and this is from College Transfer Portal is the guy who reported on Twitter.
Pete Nakos, I think I saw, had
also
a report.
Reported. Okay. It would make sense this came out right the day after the boosters or donors only practice that people got to go and watch under the lights. And that makes sense, right? It's kind of not a traditional practice. It's more of a scrimmage. I don't know exactly what happened. I'd have to talk to some people. But, yeah, you go out there, you let those guys kind of play, and maybe it helps you make your final decision. And then as we have said, it'd be one thing if you were picking between four-year starter who has a healthy but not enormously high ceiling and maybe a five-star true freshman whose ceiling was higher but you didn't know how good they were day one, that maybe you would hold on to that to the last minute to not announce it. But in this situation between McKay Hillstead and Bear Bachmeier, 8 games for McKay Hillstead is a plus. It's a benefit. It's a bonus. We talked about that a lot last week. But if Bear's better, just go with Bear. And if it's obvious he's better, I think you have to make that decision early because Portland State, I don't know if you need to keep everything hidden.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with all that. You got to play the better guy. I don't think that's always how it works. But in this case, they have every incentive to just play the player who's going to help you win because they've got a team that's built to win minus now a experienced quarterback. So they would be foolish to make the decision based on let's give the freshman time so he'll be good in 3 years. This is different from when Witt started Tyler Huntley out of the blue. They had an up-and-coming youngish team that was going to grow together, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not BYU right now.
At all.
So there's no real incentive to play the development, look down the road game. That's not the roster that they have. So they, if the Bear can spin it, and that's why they're going with him, which I imagine that's true, I would guess. And if they're going with him, like you said, they haven't made it official, but then good for him. But he's in a tough spot because he's got to go out there and perform. And I'm not saying he can't, and I'm not saying that you and I and this show are just going to jump all over him if he has a bad game one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Patience, young player, all that mistakes. But it's an awkward fit from a team building standpoint.
Freshmen don't usually perform at that level. Very rarely do they step in right away and are Trevor Lawrence. There's not that many examples of true freshmen coming in and being really good right away.
Let me ask you this. On the 2004 Utah team, led by Alex Smith, do you know who the backup quarterback was? A 17-year-old freshman by the name of Brian Johnson.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm not saying that BYU has the squad, the 04 Utes, don't get me wrong, but that 04 Utes team was built to culminate with that. I mean, like half the team went to the NFL after that, right? If Brian were the starter instead of Alex, how would that have gone? And I think if you look at it the way, it's similar. And you know what? Brian was pretty good his sophomore year. He was pretty good.
Yeah, he was.
He was, I think, like first in the nation in total yards at some point. But the team was just okay that year, and he made a lot of mistakes. So I hope the Bear can spin it.
You know, it's unique, and I don't need to retread the storylines of the summer, but, you know, it's important, I guess, to remember how we got to this situation, which, you know, Bear was never expected to step in and start. This was not a job he was coming in to take as a true freshman.
No.
It's not why BYU brought him to BYU. Now, maybe you recognize that for the most part, starting quarterbacks don't last a full season. They'll miss a game or at least a couple of drives or a half because they get banged up. And had Jake Retzloff returned to BYU, maybe Bear would have gotten on the field. Even then, I wonder if that would have been more likely to be McKay Hillstead. If you're talking about a half of football, if you're talking about a couple of drives, that's where you put in the experienced player. But if you're going for a 12-game schedule here and you're going to say there's got to be room to grow, I guess that's why you could go with Bear. But, yeah, this is not your traditional starting freshman won the job situation. This comes after a huge loss at BYU. And a player in Jake Retzloff who is not going to go down as one of the all-time greats, but, man, oversaw one of their best seasons of the last decade by far. And, you know, if Bear doesn't live up to, I don't even want to say expectations. I don't know what the expectations are for Bear. But if BYU doesn't get back to, you know, the type of season they had last year where they're competing to win the conference and you don't know how often that's going to come around, you got to really take advantage of those opportunities when they present themselves. Jake could be one of the guys that we talk about for a while of like the a what if, but B, you know, one of the better Big 12 runs BYU will have.
That's the fear.
It's really hard. It's hard to win in college football.
Yeah, is that they had a roster to win, and this thing held them back. That's the fear. And that's what I'm saying. That's what I was always saying about Hillstead is, man, he was the easy choice to make because it was the safe one in an extreme circumstance. And, you know, I don't know why, and it'll be interesting when the decision becomes official, you know, what it is, obviously, and then the explanation behind it. But, yeah, it's bold. It's bold, and maybe it's one of those things where they just don't have another option. But it's bold. What kind of avocado are you getting, to go back to now a week's-old metaphor?
Yeah. Hopefully not a week-old avocado. But yeah, I'm a little frustrated. It's got to be frustrating for BYU fans. This was a season that was set up to be a big year. You know, you leave last season, you crush Colorado, high expectations that not everyone, but for the most part, ton of talent's coming back, an influx of talent with guys like Keanu Tanavasa, but you know, the linebackers we've talked a lot about coming back and how good Glasker's going to be and how good Kelly's going to be and what that group looks like. Secondary you should be able to patch together and figure out. It seems like at least they have the coaching in the right situation there. Kalani seems like he's ready, like he's entering his prime as a coach to put this team together. And you thought you had the guy. You thought you at least had a quarterback that was capable of doing it.
Well, I don't think fans are frustrated. No, actually.
You don't think so?
No, I do not. If you were to say coaches are frustrated, I would buy that.
Fans aren't frustrated yet.
Yeah, yet. Maybe yet's the big word.
Fans think he's awesome. Fans think he's going to kill it.
For now.
Yeah, fans think that,
right.
Like you're saying, I think fans are disappointed.
I thought fans were excited about Keaton Slovis too, you know?
They're excited about their team, and they're excited. Listen, Ben.
And you should be. The team as a whole is healthy.
The freshman quarterback that picked you is everyone's optimistic about that player.
He kind of picked you.
Yeah.
He picked Stanford. They got rid of their coach, and he transferred.
He's here?
Yeah, he's here now.
He's here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
And so he's going to be the popular one. Everybody's going to be optimistic about that guy.
And you got to rally behind him.
Speaking of Brian Johnson, I remember how everybody felt about him in 2005 when it was like, oh, this is Urban's big recruit from Texas. Are you kidding? This guy's going to come in and rule the world. Like, everybody loves that guy. Everybody's thinking the Bear is going to be, what were the silly, and I barely paid attention to it, but the snap talk comparisons to Cam Rising. I mean, that's how fans feel about the Bear. The fans don't feel disappointed like the games are already over and they are having a disappointing season. I bet you if coaches, A-Rod, if you were to give him truth serum, probably would tell you he is so frustrated that he's in this situation.
Absolutely.
And that his players are in this situation. Because like all coaches, he wants to develop a player until they're ready to get an opportunity. I'm sure they would love to coach the Bear for at least a season before they throw him on to a team that's ready to win. I mean, that can't be ideal. But fans, I think, are really optimistic. I do. I think they're really optimistic, whether it's right or not. All fan bases do it.
Well, it is right.
They all get optimistic about the young quarterback that was a big or even not a big recruit. Brian Johnson was a 3-star from Texas. So, I mean, I bet if we open up the call-in, the BYU fans would tell you they're optimistic.
They should absolutely be optimistic. That's your job as a fan, especially in fall. I think Christian's exactly right. Be optimistic now. Let's see what happens after week 2, week 3, when you've played Stanford, when you've played East Carolina. And look, if he's cooking and he's getting better every game and it looks promising, you're excited to go. You have to remember, this is very similar to the situation Isaac Wilson stepped into.
Yes, it is.
What did Utah have? Now, Utah's roster, I'm not sure last year was as good as this BYU roster returning, right? It was good, and you had some similar players.
Yeah.
And you had some strengths at some real spots. I don't think Utah knew what their running back situation was going to look like. It ended up being pretty healthy, but maybe it may have racked up numbers because what other choice did they have?
Well, no, I mean, Mekhi Bernard fell out of nowhere and played out of his mind. They are so lucky they had the running game that they did.
But also, what else were they going to do? They
Yeah.
had to run the ball. You're
Sure.
going to get yards when you have to run the ball. And they had to. They probably would have loved if Mekhi Bernard only had to have 680 yards last year instead of 1,100 or whatever he did, because Isaac Wilson was able to move the ball through the air more easily because they just simply couldn't do that at all. I think what you're hoping is you don't run into that same situation where it's all on L.J. Martin's shoulders. And L.J. Martin now becomes probably the most important player on BYU's roster, not just from a performance standpoint, but from a health standpoint. He absolutely has to stay on the field.
Yeah, and they have to block. Because that's a question mark too, right?
Yep.
The O-line, there's change over there. And if you don't block for the Frosh, it's going to be rough.
You know what? I disagree with you. Football fans aren't optimistic. It's not an optimistic sport. It's a sport for panickers. It's a panic sport. It's a stress sport. It's the most stressful sport to watch. Every drive is frustrating. Fans win and their teams win, and they're frustrated with the coach for whatever they didn't do. So no, there's got to be a lot of concern. There has to be. Excitement. It's fun. Football's fun. It comes around very rarely,
Well,
there's so few games.
Fans get frustrated in the moment. Does that make any sense? Like on the micro, like when, I used to host post games and you fire open the phone lines. And I mean, way back in the day after BYU and Utah games, we'd take 50 calls. And it's just raw emotion.
Yeah,
it's
right.
It's
Can't
wild.
believe he did that on third down.
And it's
Can't believe that was a
crazy.
play he called. A draw play on third down.
But
are you an idiot? That's every post game show.
The optimism for fans, though, is always there. It's quite literally the reason everybody comes back. So after the moment and the hurt is over, it's like, oh yeah, well they're going to take it to them next week. And when you lose the optimism in the fan base, then you have the Atlanta Hawks.
Okay. Sure.
Who else? Give me there are
absolutely.
examples out there of like they could have a good team and they're not drawing anybody because
no one believes the Clippers. Yeah.
Nobody's optimistic you're ever going to get there, that it's
the promised land is not waiting.
No, it's not.
The Jets, the Mets. Yeah.
It's going to be a letdown no matter what.
Yeah.
Like even when the Hawks had Dominique
Jets
Wilkins.
might be the best example.
The Jets?
We got
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers. We're packing the stadium.
But somehow there's the Bozo Kevins of the world that are still super optimistic about the Jets. And he is listen, I've watched a lot of football with Kevin. He is the example of the irritation
the best.
and all
Watching
that.
games with Kevin
He
rules.
thinks that they're going to win before every time that ball kicks off.
Yep.
He does.
Yep.
They could be playing the Tom Brady
You're right.
Patriots.
And to my
he'd
point-
be like, if this happens and Darrell Rivas does this, then I think they really got a shot today.
And to my point, and maybe to Christian's point, until they actually see it, and then you're actually watching the game with Kevin, and no one's been madder at anything on the planet than Kevin watching a football game.
Sure.
Whether it's his Jets or anything else, because the coach has done something stupid. Because the wide receiver didn't run past the first down marker to catch the ball.
With the Jets, it's different. It's different because it really hurts him. Like, it's sad, really, but it really, like, hurts his feelings. I just don't. There's, like, pain in his criticism. He criticizes the Jazz or whatever.
Do you think there's scars for BYU fans that think, why can't we have nice things? Do you think that exists?
No. What do you mean?
You look at the history of five-star quarterbacks at BYU, especially modern history of five-star quarterbacks at BYU, and it's not always been grand slams, right? Like, a lot of those guys have not lived up to expectations, or the biggest recruits at quarterback have not lived up to expectation.
Yeah, but for every Jake Heaps, you have a Max Hall.
Sure.
So, I mean, there's more than one way to skin a cat. Yeah. I mean, they stole an NFL quarterback off the baseball team, for crying out loud. Mm-hmm. Who cares? Like, who cares? They stole a Ute recruit that made him the second pick in the draft. I mean, I think recruiting is overrated, or not recruiting, but recruiting like evaluations, mm-hmm. Wholly overrated. Like how good this guy is or that guy is. Tell me, for example, where it's been good. They land 5 stars constantly, and they're always knocking it out of the park.
You mean school-wise?
Yeah.
Like what school does that?
Yeah,
nobody.
Not even close.
Yeah, nobody. Look at the number of 5-star recruits Texas has that don't turn into anything.
USC has their pick of any quarterback on the West Coast that they want.
Yeah, look at Texas A&M.
And they punch themselves in the face 3 out of 4 times.
Yeah.
You know? And they had this run where everybody thought like Matt Leinart and John David Booty, and then it just slowly turned into bozos. Until what's his name? The guy the Jets ruined. He was pretty good. Sam Darnold, thank you.
But Seahawks legend.
Utes beat him like his first start. Speaking of freshmen, to bring this home.
Yeah.
I don't think he was a freshman, but it was his first start against a tough defense, and they took an L.
Yeah.
All right. Top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com coming up next. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You patiently waited and waited and waited. And now it's here. It's college football season as the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies get ready for the upcoming season. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the teams you can't live without than the KSL Sports Zone. With daily updates from camps and interviews with all the coaches and players, your home for the best coverage of college football is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time. I keep the ends out.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Christian, how far was where you went? You went to Lava Hot Springs?
Yeah.
How long of a drive was that this weekend?
It's about 2 hours from my house. I live in Layton.
Oh, you went there this weekend?
Yeah.
Utah is so.
Did you guys ride the river?
Oh yeah,
That's great.
we love it.
Yeah.
Utah is so cool. I was telling Christian I've never done the Lava Hot Springs thing, but 2-hour little jaunt.
It's in Idaho, technically, right?
It is. It's about an hour in Idaho. Yeah.
But okay, I suppose.
from where we
meaning
are.
the Mountain West, or where we are, this area, like that's so cool. It's just 2 hours away, and Christian was telling us about the good times, and it's like, little drive, and you're in a amazing place.
It's a real taste of a type of freedom that I don't know we have as much anymore. Meaning, you just get on the back of a truck with no seatbelts of any kind, and you just ride up.
Literally, there's a trailer with chairs on it.
Just throw
and
your
the trailer
tube in.
holds your tube, and they drive you back up to the top.
Take
It's
your
awesome.
Little kids, it is good though. It's really good, and they just run all day. Yeah.
Have you ever been to Kansas?
I've driven through.
You can drive hours
And not
in
get anywhere.
any direction and not encounter not only anything interesting, but anything at all.
Yep.
I love where we live. It's great. and glad Christian had a good time. I now have some further questions about his bizarre personal life, but I'll keep that off the air. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Big news over the weekend coming out of Logan. Utah State has suspended Ike Larson.
Haven't explained what happened yet, right? We have not seen the official report, but it's 6 weeks from the day he was suspended, so that was last week. It seems like, if I did my math correctly, he should miss probably the first 3 games for sure and would come back late in the week before week 4, if I did my math correct.
Violation of team rules, by the way, whatever that means.
Yeah. One thing with Bronco Mendenhall is he is a disciplined person. Not, handing out discipline, but his teams get better almost immediately because he comes in and he really tightens things up. Yep. And, even in Kalani's early years at BYU, he kind of learned the lesson that if you don't, keep some discipline off the field, and in Kalani's case, it was like a messy locker room. You remember that whole thing or whatever, but it was kind of a reflection of where the program was at that particular moment. And Bronco's a big believer in spirit, honor, tradition, those sorts of things. Ben, you remember that?
I do.
Remember that whole thing? But yeah, it's why his teams are good, is because they play hard and they play as teams and they have discipline. I mean, that was his whole career at BYU. And Ike Larson is probably the best player on Utah State's team.
Absolutely.
We'd have to ask Scotty if that's still true. But you're going to be held to a standard.
Over the weekend, they also did their jersey number ceremony at Utah State, where you earn your jersey number, which is a Bronco thing. It's not exclusively a Bronco thing, but Bronco really does like this to be a part of it, that you have to come in, you have to represent yourself well, you have to represent the team well, you have to buy in. And if you do that, you will earn your number. But until then, you are nameless and somewhat faceless because you don't have your number yet. And it's an idea of getting everybody to buy in. But did see, I believe, Ike Larson in that photo. So he'll be around.
Does that mean we can assume that the players with lame numbers are dogging it in camp?
Yep. Sorry, 49.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the
You got 41? Cool, Dirk.
43? I don't know. The 40s are uninspiring.
43 is maybe not the worst number, but yeah, some tough ones. 38, cool. Good job on 38.
What would be?
You're the last guy to get his number this year?
Most of the teens is okay, right? Single digits sends a different message.
Single digits, great. Some bad 20s. 30s are strong in general, other than like 38. It's not a good one. 50s, you're killing it. You're doing a great job. 80s, you're on fire.
I guess it depends on your position, too.
Yeah, of course.
Like if you're rocking 82 as a quarterback, it's probably not going well.
Yeah. Walk on.
Walk on guy.
Yeah.
Here you go.
We had this. Coach, this is last year's jersey. Yeah. Correct.
What happens?
The ceremony.
What happens when your punter has a cool number?
Yeah. Kicking the heck out of that ball.
Like you're really prioritizing, like, hey, get the punter something cool.
3. Yeah. 5, because he always pins it inside the 5. That's how you earn that number, pal. But yeah, otherwise you're 19.
It's kind of the numbers then are kind of a scouting report in and up itself, right?
See the running back? It's a 6. He's good. The other running back, 22.
But if you were good, would you pick a bad number to be
deceiving?
Yeah.
The Ace Bailey approach.
67, you must not be very good. And then all of a sudden that running back is running you over. Yeah.
Ace Bailey taking 19 is bizarre. Bad sign.
That's not a bad sign.
It's a bad sign, but he's got to overcome it. So he's already setting himself
up
for some adversity.
Like he should be like LeBron and take number 23?
8. Yeah, 1. 5. Yes, have so many numbers retired. It's absurd, but
I'm fine with it. 19? I'm fine with it.
Carve out an
Go make it happen.
Raja Bell erasure. That's fine with me. So anyways.
Oh, yeah, Raja. That didn't end well. A lot of drama there.
Yeah.
That's too bad. He had a lot of personality.
Raja was cool.
He would have been a fun player to bring on back,
He
after
should
he
be-
retired or whatever.
We'll talk about this before the end of the show. The Jazz do not have a lot of great ambassadors. Most of their ambassadors are either Karl Malone hiding in the shadows, or generally when they get brought up, it's for controversies like John Stockton anymore, or like Pete Maravich is dead, has been dead for a long time, and also went off the rails before he died. So it's too bad the Jazz don't have more naturally good ambassadors. Why Boozer is such a valuable asset, and why D. Will's willingness to be around. But Raja would have been awesome, because Raja is really smart and funny, and was in a non-great Jazz period doing good things.
I think they've been trying to do more on that front, though, over the past few years, honestly, if you want to talk about
Quincy Lewis's whole job.
Well, even before that, Daryl Griffith came back, Donovan Mitchell's rookie year, I think, and he jumped in studio with us and stuff like that, and he was great.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Chris Morris was around. I interviewed some of these random. I think they're making an effort to bring people back and make them feel comfortable. The problem is they're not legends per se.
Right.
CJ Miles is coming back, and he's done the TV stuff, and he's always been a really great personality. That was always kind of his long suit.
But he was ancillary.
He was, Thurl is a legit legend.
Thurl's
because,
a legend,
Thurl's college, obviously, and then what he did with the Jazz, when he did it with the Jazz. I mean, Thurl is as good as you can get.
Mark Eaton was too.
Mark Eaton was great. Yeah. But, Carl's Carl.
Yeah.
And John's life pivot has been
bizarre.
Yeah. And I know, we're going to get into that coming up. All right. Anyway, we got sidetracked. Apologies.
Number 2.
Next.
Number 2, just let everybody in at this point.
Big Ten wants to expand the college football playoff to 24 teams. I've got an idea. Hear me out. 130 teams, 12-game schedule, not single elimination, but the people at the end of the season with the best record get to compete for a championship. How does that sound? Separate them all out into conferences instead of having just a playoff, and the best player from those the best teams from those conferences advance. 4, 5, 6 teams. What? 24 teams?
Listen,
just do the 64. Just do the NCAA basketball.
It's
how many weeks of college football playoffs are we going to play here? It's the whole season now.
It's never going to happen. But let's ask ourselves, why is this proposal coming out this way? And it's a negotiation.
Yeah.
And specifically, it's a negotiation between Fox and ABC, or the Mouse, as we like to call it here. Who's going to have control of this playoff? Because the Big Ten and the SEC have to sign off on whatever. Mm-hmm. And I know your favorite book is The Art of the Deal. And in that text, we learned that you opened with something crazy.
Outrageous.
Because
sounds like it's your favorite book.
You've got to flex.
His pages are really dog-eared. He's really torn through this.
But you get my point.
Yeah.
This is the Big Ten saying, we're going to propose something crazy. And if you want us to come back down to earth, then you're going to have to settle on some stuff that we want to settle. Because at least now there are 2 conferences that really can't get along. Like, the Big Ten can't just do their own thing. That kills the golden goose.
It does.
Nobody's going to care. So it's always been a challenge with these, universities that are pushing everybody else out, is how do you keep the legitimacy of college football by pushing all these other leagues down basically to lower levels? And it's always been the trick, but it exists. They can't push the other out. And honestly, they can't push the Big 12 out either.
No.
And the ACC is currently constituted. They can't push them out either. There's just too much value there to push it out. So it's the sweet spot. And this is just a negotiation. The Big Ten is looking for some sort of,
any type of leverage
Right.
They have a ton of leverage already.
Right. But that's all this is about. This is about who's going to be calling the shots as to what and why. And maybe it's automatic berths. Maybe it's revenue share. Maybe it's whatever, but it's all just a negotiation.
The stupid thing is this is, one wave in an ocean. This is just, the next one's going to come, and the next one's going to, it's just, This is the next cat in the wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
It's been that
because
way
you're going to do it
forever.
for a year or 2 years. We're going to do this 12-team format for the second year, and they're trying to change it already, right? And
Benton.
the 4 was supposed to fix the 12 was supposed to fix the 4, and the 4 was supposed to fix the 2, and then the 16 will fix the 12, and the 24 will fix the 16.
They've been stuffing cats into the wall since BYU beat Michigan in the Holiday Bowl in 1984.
Mm-hmm.
Or was that game technically in 1985? But, I mean, we can go back to the Alliance and then the BCS. And then, it's been nothing but, meowing cats.
And it's noisy.
It's extremely noisy. The hot takes you have, sports, hanging around with your friends. I wish they'd just go back to the old bowl system, not the BCS, not the Alliance. If you won the Big Ten, you went to the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
Let's go back to that. But it will obviously never happen.
Next.
Number 3, Mark Harlan opened up about how Utah is navigating revenue sharing.
Good article from Steve Bartle at KSLSports.com. Go read it. I thought what was interesting is talking about signing players to multi-year deals to help eliminate poaching. He says they don't have a lot of players on this because we certainly have some athletes on multi-year deals. Like coaches, there could be some punishment depending on the way the contract's written in terms of, just like if any coach were to up and leave.
Yeah, I don't know how enforceable that stuff is. This is the situation college sports is incredibly awkward. I think stability for athletes, like not bouncing around all the time, and some commitment from the university that they're not going to be cut, I think is a good thing. So, in concept, I suppose I'm in favor of multi-year contracts. But now we're talking about contracts and college athletes, and what is that all about?
Yeah.
I still don't think university. Well, with the settlement, who knows exactly how this is going to exist going forward? But awkward. But I guess if getting a multi-year commitment from the university and a multi-year commitment from the players, so they can have some stability in life, I suppose that's a positive thing. I don't know. Are you seeing the downside?
No, I've always liked the idea of players getting money. And having stability and leaving college. We were talking about Loa Lotulelei the other day, and, he goes to the NFL and goes to the Broncos and gives back his signing bonus because he decides to retire. You didn't have to do something awkward like that. What would Lowell have made? And, he's Keanu Tanuvasa. Is he making 7 figures if he had stayed at Utah for a couple of years? And then, if he doesn't want to play football anymore later in his life, good for him. He wants to start on whatever his trade was that he went to school for. I certainly support that concept. It's certainly not as Pollyanna as that. It's not as clean as that. It's goofier and stranger and dirtier, and we've certainly seen all of that. The part of this that I like from Mark Harlan that I think is interesting and what everyone fears anytime you have a big governing body that is a little bit unchecked. He says, there's a new entity outside of the NCAA that will be enforcing this. They've hired pretty big-time staff. They have subpoena powers, and if the cases get really serious, they can render punishments. Now, until we see someone get punishment, I think all of us will be hoping that people are doing the right thing, which is, this body might just be a bunch of people sitting around collecting checks. Just not a bad gig.
That's just a mess. I honestly, I don't care about the money side of it anymore. I talked about it forever, whatever. Right. You make your bed. But I still do value the opportunity, the well-being of young people.
I agree.
Still value that. And I don't think, even though large sums of money are changing hands and they have a little cash in their pocket walking around, I don't think that the latest evolution of college sports has been good for young people. Far more people go into the transfer portal because they get cut, and then they have to go find somewhere else to go to school and start their life all over again, as opposed to everybody sees the transfer portal with the Alabama recruit who ends up at Texas A&M. Or it's the Boise State recruit that ends up at Ohio State.
The original multi-year contract was a 4-year scholarship. Right? You went in knowing you were getting your education. As long as you stayed at that school, you were going to keep that scholarship for the most part. There are changes and coaches kick kids off of schools. We've seen that happen, but it wasn't certainly happening at the level it is now.
No, do you think Bronco added 83 players at Utah State? Isn't that in the number, Christian? 83? Does that sound right?
86, 87, something.
Yeah. That means he cut like 90 other guys.
Yeah, everybody.
You know what I mean? Now you can.
Well, do you remember? I mean, we've talked about it. Urban cutting guys when he got to Utah and how dramatic it was. And we were like, it was a third of the team.
Right.
Yeah. A third, you'd have the most continuity in all of college football this year.
We're way beyond that now.
Yeah.
Because now there is money involved, and that comes with a certain amount of accountability. Yeah. And I don't think that has been overwhelmingly good for young people.
And you know what? It's easy to say at 40, oh, yeah, man, the more money you'd have, the better. Clearly, that's not the case, especially with young people. If that was the case, every young celebrity would have had a very flawless transition into being an adult. And Johnny Bonaducci did not do very well.
You mean there's some value in living on crate furniture and eating top ramen and figuring out how you're going to make it in this world? You think there's actually
some lessons to be learned.
Some adjustment there that is beneficial to a lot of people in life? You don't say. I mean, like, for example, Christian, I've sat in that seat many moons ago where I was a producer, young, trying to take advantage of every opportunity and do all this stuff. And I'm guessing Christian's not going home to beluga caviar.
Even when he brings in good food, we throw it away to make sure he's eating ramen.
And I learned so much.
Teach him a lesson. Put some hair on his chest.
I learned so much from that period of my life.
Of course. Doesn't mean it's fun.
From that. No, but screw
Christian's
that.
not having any fun.
Life's not fun.
We make sure of it.
You know what I mean? Life's not fun.
Take that, kids.
You learn a lot of stuff from that. And hey, far be it from me to criticize somebody for taking advantage of an opportunity.
Right.
But
and I would have too. If someone had put $1 million in front of me at 19, tell me what I have to do.
It is not going to lead to well-adjusted parents or young people.
I agree.
I can't imagine how crazy parents are now when there's millions of dollars on the line. Not just a college scholarship, but millions of dollars. I'm sure it's absolutely unhinged.
Yep. No question.
All right, stay tuned.
Speaking of unhinged.
Oh, we'll get to that. Coming up next, Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here and Ben for our friends at Peach Doors and Windows. Ben, we are entering the time of year in Utah that I love the most, the fall. It is gorgeous, and you'd be surprised how many ways there are to bring the outside in. This beautiful place that we live, you can make it a part of your home with the right touch from Peach Doors and Windows.
You want to see the climate, you don't always want to feel it. I'm with you. The mountains right now are about as pretty as they get, and it's going to be that way for the next 60 days, 70 days. It's as good as it gets anywhere in the world, but it's going to be 100 degrees tomorrow again. And a month from now, it might be 55 degrees, and you don't want to feel all of those when you're inside taking in our beautiful views. And you can make sure you have the most energy-efficient windows and doors with Peach Doors and Windows.
You can check out all of their 5-star reviews on Google because they have a bunch of them. You can go to peachbuildingproducts.com. Give them a call. They do free in-home estimates, 801-566-1255. Or you can stop by the showroom, 2940 South, 300 West in Salt Lake City. It's Peach Doors and Windows.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
So Jeep, it says here you know other languages.
Beep, 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 beep. beep, beep, beep.
What was that?
Oh, it means yes.
In binary?
No, in Morse code.
That's not a language.
Might as well be. Look, I've even got it next to my brake pedals. Rocks, rivers, snow, sand, or in Morse code, boop, 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 boop.
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair, like so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Jared's here for the funnel cakes. Maria's here for the music. And Mike wants to take a spin in a monster truck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Get ready for a scary good time at the Monsters Are Real Monster Truck Show September 14th at the Utah State Fair. It's guaranteed to be an adrenaline-fueled beast of a show. Monsters Are Real September 14th, only at the Utah State Fair.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Who's got it better than us? Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
I walk the streets of Japan till I get lost, 'cause it doesn't remind me of anything. With a graveyard tan and carrying a cross.
Yeah, I do think it's softer. You have guys that can take 20 days off, what they call load management. Coming home, I'm going to take a few weeks of work off, well, who's going to feed us then? You know what I'm saying? These guys do it, and they're supposed to be examples and the league allows it. I mean, so load management, things like that, the salaries are off the charts. The style of play is, these kids are talented, man. They can make shots, and because they make shots, everybody thinks they should be taking them.
That's the great John Stockton. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tell me where he's wrong.
Here's the thing. You can't really argue with John. John is a true Iron Man of the NBA. He played 19 seasons. In 16 of them, he played 82 games. Plus, because they went to the playoffs every year, he was in the NBA. I actually don't think John's wrong. I think guys can play more. I think guys should play more. I don't think the product is hurt by guys playing more. Look at the number of injuries we're seeing in the playoffs right now. I don't think necessarily load management is preventing guys from getting hurt. Jason Tatum's out all season. Damian Lillard's out all season. Tyrese Halliburton's are out all season. And those guys don't play 82 games a year. And there are guys like Mikal Bridges who are still out there playing every game, every season, and aren't racking up injuries and still making huge plays in the playoffs. In fact, Mikal Bridges was on the floor when Jason Tatum tore his Achilles. So I don't think John in this take is wrong. I think guys can play more. The league has let it go too far. I don't know how to enforce it necessarily. Certainly it's a CBA issue, but it continues to be a narrative about the league, which is not beneficial.
No, but they can't do anything about it. They really, the relationship between franchise and player when it comes to health is the most delicate thing that nobody talks about. And you cannot call out a player for faking an injury. And if you do, you lose that player. See Kawhi Leonard.
Yep.
And Kawhi Leonard is the ultimate example of all of this stuff because he was basically, I mean, this load management started with the Spurs, and it started with the Spurs and Tim Duncan and Tony Parker. And then all of a sudden, Kawhi Leonard kind of has his turn and sits out for a decade for a quad injury. Tony, who was it who called him out? Somebody said Tony Parker had the same injury and he's been back for 2 months.
Yeah.
And then the coach Pop piled on, and then the relationship between the Spurs and Kawhi Leonard was over. I mean, you have to, when Donovan Mitchell basically got the Jazz training staff fired because the Jazz told him not to play in the first playoff game against Memphis. Does that sound right?
Yep, it is.
That was a bad sign.
It was.
It's a really delicate relationship. So there's no way to enforce it. There's just not. And teams, if they think it gives them an advantage, and we could argue whether or not it does, they're going to do it if they think it. And there's nothing at all you can do about it. The wisest thing John said right there, though, which nobody's talking about, is the shot thing. Where I am sure he's looking at it and being like, are you serious, dude? Did you just take that? Are you serious? Like, the stones on you to have the gall to take those shots.
Style of play is, these kids are talented. Man, they can make shots. And because they make shots, everybody thinks they should be taking them.
Yeah, I mean, that is 1,000% true. Can you imagine?
I disagree. And John is the biggest example of a person who should have taken more shots in his career. John was so unselfish. John absolutely should have averaged 20 points a game several years in his career. And the Jazz would have been way better for it.
Good shots is his point. I don't know. We can talk about whether or not John should have taken more shots.
John should have taken 8 more shots a year, even if 3 of them were bad. 8 more shots a game.
See, I don't know if I'm going there either. I really don't. Do you want John taking more shots, or do you want Carl taking more shots?
Carl maxed out.
You want Carl taking more shots.
Well, Carl was taking 20. John's not taking shots from Carl by shooting more. John's taking shots from Blue Edwards and Adam Keefe, and that's fine. Yeah, John should absolutely be taking all of those shots.
But what the shot selection, Carmelo Anthony is my favorite example of this because he would make them once in a while, and they were just the most egregious shots in the playoffs at bad times and you've ever seen in your entire life. And just because they happen to go in once in a while does not mean that you should be taking the shot. He's right about that.
He is right about that, but John is a bad example of guys who think you need to be more judicious about shots. He was too bad about it. And I would also note, get ready to learn Ace Bailey, buddy, because you are going to see some of the craziest shots you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, well, because they're empowered to do it. And they're empowered to do it at a young age. And that's continued all the way through the NBA. It also is how a lot of players don't make it in the league.
Of course. No, I don't think John's wrong. This podcast he's on, this guy's a conspiracy theorist, and John has certainly delved into, voodoo science and quasi-science and anti-science in his takes in recent years. And it's not to criticize whoever feels that way about, COVID and how it was handled necessarily, but, John has taken a very interesting turn of wanting to be in front of the microphone as much as possible when he spent an entire career not wanting to be on it.
Yeah, it is bizarre. I think that celebrities, athletes, and I know we're way over, Christian. I think they like the attention more than they admit.
Of course.
And then when they're, we've seen players adjust to retirement. I think they miss attention more than they thought they would. And I would never have predicted that from John Stockton. I've only interviewed him a couple of times in my entire career. He's only come back to the Jazz a couple of times, over the last whatever. He was notoriously told little kids to get out of his face when they're just asking for an autograph. Ask Lloyd about that. He's got a story. He's one of thousands of kids that have a story. Notoriously didn't want to talk to me, didn't do commercials, didn't do any of that stuff because he didn't, I don't know, he was above it all or something. And then you retire and you move back to Spokane, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, nobody cares about me anymore.
Yeah, John's whole thing at the beginning of this
interview. It's wild.
Because I wrote it up. You can go read it at KSLSports.com. John says, I don't have time to watch basketball anymore so much because I've got kids and I've got grandkids and I'd rather watch their games than professional games, which is absolutely legitimate and the right answer. And he still has a lot of time to jump on microphones and get on this podcast and do whatever.
Look at me.
Got plenty of time.
Look at me. You haven't been looking for a while, so I got to say some stuff.
Yeah.
Buckle up.
Yep.
Stay tuned. More Jake and Penn, more stuff coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey everyone, Jake here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. School is starting again, signaling a close to summer. Hope everybody out there had a great summer, maybe mixed in a vacation, certainly did some family time. Have you ever thought what you want your retirement to look like? Maybe you want it to be a golden age vacation, travel, spend that family time. Maybe it's play a lot of golf. Maybe it's buy a boat. Whatever that goal is for that lifestyle when you retire, you can get there, and Trajan wants to be a team of experienced folks that are on your side to help you do just that. So give them a call, 801-899-7600. Sit down with them. They'll help you establish those goals. They'll show you exactly what you got to do to get there, 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Next big holiday, it's right around the corner, and it's Labor Day. It's a time to kick back and relax and recover from all of the spectacular things you did during the summertime. And, of course, the effort of getting the kids back to school. It's time to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, don't you think? Hotel Park City or downtown Salt Lake City. Wrap up the summer, kick off the fall with your reservations at either location, where you are going to get a wonderful meal served in such an incredible way at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And whichever entree you choose, whether it's one of their famous steaks or seafood, poultry, maybe it's something special on the menu, it will be cooked to perfection, exactly the way you like it, and served on a 500-degree sizzling plate. Side dishes to die for. The desserts, oh, you've got to save room. It's time to make your reservations. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece The estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Any Hour Services can help you make sure your air conditioner keeps you cool this summer. Whether you need a tune-up, a repair, or just want a second opinion about replacing it, call Any Hour Services for help with your air conditioner today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Join JJ and Alex coming up on Wednesday at RGS Exteriors from 3 to 6, 4235 Farm Road in West Jordan, RGS Exteriors. Ben, did you watch any preseason football? We know Christian was glued to it, and his Donks came out on top of the Cardinals.
Are you talking about my Bears?
I'm talking about your guy.
Talking about my Bears looking great?
Your guy Fingernails.
Well, he was 6 of 10. You know, good first drive. I think bad second drive. And but what did they put up? 30-plus points.
On the Bills.
Everyone's excited about the new offense, the new offensive coordinator.
Still the Bears.
Can't have nice things. It's the Bears. Yeah, of course they can't have nice things.
Still the Bears.
Not really a Bears fan, but yeah, I'm excited to see how old Fingernails does in year 2. And yeah, if having the right coordinator around him actually puts you in a situation to win games.
And then everybody's loving them some Jackson Dart.
I actually am a little more. I believe in Jackson Dart and the Giants because the Giants, despite recent years of absolute abject failure, have some history of being one of the better franchises in the NFL and a fan base that can uphold it.
Kind of. They accidentally won a couple of Super Bowls, I guess, with Eli Manning.
But they were always relevant. You know, the Giants were relevant when we were younger, too.
There's a lot of suck in there.
There is. But you know what? They have the nice thing. They have the automatic boost, which is they're not the Jets. There is always something about knowing you're not the worst in the state that pushes you up.
Okay, I guess.
There is,
like by comparison?
By proxy, you're just always a little bit better than somebody else. And it's like if you're the brother, there's a family with 2 siblings, which both you and I are in, and both of our brothers are fine. But like if you have like what was Joe Biden's son who passed away?
Oh, Bo.
Bo. Like Bo was always okay, right? Because poor Hunter was always struggling. So okay. Bo was always getting the boost. Call it the Bo boost. The Jets or the Giants are the Bo. Or
that's such
you know
a
what?
Funny comparison.
You know,
that's such a funny comparison.
Let me do one that's maybe less politically charged. Chet Hanks, Tom Hanks' screw-up son who thinks he's Jamaican. And who's his other son that's the actor? Who's like only an okay son. Tom Hanks' actor son, Colin. Whatever. Colin Hanks is fine. I like the movie Orange County. He's not like a superstar, but he's not Chet.
Okay.
So as long as you're not Chet or Hunter, you're fine. Now, Bo, rest his soul. Colin's alive. So Colin always gets the boost by not being Chet. The Giants get the boost by not being the Jets.
So what you're saying is if I want to look better, I should encourage my brother to rob liquor stores or something?
Yeah, send him off the rails because it lowers the bar for you.
Yeah, yeah.
So the Giants are always fine.
Because the Jets are Hunter Biden. Okay. I guess I get what you're saying. But,
go to the media and ask that question.
But back to the point, I am rooting for Jackson Dart. And you know what I would do if I were Brian Daboll? I would sit Jackson down, and I would sit Rusty Wilson down too, and I would say, "Don't listen to a word this man says."
Yeah, for your sake.
For your sake, we brought him in here to tell you, or to be an example of what not to do. Don't ever think you better than you are, like Rusty Wilson here. Yeah. Don't ever think it's all about you, because it's not. Anyway.
But Jackson's cooking. You're right. He's playing well.
But I don't know if I'd sit him down with Jameis Winston and say that's it either.
Still waiting to figure out what's going to happen.
Jameis is funny at least.
But don't be him.
And then Zach Wilson played well for the Dolphins.
But so did Quinn Ewers. He came back and had a much better game too after his 4 of 16 performance.
I am also rooting for Zach Wilson because I think the Jets ruined him. I'm not prepared to say that he's not going to make it in the NFL yet. Now, maybe that's how it turns out, but he didn't get a fair shot. He didn't with the Jets to start his career. And I knew it was going to go that way because it always goes that way. I mean, no, Hard Knocks doesn't throw anybody under the bus except for Zach Wilson.
I guess the question is, what is, you said you've not given up on him. What does that mean? Do you think does he have to be a starter? Is Jameis Winston had a good NFL career? Really good.
Yeah.
Is it number 1 overall pick good? Was he number 1?
Ty Detmer was in the league. Ty Detmer was in the league for 15 years. Now, or something like that.
A long time, yeah.
Yeah, for a long time. That's what I mean by making it. Having an extended NFL career. Josh Rosen didn't make it.
Yeah, you're right. Josh Rosen truly washed out of the league.
I would even say somebody like John Beck made it to a certain extent. He was a backup for several years, got a chance to start, and that was pretty much it, right? Maybe John Beck, I don't know. I wouldn't throw Max Hall into the made it category.
John Beck, I think, would tell you he didn't.
Yeah. He had 2 stops, though. Anyway, all right. Well, we're getting into the weeds.
Well, it's like Tyler Huntley. Has Tyler Huntley made it?
Yes.
That's where I was going to go. I think Tyler Huntley has made it. He's
Yes.
certainly not going to make this Browns roster. Shefty just tweeted out that they are going to name Flacco the starter, so they're probably only keeping one of Dylan Gabriel or Shador, and then one will probably go to the practice squad. I thought, and Dylan Gabriel played pretty well over the weekend. Shador's hurt and didn't play.
I don't know. It'd be interesting to where you put the bar. I mean, you put it got the pension. Brandon Doman got the pension and played for the Niners, but did he make it?
The pension's later in your life, you'll say, yeah, I made it. I got the pension.
Sure, and he played in the NFL. Yeah, right. That's why this is entirely subjective. But I'm not ready to Josh Rosen, Zach Wilson just yet.
Sure.
And actually, Miami, I think, is a decent fit. And if he can end up the backup there, he's going to play. Because Tua, I don't think, is going to make it through an entire season.
Never has.
And his competition for backup is Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, who played well, but he can beat out Quinn Ewers.
And put him on the practice squad.
Yeah,
you can always keep the third quarterback on the practice squad. You should be the guy who, again, coming in the second half of a game, you're probably trusting Zach Wilson to keep you afloat more so than you are whoever the young player is.
So I thought, it was interesting for local quarterbacks over the weekend playing well. I didn't see, did Jordan Love play?
He's out.
He's hurt.
With that finger, right? Yeah.
Thumb surgery.
That's right. So he's not playing at all. Man, I'm cheering for him too. I'm cheering for all these guys. I think it's cool. This community punches above its weight when it comes to quarterbacks.
Yeah, per capita, we've got we're not Hawaii, but
or
we've
whether
got
it's
a pretty good.
And whether it's high school here or college. I mean,
yeah.
Because Jackson Dart didn't play college here, but he played high school here.
Yeah.
Anyway, so interesting stuff to keep an eye on.
And it's crazy. We've got a college football game this weekend.
Week 0.
Week 0 games, 10 o'clock. I mean, this is it. College football week is here. I think that probably means we have to do the Big 12 Power Poll tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely.
I think we do. Christian, do we have to? Do we need to do a preseason? Because we're already going to have true data next week.
No.
We're going to have real data to work with. And you get the
We
Big
might
12
need to
Power
call.
Poll night tomorrow.
We might need to call a meeting with Lloyd.
No.
I think we got to do it tonight.
No,
I think I'm going to have
we
to put
don't.
it together. Boy, do you think you can get the band together to write a song for the Big 12 Power Poll?
Not in that short order, no.
Are you sure?
I think it's going to take at least a couple of weeks.
I think. Well, okay, maybe we'll just roll it out tomorrow. Dry run, no production.
Like our Bozo of the Week.
Like our Bozo of the Week. We'll just kind of workshop it, and by week 1, week 2, we're going to be in week 3 already. It's a real Bear Bachmeyer, McKay Hillstead situation. We're just trying to figure out what feels right. So tomorrow, Big 12 Power Poll is back.
No.
When are we doing it? 11:30 or 11? Christian, you program the show. What are your thoughts?
11 sounds great.
11 for the Power Poll. Early. Okay. Nice.
I think you're just mad, Jake, that I was so high on Colorado last year, and you made fun of me for it, and I ended up being right.
That's true. You were consistently high on Colorado.
What do you mean you ended up being right?
I was right. They were good.
They were pretty good.
Good enough to take an L against BYU in the bowl game.
Well,
Good enough to justify a $50 tattoo.
I don't know about that.
By the way, here's how the Power Poll wound up last season. Arizona State 1, BYU 2, Iowa State 3, Colorado 4, Kansas State 5, Baylor 6, Texas Tech 7, Kansas 8, TCU 9, West Virginia 10, Cincinnati 11, Houston, Utah, Central Florida, Arizona, Oklahoma State. Arizona, what a dog. What a horrible season for them.
Oklahoma State.
Central Florida, Arizona State, Oklahoma State, 4 wins or fewer. Houston also only 4 wins, but they did beat Utah late, so they were ahead of the Utes.
And we like their coach.
And Utes finished 5-7. Not super impressive. Kansas 5-7. No bowl game, finished middle of the pack. The middle.
Yeah, but Kansas
section of
won
the Big 12
4
is
in a
not so
row
strong.
down the stretch. Kansas was the enigma last year.
Mm-hmm. And beat BYU and beat
Arizona
Kansas
State.
Was it Arizona State?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome.
They beat all the conference contenders like 3 or 4 weeks in a row. Get up off the mat to ruin everybody's day.
So I'm excited. I'm excited to get back to this.
I'm not.
Tomorrow. I can't believe it. Get your votes in early. I'll send out the tweet. I'll send it out for you.
I think I'm going to do a protest not vote this year.
A non-vote would be helpful for the show. Just be Christian and I voting.
That's it.
Okay, we'll have you read the results.
I think I'm going to protest not do that too.
It's the Christian and Ben show.
Yeah, well.
From 11 to 11:30 every Tuesday.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
Do whatever.
Stay tuned. We'll get to more coming up next, including the news out of BYU, or not news, I suppose. The rumor out of BYU about quarterback. We'll talk about it next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Don't miss out on Jazz Youth Camps and Clinics. Brought to you by PB Fit. Camps are for ages 4 to 17 and include various skill level options. Let's go! Whether you're a beginner trying to learn the basics or a seasoned player wanting to fine-tune your skills, there's a camp for you. Learn from Utah Jazz Camp coaching staff and Jazz personalities at select camps in multiple locations. Year-round on weekdays or weekends. Sign up and receive a reversible jersey, Jazz ticket vouchers, and a membership to Utah Jazz Shoot 360. Go to jazzyouth.com and register today.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
I knew I was going to die that day.
Tonight on KSL.
You don't know what a monster looks like until it's too late.
A true crime investigation.
6 to 8 young women disappeared.
That isn't just digging up the past.
Your podcast is definitely helping push this investigation.
Get your first look at the podcast that's moving these cold cases forward.
Justice needs to be given to the voices that he silenced.
Stolen Voices, tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. For some reason, you're talking about doing that silly segment tomorrow.
Can't wait.
I can. Where on earth are you going to rank BYU?
Yeah, I don't know. Preseason.
Guess you'll have to tune in.
Yeah, we had BYU ranked like 15th last year. They finished second.
Listen, I'm asking you for a conceptual discussion, not for you to leak secrets, top secret information. Like, BYU should be top 4, top 5 if they, based on their squad. But a Frosch at quarterback, how far does that knock them down? Does it knock them down? Do you think, we talked about optimistic fans who are thinking that the Bears are going to be just like Cam Rising. What if that's true? But would you bet on that?
The stupid thing about that question, it's not your question, is like, okay, you tell me what made Cam Rising good.
He was a gamer.
Right.
He just made winning plays.
Go watch the first drive of every Utah game that Cam Rising played, and you'd be like, is this dude a D1 quarterback?
Yeah.
He's missing guys on throws that are wide open by 6 yards.
There's a reason even the coaching staff didn't think he was good.
He's throwing at their feet. He's missing them high. He's missing them out of bounds. And you're just like, oh, come on, dude. And then by the fourth quarter, he is the best quarterback in the country, right? You put him at the goal line against USC, 5 yards out, and he's breaking tackles to get to the end zone, and Dalton Kincaid's crying, watching him play. He's pretty amazing.
He was always more Brian Johnson than Alex Smith.
Yeah.
And Brian was probably the, whatever it factor winner or whatever, the best example that I've covered at college athletics. I mean, just willed his team to win even when he couldn't throw the forward pass because his shoulder was so injured. I mean, it's a pretty crazy story. And he always more resembled that than who was going to come out and be the number one pick in the draft. I find comparing an 18-year-old freshman to somebody who was, 3 years out of high school before he started?
Mm-hmm.
That's completely unfair.
Agreed.
Now, if you want to say that he's going to perform like Cam Rising in a sense that he's going to make winning plays, okay. But to expect him to come out and win you ball games as a freshman is unfair, in my opinion. But that's exactly where he's going to be put.
They don't have the luxury to not do that. This is a team that needs to compete for the Big 12 championship this year. That's the bar for BYU. You don't get to lower it because you have a freshman quarterback, because everybody else came back and the donors paid to put this team together to keep this roster.
Yeah,
you don't give Keanu Tanuvasa 7 figures to be on a team to watch a quarterback grow.
But it has lowered the bar. I mean, it just has. I mean, you can say it doesn't, but it does. Your expectation for BYU went, I'm not saying you, I'm the overall you, went down as soon as that story came out. Because you and I both sat here and said there's no way he plays for BYU ever again. And that absolutely was true. And then you're left holding the bag because you didn't recruit an experienced quarterback, because an experienced quarterback wouldn't come to BYU to sit behind Jake Retzlaff. So now you're stuck with players who are inexperienced or freshmen or whatever, and it's not necessarily where you want to be. It absolutely lowers the bar. Well, I used a comparison earlier in the show. If the 04 Ute team had Brian Johnson instead of Alex Smith, there would be a different bar for that team.
Yes.
It's the nature of the position.
Mm-hmm.
So you can say the goal is still conference championship. Well, every coach every year says that. And sure, that's still true. But would you be more surprised if they won it or didn't win it?
BYU won it.
Absolutely.
Of course.
Why is that?
You always take the field.
Because they're starting a freshman.
But also they're starting a freshman. Yeah.
They're starting a freshman. So automatically the bar is lowered, which stinks, sure, but it's true.
Yeah. I wonder, do you radically change your expectations for what BYU's offense can do? Certainly from what Jake Retzlaff was going to do, but compared to maybe if McKay Hillstead was out there, do you think you tone it down because you've talked so much about what freshmen do wrong?
Well,
freshmen come out, they throw interceptions, they make mistakes.
Are you talking to me? Tone it down?
Yeah. Do you expect there to be a less dynamic offense? Do you think this is going to be a more boring offense, or do you think A-Rod should go out there and try and maximize? It's the wrong word. He's going to try and you can maximize it by dumbing it down. You maximize it by simplifying it, but do you not simplify it? Do you keep it as a difficult, wide open offense you can put more into, knowing that you have a guy who's not played that much football in his life? Probably not.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, of course not. He's not even capable.
Yeah, probably not. And again, I know he graduated early. He's not been at BYU this spring. Yeah, here this summer.
I would bet if you talk to missionaries, you go to the missionary training center and learn a new language, and then how long are those programs usually for? Like a couple of months?
It's not that long, but yeah.
Is it not even that long? Like 6 weeks or whatever it is? 6 weeks? And then they drop you in Brazil or, France or, in Hatch's case, Taiwan. Do you think any of those missionaries step off the plane ready to truly communicate with those people?
Yeah, right.
Absolutely not.
No. You're thrown to the wolves.
You have no idea. Maybe you're good at it. Maybe you're not. I'm sure if we talk to missionaries, there were some that picked up the language really quick. There are some that did not. You're just put into that situation. Mm-hmm. That's the bear.
Yeah.
You can practice him. You can hand him the playbook. You can do all that.
Well,
and he gets dropped into Brazil, and he knows how to ask where the bathroom is. But you know what I mean?
He can find the library.
Exactly. But can he truly communicate?
Yeah. Oh, it's the great Ronnie Mack story. Coach, he didn't run it the right way. Or the defense played it differently than we done in practice. It's like, yeah, they're going to do things differently than every player on BYU has done so far. So you're going to see that for the first time. Portland State, you're going to bulldoze them. Stanford's just going to be a much bigger test than we probably should have been otherwise.
So, I mean, I'm expecting a bunch of mistakes. And A-Rod absolutely can do 30% of what he probably wants to do.
Yeah. And then by the end of the season, maybe it's 60%.
But you can't open it up, if we want to use a cliche, and allow him to make complicated decisions. That's one thing Cam Rising was really good at, was making complicated decisions. He was good at that.
Yeah.
Even if it meant him putting his body in harm's way, he was going to give himself ample time to make the correct decision. I don't expect that from the Bear. Again, we were joking. He's in camp probably throwing interceptions to defensive ends because he's never done it.
You get Portland State, Stanford, a bye week. You get a weird early bye week for BYU this year. They don't play the weekend of September 13th. Then they get East Carolina. So he will have essentially a month of football before they take on Colorado to open Big 12 play. If you were going to have a layout for what's an ideal situation for Bear Bachmeier to be in, this might be it. This might be as good a spot to put a true freshman in a not disaster. That's overstating it.
Good for him?
Good for him, right? He steps in against Portland State, easy win. Stanford, a good program, ACC, but not like a great team by any means. Like it's a real program. He also should have a little bit of familiarity with it, so maybe he's comfortable there. East Carolina, it's on the road. That's tough. Again, that's coming after a bye, but that's his first road game. You get a week to prepare. All of that before you play your first game that quote-unquote matters in conference play. If there was a good situation to put a true freshman in, that might be it, especially with a loaded roster around him. It's not ideal.
Scotty's in the other room. He went on his mission in North Carolina. Do you think it required a language adjustment getting dropped into the middle of Raleigh?
Well, if I remember correctly,
do you think he had to figure out, I don't know what any of these people are saying?
I don't think Scotty entered the MTC thinking he was going to North Carolina. I thought he was going to Brazil? Sao Paulo?
Oh, you ended up way better. No, but I could see Scotty, what are they, tracting in Winston-Salem, and somebody, some farm boy somewhere is trying to communicate with Scotty, and Scotty's like, I got 33% of that.
Yeah.
There was a y'all in there. I think I got that.
I can't imagine. I really admire that. Hatch go to Taiwan.
I can't imagine.
It's awesome. Yeah,
oh,
I
man.
really admire that.
I can't imagine.
Yeah. But yeah, to the point. Yeah, Bear Bachmeier's going to come in and it's a foreign language.
We'll see how it goes.
Absolutely is.
Yeah.
And Portland State, at least, is that. Portland State's the MTC in this situation.
No, BYU keeps saying steamroll. They're going to struggle against Portland State. I'd bet on it.
I don't think you're going to have a perfect offensive performance against Portland State. Agreed.
And we've seen plenty of clunky performances against FCS teams in the past. That's not unusual per se.
Stanford getting rid of Troy Taylor, though, was the right move. That guy.
He seemed to have some issues.
He didn't know up from down.
He had some administrative problems.
Yeah, and he's suing lots of people now, which is always a good sign. He's got several lawsuits pending.
Well, it's because his career's over. He's got nothing to lose.
Probably over. So he's trying to sue ESPN. He's trying to sue all these different people. And maybe it wasn't as bad as people had said. Regardless, he was not a good football coach.
No, he didn't win a whole lot of games.
He was okay at the lower levels. He was not good at this level. He never had Stanford doing anything important.
You know what the problem with Stanford is, honestly, and this is you can say it's a good thing about BYU, because I kind of wonder. Stanford grads are zillionaires, right? There's tons of money for Stanford, but why don't they invest and have a better football team? Because they don't care about sports.
Yeah, it's funny because Stanford, the money Stanford has in the school, it's in the billions of billions. They have so much money sitting in the coffer.
But their students going there now don't care about sports, let alone their alumni care about sports. BYU has a lucrative alumni base, and they love sports. You know what I mean? Like, Stanford should be mopping the floor with everybody in the NIL world, right? Now you have the degree that everybody wants, and you've got a bunch of dough. And I think it's because their alumni don't care. BYU's alumni, Ben, you and I have been interacting with BYU fans and their passion for a very long time. Well, that's nice in the NIL world when you have passionate alumni that have a lot of dough. You talk about Tanavasa.
Mm-hmm.
You can lure players now. You can get those guys. And I wonder why Stanford doesn't play that to their advantage. And that's the conclusion I've come to. They just don't care.
I'd be lying if I pretended to know how exactly endowments work. That was not a big part of the conversation when I was attending the Salt Lake Community College. But Stanford has $37 billion in their endowment. If they wanted to flip the switch, they would be Thanos and they could turn Stanford into world beaters as a football program, right? If they just wanted to outspend everybody, which is amazing. It's a little bit of what BYU has done in their athletics. They just put in the final infinity stone and all of a sudden they were getting AJ DePonsa. They were able to go out there and recruit all these players.
That's the beauty of it, though. It's not BYU's money.
Yeah, that's the best part.
It wouldn't be Stanford's money.
Right.
It's their, I would be interested to see what the average salary for a Stanford graduate is year one.
Well, who cares? It could be Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Zuckerberg by himself could build the greatest college football team of all time.
Isn't he a Harvard guy? Is he a Stanford guy?
I thought it was Stanford. Maybe it's Harvard.
What about that stupid movie?
Yeah, you're probably right. It is Harvard. Well, okay, then whatever other Stanford dweeb out there that started a tech company that's worth $1 trillion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. One of those guys, you would think, is this Texas?
They don't care.
Texas Tech dude.
Why would they're pumping money into the library or something? Not the football team.
Tiger Woods is a Stanford grad.
Dweeb. He doesn't care about sports.
I doubt he cares about Stanford.
Probably not about. He probably doesn't want to be on the hook for Stanford football.
Elon Musk went to Stanford, but he didn't graduate.
Larry Page. Oh, Larry Page and Peter Thiel. Yeah. Peter Thiel. Yeah, those guys are a trillionaire. Larry Page started Google.
They don't care about football. Exactly. Exactly my point. Ryan Smith cares about sports.
Peter Thiel should be sports washing, right? And isn't he a great candidate for sports washing right now? He's the guy.
I have no idea.
Yeah, he should be. He started PayPal.
That's nice.
Yeah. But he should absolutely be funding this team.
All those guys you just talked about. No, but is it sports washing? That's the problem. I'm sure a lot of these there's no return on investment with NIL, which is the crazy thing, other than your team supposedly gets better. Anyway.
Well, it gets you high profile. The problem is these guys are already high profile. Peter Thiel's on Fox News every day.
I wouldn't know.
They don't
I
need
don't watch
to.
Cable news.
You're always on cable news. These guys don't. You wanted to play the Lawrence O'Donnell stop the hammering clip all week last week.
Oh, it's amazing. Well, if something like that happens, yeah, Bill O'Reilly
hammering,
yelling at somebody, yeah, I'm going to laugh at that.
Stop the hammering!
You really have to see his face too when he's going through all that. It is something hilarious. Is he still on MSNBC?
I don't have any idea. I'm with you. I haven't had cable news on in my house since the teens.
I get my news in other ways. I'm not there, but I will play Larry O'Donnell yelling about hammering. Yes, 100%. Play that all day. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Blue 58! You patiently waited and waited and waited. And now it's here. It's college football season as the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies get ready for the upcoming season. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the teams you can't live without than the KSL Sports Zone. With daily updates from camps and interviews with all the coaches and players, your home for the best coverage of college football is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, baby!
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Are you looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Mountain Supply has you covered with Keystone Pavers, the trusted name in durability and design. With easy installation, weather-resistant strength, and a wide range of beautiful styles, Keystone Pavers turn any yard into a dream getaway. And here's the bonus. Right now, Mountainland contractors get double peak points on all Keystone purchases over $1,000. Head to your local Mountainland Supply or visit mountainland.com today. Your perfect patio starts here.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Hey guys, Ryan here with the Dish Pros. I'm so excited to help you save more money than ever. Right now, there has never been a better time to switch to Dish. Call today and switch to Dish and get 3 months free and get a 2-year price lock with Paramount Plus Showtime free for 4 months. With Dish, you can save up to $30 a month compared to DirecTV with a 2-year price guarantee. You will rest easy knowing your bill won't go up unexpectedly. It's time to say goodbye to DirecTV and cable's price hikes. Plus, with Dish, you can enjoy live TV and your favorite streaming apps all in one place. We also have over half a dozen internet options starting at $19.99 a month. Call today and get free next day standard professional installation and dinner at JCW's courtesy of the Dish Professionals with our best price guarantee and 3 months free. Call now at 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474.
Offer ends 9/19/25 and restrictions apply.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Sophia's here to see a pig. Jerry's here to buy some. And Carl's here for the mutton busting. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
Don't miss Utah's own PRCA Rodeo September 5th, 6th, and 8th at the Days of 47 Arena. Watch the world's top cowboys and cowgirls compete in the final qualifier for the national finals. That's September 5th, 6th, and 8th only at the Utah State Fair.
Celebrate hot temps with cool ambiance and a great meal. Ruth's Chris. Nothing goes better together than a delicious meal and award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salad sides, and desserts. Ruth's Chris, downtown Salt Lake or Hotel Park City.
The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airwaves, talking sports. They got it made, Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Do you have a product or something you're passionate about and would like to have it endorsed by the Jake and Ben Show? It's very simple. All you have to do is text JB to 57500, and the sales staff will take care of the rest. Again, it's JB to 57500. Ben, you're a revenge guy.
Big time. It's kind of my whole identity.
What has been the furthest you've taken it?
Oh, it's still cooking. Yeah, this is a roast. This is going to take a while.
Any person in, like, who's getting it? Who are you taking revenge on?
I can't say who I'm plotting revenge
What about
against.
a past incident? How far have you taken it?
Some of those you can't talk about either. No, I'm not. I don't think I've ever gotten revenge on anybody.
Christian?
I've thought about it.
But never exacted revenge?
What are you supposed to do? Walk into somebody's place of work and be like, you wronged me once. Shame.
Okay. Christian, you were a revenge guy?
Thought about it. Never acted.
Never put it into motion, huh? Dateline, Richmond, Kentucky. We meet 31-year-old Stephanie.
Is this a Bozo of the Week candidate?
Carlquist. I don't think so. It's not sports related.
Neither was Astronomer.
You can tell me.
Okay.
She was mad at her boyfriend. Doesn't really get into why.
We can guess.
She was mad at her boyfriend, but she was mad at her boyfriend. So this is what she did to his car.
Yeah, car's popular.
Poured glitter in the air conditioning vent, cracked the windshield, cracked the rear view mirror, busted the vehicle's radio screen, and poured salt into the vehicle's engine.
I like the glitter because you're not going to know it until the car starts. You break everything, it's obvious. Someone's messed with my car. If I'm on, I-215, it's a perfect 75-degree day, which obviously it's not right now. Where is she? Lexington?
Richmond, Kentucky.
Richmond. So it's 1,000,000 degrees, I'm sure, and 100% humidity. But ideally, yeah, perfect fall weather. You find that you're like, it's a little warm. Turn the AC up to a 4, and just a face full of glitter. That's a pretty good.
Funny.
That's a pretty good revenge tactic.
I'm telling you, I think this lady was fine until she got to salt the engine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Because this bozo's driving around with a cracked windshield or whatever. I'm sure what he did is terrible. You know what I mean? He's not calling the cops if she breaks his windshield. The glitter thing is hilarious. He should just laugh at that one. But the salt in the engine, that's designed to ruin the car, right? That is
the funny thing
true
would be,
vandalism.
I don't know if you can do it. I'm sure someone knows how. To figure out how to chip somebody's windshield would be really funny. Not crack it.
Like a rock chip?
But make it look like a rock chip. So every time they get into their car, they're just like, what? A new rock chip?
Right in the middle.
They have to go spend, $30 or whatever getting it repaired. But it's just like every time there's a rock chip.
But I'm with you. I like the glitter.
Glitter works.
Glitter in the air conditioning vent is pretty hilarious.
I'd imagine salt is not good for your engine.
No.
Not a car guy.
But the glitter's never come. You could vacuum that thing for months, and you're never getting all the glitter out of there. My daughter did an activity with glitter yesterday. I cleaned the kitchen 3 times, and there's still glitter all
I woke
over
up with glitter on my face this morning. No idea how it got there.
Oh, I got an idea. I got a theory.
In the vents.
Got a theory for you. You just black out yesterday? Forget, because it's not often.
It's all in my hair.
What's going on with all this glitter? Yeah. Sound like one of James Harden's teammates when he shows up for the bus.
Did she get arrested, or what's the deal here?
Yeah, she caused $12,500 in damage to the car, and she did it over a 5-day period. So she just kept going back for more.
Let me ask you this.
That's actually funny.
You guys are both married. I'm engaged. What is the standard to where you're calling the authorities on your spouse? Like, obviously, if your life is in danger.
Oh, if she leaves the light on or something.
Low bar.
I've got the.
You're really controlling.
Yeah.
Yeah, notoriously, you're the one who wears the pants in that relationship.
Exactly. I know, because I have the police on my side.
Like, at what point financially do you feel like I probably got to get the authorities involved?
Like if she stole from me?
No, like
this is $12,000 in damages. Like, what's the lowest bar?
Okay, all right.
So, like, you guys get into an argument or whatever. She's frustrated, smashes a plate on the ground, or you know what I mean, or like goes out and like knocks over something you have in the backyard and a light breaks or something. It's like you're not calling the cops for that, but at some point you're like, yeah, this is $12,000. This is my car. I have to call the police.
Well, technically, it's her car too.
Is it? Is this a shared situation?
All our stuff is shared.
Well, this is your wife. Yeah, it's different than a girlfriend. That's true.
All our stuff is all both of ours. So I don't know. Now, break a plate. I mean, can I enact citizen's arrest?
Well, truthfully, like if you own your house, you can do whatever you want to your house. If you and your wife co-own your house, you guys could get into a fight. She could change the locks, and you could just say, "Oh, I decided to bulldoze the bedroom, and that's the new entrance." It's like, well, you own the house. You have the right to do that. So what are you calling the cops for? You can't call the cops for them causing damage to the thing she owns.
Yeah, this is a dumb hypothetical.
Huh.
I'll say this. Keep your hands off my PlayStation.
You're a PS5 guy.
Yeah.
So if your wife smashes that thing, you're calling the police?
So the bar is like
Do not touch it.
$250 because you can get them used now for not that much money. It's like a lot, but it's not so much.
Don't even think about it.
Okay.
Wow. I'm going to say that kind of attachment to a gaming system is pretty weird.
Ruins the external hard drive. And you're like, well, 8 seasons into NHL 2K25. This relationship is over.
Wow.
I updated the roster yesterday. I did all the trades. Peterka's on the roster. And she's deleted it. She deleted my files. Does it have to be physical damage? What if it's internal? What if it's software erasure?
Yeah.
That's it. That's enough.
That's it.
Yeah.
Did you get that written into the prenup?
Yeah.
Right. You have to let my God of War save files stay. If those get deleted, I get everything.
Are you doing a prenup?
Is she?
Are you making her sign one?
What would I make her sign?
I don't know. I had a buddy who was basically penniless and made his wife sign a prenup.
How did that go?
They're still married.
Okay.
I know a kid from high school that made his wife sign a prenup for his Lego collection.
Oh, interesting. I don't have any. You know what? What does she want? Like everything I've kept in my sock drawer since I was 12 years old that I still have in there for some reason?
I don't know.
My Monsters in My Pocket card that I got on a Slurpee when I was 10 years old, red cap that I keep with me everywhere I go.
That's weird.
Do I think she wants that? No, I bet she would throw that away if she got the chance. So yeah, maybe I will sign a prenup that says keep your hands off of red cap.
You should probably throw that away.
It's in my phone right now.
All right, stay tuned.
You can see it right there.
Hans and Scotty G are coming up next. It's 97.5, the
Thanks,
KSL
Christian.
Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Counting Crows August 21st at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Counting Crows, the complete suites tour with special guest the Gaslight Anthem. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last? Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The Streak, a story of greatness, heartbreak, and what comes after. In select Utah theaters starting Friday, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
So it says here you released from the factory with your top down.
That's right.
You want to speak to that?
Well, I'm a Jeep. I'm a Wrangler. You can't tie me down. Am I a little on the spicy side? Sure. Are kids going to stare at the school pickup? Absolutely. But I helped build this country, doggone it. You ever hear of World War II?
For the best selection on 2025 Jeeps, drop into Doug Smith Jeep in Spanish or American Fork. Make this the summer sales event now through August 31st. No one knows Jeep like Doug.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bangs! G-Bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Crank up that intro for me, Lloyd.
Let's go.
Yes. I feel like Matthew Modine in my plastics right now. These final 2 weeks are a pain in the freaking butt.
Yeah, it is.
They're a pain in the butt. Scotty's out at Utah State practices, getting your rosters ready, putting together your depth charts. I'm out at BYU practices, getting my rosters ready, putting together my depth charts. And, you know, look, it's great work. It's just that it's 2 weeks.
Yeah.
This is like preparing the big TPS report that you're going to have to present to your boss. This is like studying for all the finals before the ball kicks, and then you and I are sitting in the booth with the headsets on, hundreds of millions of people anticipating the words that are spilling from our mouths, or hundreds of people, whatever.
Yeah. Not important.
It's not important. The number's not important.
Yeah.
But we are cramming for our bar right now.
And the problem is like you can cram for all the right answers, but then you go up and then you're like, well, this isn't what I prepared for.
Oh, dude.
This isn't, coaches never mentioned this guy. And all of a sudden, he's out there making play after play. And I've got the other guy, I know everything about him, including his wife's mother's maiden name. But I don't know who this jabroni is.
Yeah. And I think you're going to deal with more of that than I will.
Yeah.
I think that Bronco Mendenhall is a big old mystery right now.
Yes.
Because news comes down over the weekend of a suspension of one of his big names.
Yeah.
I didn't see the specifics, but I saw it reported at KSLSports.com, and I was like,
There's talk of 4 games, 6 games, or less. What Utah State labeled it as is a short-term suspension. So I do not know what the definition is. They did not release a timeline, but yes, Ike Larson, who is on our top 60 and 60 watch list.
Yeah, he's so good.
He's one of the most talented players in the state of Utah. His freshman and sophomore years were incredible. Last year took a little bit of a step backwards. And I said all along when Bronco got the job, Bronco could be very, very good for Ike Larson, but Ike's got to buy in.
Yeah, because if he does, he'll be an NFL guy.
He will be, yeah. Bronco's going to get him there, whether it's he goes willingly or kicking and screaming, but Bronco's going to get the best out of you.
Yeah.
You know, did I play that audio on the air of him talking about giving numbers?
No, but I did see the social media post of the numbers presentation over the weekend.
So it's something that
but I don't think you played the audio. No.
It's something that I've never heard of before, but when we were having a media day up there in his press conference with all the media, he mentioned somebody said, "Hey, I'm looking at your roster. There's no numbers." And he goes, "Yeah, that's on purpose because we feel like the players have to earn their numbers." And so what they do is they go throughout camp, and I've been to practices. There's no number, and it makes it hard to identify guys, but their name is on the back of the jersey. And they have a leadership council, and this leadership council, so it's not coaches, it's the players on this council, essentially create a draft order of who gets to select numbers. So Bryson Barnes was picked first. Bryson goes up, picks 16. And they've got everything laid out on hangers, and the guys in that order go up there and pick it. And they only allowed 31 guys. So there's only 31 guys on that team right now that have numbers, and we're, 12 days away from camp. So try putting a spotting board together with that.
I don't even know what you're going to do. I guess you're just going to have a bunch of double zeros.
Yeah.
Only 31 guys got their number?
Yeah.
So you have to continue to earn it.
You got to continue to earn it.
Next 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Wow. Bronco is tough, man.
Yeah.
He is tough. So my son's on his P-Day. For those of you that don't know, my son is committed to Bronco Mendenhall up at Utah State. And so he was on his P-Day, so I got to chat with him this morning, which it's not illegal. Anybody out there that's old school missionary guy it's not Mother's Day.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. It's a brain melt for sure.
For kids
us,
get to talk to you.
Yeah, for us that went in the 90s and early 2000s, it throws everybody for a loop.
Now, look, it was a 2-minute conversation because it always is between him and I. Because he's like, I got to go. He's building fence.
Oh, I love it.
He built 100-foot of fence over the weekend.
Oh, I love it. I love it. He is in his element, man.
Yeah. He drove posts and hung barbed wire to help with it's a native reservation area, and he needed to help keep some hogs in.
I love it.
But it was 2 minutes, and I said, hey, did you hear about Ike Larson? And he goes, no, obviously. And I said, yeah, got a suspension. He's like, what? And I was like, just so you know, you're going to want to lean up as much as you can and shape up as much as you can because Bronco's not playing.
Yeah.
I said, so get yourself ready because when you're here in 2 years, he is going to put you in your place. It is so funny to watch Rock respond about Bronco. He's like, yes, sir. I'll be ready, sir. It's like, all right, man, just be ready. Because Bronco's not messing around.
He's not.
And it's going to go, obviously, it's going to go one way or the other. The one thing we know, it's not going to stay the same. It's going to go it's either going to get a lot better or it's going to bottom out and blow up. like his system just won't work.
Yeah.
Too many guys are going to fight against it, and he'll lose the locker room, and everybody's going to hate him and go to whoever the interim AD or president or whatever you can go to and be like, you got to get him out of here. He doesn't even know how to distribute. Or you're going to build the chemistry. You're going to build a sense of community in the locker room. They're going to respect you and play their butts off for you, and you're going to win. Bronco has full intentions to win in the Pac-12.
Yep.
He wants this to be the last season in the Mountain West Conference, and probably wants to leave the Mountain West Conference with,
Oh, yeah. Double barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And saying, hey, it was nice while it lasted, but, we're on to bigger and better things.
Enjoy this, UNLV.
And then go into the Pac-12 and take this chemistry and this community and this new organization that he built and go win some Pac-12 games. That's his whole plan and goal. And I don't think, the more I talk to people, the more I get the feel that it has nothing to do with him wanting to build something to take the next step. I don't know about you, Scotty, if you continue to talk to people. I talked to a couple people. I was back in Logan this weekend, and I was talking to a couple people, and they're like, and who know the football organization and know the coaches, and they were like, from what we understand, it's like he really just wants to build it and be here.
Yeah.
And then in 10 years, call it or whatever it's going to be. So I hope that's the case. And I hope that it goes the way I think it's going to go and the way it's always gone for Bronco. Guys end up shutting their mouth, working hard and winning.
It's never not worked for Bronco.
It's never not worked for him.
And that's the thing. It's whether it's through the old school 2005 BYU and the honor code, whether it's this new era of NIL in Logan, wherever he's gone, he's won. Virginia, look, he took
tough place.
Took Virginia to a BCS game, a New Year's Six game.
It's a tough place to win.
And obviously they haven't done anything since.
Yeah, he had them believing.
And New Mexico had a ton of momentum after that year last year.
Yep. New Mexico probably this year would have been a 7 or 8 win team. They'd have been a bowl eligible, a very good team. The good thing is, and that's why whatever happened with Ike Larson, I don't even know. I don't really care.
I don't either. Yeah.
And I hope that Ike doesn't think that anybody's upset with him or anybody's embarrassed by. It's like, we're not Ike at this point because we know who you're dealing with. You're dealing with a guy that demands a lot.
Yeah.
So it could have been something as little as not taking jewelry off before practice. Honestly.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It could be a three offense thing where it's like, hey, we're asking all the players no jewelry on the field during practice. And, Ike's out there running safeties and he's backpedaling and his chain and cross comes over the top of his pads and Bronco sees it and is like, this is strike 3. We've asked you a couple times, this, that, and the other. You didn't pick up your tape. You had tape in your locker. You've now got this chain that we told you not to have. That's Bronco.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope that Ike isn't sitting there like, oh, I've lost the respect of the fans. No, because we've seen this with Bronco. He'll build a Kyle Van Noy. You will suffer through it. You will come back 4 games in or 5 or 6 games. By the way, I just do what you got to do and get back on the field.
Yeah.
Because when you get back on the field, you're going to be a hero.
Yeah.
And then everybody's going to love and adore you and be like, oh, you fought through the Bronco system. You complied. You found yourself back through the final 8 games. You became a tackle leader at in the final 5 games of the Mountain West Conference season, and now you're draft eligible. That's the storyline. So I don't think your storyline is, well, the suspension's going to last and it's put a red check mark on. No, even NFL coaches, they'll call Bronco and be like, this guy's got all the speed in the world. Like, what happened with the suspension? Disciplinary. Well, how bad was it? He left the tape blade on the floor, and we told him not to wear chains. That's it? Yeah. Oh, and by the way, he complied. He came back. He worked extra hard, and now you've seen his product. Okay, so do you feel like he's a draftable athlete? Bronco will endorse him.
Oh, yeah.
Just like he's endorsed everybody that was trouble to start and then complied and came along.
I mean, you bring up the perfect example. I would love Kyle Van Noy to rattle Ike and say, hey, look, just do what he says. And and again, we don't know what it is. I don't care. I think you said it well. Like, it's not our business. I don't care. All our business is the knowledge that he's not going to play to start the season. But Bronco, look, we've all had some fun at Bronco's expense, But when you get to know him, you as the father of a kid that's going to play for him, and me watching him in practice at a deeper level, it's like, I get it. I get it. And I think getting older, too, you see it, too. You're a little bit more mature. When he showed up 20 years ago, and you're like, what is this, scripture reading son of a gun doing? This doesn't make any sense at all.
Chap-lipped, ornery, ornery and awkward and scripture reading. What is this guy all about? Yeah, I remember, man. Those early days were like, what in the hell is this guy all about?
And then all of a sudden, it clicks, and you're like, okay, I get it. And you see all these former players that are coaching with him because they believe in him. All these former players that will talk about how they'll run through a wall for him. And you know what? I get it. I totally get it. There's a Church of Bronco out there that there's a lot of congregation members of.
Yeah. And I think that there's a perfect storm for Bronco right now. I think he's got a quarterback that is a leader and is totally bought in. 1,000% bought into Bronco. 1,000% bought into Kevin McGivern. 1,000%. I think that's a big thing because that'll have a trickle-down effect on the offensive side of the ball. And then defensively, I think Nick Howell and Jan Jorgensen and that defensive side of the ball, it's time.
Yeah.
Find your dudes. Get the production. Hold up your end of the bargain. It didn't happen in New Mexico. Their end of the bargain was held up offensively by one individual, really, in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Defense was rough.
Yeah, defense was not good.
But, you got some personnel. I think you've actually got some defensive linemen from what I'm hearing from the offensive side of the ball. There's some defensive linemen that are wreaking havoc in practice. So that's great. Bring it. Because you're going to need it. Mount West Conference, Boise State's going to own it.
Yep.
Oh, and Boise State's not going anywhere either. They're coming to the Pac-12 with you, so you want to establish something early, Bronco.
If Bronco Mendenhall beats Boise State this year or next year, Bronco, they'll build a statue for him.
They will, huh?
Oh, yeah.
And it's feasible.
Oh, it is. It is. They've knocked on the door a couple times. And, of course, Matt Wells had one where they forced like 15 turnovers in the game and roughed up Boise State pretty good. But that's the only time Utah State's beat Boise State. And it has not gone well.
6 years ago?
No, I want to say
pre-COVID?
Way pre-COVID. I want to say I didn't call it, so it was pre-2017.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 18 or 19.
I think it was 14, maybe 13 or 14. I think we had just barely started doing the show.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's been that long.
Yeah.
Well, it's time. And I think it's possible. I think anything's possible with Bryson. I'm excited to see the Bryson McGivern. I know we talk a lot about Dan Pierre Beck combo at Utah, but the McGivern Barnes combo at Utah State is going to be pretty exciting.
Yeah.
Utah State, I don't have to tell you, I'm telling the listeners. Utah State, over the last couple of years, they've actually led many categories offensively nationally.
Yeah, offensively, they were elite last year. They were a top 10, top 15 offense.
Yes, they were. And that was a mix and match at the quarterback position. In fact, that was a quarterback situation where you brought in a Iowa transfer. Was he Iowa? The transfer?
Yes.
It was Iowa, wasn't it?
Yeah, Iowa. Spencer Petras.
And he was dealing with injuries, and it was just up and down, and it was back and forth. They didn't have any real consistency at the quarterback position. They still were a top 20 offense. So I feel like Utah State's in a really good position with McGivern and some of the minds, just getting to know Acatelli, the offensive minds. He's outside the box thinker. He really is a unique thinker on blocking schemes and getting the most out of his talent that he's got up front. So I could see Utah State being another top 25 offense this year.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yep. I do too. All right, Hans and Scotty, let's get to it. Starting a lineup. Good to get the gang back together again. Let's kick it off. Starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G. Let's go! The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is time for your starting lineup, as always. Brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go. If water runs through it, plumbing, irrigation, you name it, they'll get it taken care of. Go to mountainland.com to find a location nearest you. All right, so we talked about Bryson Barnes. We talked about Devin Dampier. And we talk about perhaps Bear Bachmeier.
Mm-hmm.
Hands?
Yeah, it's looking more and more like it's going to be Bear. They're going to run with a freshman.
They're going to go with the freshman. I mean, by all, it certainly looks that way.
Yeah, Scotty's not breaking any news. I'm not breaking any news. But it does feel like Bear Bachmeier is going to be the starting quarterback coming out against Portland State. And I would imagine if it's not tomorrow, it'd be the day after, because they are wrapping up official camp in the next couple days, and they're going to start getting into game time preparations. So they should have it solidified and announced, but it felt like for about the last week, maybe a week and 3 days or 2 days, that it's Bear Bachmeier. And I know that there is hesitation out there to have a freshman and knowing what the possibilities are. And I know BYU is not used to running with freshmen. It just doesn't happen a ton. But there are accounts, Scotty, including Sam Levitt, who I think Sam had 1 year advantage on Bear, if I'm not mistaken. Was Sam a redshirt?
You know what? I don't know. That's a good question.
I think he was a redshirt. And but Sam Levitt, doing what Sam Levitt did for Arizona State, and it's not like he had to win it. Sam just had to not lose it and make sure that Cam Scatterbo could win it. And they had a perfect storm with the offensive line coach that came from Army, who is spectacular. You know, I talk a lot about him. I talk way too much about him. I know. You're looking at me like,
no, I'm like, you haven't talked enough about him, honestly.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so they brought in this offensive line coach from Army to pair with this running backs coach that had Cam Scatterbo, and they worked all their blocking schemes so extremely well to fit Cam's style. So that's what gave Sam Levitt the opportunity to learn and create and then finish a nice season. That's all BYU has to do. They got to figure it out. LJ Martin and Coach TJ Woods have to figure it out. And they've got to be able to give that consistency to give this young freshman a 2nd and 4. Give this young freshman a 3rd and 1. Give this young freshman a 2nd and short and make sure that they're not dabbling in these 2nd and 8 to 2nd and 12s or these false starts that put me at a 2nd and 15 and all of these stupid penalties and then these big mistakes. Like, give the consistent effort to give me good positioning to allow Aaron Roderick to play around with this freshman a little bit.
Yeah. So now, Grant, I'm not comparing them player for player, but the role that they'll have. Can LJ Martin be Bear Bachmeier's Cam Scatterbo?
No, he's not that good.
Well, no, but that role, can he embrace that role where it's like, you know what? I'm going to let you learn. I'm going to carry the load while you're learning how to do this. Because by the time the season came to an end, Sam Levitt was just a beast. But it took a while to ramp up and get him there. And so can LJ Martin carry the load? I get it. You're not going to LJ Martin's probably not an NFL guy like Cam Scatterbo is. So I know they're not the same player. They're not the same quality of player, but can LJ Martin excel in that role and carry that kind of heavy load?
I think he's got all the capabilities to do it. And he's been around for a long time now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I keep thinking he's going to do it. And then you get word that there's an injury and then he's going to be out. And then you get word that, he's playing, but it's going to be limited reps. And then you get word that, the production wasn't as high because he was recovering from this, that, or the other thing. And so we've just kind of sat around in this same minutia. just waiting for him to be the consistent 24 carries, 110 yards a game type of back, and it hasn't happened. So I think he's got all the skills to do it. I think his body looks really good. But because I haven't seen him be that absolute staple and not worry about it, yeah, I worry about it.
Yeah.
Is that fair? Is that fair?
Totally fair. Totally fair.
I would love to say, oh, yeah, LJ, 24 carries, 110 yards game, averaging a touchdown and a half. And I just look at it and I'm like, I have to see it.
Yeah.
I want to see a 12-game regular season. I want to see heavy carries because they did lose some running backs. And there's no word on the Hinckley-Rapati situation, so I don't know what's going to happen there. You know, they've had some running backs move on, and I look at it and I'm like, all right, you've got two running backs. You've got some guys you can switch. We've seen Nawahine. We know that they've opened up a new running back with two different names that we've seen a little bit through these camp highlights, but I sure hope so, Scotty, but I'm not going to stamp it, prove it, and say, oh, yeah, this is the guy.
Yeah.
He sure looks like it.
Yeah. No, he's
had the camp like it.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, Hans and Scotty, IWC Roofing hanging out with us. Braden is with us. Braden, how you doing?
Hey, Braden.
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Is it a requirement to work at IWC to essentially have arms like that? Because, I mean, we see Josh coming in here and everybody else, it's like, these dudes are ripped, man.
I know. Do you guys have a gym? Like, does he force you to have a certain amount of bench press?
Oh, I don't bench that much.
Oh, you don't? It's all
I wish, but it's all for show.
It's all curl. Nothing real functional about that muscle.
Right, exactly.
Instead of lunch breaks, they have creatine breaks.
Lift them if you got them.
Right. But, you know, the great thing about IWC, you guys have been around forever. You've taken good care of so many people up and down the Wasatch Front, and you don't have that kind of success unless there's good word of mouth. And the fact is, you guys can come in, take care of that roof, and be out in one day.
Right. 95% of those jobs were done in a day. You know, we have the best crews in the state. We make sure that they're all trained up to the latest up-to-date manufacturer's standards on installs and practices. So, you know, we're able to knock those out.
I also want to make this point, too. 801-232-5690. I want you to put the number in your phone and just put it as the roofing guy. You could put Josh in there, 801-232-5690. You could put Braden in there, 801-232-5690. But the point I want to make is I've had IWC out to my house 2 or 3 times now with just issues, high winds blowing shingles off or seeing some shingles that have lifted and having IWC come out of the house. Braden, you guys could come out. You can do a quick check on the roof. You could do a full check to see if it is ready for another winter. But it's everything from a minor repair to a complete replacement.
Yep, 100%. I think I was actually the one that ran the drone on your house for those last ones. So.
Yeah. So you saw that. You saw those peaks had some lifts and.
Yep. You were actually missing a whole row of it.
Yeah, so that's not a good thing.
Not good.
Yeah, that's not a good thing. But see, Scotty, that's what was cool is if Braden and his crew came out, they brought the drone, they were able to circle right above it, took all the pictures of the peak, and then they emailed me and they said, all right, you're missing these shingles. You see this is where it's lifted. We'll come out and we've got to put X amount of shingles back on. And it was just nice because I know exactly what my project is.
Yep. Yeah, we try to make it easy.
Well, and we're going to talk to Braden throughout the day today, but so many great opportunities with, again, IWC Roofing. Call them right now, 801-232-5690. You can also check them out at iwcroofingutah.com. But call right now, 801-232-5690. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Ready to elevate your everyday? Quince has the luxe staples insiders swear by, minus the markup. From 100% European linen styles and 14-karat gold jewelry to gorgeous leather bags and elevated home finds, Quince has it all. And by partnering directly with top artisans and ethical factories, Quince delivers premium quality at half the cost of similar brands. Discover everyday luxury without the markup at Quince. Go to quince.com/style upgrade for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/style upgrade.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Ooma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Is this your guy, Lloyd?
Who?
Who is this?
This is this up-and-comer, Chris Stapleton.
That's what I thought. Because Lloyd was, I walked in, Lloyd's like, hey, this Chris Stapleton, you may want to keep an eye on him. He's pretty good.
Turn this up just a little bit. People are going to get to know this guy's name.
Yeah, he going to creep up on you.
Yeah, they're going to get to know his name.
You have a good time?
Yeah, I did. I had a really good time. A little windy.
Yeah.
So,
just a little bit.
The only thing with those outdoor venues is like...
You never know what you're going to get.
No, it was really high winds when we got there. I felt bad for the opener. The opener was good. And the opener was trying to get the crowd to sing along, and he just couldn't. And he's from South Carolina, and he's deep South accent.
Marcus? Is that who
some Marcus band.
Yeah.
And he gets on and goes, I ain't going to lie, that really sucked. But we'll keep moving. It's like, oh, geez, bud. It's so windy. My lips are chapped.
I'm not ready to start singing yet. I'm saving the vocal cords for the main guy here.
I'm parched. I went to go buy a bottle of that, or a can of that Liquid Death.
Yeah.
Which is that carbonated? I've never had a Liquid Death can.
I've not either.
I had some Liquid Death myself.
It's just water, right?
It's just water, yeah. It's water.
Is it carbonated, or is there anything special?
Are you serious? So there's nothing to it?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just mountain water. It says it's just mountain water.
There's a lot of people that swear by that stuff.
Well, yeah, but I mean, look, and if it was $7.50 for a can of Liquid Death, I said,
and that was on the low end for what other stuff they had there.
I said, what's in it? To the lady, and she's like, water, and I'm like,
yeah, but
the can looks like a beer can or like an energy drink can. Is there caffeine in it or no?
That's what I thought. I was like, well, this looks like I'm having a beer.
Yeah.
Are you sure there's nothing in there?
I said,
Lloyd was very disappointed.
So then I said,
so I went and ordered me a beer. I said, okay.
So to Lloyd's point, so then I said, oh, you know what? Just give me the cup with some ice and water. She's like, that's actually $8.50. We have to charge you for the beverage. I was like, what? I was like, I guess I'll just sit here and shrivel in the wind.
Yes.
But
I got done with that concert and my lips were just chapped.
They were chapped.
I looked like what's his face on the island, Tom Hanks.
Yeah,
that's what my lips looked like. It was so windy.
But outside of the wind, it was good. It was good. I put it up there inside the top 10 concerts I've been to.
Is it within striking distance of Lionel?
No.
You know what?
No, and it's not within striking distance of any of the 5 Neil Diamond concerts I went to. Not even close.
Well, so it's not that it's just his singing, and he likes to riff with the guitar.
Yeah.
His voice, it's got that bluegrass.
Yeah. It's really twangy.
Type, but I love it.
Yes,
I
it's good.
Loved it. I thought he was amazing.
It was not in the realm of Garth Brooks. Not even close.
Oh, okay.
No.
And you're talking about performance, right? Because nobody works a crowd.
I'm talking all overall concert.
Yeah, nobody works a crowd like Garth.
He's extremely boring, Scotty. He just sits there but he wails.
Okay, but he's not running around.
No.
And he's like, I'm not going to I don't want to spend a lot of time talking. I want to play some music.
Yeah,
and that's what he does.
And where he kind of lost me, I'm not the blues guy.
Oh, okay.
And
really?
No.
Okay.
No.
I like a good blues song.
And that's actually what I liked about him.
No, he riffed into this blues for it was like a 15-minute blues riff. No sound, no music, no singing.
Gotcha, yeah.
Just him guitaring the hell out of it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. Like,
we get it. All right, BB King, calm it down.
Give me Tennessee whiskey. Let's go. Yeah. And I'm like, all right.
Okay, Santana.
Okay, BB King. Come on, give me the country singing.
Yeah, let's get back.
And I wasn't talking about I didn't mind some of the minor riffs with the guitars. I'm like, okay, he can play the hell out of that guitar. But I liked the way the vocals. I liked his vocals.
Yeah, his vocals are good. Well, he did. He ran it all too. Like he did.
This song he's got this up and coming song. I think it's called "Cold." It's really good.
Parachute. Stay tuned for that one, kids.
Oh,
I think it's going to be a hit. I'm serious. I'm not joking.
That could rocket up the charts. All right, Utah getting set for UCLA, BYU, Portland State, Utah State.
This 2 week
against UTEP. Let's just get here.
Oh, the 2 week close-in is tough. But I went through, I went through the important games for the Big 12, the important non-conference games for the Big 12, just to kind of refresh people. There's a couple of big ones. Utah UCLA in the opener is one of the biggest ones the Big 12 has all year.
Agreed.
You've got a couple of others that are spattered in there. Baylor versus Auburn. It's kind of a big one. The one that I was bummed about, the one that could have been big, if Oklahoma State was the bell cow team like it's supposed to be, or one of the 3 bell cow teams, Oklahoma State takes on Oregon to open up the season, or second game of the season. If Oklahoma State was a Big 12 team that could give Oregon a game, I would put that as the biggest one. The reason I go Utah, UCLA is because I think Utah should put the hurt on UCLA.
I do too, but it's also a really good barometer for where Utah is. If Utah struggles and heaven forbid they lose that game, then it's like, oh boy.
Yep.
Oh boy. But if they go out there and they curb stomp UCLA, it's like, okay, they're back. They're back. Order has been restored.
2 games in the Big 12 in the first couple of weeks that could make nice strides for the Big 12 or should make nice strides for the Big 12. Cincinnati takes on Nebraska. That should be a Cincinnati win.
Nebraska, they felt like they've been on the cusp for a couple of years, but they just can't get over the hump.
They can't get over the hump. And Cincinnati, I think, is going to be better than – I think Cincinnati's a potential dark horse of the Big 12.
Okay.
I think they're a potential dark horse. So that could be a really nice game for the Big 12. The other one is an SEC matchup with Kansas. Kansas versus Missouri.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, maybe. So those two, you could get a Big 10 and an SEC victory because those are 2 very beatable Power 4 conference teams.
Although Missouri doesn't feel like an SEC team, but you're right. They still have the name next to them. So.
They've got the SE and the E and the C next to them. So Kansas and Cincinnati are both very good teams that should get wins over the Big 10 and the SEC. Arizona State has Mississippi State. Arizona State needs to run them out of the building.
Yes. Yep. Not even close.
No, they got to run them because remember, everybody's kind of projecting Arizona State as the highest ranked Big 12 team. You do not want the highest ranked Big 12 team to come out and even struggle a little bit against the worst team, one of the worst teams in the country, but the worst team in the SEC last year.
Yeah.
You don't want any struggles there.
Nope.
But Baylor should beat Auburn, Cincinnati should beat Nebraska, Kansas should beat Missouri, and Utah should beat UCLA. If you get those 4 wins in Big 12 non-conference action, then I think you go from having 4 ranked Big 12 teams to probably having 6 ranked Big 12 teams within 2 weeks.
And I know BYU's playing Portland State. I'm sure there's a sprinkle or handful of other FBS games. No screw-ups. No, like, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
No North Dakota coming in and knocking off somebody.
And BYU will be in the top 25 after week 2 against Stanford.
Yes. Yep. Speaking of needing to curb stomp, BYU needs to do that to Stanford.
They got to whoop them bad.
Yeah.
They got to whoop them bad, and Stanford is really an unknown right now. They are such a mystery. Kind of. But you know how you solve the mystery is you just look at the trends, and you're like, mystery solved.
Yeah.
There's just not enough talent there.
No. I mean, if Jim Harbaugh's not there to right the ship, they're not going to be that good.
That's why I thought Stanford, I thought Bronco might be like, hey,
that would have been a perfect fit.
Broncos splashing into Stanford and just figuring things out. But where he didn't, where I'm sure that they've reached, right? Wouldn't Stanford reach to Bronco a little bit and be like, or is he too conservative? Is he too religiously minded to jump into that world?
Yeah, I think there's a big part of that because, Stanford has a certain direction in which they lean. I don't think that's breaking news to anybody. And I don't know if a LDS head coach as the face of your athletic program is the direction they'd like to go.
I also wondered during that whole process, if like Bronco had seen and taken notes of some of the things Stanford's done during BYU games.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Certainly could.
Where Bronco's like,
because Stanford, he doesn't want to represent that.
No, hell no. Nobody does. That's ridiculous. Some of the things I'm all about comedy. You know me.
Oh, yeah. Is that game at Stanford?
No, it's at LaVell Edwards Stadium.
Okay. Because if it was in Palo Alto, I guarantee you that next Tuesday after that game, oh, Stanford president has apologized because of the marching band and some blah, blah, blah they did. And
the marching band all dressed as
polygamy,
missionaries.
blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
We got to do this again?
I know. It's and it's fine. I thought, man, I don't think Bronco would do it just because.
I could see that.
But you're right. BYU needs to dismantle Stanford. They need to dismantle them. And I think BYU fans need to see it too. They need to feel it. I could still see Stanford try to pull some shenanigans in LaVell Edwards Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
I could see their band doing something. Does their band just basically gets a corner and gets told to shut their mouth, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I hope so. Stanford drives me nuts. But you better be prepared.
It's the Harvard of the West.
I think week 2 BYU should find themselves solidly inside the top 20.
Yeah. And if Utah takes care of UCLA, they could be right there. Because, look, they're only 2 teams out. BYU's 26, they're 27. So you go and you dismantle UCLA, you'll get in there.
So the other big matchup in the beginning weeks is TCU and SMU. That's a big matchup. SMU's ranked 16th, and TCU is just outside of the top 25. And also Baylor, TCU. So TCU plays Baylor week 2 and TCU week 4. If SMU beats Baylor and beats TCU, then that's a bad deal.
Yeah.
Because SMU bought their way into the ACC, and they have bought some talent, buddy.
Oh, yeah. They're spending like a
They have bought some talent. They know what they've paid for. And by the way, took no revenue distribution jumping into the ACC for a period of time.
Yeah, and it's I think a pretty significant period of time.
Like it was 5 years. That's what stood out to me was 5 years. But I thought, man, that's got to be impossible. You can't.
I don't know how they're. Well, I mean, they just have big boosters that just are throwing around all kinds of cash.
Well, and it's made up some ground for them. SMU jumping to the ACC has been a big deal for them.
Yeah, and it got them a seat at the big boy table. So in 3 years, when there's this upheaval that everybody's talking about, like, well, SMU, look, they're spending money and they're part of the ACC. So, yeah, let's have them tag along.
So I would say the bell cow of the Big 12 in terms of schedule and opportunity is probably Baylor number 1 because they play Auburn right out of the gates and SMU week 2.
Whew.
And then I would say Utah's right there with an opportunity to put an exclamation mark on a Big Ten team in UCLA and set themselves up to look good for week 2. Utah can't stumble.
No. Your whole season is coming down to this one game.
So you go to UCLA, you beat the Bruins, you got a couple of weeks to lick your wounds with Cal Poly and then at Wyoming before you jump head first into the Texas Tech pond. So these non-conference stuff, and by the way, Scotty, when I was putting together these Big 12 non-conference schedules this morning, I was looking at it. I put together the SEC non-conference.
Trash.
First of all, there were 10 SEC teams in the the AP top 25.
Mm-hmm.
10, which is just
stupid,
unbelievable. There's a lot of trash schedules. I'm just going to give you a couple of games I'm really excited about. Week 1, Texas, Ohio State. Now, we can joke and mock and attack all we want, but having the number 1 team in the country versus the number 3 team in the country right out of the gates, that's amazing. That's one, right, that we're all circling and looking forward to. That's the big one of all big ones. As Texas sits ranked number 1 in the country. That's 10 a.m. kickoff on Fox on the 30th.
Right out of the gate. 10 a.m. Let's go.
Yeah. 10 a.m. on Fox on the 30th. The other one I'm really looking forward to is LSU, number 9 LSU versus number 4 Clemson.
Yeah.
And I was looking deep at Clemson's schedule, just doing a little bit of ACC dive. Clemson went no joke this year, man. So Clemson's got number 9 LSU. They've got number 16 SMU. They've got number 13 South Carolina. Now, I know that SMU is a ACC team, but that's the 3 ranked teams that they've got. LSU, SMU, and South Carolina. South Carolina, obviously an SEC team. LSU, obviously an SEC team. But they scheduled 2 SEC teams. I think Clemson's out of the top 15 by week 2.
Yeah, because Clemson's getting a lot of love for a potential national champion. But if it goes south, if they go 1 and 2 in that stretch, you won't hear from them.
You won't hear from them.
Yeah, and that's a distinct possibility.
But LSU Clemson, that is a 5:30 kick. So week 1, you're going to get Texas, Ohio State in the morning, and then you're going to get LSU Clemson in the evening, 5:30 kick on ABC.
Yeah, and remember this week, you get Iowa State and
Kansas State.
Kansas State, yes.
That's this Saturday.
That's this
10
Saturday.
a.m. Now that gets me juiced up.
Yeah.
So it's the final 2-week push for Scotty and I to call a game, but it's really the final week until we get to some actual college football. But you will wake up Saturday morning at 9:30 and you will have a big Big 12 game that you're going to have to tell all your family members, I'm sorry, I'm busy.
Get out of the house. Just get out.
But those are some of the week 1, really week 2s. But week 1 for most programs, those are some of the big week 1 games that you want to pay attention to. Texas, Ohio State, LSU, Clemson, and with the Big 12, the games that I just previously mentioned.
Let's do it. 12:51, Hanson Scotty, what you may have missed coming up next.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'm going back through BYU's 2024 schedule to look at how many games I think were quote-unquote Jake Retzlaff wins, because he's what's gone. And there are, as always, fewer than you would think. But if we're going in conference, it's really 2 games. It's 2 drives specifically. That was against Oklahoma State, and then, of course, at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Those are the 2 games.
The problem with that logic, and I get what you're saying, but is how many games did he not lose? That goes the other way, too, because the quarterback position is all so important.
It is.
That's the hard part.
Yes, and when BYU's up 17-0 and the game is over, because you have a good quarterback who's done that, that's not just saying, well, it's the final drive. And he still is a huge part of why you won that game.
You know, it's not just can the Bear go get you a victory or can Hillstead go get you a win, but it's are they going to cost you?
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union does so many great things for you and your money, okay? So you need a business account. You need just a regular checking account. Maybe you need a couple of loans. Maybe you need a mortgage. Well, they'll help you through the mortgage process. Yeah, America First Credit Union. You could get your mortgage through America First. So your mortgage is with an establishment that's right next to your house. How nice would that be? You could get into America First Credit Union and start a mortgage today. Or you can get a home equity line of credit. But what do I love about America First Credit Union? Well, there's a couple things. Number one, they're homegrown. Started here in Utah in 1939, so they're one of ours. Number two, they're all community. So they're giving back to our communities. They're giving back to my community, Saratoga Springs, Eagle Mountain, Utah County. They give back in droves. Whether it's diaper drives or food drives during the holiday seasons, they're giving back. America First Credit Union. You see them on all of the sporting buildings or squares because they want to be a part of your community. America First Credit Union, the best when it comes to all things financial. Get started at americafirst.com.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
And what kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore. And I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
The wait is over. After 2 years of renovation, the perfect downtown lunch spot is now open. The Garden Restaurant offers a beautifully designed space and deliciously fresh menu. It's close to everything downtown next to the Temple Square block. If you need something quick and on the go, or to meet a client, friend, or place to relax, the Garden Restaurant offers healthy options like handcrafted sandwiches, soups, unique salads, plus traditional favorites like homemade pot pies and the famous Lion House rolls. The Garden's new look and tasty menu offer something for everyone, featuring dine-in, patio seating, lobby seating, and grab-and-go or quick online ordering. Visit the Garden today. Reimagine space with remarkable taste. Easy street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building, open weekdays 11 to 3. Check out the menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant is now open. See you there.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
Number one. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a good one as we kick off the week, and the countdown is on, folks. We are ever so close to college football. 6 days. 2 weeks until Utah, BYU, Utah State kickoff. And you know what? I kind of like that Thursday that Utah usually has more often than not, but the fact everybody's going lights out on day number one, that's still pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. This is the worst part of camp, though.
Oh, yeah, as a player, like as a guy who follows this sucks. I can't imagine what this is like as a player.
As hell. This is the worst week.
Yeah, because next week you can start game planning.
Yeah, and they've moved game planning forward quite a bit from when I played, so they'll start game planning on Wednesday. I think both Utah and BYU will start game planning on Wednesday, which is nice because that's when they assign the look squad. And if I'm Bruce Mitchell, I don't have to see Keanu Tanavasa anymore.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how nice that is because it'll be about 3 weeks of smashing heads with the number one guy. Now that will dramatically improve you, but you get so sick of it because you're both trying to prove something.
Oh yeah.
Keanu had a lot to prove. Keanu wanted to come in and prove that he's a leader, prove that he's good, prove that he's worth the money. He had a lot he wanted to prove, and he's proved it. Did you see that video that I posted?
Yes.
I can't remember if that was before you left or
I think it was after I left, but I watched it.
Yeah. So Keanu Tanavasa split Leusa and Mitchell like they weren't even there. And That was a full scrimmage. And I'm like, okay, he wants Leusa and Bruce Mitchell to know that when it comes down to it, first of all, I'll kick both of your butts, but you can count on me in a game being able to do this. Now, Bruce Mitchell and Leusa, I'm sure, got a couple of wins. At least I'm hoping got a couple of wins on Tanavasa through camp where they can feel that confidence. But I don't think that they're going to see a better down D lineman than Keanu.
I don't think so.
And that's why it's so nice when you finally get your look squad. And that's where we're at. These guys are a couple of days away from breaking camp, building look squads, being able to take on freshmen that are, looking at play designs and are being told by some graduate assistant to shut up and hit the A gap.
Yeah. It's got to suck, though, when you're a sophomore. Yeah, freshman, you kind of count on that for the most part. But when you're a sophomore or junior and, they're like, all right, you go over here with these starters. You are actually going to go over on the far side of the field. And you're like, gosh, dang it.
There's juniors and seniors that are getting bad news tomorrow.
Yeah.
Either tomorrow or Wednesday. It's actually heartbreaking because you see guys that have put a lot of work in and they think it's their turn and it's just not.
Yeah.
And there's probably 10, 15 guys that'll just be completely devastated coming up tomorrow or Wednesday.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. There's a lot of things you can do to really improve your home, but there's really nothing you can do more than maybe outside of the foundation that's overall important to the health of your house than making sure you have a quality roof, because if you don't get that thing taken care of and you keep pushing it to the limit, guess what? There's going to be a moment where you could create hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage to your house. Braden's hanging out with us from IWC, and you've probably seen some horror stories out there.
Oh, we've been around the block a time or two. So, yeah, we've seen a few things.
The one thing I've always liked about IWC is I've got a roof that's coming up on it, and you guys came out and said, you know what? You can actually – it's got a couple more years left in it. And so and I thought the honesty was really cool because you guys could have said, you know what? This thing's about to fall down and kill you and your family in your sleep if you're not careful. We have to do it tomorrow. And I've been like, all right. But you guys were like, no, here's your plan, and you laid it all out, and the honesty was really refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we try and run our business. We've been a part of the Utah community for, 28 years now. You don't get that without a little bit of goodwill. So we try and, pass that good karma on, and, we don't want to – I won't ever force you into anything. We're not the high-pressure sales tactics kind of guys. We'll tell you exactly what you need, and – that's where we land.
You also land as the number one roofing contractor in the state of Utah and have for many years.
Yeah.
And you can get a hold of them, 801-232-5690. I want you to write the number down, or if you're worried about your roof, you got a roof that's 18, 20 years old, 15 years old, or maybe you just got a roof that is abused and you're starting to see all those pebbles flake off and down into your gutters. Just put the number in and call them, 801-232-5690. Like Braden said, they're not going to be pushy, but this is the number one roofing contractor in the state of Utah, and there's a reason for that, Braden. And I think one of the reasons is you guys are so competitively priced. 100%. And you're competitively priced because you do enough roofs that you get some breaks on some stuff.
Yep. We get rebates and stuff from our manufacturer at the end of the year, and we pass those savings on, buying in bulk, all that up front to you guys. And so makes it a win-win situation for everybody all around. So.
I had a neighbor who got his roof replaced earlier in the summer, and that dumpster was out there for a good solid week. and every morning at about 6:30, you'd hear the hammering, and it's like, can you guys wrap this up already?
Right. You
guys, you'll I'd say 8% of the jobs you're done in a day.
Yep, we're in and out. We make it as easy as possible for you guys. We don't want you to have the headaches that you hear about contractors and horror stories. We're trying to set a new name for the for the industry. So
IWC Roofing, call them right now, and let's get on the books.
So Braden, if I call you right now, can I get one on by winter?
Oh yeah, we're well within before snow flies. Yeah, and we also, just so you guys know, we have a special deal for your listeners today.
Let's go.
So Our regular advertising, we've got $2,000 off this month.
Yeah.
For the Hans and Scotty listeners today, we want to do an extra $250 off.
Ooh.
So
$2,250.
Yep.
$2,250 off the roof. You got to call right now and take advantage of it. Make sure you mention Hans and Scotty or the Zone, and we will get you squared away. Normally, you get $2,000 off. Today, they're going to throw in an extra $250 because Braden and Josh are feeling extra generous. 801-232-5690, 801-232-5690. Get that roof replaced by the time the snow flies. It's right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, the box showed up at the house, and I could not be more happy.
Yeah, man. It's
Beehive
Christmas.
Mills, let's go.
It's Christmas.
Yeah.
It's like watching Santa deliver the box under the tree. You know you're going to open that up and have all these delicious meals. Beehive Mills, Scotty and I have become big fans.
Oh, my goodness.
There's a lot of reasons, but one of my favorite things, everything is not cooked, it's not steamed, it's not shoved full of preservatives. Everything is cut up fresh. So like if it's a beef stew, the carrots are cut fresh, celery's cut fresh, all of your peppers are cut fresh. The beef is non-cooked, non-stuffed with all of these preservatives, and it's flash frozen into a package that you cut open, you put it into your slow cooker, you turn your slow cooker on, and in 4 or 5 hours, you've got a perfectly slow-cooked, delicious, healthy, fresh meal.
It's really simple. Beehive Mills. Go to beehivemills.com, and you can sign up for different subscription models. It's going to save you a bunch of money, but you are getting fresh, never cooked before food delivered right to your home that all you have to do is just throw it in a slow cooker, and you're off and running. Beehivemills.com. That's beehivemills.com.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right. When it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors, it's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty G. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I know it's all about college football right now. I know it's all about the NFL. By the way, you watching any preseason?
A little bit. You know, I am watching a little bit of Giants because there's some interest there.
Yeah.
I'm watching a little bit of Cleveland because there's interest there.
You watch Ashton Genty just truck dudes?
I watched Genty. Genty got off the 1-yard kick and did some nice things. So, yeah, I'm watching enough to just be dangerous.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because I get excited. I'm like, oh, we got football. And Brody and I, my son, we're like, all right, let's watch the Broncos. And we get it, all of a sudden it starts and it's like Stidham is starting. Like, Bo Nix isn't even dressed. Like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Although Stidham looked like a freaking superstar last game. Come on, Christian. There's a quarterback controversy in Denver. You know it.
Stidham's going to keep Bo on his toes.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
If that's the case, it's going to be a long year. But
there's only one guy we got to worry about. There's only, in Denver.
Yeah.
There's only one. That's Bo Nix.
Yep.
Just make sure he's healthy. Make sure he takes the next step. When you got a guy that throws for 3,800 yards and 30 touchdowns in a rookie season, you could have something really special.
Yeah.
What are some of the early thoughts and reports on Bo Nix?
He looked abysmal in his first preseason game. And then they had joint practices with the Cardinals, and apparently he tore the Cardinals up, but there's no footage of that in these joint practices. And then he didn't play in the second preseason game against the Cardinals. So everything we're hearing that's good is being presented secondhand. Yeah. Anything that's bad, you watched in that first preseason game. But there's nothing you can – I mean, like, look, I'm not worried one bit. I look forward to a 4,000-yard, 35-touchdown season from Bo Nix.
Why is that not unattainable?
It's definitely attainable.
It's definitely attainable.
Yeah. I wanted to play some audio for you because I know we're knee-deep in football, and nobody's more excited about the start of the football season than we are. But since the great Hans Olsen baseball transformation, where Hans has become a baseball fan.
Yeah, I love the majors.
And he's knocking out ballparks right and left.
Yeah, getting to quite a few.
And I love baseball. I love my Cubs. I love going to games. There's nothing better than going to a Major League Baseball game. I could go, and I know you're the same way. You show up to a city, and you're like, okay, is the team in town? Yep. All right, let's grab a couple tickets and let's go. Because there is something about Major League Baseball that's just special. And we've heard for almost we're coming up on 3 years now when the Big League Utah presentation was made, and we got invited to do the show live out there with Steve Starks and the Miller family.
At the Power District.
And it feels like it's getting closer and closer. Here's Rob Manfred last night on a Major League Baseball broadcast asked about expansion.
How about a window into the future? Expansion, realignment, expanded playoffs. I mean, Can you see that down the road?
I can. I think the first two topics are related in my mind. I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel. And I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for, entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we, sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be two West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion process.
All right. This is the most Rob Manfred's talked about expansion in detail for quite some time. And even though he was non-committal on a timeline, I think there are a couple things you can take away from this and be really excited about if you're looking forward to Major League Baseball coming to Utah. Number one, he did confirm that they want an East and a West team. And that has always been the assumption. But then there's other guys that have come. Bob Nightingale from USA Today has come on a couple times and been like, oh, no, they can both be in the East. Well, no. Rob Manfred specifically brought up East and West and specifically about team travel and wanting teams to be more, having another team out West because it alleviates some of the issues in travel. And then he's always thinking about the dollars, making their postseason look a little bit more attractive to their network sponsors, which means more money. So you have games available in that Mountain and Pacific time zone that would be more available to ESPN when it comes to those broadcasts. So yes, you are getting an East team and you're getting a West team, and I don't think Portland's in the mix. So who else out in the West would be available outside of Salt Lake City?
Yeah, it's Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
And the more you dig into it, the more you feel like Portland has rubbed people the wrong way.
Yep.
And Salt Lake City has rubbed people the right way. Rob Manfred knows exactly where that stadium is going to be. He's seen it. He knows how close it is to the airport. He knows how close it is to downtown. And he's seen the renderings that show the path that will lead from the stadium, Riverside, along the river, and it'll come close to downtown, and it'll show the connection of NBA, NHL, and Major League Baseball. He's also been courted to house the Oakland A's here in the state. So he's seen what we can build in terms of an infrastructure for even a minor league team. He knows. He knows what Salt Lake's all about. The good news is Las Vegas would be the team.
Oh, yeah.
Las Vegas is now acquiring the Oakland Athletics, and they will commence play in Vegas in 2028. So in 2028, new stadiums built where the old
Tropicana
used to be.
Yeah.
That's already downed, and they're already starting to build that out, which is going to be incredible. I do have questions about Vegas, though.
I do too.
Man, I've got questions. Now, Vegas can fix things and probably get back to old Vegas pretty quick. Remove a lot of the stupid things that they've got in place, because Vegas is so dumb right now, Scotty.
It makes me sad. I used to love going to Vegas.
It is so dumb.
20 years ago, when we'd go to the Green Valley Resort for Mountain West Conference Media Days, and Vegas was great. Mm-hmm. It was inexpensive. It was fun. Now it's just a dollar. I mean, it's just a cash trap.
Well, I was reading, because I've been so interested in what's going on in Vegas. I was reading a couple of things. So Christian's generation,
they're not going.
They're not going.
No. Nope.
They're not wasting money. They understand what the house's percentage is. They're smart. They're kind of a more informed generation. And so they understand. Like, I sit down at a blackjack table, I know what the house advantage is. I'm not going to go do that. And here's the other thing that's happened with Christian's generation. They have phones, and they can now gamble in 24 or 28 states in the country.
Yeah.
So I can now play different games, and I can gamble on sports right from my phone from my house legally.
And let's be honest, if you have a VPN, you can probably do it in all 50 states.
Really? So you can
there's workarounds.
You can cheat the system a bit.
Yeah.
Why would anybody go to Vegas? So I've got some concerns. If Vegas can't figure out their crap And if we continue to expand gambling availability through internet or other forms, and it's not just internet too. We're building casinos in places.
Oh yeah.
You know, you go down into Florida and you can hit the Hard Rock and you could go play at a casino just like you could in Vegas. You don't have to go to Vegas anymore. I think Vegas could break in half. But that's beside the point. I'm just throwing it out there.
And you sent me some numbers that not only talk about, Generation Z, but also the fact that overall tourism is way down in Vegas.
It's down 15%, and they're feeling the absolute struggle. And again, to the younger generation, they are going to Vegas and they're promoting what Vegas is doing to rob you blind. They're taking $30 to $40 a night in parking. They're taking $40 to $50 a night in resort fees.
Yeah.
They're taking $200 to $500 a night at the tables with the house advantage. They just take and take. All of their food prices are now up between 20 to 35% from anywhere else that you're going to vacation to.
You want bottled water? That's $10.
It's $10. And, you used to go sit at a table and people get free cocktails. Now you sit at a table, it's a $25 minimum to sit at a table when it used to be $2.50. You could sit there with $2.50 and you could play all night on a card game. So Vegas is just...
Boy, did I learn the hard way on that one.
Yeah. So I don't know, Scotty. I'm looking at Vegas like, is it really the destination?
Yeah. I think...
In the middle of a desert, in a godforsaken state.
I think it's going to take some time.
And by the way, I'm talking 20 years down the road.
Yeah. It's going to take some time.
When people are really intelligent and our country really has opened up for gambling.
Yeah, well, when Christian's generation, they get into their 40s and 50s and they have that same kind of attitude and they have more expendable income, you think they're wasting their money down there? No.
Not a chance.
You like how we're talking about you like you're not in the room, Christian?
Well, it's the first time I've ever heard Christian's generation and smart in the same sentence.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's kind of true.
Maybe Scotty and I don't give the props, but it is it's not a street smarter generation. It's like a Google smart generation.
Yeah. They're more Excel sheet driven.
Yeah, they just have the information.
Yeah.
When we used to have to open up a thesaurus and be like, okay, so tell me, what is the origins of these pyramids? And now it's, hey, Siri. They just have access to information that we didn't have access to.
By the way, my phone's all freaking out when you said, hey, Siri.
Oh, did it really?
Yeah.
So I know that that's a complete, I'm sorry to get on a tangent,
no.
But it is curious to me, could Vegas break?
You'd love to see it. But they're going to get it. Look, they got Major League Baseball. They're going to get NBA in the next round.
They got NFL.
And they've got NFL. So, I mean, and of course we've seen what the Golden Knights have done. But the fact is, folks, I think you need, I talked to somebody just last week who reached out to me out of the blue and said, "Are you ready for baseball?" And I'm like, come on, don't mess with my emotions like that. I don't want to get my hopes up. And he's like, it's just be ready. And it wasn't like anything imminent, but I think that very quietly behind the scenes, Salt Lake City and the Miller Group and Steve Starks has done a tremendous job of putting themselves in a situation that when Major League Baseball opens up and says, we're ready to expand, that Salt Lake's like, oh, yeah, we've been ready for a few years now. You know what we're about. We'd be more than happy to make any presentation you'd like. We'd be more than happy to fly you in and show you everything that we've got. The land has been acquired. The financing has been acquired. There is no questions whatsoever. Remember when Ryan Smith told the commissioner of NHL, you will not have any arena drama here.
Yeah.
And he didn't. Well, guess what? The Miller family can say the same thing to Major League Baseball. Hey, Portland, they say they got their stuff together, but do they really? Guess what? You want to know where we're getting our money? It's from here. You want to know where we're building a stadium? Here. You want to see plans of the stadium? It's here. Do you want to know anything else you want to know? It's built and ready to go right now. It's turnkey. All we need is the green light, and we'll break ground tomorrow.
I know that there are people out there that are like, well, you got to have money to win in Major League Baseball. I've been trying to kind of crack that thought process a bit. You do. You got to be financially sound. You got to have deep pockets. You do. But the 9th highest paid roster, they won it in 2023. The 11th highest paid roster, they won it in 2022. The 13th highest paid in 2021. The lowest we've seen was the 18th highest paid roster. That was the Astros in 2017. They were the 18th highest paid roster. Oh, and by the way, they beat the number 1 highest paid roster in the Dodgers that year. Now, they did it by beating on garbage cans.
Yeah.
I mean, look. But look, if you got to build a scandal, you got to build a scandal. But what I'm saying, Scotty, is whether it's your Cubbies in 2016, they were the 14th.
Yeah.
They were paying $117 million, and they beat the Guardians was it the Guardians, right?
Yeah.
They beat the Guardians in the championship. They were the 24th highest paid.
Well, you know who the best team in Major League Baseball is right now? Is the Milwaukee Brewers. And I don't know if the other day they'd put the winning streak up to 14. I don't know if it got snapped or not, but they'd won 14 in a row. They now are at 78-45 on the season. Okay, they are 33 games above 500, and they have the number 20th highest payroll in Major League Baseball.
So I know that there's an argument out there because we've all watched the Yankees do it, and we were watching the Dodgers do it, and it feels seedy and disgusting, and we've had some recent conversation about reorganization of capping. Mm-hmm. Which players are not having.
Ooh, no.
Oh, man, it's been a nasty back and forth. But just understand, creatively and with the right pockets, you can be competitive and just be in the top half of the pay scale.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to be in the top half. Make no mistake.
Also, knowing the people that you and I know that are involved in Major League Baseball Utah and would be a part of that group, we know they're intelligent. They know what it costs. They know what the commitment is. They're not trying to get involved with this and build a multi-billion-dollar stadium to shortchange. And they know what it's going to take to be competitive with a roster. And if you can't compete, by the way, the Dodgers last year, they won it. Last year they won it. It was the Dodgers, right?
Yeah.
They won last year. Mm-hmm. Yeah. They were the 3rd highest payroll at $240 million. $240 million. 3rd highest, 240. They won it. So I know it's expensive. $240 million. That's the highest paid roster to win it in Major League Baseball history. By the way, the 2018 Red Sox, who won it, were at 235. Back in 2018, 235.
Almost 10 years ago.
The Dodgers just knocked them off at 239. Or actually, it's 240 because it's 239,800. But I want people here in Utah to back off the whole, why would we even get Major League Baseball? We could never compete. Stop it. We want Major League Baseball.
We want it.
We need it.
Oh man, and Rob Manfred's going to retire in 2029. How about that? Getting ahead of it and announcing when you're going to retire 4 years from now. And he wants those cities in place. Not necessarily playing. They don't have to be playing, but he wants it announced and on their way.
Oh, I was going to say, we'll know if we're going to have a Major League Baseball team here in the state before a bat is ever swung in Vegas.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
We'll know if we're going to have a team before a bat is swung in Vegas.
Yep. Spot on. All right, Braden's hanging out with us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone from IWC Roofing. Huge fan of these guys because they're going to get you taken care of. But let's be honest, you guys have a tremendous deal, $2,250 off any roof replacement. But you got to call in and get on the schedule right now with IWC. But still, this is a major investment into your home. Hopefully, it's something you only have to do once in your lifetime. But a lot of people think, okay, well, I need to save up my money. Guess what? You got a lot of great financing options so people can have the security knowing they're under a quality roof.
Yep, absolutely. We have a few different partners that we use for financing. We have, great options for 0% for, 12 months, 18 months. We can get you into a roof and get you into a low payment option if that fits your budget better.
Yeah, I just want people to really start to explore this. And if you want to do your own research and you're like, well, I like what Hans and Scotty are saying, and I can hear Braden, and I know I've listened to Josh, but I just want to do my own research. Go look at the Google reviews.
100%.
Go look at the ratings.
Yep.
Go look at all the different responses, and you can find all the responses from KSL to the Googles out to the Apple stars. You can find it all.
Yep.
People love IWC.
Yeah, I think we're up about 2,000 5-star reviews over all the different review sites right now. So,
and how do you get the 5-star reviews? Well, I'm going to tell people, and Scotty's mentioned this multiple times, getting the job done fast.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you tell me you're going to have the job done, getting it done. That's a big one because people sit there and like, it's week 3. We got a hole in our roof. These people don't even know what they're doing. They didn't show up for 2 days. IWC will not do that.
Right.
They're going to get that roof replaced and get your new roof on. Number 2, being competitive financially. Making sure that you're not breaking my bank and that I can find 5 different roofers that can do it cheaper than IWC. You're not going to find that.
Right.
You guys are very competitive with your pricing.
Absolutely. And, I always tell people we're probably not the cheapest because we actually run things correctly. You'll find the cheaper companies that are the chuck in your truck.
Yeah.
And they don't carry like their license or insurance or, proper state stuff, But we do all of that. We use the best materials. We don't cut any corners. We're not cutting quality on workmanship or product, anything like that. We're doing all that at a great price, making sure that you get the best warranties in the industry, all, like you said, for a fair and affordable price.
And no doubt. And right now, you can take advantage of $2,250 off that roof replacement. Call right now, 801-232-5690. That's 801-232-5690. IWC Roofing. Braden and the crew ready to help you out right now. 801-232-5690. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Blue 58! You patiently waited and waited and waited. And now it's here. It's college football season. As the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies get ready for the upcoming season, nobody will bring you better coverage of the teams you can't live without than the KSL Sports Zone. With daily updates from camps and interviews with all the coaches and players, your home for the best coverage of college football is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City. The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The struggle, the triumph, the heartbreak, the streak. Only in theaters, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on the dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender.
Do you need an electrician? Any Hour Services has a team of licensed electricians that can help with any size electrical project around your house. Whether it's help troubleshooting, installing a ceiling fan, replacing smoke detectors, or upgrading your old electrical panel, the electricians at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Next big holiday, it's right around the corner, and it's Labor Day. It's a time to kick back and relax and recover from all of the spectacular things you did during the summertime. And, of course, the effort of getting the kids back to school. It's time to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, don't you think? Hotel Park City or downtown Salt Lake City? Wrap up the summer, kick off the fall with your reservations at either location, where you are going to get a wonderful meal served in such an incredible way at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And whichever entree you choose, whether it's one of their famous steaks or seafood, poultry, maybe it's something special on the menu, it will be cooked to perfection, exactly the way you like it, and served on a 500-degree sizzling plate. Side dishes to die for. The desserts, oh, you've got to save room. It's time to make your reservations. Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
The Garden Restaurant is reimagined space with exceptional taste in Salt Lake City. Enjoy a fresh, healthy menu, dine in, grab and go, patio seating, or online ordering. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant, next to Temple Square.
This is your top 60 and 60 watch list as Hans and Scotty get you ready for the start of the 2025 college football season by highlighting the most influential players on their team for the upcoming season. And now, get the call, baby! Come on, let's go! Here's today's newest addition to the watch list.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, the top 60 and 60 watch list. Today's nominee coming from BYU in that defensive backfield.
Maury Bamba, really big, long, and super fast. One of the fastest guys on our team. When you combine that with how physical and how strong he is, pound for pound, one of the strongest guys on our team as well. But definitely has the speed and the ability to play for the next level as a cornerback. Looking forward to seeing him hone in. I think he started to really come along in his technique and the fundamentals. Just working really hard. But he's always been a hard worker, but it's all starting to come together for him. And I think it's going to be a great year for him in coverage, but also his work ethic. There's nothing like it, and you can see it in the way that he looks, because you don't get that type of body from not working hard. So he's a guy that has all the tools that are needed to be a big-time cornerback, and I think this will be a great year for him.
Maury Bamba, defensive back, BYU. What kind of season are you expecting out of him?
You know, he better be really good, dude. Like, he's got to be the guy. I think he and Evan Johnson, can really hold things down. I believe in Maury Bamba. I believe that he can do it. The problem is in this defense, Scotty, you know this defense well because you've covered it for a lot of years.
Yeah.
You're asked to be overly aggressive and overly athletic. I could play in, like, as a pretty good athlete, I could play in 3/4 of the defenses in this country. There are certain defenses that ask a high billing for their corners because the defensive coordinators have ideas for their nickelbacks and their safeties and their linebackers, and I got to free them up and leave them on duty. So what that does is it puts you on islands often, and it'll put you on island against a really good receiver in this conference. So in order for BYU's defense to be able to roll out its full package, Maury Bamba has to be Jacob Robinson-like.
Yeah. Yep.
Otherwise, you start to restrict Isaiah Glasker. You start to restrict Tanner Wall. You're like, oh, crap, we're going to have to work our safety depth back. So now instead of our safety sitting at 8 and 9 yards, we have to set that safety all the way back to 18 to 20 yards, which they did 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And you remember 2 years ago, the run defense struggled and everything kind of struggled. Well, last year, because you had Jacob Robinson and you could run the types of corner responsibilities that you wanted to run, now I can work my safeties forward, and I've got so much more playability with my nickel and my outside linebacker. I can run different stunts, and I can force them into offenses that they don't want to do. If Maury Bamba doesn't play to a Jacob Robinson level, then you're going to see more 2023 defense.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why Jay Hill can throw 12 different defenses in the first 14 plays against Colorado, because he's got the horses that can adjust and can be out on an island if needed and can really lock things down.
Yeah.
If you don't have the guys that can be that flexible and can take on those kind of responsibilities and feel comfortable about it, then it limits a lot of your versatility.
It does. And by the way, that's universal across the defensive backfield, because you go back to 2023, it wasn't as much a corner issue as it was both safety issues.
Yep. Corners were solid.
Corners were solid. I think it was Eddie Heckard and maybe Jacob Robinson. Yeah. And a combo of one or two other guys. But that was like the Malik Moore issues and the safety issues that were falling apart. Now you're trying to do extra with your corners because you didn't have safety help and you couldn't walk safeties up because they didn't have the speed or ability to hit certain angles. It messed everything up defensively. And it actually reflects in a run stoppability. So you asked me, can Maury Bamba do it? I'm going to say the same on Maury as I just said on LJ Martin. It's the same. There's a part of me that's hesitant, and there's a part of me that wonders myself. So I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up people's skirts and say, oh, yeah, absolutely, Maury's going to be the guy. There's a part of me that questions it. If I'm not mistaken, I think I did a film review of a scrimmage that was put out by BYU,
yep.
Where Maury was locked up man-on-man with Chase, and Chase abused him on a man situation on a slant, which those slants were the Achilles heel for the BYU defense last year. If there was any area that they could have done better, it was the quick slant and the intermediate slant that was a real problem. I think we had one other instance of Maury on the outside off one of those clips too. So I've got questions. I've got questions.
I don't know if we'll find out.
I kind of feel more confident about Evan Johnson than I do Maury Bamba at this point.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Huh. But Maury Bamba's got more responsibility, I think, heaped on him than Evan Johnson.
All right, time for your good, the bad, the ugly, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It is your good, it is your bad, it is your ugly. All brought to you by RGS Exteriors. If it's the outside of your home, RGS will hook you up. It's RGS Exteriors. Call Tim and the crew. Whether you got that old siding you need to get replaced, guess what? They got you covered. Rain gutters too. Yep.
The best at it.
All right, let's start with the good, shall we?
So everybody knows Jackson Dart out of Corner Canyon. They all watched his college career. Man, he was all over the place in college.
Yeah.
But wherever he landed, he was very good. And he is now doing some great things in the NFL.
Dude's tearing it up,
He is tearing it up. He just dismantled the Jets yesterday. He hit 14 of 16. Completed 14 of 16. He went for nearly 200 yards. He had a touchdown. He also had 2 rushes for 5 yards and a goal line touchdown. So he's showing his speed and his strength. He's showing his arm strength. He's showing his accuracy. 14 of 16 in a preseason. I know it's preseason, and I know what you're going to get. But you're also running with preseason receivers that are running against corners that are playing for their life, in defenses that are mixing up blitz packages and trying to catch you off guard. So there's still a lot to a guy going 14 to 16, even in preseason.
I think there's plenty to be excited about here. If you are a Giants fan or just a Jackson Dart fan, there is a lot to be excited about. I don't think he'll be your week 1 starter, but Who knows?
You think that's to be Russell?
I think it will be, and then they'll let Russell screw it up, and then they'll bring him in and let him be the hero.
Yeah.
Kind of like what Cleveland's doing with Shedeur or whoever. They announced today Joe Flacco is going to be the starter because what they want is Joe to fail, and then they'll bring in the guy, and everybody will be excited about him, and the honeymoon will continue on throughout the season. Not make him week one, and when he throws 2 interceptions, everybody's down on him. You let him gradually get into it.
You know what I like his situation? What you just brought up. I get to watch Russell Wilson fail before I take the field, and all I can do is go up and be a hero.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm also now in an organization where I'm sitting in a quarterback room, and I'm speaking from Jackson Dart's point of view. I can turn to my left and say to a Super Bowl level quarterback in Russell Wilson, hey, so Russell, I had this safety look, and they actually ran a nickel look over to this area, and Russell can say, yeah, you definitely want to tuck and run. There's going to be this open space right here. And then I can look to my right and be like, all right, Jameis Winston, who is also an athletic, look, he's a wily quarterback, and I don't know. He seems friendly. He seems like you could pick his brain.
Yeah, I think you have a better chance of picking his brain than Russell Wilson.
Yeah. And I can turn to Jameis and say, Jameis, this is one thing I'm really struggling with is my timing and tempo on this.
Yeah.
How do you, as a guy that, I know you've got a mind to run. I got a mind to run, but what can we do here? Those are pretty good sounding boards. So that when I do step on the field, I've got a good confidence.
And Zach Wilson had none of that with the Jets.
None of it. And I don't think Jordan Love had any of that with Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron didn't give him anything.
And I think Aaron had sound bites out there. First of all, Rodgers was ticked that they drafted Jordan Love, and he made that very apparent that they didn't draft him another weapon. And I think that he probably held that grudge because there were sound bites out there like, I'm not here to raise him.
Yeah.
Like, there are guys that have been in bad situations. I think Jackson Dart's in a good situation.
I do too. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Good, the bad, the ugly. This one is this is a rough one, and it's a local story too. University of Nebraska at Omaha basketball player Dang Mayar was swimming with a friend. He died Saturday in a drowning accident. Only 22 years old. Was at the Black Ridge Reservoir in Harriman. Law enforcement say his friend saw him struggling after reaching the shore, so he re-entered the water to try to save him, who went under about 35 yards away. Unfortunately, was unable to get there and help him. And after several hours of searching, the Unified Fire Authority did locate his body. He was pronounced dead on the scene. But again, just a horrible story. 6'8" forward, spent his first 2 years at the University of North Dakota, and then was going to go to Nebraska Omaha.
This is gut-wrenching.
Yeah.
It's horrifying to me. It's about a 5-hour search from when he went under to when you found him. So first of all, you put yourself in parents' shoes or coach's shoes, or put yourself in the friend's shoes. This Sa Mafutaga, I believe is how you say his last name, who was swimming out trying to help his friend. And you got a 5-hour wait point. They found him at 11 p.m. It's like, geez, that's horrifying.
Yeah.
The other thing that's horrifying is, he's 22 years old, and he's 35 yards away from the shore. Did he jump off a boat? Did he jump off a dock? Did he swim out there? Did he cramp?
Yeah.
One of my biggest fears, and I've had a couple of cramps, only 1 or 2 times, and it was always during football camp. Your body's depleted of electrolytes, and you're just dehydrated, and your muscles are cramped. When you cramp, you can't breathe, and your muscles will actually restrict, and you can't swim. This kid's a well-trained athlete. Was he dehydrated? Did he cramp? Like, all of these things just scare the crap out of me.
And it's a reservoir, so there's no current or anything like that. When we talked about, oceans or...
This is a community reservoir.
Yeah.
This is built for community swimming.
Yeah.
So it's... Any drowning is horrifying, and any drowning is gut-wrenching. This is a college athlete.
Yeah.
Like, what the heck?
And certainly thoughts with the family going through the worst times of their lives. And this is just a kid who had his whole life ahead of him and a heck of a basketball player. Sadly, no longer with us.
Yeah.
All right. Let's fire up the ugly.
And, of course, the ugly.
I don't know how many times you've seen this. Now, Victor Robles plays for the Mariners, but he's down in the minors right now. And there was a game yesterday that got out of hand. Have you ever seen a player throw a bat at a pitcher?
Not like that.
I mean, this could wind up really bad, and I've got a couple of thoughts on this, but I want you to hear the call. This is Victor Robles. He gets hit by a pitch, and he decides to take things into his own hands.
Find out to Halter at third back in inning number 1. And the first pitch from Estes. Swung on and fouled off on a pitch that hit him. He picks up the bat and throws it at Estes. He's been tossed. He is yelling at Joey Estes, and now he runs towards the mound. And now he continues.
So then he continued. He was in the dugout. I cut that off. He was in the dugout, and he took this big box of drinks or something and tipped it over the dugout wall, and he actually had a full-on freak out. Now, it's the minors. It's Toronto versus the Las Vegas Aviators. It's a minor league pitcher, Joey Estes. But he lost his mind. So I've never seen a batter throw a bat like that, like with intent to hit. But it also looked like the pitch intentionally hit him. So I don't know what to think on this one.
I think there's an element of this guy's like, why are you pitching me inside? You haven't earned the right to be able to do that. And the guy goes after him. And so he feels embarrassed because he's like, first off, he probably doesn't want to be down there anyway. He wants to get back up with the Mariners. He's probably upset about that. He feels like this no-name minor league guy is showing him up. And so I'm going to show him up.
Yeah.
And he just lost it. I mean, we've seen guys that have blackout anger issues.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he just probably it all hit and just boom.
Okay, so let me just throw you a moral question.
Okay.
If you know that guy hit you on purpose with the pitch, do you feel vindicated, justified in throwing a bat at him? Like he threw a hard ball at you on purpose.
And I
feel like I'm okay throwing a hard bat back at him.
That thing looked like it was in the 90s.
Yeah, it did, and it hit him high. It hit him. It looked like it almost hit him the back of the head, because he kind of turned his back, and it hit him high. So there's a part of me, and I used to do this when I played, when I wrestled, when I was in football. If I felt like somebody was going at me, my entire intent and entire goal, and you know this, is to go back at them harder.
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever you do to me, I'm going to do it to you, and it's going to be worse, and you're going to regret doing it to me. So if you pitched at me, and I knew you were pitching at me to hurt me, I don't feel bad throwing a bat back at your face. And if the bat wrapped around your neck, I wouldn't feel bad.
Yeah, you come at me,
I'm coming at you. Because
can't say I blame you.
There's all this disgust, like, oh, how dare you throw a bat? But the pitch looked high, and it looked intentional. And to your point, like, Victor Robles is looking at us, what am I even doing here? I'm supposed to be here, or maybe I'm on recovery or assignment, or whatever it is. And you're already full of rage, and then you get hit with a ball from an idiot pitcher that you shouldn't see on the mound. I don't know. I guess I'm trying to explain.
I think there's an easy path on how you got people like, how does that happen? It's actually, we can explain how that happened.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah.
Okay, so now having seen the aftermath and the outcome, should the majors take a stance on this?
Yeah, he'll get suspended. Yeah, he'll get hit in the pocketbook and he'll miss time.
Probably a 3-gamer.
Yeah, 3 to 5.
And it's hard to prove pitcher's intent.
I know. He's like, he just got away from me. There's a reason I'm not playing at the majors level.
Just a wild pitch.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 152. Coming up next, whole world news straight ahead right here on The Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Joined by Riley Jensen, college football expert.
It is almost here. There is a time of year where you can smell football in the air. The crickets don't come out till it's football season, and they're out at night.
We'll get the seagulls over there. We'll take care of the crickets.
You know what? That's what I like about you, PK. You're not from here, but you know the history.
Yeah, I've learned. Some of my best friends, Riley. I've said that many times. I love the people. They're good people.
You're a man of the people.
So condescending.
It's not.
It is too.
You're welcome.
Thanks. You're going to hang up the phone and walk away, and I'm going to have another hour and a half of this.
That's called hurricane management. I come in, I mix it up, and I leave. That's what I do.
All right, Riley. We'll let the hurricane manager go. Thanks for nothing.
It's hard work being you guys' friends. It's hard work.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know, when it comes to water, you want to have the best for your family. And I've got a kid playing football, and he has this big old water cooler that he fills up every morning because coaches say you got to get a gallon in you. And you want to make sure that your kids are getting the best. Well, Culligan, it's a Utah company owned by a local Utah family. They will provide you the best water on the planet that's filtered with the great water softener systems as well. Whether you want bottled water and coolers, guess what? They'll have it covered for you.
Well, you can speak on this, Scotty. You switched over to Culligan.
I did. I have bottled water service, and we were with one company. It's about almost 6.
Oh, is it?
5 or 6 months.
6 months.
And it's cheaper. It's better quality service. I know when people are coming up and picking up the jugs and when I need to have them out front. It's organized. It's a win-win. I could not have been happier about this.
Do you So you do the water jug system. Yeah. People can do a whole home filter, and they can actually filter out their water in their house. You do the water service. So does it come with a cooler? That they place on top of it?
Yeah.
And does that actually dispense good cold water?
Oh, it's awesome. You can have hot water or cold water with the touch of a button. It's that easy.
It just plugs in? Or?
It just plugs in. It's always ready. It's always on. And you can have great water right in. And again, like let's say you're making a little macaroni and you want to start out with a little hot water. Boom. You just throw it in there.
Hot water.
Or you're making a little oatmeal. There's your hot water right there.
And the flavor's good.
Oh, flavor's awesome.
Anybody that thinks water doesn't have flavor, you're out of your mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have struggled my whole life drinking water. And I know Culligan can come in and they can give you a whole home system. And also right now, you're going to get free salt delivery for a year, receive $500 off a water softener, and get a year's free salt delivery direct to your home. And all you got to do is call today, Scotty.
801-509-9602. That's 801-509-9602.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
This summer, score big with a winning loan from Hercules First Federal Credit Union. Refinance your existing loans from Hercules or another lender, or finance your new purchase with Hercules and enjoy a 0.50% discount off their posted rate. Plus, when you open a new Visa credit card, you'll get an extra 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap, warranty, or a maintenance package. Visit HerculesCU.com to learn more. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Allie's here to see a hypnotist. Sam's here for the thrills. And Travis is here to see a car wreck. So where's the one place they can see and do all of this? Nowhere but the Utah State Fair. And it's going on September 4th through the 14th.
What the heck? Come cause a wreck at the Day of Reckoning Demolition Derby on Saturday, September 13th at the Utah State Fair. It's the biggest, loudest, most destructive demolition derby of the year. Only at the Utah State Fair.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ bridal collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
I knew I was going to die that day.
Tonight on KSL.
You don't know what a monster looks like until it's too late.
A true crime investigation.
6 to 8 young women disappeared.
That isn't just digging up the past.
Your podcast is definitely helping push this investigation.
Get your first look at the podcast that's moving these cold cases forward.
Justice needs to be given to the voices that he silenced.
Stolen Voices, tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world in our hands. We've got the whole world.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Time for a quick edition of Whole World News.
Yeah, and then we're going to get out of the way because Michelle Gardner is going to join us.
One of our favorites.
Yeah, she's the Arizona State Sun Devils insider, and we need to figure out what's going on with Arizona State. All right, this is one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. It's a new surgery that can restore vision in blind people, but it is a bizarre surgery. Here's the news story out of Canada.
After going blind nearly 21 years ago, this is the moment Brent Chapman discovered he could see again through his tooth.
Looks really healthy. Looks great.
Chapman is one of 3 people who underwent tooth and eye surgery, performed by Dr. Greg Maloney and his team in Vancouver for the first time in Canada.
I feel fantastic. Vision comes back. It's a whole new world.
All 3 patients can now see to different degrees.
To watch them come back into the world it's an incredibly rewarding feeling.
The 2-part surgery, developed in the 1960s, is a last resort for people with severe corneal blindness. It involves removing a patient's tooth, inserting a plastic lens into it, and then stitching the whole thing into the patient's eye socket. Why a tooth? Because they consist of the hardest substances humans produce, making them the ideal casing to bridge the lens, and using part of a patient's own body ensures it won't be rejected. Chapman went blind when he was 13. He's had about 50 procedures done to try and get his vision back.
And we always said to Brent that we would go anywhere, do anything to keep his vision. And here we are.
Chapman says he's now appreciating the little things.
When Dr. Maloney and I made eye contact, we both just burst into tears, and yeah, I hadn't really made eye contact in 20 years.
He's looking forward to spending time with family, traveling and working, not taking anything for granted.
So, Scotty, when you heard the surgical procedure?
Yeah.
Okay, so they remove a molar and they drill a hole in it. And then they put a lens on it, and then they put that in the eye socket. It is that. It's a molar for an eye. And it's got video of the guy. Did you see the video, Christian? Or just the audio?
I'm about to look it up, I'll tell you that.
Lloyd was not happy.
Oh, it's horrifying.
Yeah.
So he wears glasses. Look, give me my vision. If I've lost vision, give me my vision. I'll just wear glasses. I'll Jim McMahon this thing all day long.
Yeah.
But it is a horrifying look. It's a tooth for an eyeball.
Wow.
It's freakishly like ghoulish.
And apparently this has been around for a little bit. They've been toying with this idea for a bit.
Yeah, they said the 60s, which is really hard to believe, but turning a tooth into an eyeball is madness.
Wow.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I would look, restore my vision. If I got to pull a molar and put that in my eye socket, I'll do it.
Just so you could see.
It's not my favorite thing.
You Val Kilmer this thing.
I'm a Val Kilmer this thing. But
remember, what was that movie where he was blind and then they got his sight back?
Oh, Willow.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Heat?
I think it was Willow, actually. Actually, I have no. You could make up any name of a movie, and I'd be like, I can't remember it actually.
Is it The Saint?
No.
Shoot.
Wait. Now I got to look it up. Movie.
Top Secret?
Blind. Oh man, I love that movie. At First Sight.
Oh, okay.
Shockingly, that's the name of the movie.
That's pretty on the nose.
Yeah.
Oh wait, who did you say?
Val Kilmer.
Oh yeah, okay, I had the right guy.
Yeah.
I'm just glad you didn't have me say Top Gun.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Braden's here with IWC Roofing. And, there's a lot of people out there that think, okay, well, I need to get my roof replaced, but that's not going to be a lot to really help with the aesthetics of your home. You guys can do different colors. There's a lot of things you can do to really make your home pop through your roof. It's not just, not just something you have to do. It's something you get to do and make your home a little bit even more aesthetically beautiful.
Absolutely. If you're feeling a little bit crazy, they even have a purple color shingle now. So,
wow, purple.
Fit right in with your neighborhood.
Are you being serious?
Oh, yeah.
People are putting a purple shingle on?
Yeah. They call it the Midnight Plum.
Well, okay. If you want to go that route, you'd be like, okay.
We'll do it.
We'll do it.
I don't judge you.
And metal roofs are still a thing, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
All you got to do is call 801-232-5690, whether it's the metal roof, whether it's the purple plum. So does the Dark Night Plum?
Midnight Plum.
Whether it's the Midnight Plum. Whether it's the Cherry Apple Red, it doesn't matter. IWC Roofing, they're going to put it on your house, and they're going to do it in a day. They're going to be cost effective. And the reason they can do it in a day and the reason they've got availability to get a roof on your house, they've got more crews than anybody in the state. So IWC Roofing can get to your job, get it done right, use the best materials, the best equipment, and give you the most insurance that this roof is going to last and do a good job for you. 801-232-5690. What's one of the toughest roofs you worked on?
Oof.
I bet you get some tough ones up in Park City.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely a Park City one. When you start mixing metal and shingles, and there was some flat parts of the roof where you have the membrane roof, trying to make it all work together can be challenging sometimes.
And make sure none of that Park City snow gets through.
Yeah.
That's the real challenge.
Because that stuff can get into any gap, cause any problem.
Yep. And that's why we use, like I said, the top tier quality materials. We have the ice and water barrier that's a little bit thicker. It's a heavier duty, just as our standard than what most people use. And so the system that we typically put on is the same stuff that we put on our roofs. So I put it on my house. I actually put it on my parents' house last year. It's the stuff that we use, we trust. We know it's going to perform for you. And so that's why we use it.
$2,250 off today only when you call in and get on the schedule. 801-232-5690. You don't need to sign on the bottom line today, but get on the schedule, have somebody come out and take a look on the roof, and you can lock in that pricing if you decide to go forward. 801-232-5690. It's IWC Roofing right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Counting Crows August 21st at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Counting Crows, the complete Suites Tour with special guest the Gaslight Anthem. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
I've had the steaks from Bar W, the ground beef. I've done a ton of stuff. You know what I did for the first time yesterday for Sunday dinner? The chuck roast.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I told you.
And holy smokes.
I told you, man.
Even the roast is incredible.
That chuck roast, when you finish cooking that chuck roast, no matter how you do it, it falls apart like brisket.
Yeah.
Like it's a typical brisket flavor, too. You know, whether you're doing like a poor man burnt end with the chuck, which I did with their chuck.
Oh,
you can do poor man burnt
yeah.
ends with their chuck roast, and they just fall apart in your mouth. Their chuck is so good, huh?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And it's very affordable. What I did yesterday, I did Sunday dinner for Mom and Dad, and we had Missy and Ken come over, some family all came over. We did loaded baked potatoes, where I buttered up my Blackstone, threw the potatoes on it after they were cooked, and you cut them and open them up, and then I grilled out or fried out a bunch of the burger, and I did like a larger chunk chop burger with some sauteed onion, sauteed jalapenos. We did a cheese sauce, a sour cream sauce, then we did a grated cheese on top of it with green onions and bacon bits.
Oh, there we go.
Loaded potato, and that beef just made it the meal. It's so packed full of great flavor. I want everybody to try the Bar W beef.
BarWbeef.com. They'll ship anywhere in the state of Utah, and orders over $150 for free. They've got the retail location in Nephi. It's Bar W Beef and BarWbeef.com.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking and the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword micro to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say micro to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The Streak, a story of greatness, heartbreak, and what comes after. In select Utah theaters starting Friday, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah! We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5. The Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now, one of our favorites when it comes to talking about their team. It's Michelle Gardner, Arizona State beat writer for the Arizona Republic. Has always shot us straight with what's going on there at Arizona State. Michelle, it's good to chat with you again. How's your summer been?
You know what? The summer went really fast.
Hey, I'm ready for football to kick off tomorrow. I don't know about you guys.
Let's do it.
Oh, we are ready.
Let's go. Hey, I got to ask, though, did you see last year coming with this Arizona State team?
Absolutely not. anybody that would say they did, they're lying to you. I mean, I thought going in, if they went 6-6 and made a bowl game, that would have been huge. And then they just kept winning, and it wasn't always fancy. I really, really think the turning point was the Utah game. I'm going to say that. Just because it was a Friday night, it was a national stage. They beat a team that has had their number, and they literally have not been close with Utah in the last few years. That was the fans rushing the field. That was the video of Kenny that went viral with him moshing with the students. And I think and let's not forget Sam Leavitt won the game with 2 broken ribs and a punctured lung. I think that was the game that kind of set the tone for the rest of the season. And obviously nobody expected Utah to have the season that they had, but at the same point, they were ranked at that point. And for ASU to win that game, I think that they just really built off the sense of belief after that game.
So, Michelle, before we jump into some of the returning talent and what this team's going to look like this upcoming season, the storylines coming out of that Phoenix area in regards to the Sun Devils have been incredible. Kenny Dillingham, incredible coach, but he's also been bullish on fundraising, and I saw the end zone seats that they've opened up for $5,000 a piece, and the new suites that they've tried to build on, and some of the fundraising efforts that they've made. Are you starting to see the tides turn with the money needed to get Arizona State to where they need to be?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that you're also building off of a great season, so it's a little bit easier for everybody to buy in when you've had the season that they're coming off of. And I talked to Graham Rossini Thursday, and he was saying that their football budget has gone up 60% since Kenny came in. Their assistant coaches pool money is up almost 60%. Their season renewal rate for tickets is 96%, which is pretty obscene. They've sold 7,500 new season tickets. So, I just think it's a matter of having the right guy at the helm. They caught lightning in a bottle, and they're building off of what they did last year.
So what are your expectations with Sam Leavitt being the guy and certainly having a great year last year, but he doesn't have Cam Scatterby behind him? How much does that change what he is expected out of him, and how does this Arizona State offense adjust?
Well, they're going to have Jordan Tyson back, and Jordan Tyson's phenomenal. I mean, let's not forget ASU did what it did in the Big 12 championship game, completely boat racing Iowa State without Jordan Tyson there. I think the running back room is just going to look a little bit different. Obviously I don't think you're going to have a guy rush for 1,700 yards. I think it might be more of the running back committee where you have Kyson Brown. Maybe he rushes for 800, and maybe Raleek Brown goes off for 600, and Kanye Udo goes off for 600. I think it's just going to look a little bit different. That's my take. And Sam Leavitt should be a year older, a year better. The tight end room has got depth like ASU hasn't had at that position in forever. And there's a lot of depth at wide receiver as well. So I think it's just going to look a little bit different. And I think Sam is capable of taking on that alpha dog mentality that Cam kind of had. The spirited leader, the guy that kind of gets everybody pumped. I think that can very much be Sam. So, like I said, it's just going to look a little different. I don't think it's going to be better or worse. It's just going to look different.
How nice is it to have Jordan Tyson out there connecting with Leavitt?
It's just a thing of beauty. We shake our heads in practice every day. He makes at least one catch where you just shake your head and go, how the heck did he catch that? He's phenomenal. And their connection was strong last year. It continues to get stronger. I think he's one of the best receivers in the country. A lot of people have him as the first wide receiver off the board in the draft. I think he's definitely got all that, and he's just really matured. I think having Hines Ward as a coach has brought something else out of him, where he's just matured in his work ethic, and just the way he goes about his business, and I think that's helped too.
Hey, just a side note. So Scotty calls games for Utah State. I call games for BYU. And, we have different practice availabilities and access. What's Kenny Dillingham like with you guys, Michelle? Is he pretty open, or do you have observation periods? Because you had mentioned seeing Jordan Tyson. I'm curious, how much do you get to see him?
We watch every minute of practice.
Whoa.
Wow.
Really? Wow.
Every minute of every practice, every day.
Wow. That's a very unique. Is there a reason? And is that? We don't even know what to think because we haven't had that in this state.
I know you don't. No, it's unheard of. I've never. Not only that, but Kenny talks to us every day.
Wow.
What?
Okay.
What kind of bizarre world are you living in down there? Wow.
I count my blessings. I'm very, very fortunate. Kenny called us. He had a meeting with the media right after he got hired. And he basically said, these are my ground rules. I want to have open access. I really would like that. These are and obviously we can't discuss schematic things, or we can't discuss if there's a dust up in practice, or, so-and-so's wearing a green jersey. But I'll tell you what, it really gives us, and would you love to be able to report those things? Yeah. But we also get privy to so much information that helps us do our jobs that it's worth that. Those are things that most people aren't allowed to report on, So like I said, and somebody from, I think, covering UCLA tweeted something out last week saying, we got 8 minutes to watch today, and it was 8 minutes of stretch. And I'm like, okay, that just kind of reminds me how good we have it. Like I said, and it doesn't change once the season this is not just, fall camp. That doesn't change when the season starts.
I'm just going back. The last couple of years before last year, Arizona State was giving up nearly, well over 30 points a game. Last year, they hold opponents to 22.6 points per game. Do you anticipate that defense continuing to play at a high level?
Well, the defense only lost one starter. So I think the one thing I wrote about today is the pass rush. I think the pass rush last year, they didn't necessarily get to the quarterback enough. I think they've improved that. And actually, the scrimmages have been very competitive. They scrimmaged Saturday night, and the defense won the day. And Kenny said, the worst thing you can have is your defense wins every day or your offense wins every day, because it means you're not good on the other side of the ball. So the defense has looked really, really good, in particular the defensive line. And then the secondary, they're all veterans that have been back there for multiple years, some of them going on 3 years. So it's a very, very experienced defense. And I think they're going to be better than last year. Like I said, I think the pass rush is going to be noticeably better.
To that point, Scotty, I was looking at the offensive line. Across the offensive line, you've got a class of 2019, 21, 21, 22, and 22. That's your classes across the offensive line. Ben Coleman, you probably feel like this guy, I know he's a Cal, if I'm not forgetting, I think he's a Cal transfer, but this guy has got a lot of years of experience, doesn't he?
He does, and he was hurt when he first came to ASU. He was hurt, so he didn't play that whole first year that he was here. Now, this is the most important point that we're watching right now is the center position. The game plan was originally to move Ben Coleman to center, and he worked at center for the entire spring. When they came back from Camp Tonizona the first week in August, all of a sudden they are starting to work Wade Helton in at center. Now, Wade Helton is a transfer from Iowa State that got here over the summer. He was a very late addition. I wouldn't say the snaps were bad, but they weren't clean and crisp. And this offense really relies a lot on timing and rhythm, and it wasn't as fluid as it needed to be. So the last two and a half weeks, they've been working both Coleman and Helton at center. So that kind of, obviously the fact that Coleman's not there full time right now shows you that they weren't 100% pleased. But I think it's a matter of what they said the best combination is going to start. Now, Ben Coleman will start. Now, is it going to be at guard or at center? That's the big question. He's a very, very good guard. So if they're going to put him at center, what is your guy capable of that's now going to play left guard? How much worse is he going to be than what Ben would be if he was at center? And then, you've got to kind of, and right now in talking to the other reporters, we have no idea which way this is going to shake out either. Kenny said Saturday after the scrimmage, there was no further clarity. So that's the one ongoing lingering question we have is who's going to start at the center position. And it doesn't look like they're close to figuring that out yet, which, that goes to show you when you've got a guy like Lee Fotana who played basically every snap for 2 years there. That's one of those luxuries that you don't appreciate it until it's gone, right? So, and they return 4 starters on the line, and then the only difference would be whether Coleman plays center or guard. So that's the one last thing that we're kind of looking to see how that falls.
Michelle Gardner, who covers Arizona State, joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Is there a weird, how does a team handle from being picked to finish last to now being a top 11 team in both polls in the preseason polls? Is there kind of a shift that maybe Coach Dillingham's nervous about going from the hunter to the hunted?
Well, that's kind of the only thing we've talked about, even going back to the spring. They're not sneaking up on anybody anymore. They're not off the radar. They're not going to catch anybody by surprise. They're going to be everybody's big game now. And if you look back at Arizona State historically, and it doesn't matter if we're talking football, baseball, basketball, it doesn't matter the sport. For whatever reason, Arizona State teams do not do well when there are expectations. They do the best when they can kind of, lay low and bite people. So that is the big question. Now, I don't sense this team having a sense of complacency because I think if you know Dillingham at all, he's not a guy that's going to let you get complacent. And I think, if anything, the way they ended the season, they should have beat Texas. Anybody that watched that game realizes they were one play away from beating Texas. So they are kind of a little PO'd that they didn't win that game. So I don't know if it's complacency. I think they're still hungry because they know what they're capable of, because they saw how they and the thing that impressed me was they just weren't fazed by anything. They got down in that Texas game and they fought their way back in. So even when things aren't going well, they tend to now find a way. Now I'll tell you another funny story today too. And this is just into Dillingham being Dillingham, and his whole mantra is we want to have more fun working harder than any team in the country. This is a prime example of that. 15 minutes, 20 minutes into practice today, a basketball game broke out. They had a basketball hoop on the football field, and there are fully padded players playing basketball. Like they have this game called Knockout, and they, the winning position group got to determine the music tomorrow for warm up or whatever. So they're out there, fully padded players going at it, playing basketball, and this lasted maybe 20 minutes. Then they blow the whistle, boom, they go back to their position drills. So Kenny really breeds that. Have fun. We want you to be yourselves. And when you look at the retention, the fact that ASU on the retention scale, they didn't lose anybody on their two deep. They lost 2 players that were kind of sharing backup time, and they were 2 players that wanted to get playing time somewhere. But other than that, they returned everybody on their two deep. And a lot of players on this team got considerable interest, and nobody wants your players when you're 3-9, but there were teams that came after Jordan Tyson and Sam Levitt pretty hard with pretty lucrative money. Teams with deep pockets, we know they're out there.
Oh yeah,
and all the players chose to return. So I think that's a credit to Dillingham, the culture he's built, the fact that players want to be there.
Calling games at Utah State, I got to know Sam's older brother, Dallin Levitt, a little bit when he played at Utah State, and he played with a edge Sam plays with an edge. I can't imagine what Sunday dinner's like or the backyard basketball games are like in the Levitt family. But that said, do you get, and this is, by the way, the dumbest question you're going to get asked, is the edge still there with Sam Levitt after last year?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he's the kind of guy that's going to have, okay, these are the quarterbacks that are supposed to be drafted ahead of me, and he's got that list on his bulletin board, and he's going to these are the quarterbacks that were, oh, absolutely. That edge will never die. And you'll actually appreciate this. I've got a big Sam Levitt piece running Sunday. I talked to his mother, his father, his brother, his high school coach. So our big ASU blowout will be in the paper on Sunday, and I wrote a 42-inch story on Sam Levitt. He is absolutely all edge, and you'll appreciate this story absolutely. So Dallin, when I talked to him for the story, he said that in that Utah game, that at halftime Sam called him and said, "You need to get down to the locker room right now. I can't breathe." And if you remember, he got hurt in the first half, and that's when he had the broken ribs and whatnot. So Dallin scales a fence, sneaks past two security guards, and
sounds like Dallin.
Trenton Bourget sees him, says, "Yeah, you can let him in. That's Sam's brother." And so Dallin is giving Sam a pep talk, and Sam is, "I can't breathe, I can't move, I'm hurting, and I don't know if I can do this." And Dallin said to Sam, "What do you mean? You got to go win the game." And Sam went, "Yeah, you're right." And he gets up and that's just Sam. I mean, Sam is just a gamer. And for him to only miss one game when he had two broken ribs and a punctured lung,
yeah,
that tells you all you need. That tells you all you need to know about Sam Levitt's competitive nature. He got mad yesterday in practice. He missed Saturday in the scrimmage. He missed a pass, missed a wide open receiver, and he was angry. He was flat out angry. And this is just a scrimmage. He was angry. So yes, Levitt will always have an edge. That's always going to be there.
Well, Michelle, we appreciate it. Great insight as always. Count your blessings that you get to watch practice, because we get exiled. There's none of that up here, but that's awesome. You have that kind of access. We appreciate your time and look forward to catching up with you again here soon.
Well, I'll tell you what. Sometimes when it's 118 out, we wish we didn't have access.
That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair.
Good point.
So,
yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I think the ASU access, it's kind of always been that way, but with Kenny, it's a notch above, and we are very appreciative.
Great stuff. Take care, Michelle.
Okay, bye-bye.
Michelle Gardner, Arizona Republic beat writer for Arizona State. One of our favorite guests, one of our favorite beat writers, because she's honest, gives a accurate assessment, she's not a fan. She doesn't blow smoke. She just tells you what's going on.
Arizona State's going to be a complete team.
Yes.
So, yeah, you do lose a top-end draft pick running back, but that's about it. They've gained a couple of things. They pulled a kicker out of the transfer portal, and you saw, I think there were 3 or 4 occasions where they wouldn't kick. I think they had one field goal attempt through 5 games or something.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And it nearly cost them against BYU.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to march out a kicker. So they were taking knees and going backwards because
trying to run as much clock as they possibly could.
They did not want to use a kicker. So they brought a kicker out of Eastern Michigan, I think it was, Jesus Gomez, who's supposed to be really good. Outside of that, they got Xavier Alford back. They got Miles Rouser back. They've got Clayton Smith, their leading sacker off the D line back. They got CJ Fight back. These are all names that I prepped in depth for that call last year. And they're all back. Jordan Crook, who's a very good linebacker. I mentioned their offensive line. Ben Coleman was the one question mark, but he's been playing football at the college level since 2019. Started his business out at Cal, and he's been back. But you've got Kyle Scott, who has been in that position. It's all seniors and one grad student. That's the offensive line.
Yeah, it's nuts.
So maybe it's not Cam Scottaboo, but it might be Udo, who we watched last year, who had nearly 1,200 yards, 1,300 yards. Do you have his stats from last year?
Yeah, I've got
Kanye Udo, UDOH.
Let's see here.
I don't know what he finished up with, but if my numbers are right, it's somewhere around 1,200 or 1,300 yards.
I do not have his stats. But
he came out of Army.
Yeah. Let's see. Army. Rushing. Give me 2 seconds. Yes, 179 carries, 1,117 yards, 10 touchdowns.
Do people realize that's who you've replaced?
Yeah, and he's going into his junior year too. He's only got 2 years under his belt.
Now that's a lot of carries.
Yeah.
But that's also a lot of yards, and know he's tough.
Oh, yeah, you go to the Navy. Yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, you heard me talking about the offensive line coach. He's from Army.
Yeah.
And he's implemented a system with his offensive line to work in an Army format, and they just brought in the Army leading rusher that was top 25 ranked team at the end of the season, weren't they?
Yeah. Yep.
So Arizona State's a recipe for a big disaster here in the Big 12.
Army finished the year 12-2. Only losses were to Notre Dame and to Navy, which I bet that didn't sit well with the Army fans.
And Kanye Udo was a big reason.
Yep. All right, Braden's with us, IWC Roofing right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We've had Josh on a bunch, and Josh always says, do not let the costs of a roof keep you from protecting your home with the best roof possible. There's financing options. If somebody needs some help with that, what's the process like to get things going with IWC?
Yes, we always come check out the roof first to make sure you actually need a roof, obviously. And then, if you do need the financing options, we can do it right there in-house. It's really, really quick. They do a soft credit pull, nothing that hits your credit or anything like that. We go through everything, and we make it as easy as possible for you.
What are the signs that people should be looking for? Because, you're not up on your roof. You can't really visually see it close up and in person. So what are some of the signs that you might need to be calling IWC?
Right. Excuse me. So obvious ones are if you have shingles that have completely blown off or anything like that. Those are big ones to look for. But if you're starting to see those little rocks or granules coming out of your gutters, that kind of thing, that is a sign that your roof is deteriorating. Also, if you look up at your roof and you can see shiny stuff at the edges or anywhere on those shingles, if it looks like your roof is kind of glowing, that's definitely a telltale sign that you're probably about that time.
IWC Roofing is going to get it taken care of. And here's the thing, and I don't think people really truly appreciate how awesome this is to be in and out in a day. And Josh tells us you got guys with magnets out there making sure there's no nails. You want to leave that house in less than a day and better than you found it.
Absolutely. So cleanup is a huge part of the process. Obviously, we don't want to leave you with a big mess. So like you said, we'll have guys that run through the yard with the magnets, make sure that any stray nails or anything get picked up. And at the end of the project, just as a thank you, we also send a power washer out. He'll spray off the driveways and the walkways up to the house, make sure everything is nice and tip-top shape for you.
Come on, that's incredible. And you've been offering $2,000 off for a while, but today only you're bumping it up a bit.
Yep. We want to take care of the Hans and Scotty listeners, so
$2,250 off that whole roof replacement. It all starts with one phone call. These guys are the best. IWC Roofing, 801-232-5690. That's 801-232-5690. IWC Roofing right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Blue 58! You patiently waited and waited and waited. And now it's here. It's college football season. As the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies get ready for the upcoming season, nobody will bring you better coverage of the teams you can't live without than the KSL Sports Zone. With daily updates from camps and interviews with all the coaches and players, your home for the best coverage of college football is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events. Go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, joining us.
Barring something crazy, I think we all know AJ will be on your team for one season. You see him all around. He's representing BYU every place he goes. I just think that's incredible, and to me, it's a surprise. I'm guessing to you that it probably wasn't.
It's amazing, honestly. It really is. BYU's a worldwide brand in and of itself, but now you tack on what most likely going to be a generational type talent to kind of wave the BYU banner on the heels of what Yegor has done and will do in the NBA. Just a really cool time for BYU on a basketball standpoint to get the brand out there even more and have really awesome young men represent it. It's fun and it's exciting.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Ugh. That hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
The wheel is loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, by the way, I was looking at the doc this morning that we keep for the show, and I saw that I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday. You did the whole world story, and I was hoping you wouldn't see it because I wanted to bring it up, but the wife like framing the tattooed skin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we did that on Friday.
How creepy is that?
Oh, it's wild. And it's a real service that people out there provide.
For some reason, I thought we talked about it before. I think it's come up in the news a couple times.
Oh, has it?
Yeah. For some reason, I want to say we've done it in whole world news like 5 or 6 years ago with somebody else doing the same thing.
Maybe we did. This woman wanted to preserve a Pittsburgh Steelers tattoo from her husband. He was 35 or something, 38. And they had a 10-year-old son, and the 10-year-old son wanted the skin preserved in the tattoos. So, yeah, it's in a frame. Lloyd said no.
Imagine being a 10-year-old and be like, yeah, I'd like to have my dad's skin.
I'm a no. But what I said to Lloyd was, Scotty, let's say you had a great-grandpa fight in the Revolutionary War, and you've got a tattoo that's on his skin that's been handed down generation. Do you want your great-great-grandpa's tattoo?
Well, at first thought no, but people pass urns that have ashes in it. So, I mean, really, is there much of a difference there?
Yeah, but at least it's dressed in a nice little vase of some sort.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a no for me, dog. I think.
Yeah, it probably would be for me too. But
now I'll tell you what, if Scotty, if he does me up a frame of some sort with his wood,
you lathe a
frame.
I can't lay the frame, Lloyd.
You lathed up a nice frame.
He lathes me up a nice frame. I might think about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, yeah, you can't expose it to the elements. By the way, Lloyd's like, "Hey, we got any audio?" And I'm like, "No, we don't have any audio." And guess what?
You got audio?
I've got audio.
Well, we had lots of audio that we've put in the system. I didn't know if all of it had been used.
Yeah. Well, this
we've
one
used 3 sets of audio.
Yeah, this one I stumbled on last night, and I forgot to bring it up on the show earlier because this thing's a little crazy. In fact, I'm not even going to turn the roulette wheel on this one. Lloyd, you can go ahead and play it. There's no swear words in it, but this is Ben Griffin. I don't know if you saw this story, but he's playing in the that golf tournament yesterday that Scotty Scheffler, by the way, do you see that chip that Scotty Scheffler made?
Yeah.
Ben Griffin was in contention and then kind of fell apart in the early part of the round. Why, Ben, did you have your early round struggles yesterday?
Ben, you were 6 over through 3 holes, finished 1 under. What the heck happened?
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting story. So I take creatine as a supplement, and this morning I didn't take it until I basically teed off on 1, and I was at the end of my batch, and I had this basically a snowball of creatine, so it had been in my bucket for probably a month, and I broke it up and put it in my water bottle, whatever. I'm all good. I've taken creatine on the golf course before, it's fine. But I started taking it after my second shot, and I accidentally swallowed one of the big rocks that was in my water bottle, and I've never overdosed on creatine before, but I think I did in the moment because I didn't really drink any water after that. I basically just inhaled a snowball. And so I started getting super shaky, and I've never felt like this before, and I literally felt like I had tremors. And I 4-putted 1, and then on 2 I was freaking out and didn't know what to do, and I hit it so far out of bounds. And then luckily my caddy stepped in and made me chug a whole water and honestly try to calm down a little bit, and then I hit the other one in play, and then I was fine. I ended up making a double on that hole, and I bogeyed the next hole. Honestly, it was probably more just a little bit flustered, but I was fine, honestly, after the second shot on 2. And then I felt good, and so I went about my day and got it back to under par. But yeah, pretty crazy story. I don't think I'll be taking too much creatine in the future. I will take it, but not in the amount that I probably did on the golf course, which wasn't probably a healthy amount.
I have to admit.
So the guy is in contention and goes 6 over for the first 3 holes and blames it on essentially a creatine overdose. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I have not taken creatine.
I do take creatine daily.
Do you think, I know, and I wasn't trying to put you in a spot.
Oh, no, I love creatine.
But I know you're
I just started it about 8 months ago. For the first time ever in my life. Well, I took creatine between my freshman and sophomore year at BYU. in that summer only. Saw some really good gains. But I hadn't taken creatine forever. But about 8 months ago, I started again.
And but so if you take too much of it, is this surprising to you, or like, does this seem like a little weird?
No, because if you're working through a trainer, they help you understand that you'll have aggressive headaches, you'll have muscle cramping, you'll have major fatigue, mental fog, because the creatine draws so much water out of your body that it'll dehydrate you fast. So, I hate water.
Yeah.
And so I've hesitated to take creatine because I don't like to drink water. And if you take creatine, you have to drink water. So I start my day with a lot of water, close to half gallon of water in the morning, just so that I can make sure the creatine is setting in. If you don't drink water with it, then it doesn't settle in the way it's supposed to.
So you can see if a guy didn't drink a lot of water, took too much creatine on the, right before his first tee shot,
especially if it's hot out, it could jack him up pretty quick. Get him trembling.
So all of this makes sense to you.
It makes sense to me, but I'm sure a lot of people are like, blah, 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 blah. You sucked and then you didn't. But, yeah, I could see that being a problem. Plus, would he go into the depths that he went into with that? Like, so then it was a snowball of creatine, and you're like...
did you say snowball or 8-ball?
Did you say... Is this creatine? What kind of powdered substance was this? I've actually liked the creatine.
I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, I feel good. I've had some gains off of it, and I feel pretty good.
You should see my dude. The video isn't doing him justice on the YouTube channel.
Who?
You.
What?
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like,
his nickname is Habs Olsen.
What? What? Oh, no, that's not a public. I didn't send that photo out.
I know. He's talking about the video, but I'm just saying his nickname is Habs Olsen.
I'm just saying, you always look like you're cut out of granite, but
I'm doing pretty well right now.
Last 6 months, holy smoke!
I was gonna post the squat thing, me singing. Was it Sweet Caroline or?
Yeah, I think so.
Sweet Caroline.
While you were squatting?
While I was squatting. Scotty challenged me and I did it, but now I'm working on the depths of my squat.
Nice.
Because I saw the video and I'm like, that's not 90.
Yeah. All right, 2:49. Hans and Scotty wrap up this bad boy. Coming up next.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, if you're beat up, you're not feeling well, or the body isn't performing the way that it used to, and you just have those aches and pains, well, guess what? University of Utah Health is here to help you out because they're going to treat you the exact same way as they treat members of the Utah Jazz, the Utah Mammoth, University of Utah teams, because they understand that you want to get back out on the field, whatever that is. You just want to be able to mow the lawn and not feel pain. You want to play your weekend pickup game. You want to be able to swing the golf clubs. You need that quality of life, and University of Utah Health is here to help you out. They've got urgent care locations up and down the Wasatch Front. They have, according to U.S. News and World Report, the #1 hospital in the state of Utah for 11 years in a row, University of Utah Hospital. They've got telehealth options as well. There's no reason why you shouldn't get the quality health care you deserve. Go to uofuhealth.org. That's uofuhealth.org.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now, have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Utah deserves better. If your lights flicker, breakers trip, or something just doesn't feel safe, the last thing you need is someone trying to tell you your electrical panel needs to be replaced, your house needs to be rewired, and you should probably rewire your neighbor's house too. But sadly, that's exactly what's happening since a lot of home service companies have been bought out by private equity groups that are focused on profits and not people. At Your Service Pros is different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not quotas. That's why we offer a full electrical inspection for just $49. We'll check everything, your panel, wiring, outlets, grounding, and give you an honest report. If it's safe, we'll say so. If it's not, we'll explain exactly what needs to be done and help you fix it the right way, without pressure. We've served Utah families for over 20 years, and we're proud of the 4.9-star rating from people who trust us to do things right. So call out Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO to schedule your $49 electrical inspection. That's 801-YOUR-PRO, because Utah deserves better.
Hey guys, Ryan here with the Dish Pros. I'm so excited to help you save more money than ever. Right now, there has never been a better time to switch to Dish. Call today and switch to Dish and get 3 months free and get a 2-year price lock with Paramount Plus Showtime free for 4 months. With Dish, you can save up to $30 a month compared to DirecTV with a 2-year price guarantee. You will rest easy knowing your bill won't go up unexpectedly. It's time to say goodbye to DirecTV and cable's price hikes. Plus, with Dish, you can enjoy live TV and your favorite streaming apps all in one place. We also have over half a dozen internet options starting at $19.99 a month. Call today and get free next day standard professional installation and dinner at JCW's courtesy of the Dish Professionals with our best price guarantee and 3 months free. Call now at 801-424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474.
Offer ends 9/19/25 and restrictions apply.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I had not seen the video of the eye tooth guys we talked about in Whole World News. I now have seen a still shot of the guy, the eye tooth guy.
Yeah.
And that's going to haunt me.
It's kind of a bloody mass that extends out of the eyelids, and then the tooth is on top of the bloody mass, and it's that you got.
It looks like a horror movie.
You got to wear shades. You have to wear, nice sunglasses. But to be able to see after being blind from the age of 13,
I don't know.
It's good for you, but bad for the people.
Yeah.
That might stumble upon your tooth eye.
So think about the people.
Yeah, I think he needs to stay blind for the good of everybody.
Good of everybody. Stay blind.
Imagine you're at a restaurant and you look across the table and you see this guy chowing down on his, unlimited breadsticks, and it's like, bro, no, you got to get out.
Put your sunglasses on. By the way, it's my dentist that texted me that picture.
Wow.
My dentist was like, I'd never heard of this procedure. And I told my dentist I was SOL because I've got all fake teeth. And he was laughing because they'd go to pull a tooth to give me a new eyeball and be like, you don't have any real teeth.
Well, that's fake. No, that one's fake.
Could you just use the crown? No. It has to be an actual tooth. Okay, fine.
Well, shoot.
But yeah, he did verify that is an actual procedure.
Wow. All right. You don't mess around with those roofs. If you have even an inkling that roof might be starting to fail on you, call IWC. They'll run somebody out there immediately, have somebody take a look at it, and then be honest with the assessment. Do you need to do it now? Can you squeeze out another year or two? Braden, you guys do a great job in making sure you let people know exactly what their options are.
Yep, that's what we're all about. We're not, a high-pressure sales tactic team or anything like that. We want to make sure you have the right information to make a solid decision for you and your house.
Call right now, 801-232-5690. How quick do you think somebody can get out there to do that assessment?
Oh, I'm booking tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, whatever works good.
And we've
got open spots.
And you have that information right there, and you'll know exactly what you're dealing with.
Yep.
So I've had IWC out to the house a couple of times. They're just incredible at what they do. Nobody knows roofs better. Nobody gets problems solved quicker. 801-232-5690. And I know that we run a promotion. It's $2,000 off when you book this month. But, Braden, you guys are adding $250 off for Scotty and I. So $2,250 off your new roof when you call today.
Absolutely. Yep. For all the Hans and Scotty listeners today, we want to take a little bit extra care of you guys and
Let's go. 801-232-5690. That's just for you, the Hans and Scotty listeners. 801-232-5690.
And a shout out to Josh. Josh, we missed you. Braden did an amazing job, and maybe he becomes permanent. But
I'm not quite Josh status. we're all working to get there.
801-232-5690.
I know you all can replace a roof well. Give it a call and just have them come out, take a look at your roof and see if it's something that needs to be replaced, needs to be fixed. They'll get it diagnosed and done.
Hey, tomorrow we're going to be at Cedar Hills.
Oh, it's our tournament.
It's the golf tournament coming up manana.
If you haven't got a spot, you can call. But get out to Cedar Hills. Come golf with us.
Yep. And then Thursday, we'll be out with Tim and the crew at RGS Exteriors as well. Busy week. Keep it right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City. The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last? Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The struggle, the triumph, the heartbreak, the streak. Only in theaters, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
This summer, you'll be loving Howard London at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at AmericaFirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity lender. Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
If you want to avoid your AC breaking down this summer, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your AC's annual maintenance. But if you do find yourself with an air conditioner blowing hot air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or replacement, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all summer long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Merriweather, I think, is 6'5", 200 pounds.
Yeah, but he could get down the field and he could throw the ball up. Yeah. And if he didn't make the play, it was probably going to be a flag because he was so big. The 5'9" corner couldn't really do anything about it. So, there's more than one way to shuck a peanut.
Mm-hmm.
Skinning a cat is such a gross saying.
There's really only one way to shuck a peanut, unless you just eat the whole thing.
Well, you could use like a nutcracker. You could use like the lobster crackers.
Bring a nutcracker to Texas Roadhouse to shuck the peanuts.
You'd get looks.
You would get looks. What are you bringing that for? Crab? No, I'm shucking peanuts at Texas Roadhouse.
What? That would be not normal?
Extremely not normal. A lot of people have bottle openers on there. Keychain.
You
have
a claw cracker.
Shucker.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself. I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It's another Monday right here. 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for making us part of your week. Oh, it's getting serious. JJ, it's the beginning of week 0. Is that a thing?
Are you going to try to talk me into caring about week 0?
Farmageddon is fewer than 6 days away.
Farmageddon in Ireland.
Oh, yeah. If it's in Ireland, yeah, I forgot. That means it's 5.5 days away. Does that speed it up?
College football, it's magically delicious.
Here come all the tropes.
Yeah,
Here come all
I'm
the
sorry.
usual
I got
tropes.
it out of the way. I won't do it again the rest of the week.
It. No, I like it.
Yeah, college football's back. I know it's week 0. There's not a full slate of games. Like, I don't get jacked about Idaho State UNLV.
Yeah, but
if you do, you're a sicko, and that's okay.
Hey,
we're here for all the sickos.
This is supposed to be the start of UNLV's college football playoff campaign.
Oh, that's right.
According to some.
Yeah, because they hired one of the best coaches in the country, wink, wink.
Dan Mullen, he's going to show up there, and he's going to be like, actually, I don't know how any of this stuff works. I've just been faking it all these years.
I coached in the SEC. I didn't really have to do anything.
I had Dak Prescott at quarterback.
Yeah.
I was fine. It's fine. All right.
Just rolled the ball out there, and everything went well.
Oh, we've got lots to talk about today. Thanks for being with us on the show. Our program brought to you by G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today. Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, all in the refrigerated section because it's fresh. Give it a shot right now. Let's get going on some college football topics. Let's get going on some of the weird things that are going on across the landscape before the actual season starts up. Yeah, it's a little premature to get into actual game breakdowns, but is it really ever premature to get into it like this? So let's get in right now. Let's kick things off. It's The Cut right here, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJANwealth.com. If you're looking for, if you're looking for some solid advice in retirement, get it from the fiduciaries and the folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth. All right, JJ, we haven't even gotten to anything but the 12-team playoff, and already the idea for something a little bit better and bigger means better in a lot of the cases when it comes to making a college football playoff expansion. I think all of us want a bigger college football playoff expansion. I think all of us want to have that 16 team. What about the Big Ten swinging for the fences and going, hey, look, right now everybody's going back and forth and arguing about what the future format of college football should look like. How about the Big Ten rolling out the possibility of a 24 to 28 team playoff, JJ?
I hate it.
Even that for me is too much.
Come on now.
You know what I mean?
Well, you know why. They have their reasons for doing it. And I think you look deeper into the story here. Now, why would they want a 28 team model? Well, how many bids do you think they're going to have?
Well, I was going to say, did you just go full Windhorse on us there and go, why are they?
Put my fingers up in the air
What's
here.
What's going on
let me do
in the
this.
Big Ten?
Why does the Big Ten want a 28-team playoff model? Well, it's pretty easy to understand.
They're already making they're almost going to be making $100 million per institution. As projected
they would
in the next
get
couple of
even
years.
more if more of their teams get in on a regular basis. And if you have, let me count, 7 auto bids?
Oh, my goodness. Is that what the proposal is?
Why would a conference, even a conference with 18 teams, need 7 teams in a playoff situation? This isn't college basketball. It's not. And even in college basketball, people say, well, why not? They have a 68-team field in college basketball, and they want to make it 76, which is stupid. There's 330-something college basketball teams in the country. There's only 130 college football programs, and you want to put almost almost a little under a fourth of those teams in the entire country into a playoff?
Okay, hold on, though. And let me play Satan's advocate. It's more than the devil's advocate. It's Satan's advocate, all right?
All right.
Because that's who runs college football, it seems like sometimes.
I'm sure. If there's money involved, Satan's not far behind.
Okay, look. The SEC is a 7 auto bid. The Big Ten is a 7-team auto bid. But you just mulled over the fact that the Big 12 and the ACC would get 5 teams auto bid. JJ, and I know we don't like the idea of conceding extra that you're just saying to the Big 12, hey, or to the Big 10 and the SEC, thank you so much, sir, for allowing us to have 5. And then I think there'd be 2 other auto bids for the non-Power 5 teams that are out there.
Correct.
But you're saying
2 auto bids for the non-Power 4.
And I love auto bids because it still implies that the Big 10 and the SEC could be like, yeah, but we snuck in 9 this year.
Well, there's still 2 at-large teams they would select after that. So they would still have a committee to choose the 2 teams.
Thank you.
Where do you think those teams would come from?
Thank you so much.
Can you imagine having half your conference in a playoff?
Okay, well, let me give you an idea.
Stupid.
It sounds stupid until I tell you all the teams that would have made it last year. Okay? Let me tell you some of the teams that would have made it. I'm just going in the Big 12 right now. Arizona State, Iowa State, hold your horses, people in Provo, BYU, Colorado, and then some sort of a tie break between TCU and Baylor. Those would be the 5 auto. You're talking about the 5 auto bids. Now, here's the problem. That means Baylor, as an 8-5 team, would get an auto bid to the college football playoff. That sounds wrong, right?
Yes.
And I'll just tell you right now,
it loses its significance. It's not an achievement anymore.
Before we even look at the SEC, and I know we're going to because why not? You can actually tell on here that it's a weird thing to try to get. And the SEC, we could be going full basketball on people. Okay, so the SEC, oh, thank heavens, they would actually have 2 teams that would get in that would be 5 and 3. You know what's funny about the model that they just put up? No, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so there would be a tiebreak between South Carolina, LSU, and Alabama for that final team into the college football playoff representing the auto bid from the SEC because you'd get Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Missouri, Ole Miss, and then it would be some version of Alabama, LSU, and South Carolina. But you would have a 9-4 team from the SEC, at least one. And from the Big 12, like I said, you'd have at least one that was 8-5 just from last year. If you were to get the top 5 auto bids from that. And so is it watered down, JJ?
An 8-5 Texas A&M team would be in a college football playoff.
An 8-5 Texas A&M team taking on an 8-5 Baylor team. That's not what That's the ReliaQuest Bowl, JJ. Like that's normally reserved for, Duke's Mayo Bowl. But if you make those things the college football playoff, here's why I am for this idea a little bit. Not to the extent of 28 teams, because 28 teams means 28 out of the 133 are getting into, or out of the 136 in college football's highest level, would be getting into the college football playoff format. And the reality is that the difference between a 8-5 Baylor team and an undefeated Georgia team is so stark. It would be so massive that it would be hard to get behind a game like that. I don't know if you'd get the average person. Just because the game is on doesn't mean it's something that you want to have. You know what I mean? Like that you feel like you have to have. And so I don't think that that's the case, that people are just sold on the fact that, hey, there's football on January 1st and it's part of the quote-unquote college football playoff. And yet at the same time, these are the games that we've talked about, and we've bickered and moaned about how bad the state of college football bowls are. And the bowl system is a joke. So if you make even just these bowls mean a little bit more, JJ, then I'm all for it. And if it has the semblance of a team like Alabama who gets in at 9-4, maybe getting upset in the first round against even one of their own conference mates like Missouri, who Missouri would be the higher team in that, and they would never be the favorite against Alabama, right? And so that would be interesting to me. It'd be interesting to have another matchup. It'd be interesting to have 5 Big 12 teams in. But we've had this discussion about where the Big 12 is right now. Do you feel like that there are 5 college football playoff worthy teams in that conference right now? We talk about how there are 5 or 7 or even 8 teams who are contenders to possibly win it. But that doesn't mean that at the national scale they're very good.
I don't think there's 5 teams in the SEC or the Big Ten that are playoff worthy.
No, but what they are is an extra game, and extra numbers, and extra eyeballs on TV.
Extra money.
And it's extra money. Which, by the way,
where's all the money coming from? At what point does this become watered down and it's no longer that interesting?
That's when they start kicking.
How much is too much?
That's when they go to the college basketball model and they go, catch this round 1 game on True TV. And then you go, do I have that in my TV? Do I have that? Because they will. JJ, it'll be a traffic jam at the beginning of the college football playoff as to where they're going to put these games. Because if the games mean a lot, they'll have to spread them out a little bit.
The WB, are they still the CW? I'm sorry. How old am I? I called the CW the WB.
I knew what you were saying, though.
So the CW could have games. TNT could have games. NBC could have games. Fox ESPN. Yes. Who am I missing? I don't know. There's other networks.
Check us out on Disney Plus. That's they kick it over to Disney Plus for the ESPN ones. They have too many bowls that have represented. Yeah. And a lot of these bowls, by the way, ESPN loves the heck out of this idea because they own half of the bowl names.
Right.
So if you're in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, but it's the first game of the playoffs, I've told you, if you're going to do this, make the bowl games mean something. And if the bowl games mean something, if the Duke's Mayo Bowl is not just by the way, how funny would it be after the Duke's Mayo Bowl when you win a first-round playoff game and the coach is all like, on to the next one, and then they still try to dump the mayo on top of the coach that just won the game? That's when it gets awkward. Or like a college football matchup, and it's all fun and games, and then the Pop-Tart gets sent through the fake toaster, and everybody goes, hey, there's a lot on the line here. We can't treat this like a joke.
That mascot's dead. We're going to eat it. There's one detail we're glossing over here and missing.
Which is?
That I think is important.
Which is?
That it remain intact. Conference championship games.
That they go away?
No, that they stay.
Oh, that they stay.
This would remove they would remove conference championship games.
So would it take?
It would no longer be a thing.
Well, they certainly wouldn't mean very much. I mean,
no, they would go away completely.
So if they go away completely, they're just going off of tie breaks and records to get in. Now, part of it is because you just can't play that many games, right? You can't. That means the national champion would probably, if they get a bye.
If you're going to have a 28-team college football playoff, you don't have time for conference championships.
Yeah, I'm looking up hold on, Google's going to help me out. 28-team bracket, okay? Let me look at what that actually looks like, okay? Because, by the way, you can do this on anything. You can type in a number and make a bracket out of it, and somebody has done it, okay?
Thanks a lot, AI.
I know. Because as soon as I typed it in, I have a 28-team single elimination printable bracket, okay? So what you have is, it looks like you have buys. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 buys. But that's just through the first round. That's just through the first round. So you would still have your second round, but you would have to win 1, 2, 3, 4. You'd have to win 4 extra games if you're but that's how they do it now. So what's the problem? It's not that many extra games. And it really is just an extra week.
We can't reward mediocrity. That's why bowl games suck. It's we started putting 5 and 7 teams in bowl games. It's ridiculous. I love the 12-team. I would even be fine with the 16-team college football playoff. I feel like you're guaranteed you're going to find the best team in the country in that scenario. And it also rewards excellence. It's not easy to get there. You really have to be good to get in. And I'm worried that if you go to 28, you're going to have a multiple 8-5 teams. You're going to have teams with 500 records in conference play. You mentioned earlier the Big Ten. What if they got 8 teams in last year? It would have been the Minnesota Golden Gophers at 8-5 and 5-4 in conference play. And the USC Trojans might have got consideration for an at-large with a 7-6 record and a 4-5 conference record.
So,
because they would have been 7-5 going in. It's USC.
But break down
It's the Big Ten. They have a tough schedule.
Here's why I'd have a problem.
They really deserve a shot.
You'd have a 28-team. If you have a 28-team, and even if you have a 24-team model, but you're giving 6 or 7 auto bids to the top 2 and then maybe 4 or 5 auto bids to the ACC, the Big 12, then you're talking about having 1 or 2 extra teams in there. You're actually telling us that the College Football Playoff Committee, whatever version of that this would be, would put multiple teams that are outside of their own top 25 ranking, not own 4 or 12 ranking, their own top 25, you'd have teams that make it in that were not ranked. Unranked teams in the College Football Playoff going to the 28-team College Football.
Your College Football Playoff rankings would now be 1 through 28.
1 through 40? Just to be like, because no, you'd have to make it more. You'd have to make it 35 just so people could be like, it has that built-in first 4 out kind of feel to it. They would do it. They would increase it from 25 to 35. I guarantee it. Because
at that point, what are we doing?
At that point, you have 35 teams ranked in there, and the rankings would get more absurd. The AP poll would be more absurd. The CBS preseason poll would be more absurd because they'd have between 35 to 40 teams on that list, and you're actually talking about 28 of those teams being in the end of the year. The reality is you're talking about 24 teams who play a first round because the top 4 don't play in that first round. 24 teams play in that first round, and those first round games don't actually mean that much. And that actually makes sense to me because last year, the version of getting a bye and going on and being in that top 8 already, that was a difficult thing for the teams who got the free buys. They didn't do well.
No, they didn't.
And so I think that this model at least shows it would be better for that. The buy situation would be better. But again, we wouldn't actually get anything done. And here's why. Because everyone would still complain. The 38th best team in the country would go, we were shafted. 38th best team in the country going, just because we're a little G5 team. Oh, just because we're the 7th place SEC team, we're way better than fill in the blank G5 team. Tulane got in and good old USC didn't get in. We're a blue blood. Yeah, but you were 8th in the SEC this year. Yeah, but it means more. Or in the Big Ten. Yeah, but it means more to us. We thought this was going to guarantee us to get in. You're going to. These are still conferences that have 18 teams in them. We have to nip this in the bud either before it starts or go down the road fully. The good news is about this, if you do have the auto bids, you only have to rely on the stupidity of a bunch of people in one room trying to decide on it for us of what the best games are going to be.
Well,
you limit that to at least a lot fewer.
Look, can we get rid of the committee?
It'll never happen.
How do we get rid of the committee?
It'll never happen.
Reduce the number of at-large bids, right? Make it simple.
Give the NCAA some power again. Bring that back. Make them declare the national champion. Could you imagine?
No thanks.
So nobody wants that either. The auto bid system, if you're able to have at least a couple or a handful of these teams still being able to get in, but still being able to, you have all these teams in, and it's the top names in all of college. And here's the question too: Does the need for a Super League go away with a bigger college football playoff? Or does it make it to where it's like, no, this 2018 playoff kind of represents what the reality is of a quote-unquote super conference? And do you end up just by the end of it go, this is what a super conference is? And if there are 28 teams in it, do our local teams here become a part of that? The answer is probably not, because you have 18 teams in the Big Ten, you have 16 teams in the SEC, and that by itself at just 32 is already over that number.
I don't think there's ever going to be a super conference now.
I really hope not. Not.
And I've come to that conclusion recently. That wasn't always the case. Kyle Whittingham's talked a lot about it. It felt like it was inevitably going in that direction. Here's why. The SEC and the Big Ten are too powerful to give up their brand and their power. They will never, ever do that. So how do you get to a super conference? Because that would mean one of those leagues, one of those conferences, I should say, would have to relinquish their power and their brand. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So is the SEC going to give on that? Is the Big Ten going to give on that? And then how much bigger do you have to be? Could you ever see the SEC and the Big Ten merging to form a super conference? Why would they do that? How would they benefit from that? So what is the purpose or what is the benefit of forming the super conference? That, to me, is not understood yet. That could develop. That could become a thing. But as of right now, I'm not seeing that because you have two conferences that are so powerful and so rich. They have no need to do that. No need. What's his name? The SEC, Sankey.
Yeah, Greg Sankey.
Said it at the SEC meetings this year. You want to see a super conference? You're looking at one. He meant it. Sounds arrogant, but he meant it. And
there's still
the truth is he may be right.
There's still 4 or 5 teams that it doesn't mean more for in the SEC. They're like, it means more for these teams and not these over here. So, but here's what's crazy about that is that as soon as you say auto bids to the number that I just rolled out for you, I guarantee athletic directors are loving the idea. And that's exactly what they said. Athletic directors love the idea. Now, the college football playoff executives are not happy about it. We sound like immature children throwing garbage against the wall, said one college football playoff executive to CBS Sports. That's a person who sounds like that they're about to lose their job because of it, right? Yeah. It's frustrating that these topics can't be discussed behind the scenes and brought out in the public once they've been vetted. Okay, come on. You don't need to.
We all have ideas and talk about things with our friends.
Who cares?
We do it on the show.
Well, and by the way, the brain trust of the actual consumer is probably more important than the stupidity of a bunch of old guys in a room trying to decide what we need as college football and as sports consumers. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't need this guy, this old fuddy-duddy telling me, oh, this conference, we need to have this, and this is how it should be done. It needs to only be 12. Should only be at max 16. Why? Don't tell me how it is.
Because it rewards excellence.
Well, but at the same time, what if the public demands it? What if we want these games? I've told you the bowl games that don't mean anything are garbage, and they get turned on, and the TV executives get fooled into thinking that it's important. It actually isn't. It's just the only thing that's there right then.
Did you love Penn State, Boise State?
It was fine. But it was kind of a blowout.
Did we really need that?
No, it was kind of a blowout, right?
Yeah.
How about Penn State SMU the week before? That was even more garbage.
Did we need that?
No.
So we're gonna add another layer of those games?
Almost double.
Oh, it's going to water down the product. It's going to become less interesting. It's going to become less valuable to the networks that are shelling out not just millions, but billions.
So TNT,
they're going to be upset.
Right.
You're going to get. Look what Major League Baseball is going through right now.
So TNT is going to take over one of the semifinal games starting up in 2026. Okay, because ESPN is sub-licensing it. So if you think just the setup where you're going to have the one playoff game on TNT, like I said, you're going to start having games on True TV. You're going to start having some of these bowl games on. Well, no, JJ, you know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. They're going to ask you to download an app and to pay some extra money, like the NFL Network has been trying to get me to do with these preseason games, and I am not going to cave. I hope no one out there caved to get ESPN or to get NFL Plus to.
You're going to get
the idea that your team was going to be any good this year because they're not.
The consumer is going to say, no, thank you. I've had too much. Diminishing marginal utility. Look it up. Grateful for those economics classes that I took in high school and college.
Here comes
diminishing marginal utility. You can have too much of a good thing, and you get bored with it, and you move on to something else that's seems like it will taste better. That's how it works. That's a marketing 101.
Yeah, but you know what? When you have you just have a bunch of the product on the shelves sometimes, and you go, look, that means it's successful. You got to get them flying off the shelves, though. And would those games fly off the shelf, so to speak? Would I watch those games? Would you watch a first-round matchup? Because if we took the 20-something seeded teams, right? If I'm to look at it like this and say, okay, here's what your bracket looks like.
Give me a projected first-round matchup.
I'll give you one. You ready?
And I'm going to throw up on my microphone.
Just based off of this. Hold on.
Give me a bad one, like Rutgers.
I will. No. No, Rutgers wouldn't make it.
And
no.
Baylor.
No, it's even better. How about the I guess if you're splitting up like this, the 16th seeded Army Black Knights versus the 12th seeded Missouri Tigers.
Are you watching that on a Thursday night during the regular season?
Army.
Why would you want to watch that in the playoffs?
Army's going to run the triple option. They will run the ball 58 times against Missouri, who will probably beat them 52-40. So it might be an exciting game.
Who wouldn't want that Georgia Tech-Minnesota playoff game? 2 8-5 teams square off with so much on the line.
Your Memphis Tigers and the UNLV running ribs.
Oh, my gosh. See?
I can't even make the fake promo for it. It sounds too fake.
The CW.
I catch it this weekend on the WB.
Sorry, we're at the CW now. Please. We've tried for 20 years to remarket ourselves, and it's not working.
Oh, my goodness. Okay.
The CW. We do sports now.
Bail me out of this. Let's do it. Hey, joining us in studio
College
right
football
now.
playoffs followed by the Gilmore Girls.
And another special edition of Fallen Angels. What are they? There's all these different, I don't even know what they are. I don't even know what they are anymore. Joining us on the program right now, we got to meet Rob Crawley just a few minutes ago. He's the president of Bridgecore. First of all, Rob, welcome to the studio, man. I'm sorry you had to hear that mess of college football playoff and what these powers that be are trying to do to ruin our lives during Christmas. Just give me some good college football games, please.
Yeah, my favorite time of year.
I know. Rob, first of all, help us understand what it is that Bridgecore does for your customers. Help us understand, just like right off, a bite-sized version of what you guys do and what your services are for the people here in Utah.
Okay, so picture you're a homeowner and you want to have a home improvement project in your home. You've got to have a contractor come in and say, hey, I want 50% up front. What if you give them 50% up front and they take off with it and never show up? Or
we've heard of that before. We've heard of this before.
Yeah. There's a KSL news article about how there's been $32 million in contractor fraud in the state of Utah since 2022.
Wow.
Where this exact same thing happens. So you put your money in escrow instead, and the contractor gets the money when they complete certain tasks and milestones. And your money is protected until you sign off on each of those milestones or the job in full, and then it's paid in full. And so you have no risk of the contractor taking the money off and running away with it.
So I can see how that would benefit the consumer. How does this also benefit the contractor?
Well, the contractor knows the money's there from the get-go. So they don't start a job till the money's in escrow, at least for the first milestone or sometimes for the project if it's a small project. And when they've done their job correctly, they get the money immediately when the job is completed. So there's no risk to them to have to sit and drive around, try to collect checks, chase down that money for weeks after a job's done.
You're mentioning this, and now I'm like, because I have one of those neighborhood apps, right? That somebody and people will say, "Don't trust fill in the blank because I gave them money and they didn't do the job," or, "Hey, I'm letting you know a neighbor of yours didn't pay me for a job." So you have both directions that have been hosed on this thing. So
Bridgecore protects both the consumer and the contractor.
Is this why you put this thing together? You saw
Absolutely.
this need.
I've had both happen. I've been in the construction industry myself and had it happen on both sides. So yeah, very protective of both. The greatest thing is it's less than a credit card payment. A lot of times people pay by credit card and it costs that 2.5-3%. This is 2.25% total cost, no other cost at all. So it's basically costless to the contractor and homeowner if they use credit card anyway.
So if you're listening to this right now, all you have to do is go to bridgecoreutah.com, bridgecoreutah.com, find out a little bit more about what you can do to get their services. They're going to have your back from top to bottom on this thing, a secure way to make sure that those payments are handled. bridgecoreutah.com. I want people to understand too, like that, maybe you have to kind of go, okay, wrap your brain around what it is that they do. But all of us have had to be in this situation before. And like right now, so many people are buckling down and going, well, I'm not selling my house. I'm not going to buy a new house. And they are doing the home improvement thing. And so This is a great time to get a hold of you guys.
Right. And I just want to mention we're in MLS number 248-4801 with State of Utah, A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau website. And my cell phone number, my direct cell phone number is 801-830-3353. I'll take care of you, get you all set up.
Listen to that. Okay.
And you guys have an app.
Oh, yeah. Download. So as soon as I went to the website today, I said, hey, do you want to just do this on your app? I love that. So obviously you can go through the app, you can get this thing, but reach out anytime. Rob just gave you his phone number, 801-830-3353.
That's right.
That's 801-830-3353, or you can go to bridgecoreutah.com to find out more information. Rob, that's a good start. And then we're just going to get people to know you guys the rest of the day here. So thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Good to be here.
Rob. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay with us. When we do return, we've got more to chat about. How's Mark Harlan going to navigate Utah through this revenue sharing system? Let's talk about it next. We've got tons going on here. Our local teams, of course, we're very worried about how they can hang with the rest of the country. I don't worry about the talent level. I worry about the exposure. I worry about how they're going to have that business plan going forward to be able to be seen like the rest of the big programs in the rest of the country. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again. Joined by Riley Jensen, college football expert.
It is almost here. There is a time of year where you can smell football in the air. The crickets don't come out till it's football season, and they're out at night.
We'll get the seagulls over there. We'll take care of the crickets.
You know what? That's what I like about you, PK. You're not from here, but you know the history.
Yeah, I've learned. Some of my best friends, Riley. I've said that many times. I love the people. They're good people.
You're a man of the people.
So condescending.
It's not.
It is too.
You're welcome.
Thanks. You're going to hang up the phone and walk away, and I'm going to have another hour and a half of this.
That's called hurricane management. I come in, I mix it up, and I leave. That's what I do.
All right, Riley. We'll let the hurricane manager go. Thanks for nothing.
It's hard work being you guys' friends. It's hard work.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Have you seen those turtle billboards up and down I-15? Well, it's just a fun way to get you to visit anyhour.com to learn about our coolest summer sweepstakes. Every week this summer, Anyhour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer. When you get an estimate to replace your air conditioner or purchase a new air conditioner from Anyhour Services, you're automatically entered into our weekly drawing. If your name is drawn, Anyhour will pay for your air conditioner up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
An Australian hiker travels to the American West to walk a wilderness trail.
Wasn't afraid to be out on his own.
But Eric Robinson vanished in the high Uinta Mountains.
I remember thinking, Eric, what were you thinking, mate?
I'm Dave Cawley. Join me on my podcast, Uinta Triangle, where I travel the world to answer the question, what happened to Eric Robinson? Follow Uinta Triangle. That's UINTA Triangle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you listen.
You worked hard for your 401k.
But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Celebrate hot temps with cool ambiance and a great meal. Ruth's Chris. Nothing goes better together than a delicious meal and award-winning service, sizzling steaks, signature apps, salad, sides, and desserts. Ruth's Chris, downtown Salt Lake or Hotel Park City.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully the kids are in school now. What do you have, a couple days left still, JJ, of some although you and I have discussed this. It's not highly publicized, but life does get a little bit better for you and I when school's in.
Oh, my gosh.
You know why?
Love the kids, but
I don't have to make a schedule for them.
Yeah.
Davis School District does that for me. Thanks so much, public schools. So we're into that situation today where it was the
Jordan District starts up tomorrow.
We started up today, so it was chaos at my house this morning. Where's my fill in the blank? I was putting new shoelaces in a different set of shoes. Not new, different shoelaces in a set of shoes for one of my kids because the other ones were quote unquote too long. These are the things that I was doing this morning. Put these new shoelaces in. Hurry up too, because I gotta go. Why am I putting new shoelaces in? The other ones are too long. You know that. Excuse me? So I'm lacing up shoes. Although it was a callback to my previous life as a shoe salesman at Champ Sports when I was in high school and Foot Locker. So it felt good. I was like, watch your dad lace up some shoes in quick order here. So I hope you're back to school. And if you're not, I hope you'll be there soon. Because school being in session means we are this much closer to getting yourself a college football season underway. Week 0 coming up on Saturday. We're excited about it. Hey, coming up,
I have some breaking news.
Oh, now hold on a minute.
Some Big 12 news.
I'm just gonna.
You want some Big 12 football news?
I'm just gonna let this thing roll here. We've got some breaking news here from the Big 12 news desk. JJ, I don't know what it is, but roll it out here for us.
Matt Zenitz and Richard Johnson of CBS Sports are reporting that Texas Tech standout running back Quentin Joyner is feared to have suffered a season-ending knee injury.
Ooh.
He's a transfer from USC that was expected to be one of their top running backs this season. So the Texas Tech Red Raiders lose a key member of their offense to a season-ending knee injury.
Hate that.
Yeah.
Was Taj Brooks their guy last year? Right? And he moved on,
yeah.
Right?
He's in the NFL.
So they lose their top running back prospect. Is that a huge deal for Joey McGuire's team, considering that they have one of the deepest subsets of talent that we've seen, according to all the people?
They added a lot of players in the trenches, but he was the guy they added at running back. Who's running the football? Who's running the rock for Texas Tech? Puts a lot of pressure on Baron Morton now, doesn't it?
It really does. So
now they went and got some receivers in the portal too. Don't get me wrong; they've got that, but they brought that kid in to run the football for him. And
hate that. You never want to just be like, oh, good. You don't have to worry as much about Texas Tech because they have their star running back hurt for the rest of the season. You don't want that. I want to see what Texas Tech can do at full strength, man. And that's a huge blow to them. Hey, every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone is a Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, the tickets that we're going to be giving out are going to be to see the Counting Crows on August 21st at the Utah Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss the Counting Crows, the Complete Suites Tour. Special guest, the Gaslight Anthem. Get tickets now, livenation.com, or you can just listen all day long on Wednesday on our famed Win Ticket Wednesdays. So, interesting write-up here, and I'd push you over to it to go see for yourself, because Mark Harlan and what they're going to have to deal with at the University of Utah is what every big program's having to deal with, right? Steve Bartle wrote this article up, and go take a look at it yourself at KSLSports.com. But the revenue and rev-sharing era has been ushered in with a lot of question marks and trying to figure out how this thing's going to work. And the Big 12's media rights deal that's going to be up in 2031, which is worth about $2-point-something billion, means that the payout for each school is going to be between $28 and $31 million a year. Great. The distributions that are there, and Big 12 members are looking to probably be closer to that $50 million annually. And the budget deficit just from the Big 12 or just from the Pac-12 collapsing actually made the athletic department have to take a hit from a number standpoint, at least temporarily. And so now they're talking about how to figure this thing out and how Utah is going to balance out these gains of this, this whole deal. Revenue sharing payments to athletes, trying to make sure that the $20.5 million, which they're going to use every cent of to distribute to the athletes, that's great. But at the time, or for the time being, Utah's trying to figure out how to make sure that they split that $20.5 million up every year with those players. And, you saw that the Mark Harlan, and I'm sure this is what this was born from, had this meeting with all the media, or they had a luncheon last Saturday to try to get people to say, hey, here's what we're doing here, and we're going to need your help. I mean, it was a sales pitch. It's a money pitch. And it's not that Utah's run out of money. What it is that they're looking at it and they're going, hey, here's the number. We're going to be spending the $20.5 million as that salary cap number, so to speak. The revenue right now as an athletic department is going to be a little bit lower for a minute as they start to navigate just, this whole Big 12 thing. In terms of money, it's not like a terrible situation, but what they do want to do is every team that's successful right now, at least on the recruiting trail, JJ, is talking about money in the sense that they have so much that's coming in from these crazy donors up here. And it feels like if you don't have a billionaire, either a silent partner or somebody who's a massively loud partner, thanks Texas Tech, if you have somebody out there who's contributing so much dough to this thing, then it's almost like you're already losing this game. You have to have massive donations coming in, not just right now at the front end, but every year, all the time. It's a 365, 7 days a week, 365 days a year type deal. You've got to get this money going all the time. And it just seems like an insatiable need for that number and that dollar figure to keep going up.
Yeah. There's a lot of work that's going to be involved in making this happen, keeping it up. But this is what it's going to be required, and they're going to have to figure it out. And then you also have the challenge of divvying it up in a sense that works for your athletic department, because the 20 to 25 million doesn't just go to football. That's what you have across the board for your athletic department. Yeah. So you've got to say put 75% into football, 15% into men's basketball. Maybe you're a UConn and you want to go, a little less for football and 15 and 15. So make sure you get 15 to 20% for your women's sports to make sure you keep that program up. Every athletic department is going to have to make certain things a priority and find a way or a place to put that money into. But it's going to be a challenge, and you saw with Utah, this situation where the way that things went down with the Pac-12, there was a deficit. They lost money on that deal. So there's a little bit of catch-up involved there as well. Yeah, this is a massive challenge for these institutions and these athletic departments, and these athletic directors are going to have to find a way, because it's never been more competitive in college sports. There's so much on the line. We're watching just here in the state the arms race that's required to compete in the Big 12, both in football and men's basketball, and I think you're going to see it in other sports as well. How do you keep up with the Joneses? And, in society, there's a lot of negative that comes with that phrase. But in sports, it's full-on competition.
It's the standard. It's the standard.
Keeping up with the Joneses in sports is not the same connotation it has in real life. Like, if you even bother to try to put together an athletic department, the whole point is to compete at the highest level, right? So you don't want to be a part of something where you're settling for mediocrity. So in order to succeed at the highest level, you're going to have to generate revenue at the highest level. And obviously, hopefully, there's some caps here. Like, there's going to be an even playing field with whether it's 20 to 25 million. Hopefully, they adjust that so everyone needs to be on the same playing field when it comes to that. But then the NIL portion of things creates an uneven playing field. And that's where the advantage can really be taken. And you see a place like Texas Tech. I think it's good. I think it's great that, Texas Tech would never be able to compete with Georgia and Alabama for recruits until now. BYU was never, ever going to be able to get an A.J. DeMonsa until now. And so now these schools, because of NIL and because of their great donors and their alumni, are able to make these things happen. And that's how it should be. If you have a great alumni and a great booster base, go for it. If this is what you want to do and you want to win at the highest level and you want to be a part of that, and this is where you want to put your money, who should tell you what you can and cannot do with that? So we're watching an arms race. Who will survive the arms race? And back to Utah, they're having to navigate through some challenges that are unique to their institution, and every school has their own challenges.
Yeah, and I think that people look at this and they go, well, that means that teams like Utah State just go away. And that's not what it is. They've known how to operate on small budgets forever. But I do think you're seeing a weird transition time because you're not – I mean, Mark Harlan at this meeting on Saturday with the media, or I think it was like a brunch or a lunch or whatever, or on Friday before the scrimmage, he said, look, we have 100, and it might even be as much as 150 right now of players who are getting money, who we've signed and are under contract as NIL, shared revenue players, and they have to determine how much. And he said we have multiple students on multi-year deals. That's a crazy era that they've gone into. And Utah State, by the way, isn't asked to do that, right? I don't know what the number looks like. We were having a conversation with somebody, though, who I think was, they talk about your SUUs in the world and your Weber States, and they were like, oh, no, that's not a thing. There's no NIL money at these D2 schools, FCS schools you see a little bit of, but there was a conversation that was had. My uncle was having this conversation because he's on the board at one of the schools at the school that he played for, and he goes, no, we're having this conversation. It's a small enough school. They don't have any of these conversations at all because all of the players want to get paid at a different school, and so they're using the opportunity at this school to make that happen. And you're seeing it at all the different levels. If you're in an FBS or if you're in an FCS school, you want to get to the Big Ten and the SEC as fast as possible.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay with us. We've got ourselves a Weekend Warriors. You don't want to miss some sound from across the weekend of people doing amazing things. Did I see that Big Dumper made the list? I want to thank our producer, Alex Napolis, for making my day.
Did you see what he signed in Williamsport?
The Big Butt Bobble?
Not quite.
Is that what you call it?
Not quite.
Oh, that's what I saw. There was a bobblehead that had a large tush on it that somebody made.
Oh, no.
Oh, I saw that
No,
one.
I got one that tops it.
Oh, okay. Is it more inappropriate or less?
It's definitely more inappropriate.
Well, then
it's not WNBA inappropriate.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong.
All right. Perfect.
But
I'm signed one.
A little toilet humor coming
Somebody
your way.
made a bobblehead that had a jiggly butt for him. And
Really?
it was, some company. And he goes, I love this idea, man. And he's like, yeah, we're trying to get the Mariners to buy it. He's like, well, give me one of these. So he got one and he signed his own butt bobblehead. All right, we'll come back. We got more to go. Stay with us, 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
You patiently waited and waited and waited. And now it's here. It's college football season as the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies get ready for the upcoming season. Nobody will bring you better coverage of the teams you can't live without than the KSL Sports Zone. With daily updates from camps and interviews with all the coaches and players, your home for the best coverage of college football is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
We are firmly planted in the camp as a Beehive Meals family. JJ, let me tell you how deep this runs. We've got the 7 kids, of course. That's a tough, tall task every day to try to feed everybody. And to try to sit down and have a meal is even a taller task, and when everybody's all over the place with their different activities and things like that. Beehive Meals has changed the way that we approach it because we're no longer dreading or rolling our eyes of what are we having for dinner tonight. Instead, we make that meal decision. We hit the crock pot with it partway through the day. My wife and I both work full time. You have to when you have 7 kids in 2025. And it is chaos at our house. And trying to get meals on the table, it's already a difficult thing. Beehive Meals makes it so much easier for us. It has changed our lives to be able to have that convenience. You've got to go check out what August's menu brings. So many good and classic flavors for us because we've been doing this for almost 2 years. We've been eating Beehive Meals forever at our house. And you can enjoy them for yourself, and you can get great deals right now by just entering the promo code THEZONE for extra money off at their website, beehivemeals.com.
Yeah, no more thinking about what's for dinner. It's designed for your slow cooker. It's delivered right to your door. It's perfect for busy families like ours. I've got 4 kids. My wife and I both work. Sports, school, dance, all these activities going on. You just don't have time, right? This takes that away. This makes it simple for you. You just do it at home with all these. You have all the resources. You don't have to go get fast food that costs you tons of money. You're going to eat home-cooked meals at a fraction of the cost it would take to just go get a pizza or all the other garbage that you're going to be eating. And you're going to be eating healthier. You're going to be happier. Let Beehive Meals make your life easier. Go to their website. Sign up. As you said, The Zone is the promo code. You're going to get $20 off.
Yep.
Your order. Now is the perfect time with school starting, all the sports going on. Get on board right now. BeehiveMeals.com. That's BeehiveMeals.com.
In a game, getting hit just means hitting restart. On the road, not so much. That's why visibility matters. Pedestrians, make eye contact and use your phone flashlight in crosswalks. Cyclists, turn on your front and rear lights and keep your head on a swivel. In reality, you only get one life. Be seen, be safe. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Hey Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
This summer, you'll be loving how we're lending at America First Credit Union. Get new Visa credit cards with 0% intro APR for 6 months. Need a new ride? Get 90 days with no payments on new auto loans and 60 days no payments on RV and power sports loans. Our home equity loans start with an introductory 4.49% APR to refinance debt or take on that dream project. Start the summer fun now and your payments later. Apply today at americafirst.com or visit a branch. Subject to membership, eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, and conditions. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Opportunity Lender.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on The Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Happy Monday to you. Thanks for being with us on the program. Mondays mean, of course, we've got our weekend warriors, people who won the weekend here for us. It's all brought to you by the good folks at Gillette Heating and Air. Right now, get seasonal maintenance done on that furnace or air conditioning for only $59. See GilletteHVAC.com to make an appointment. That's GilletteHVAC.com to make that appointment for yourself. Your weekend warriors comes with a little bit of sound. I got to see this one live when it happened, but Scotty Scheffler is absolutely unbelievable right now, and he's even better around the green. It's almost like he likes chipping more than he does putting. Here's what it sounded like last night before he took home the BMW Championship trophy.
Scheffler. Can you believe what you just saw? Bobby Mack can't.
Referring to Bobby Mack as in Robert McIntyre, who was in second place and stayed there after the after the chip in.
If you're McIntyre, you just throw your hands up and you're like, are you kidding me?
Okay. You're like, all
what
right,
am I supposed to do here?
I'm going to try my best here. I'll take that second place paycheck. It's fine. But yeah, Scotty Scheffler just continuing a streak of insanity this year of amazing wins, and he's just phenomenal. JJ's one of these. I would encourage people, you're watching greatness happen right now the way that we kind of did with Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods did it at an even more insane clip.
Yeah.
And I'd encourage people to just go back and watch and see what the numbers are, because for real, to see what he did, it actually outpaces Scotty Scheffler's what Scotty Scheffler's doing even more. But it's still crazy to watch. And so Scotty Scheffler is the best player in the world by far, and he just keeps proving it every week. Maybe it's because golf's not that important to him, JJ, remember?
Yeah. Maybe that's why he can be so nonchalant about winning all the time. It takes a lot of pressure off when you say, there's more important things than this.
Hey, Michael Jordan, you just won your sixth NBA title. I know, but basketball's kind of dumb, isn't it? I just like to hang out with my family. What? Come on.
It's a lot more fun to hang out with your family when you win millions of dollars on a weekend.
It's fun to hang out with them at your giant mansion. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cal Raleigh, we call him Big Dumper. And now the Mariners have lost 2 in a row. I don't want to focus on that, but they are still firmly planted right now in the wild card race. More importantly, you've got a historic run by the Big Dumper and Cal Raleigh, who hit another home run this weekend.
Here's the pitch. Swung on, hit high, left field towards the corner. Nimmo over, he's looking up, and it is gone! Home run, Cal Raleigh. He does it again. Number 47 for Cal.
Your home run totals right now in Major League Baseball have Cal Raleigh 4 ahead of Kyle Schwarber, 4 ahead of Shohei Ohtani, 8 ahead of Aaron Judge. Not a bad season for a catcher who's just keeps piling on and having an insane year. I don't know what is. I mean, look, catcher is already the hardest position on the field. I think we can all agree. Look, a starting pitcher, great, but we'll see every 4 days. You know what I mean?
Right.
When these guys crouch behind the plate and are the captain on the field, it's a pretty insane thing to be a really, really, really good defensive catcher and to be hitting these home runs at the rate that no one's ever done it is pretty wild. And and you and I were alive for watching Mike Piazza do insane things from behind the plate, you know? And we thought, well, no one's going to power hit like that. I mean, you saw Johnny Bench do it, and you see some other people do it across the history of the game, and Cal Raleigh's even improving on that.
But it's pretty rare. And it's crazy how it's kind of becoming such a phenomenon, and his nickname is pretty funny. You saw what he signed in Williamsport?
I thought that the big dumper bobblehead, which is actually just a bobble butt, that he signed was pretty funny. But you say that there was something else. What was happening?
Someone brought their toilet seat.
Of course they did.
And he signed the toilet seat.
You've got a brand you've got to represent if you're big dumper.
Now, if you're fortunate enough to have that toilet seat signed and you want to sell that item, you probably need an escrow service.
That's a good transition, JJ. I'm sure that Rob from Bridgecore was, hey, if you've got that high dollar auction item, even if it is a toilet seat signed by the best catcher in the history of baseball, they'll take care of it for you.
We joke around, but how many times do people?
I know.
You probably work with people that have an eBay transaction that's very, very expensive.
You don't just do the construction services then too with these escrow services then, right?
No, it's great for homeowners and contractors so that no one can take advantage of the other side, but also for consumer goods. You can buy and sell high value items through our escrow company. And I mean, for instance, this week we had someone selling a guitar. They were supposed to ship it across the country to back east. And what happens first? Does the person pay the money first, or does the person ship the item first?
Right. So you have this little back and forth.
That's right.
And if you're not working with Sotheby's or something, and but that's the type of peace of mind that you guys give people, right? Where it's like, hey, we've got this two-sided thing here. We're certified. You know what you're getting. You know what they're sending you. That's a big deal for somebody who's making a large purchase or somebody who's making a large sale.
That's right. So, the person that's buying the guitar, they put their money in escrow. As soon as we verify that the funds are there and verified, then the shipment happens. It gets shipped over there, and once they approved it, then the money gets transferred to the seller.
Maybe you're not selling the high item, the high dollar guitar, but maybe you're trying to get that that service done on your home, for example, and you want to make sure that it's not just like finding. It's one thing to find a really good price. It's somebody who gives you a great bid, but coming through on that is a big deal. And if you're somebody who wants to get paid for a job, or if you're somebody who pays somebody to do a job, you want to make sure that whole thing goes off right.
That's right. So many times someone will get partway through a job and all of a sudden they have more money elsewhere and they don't show up, and you've already paid them most of the money or all the money, and they don't show up to finish it up. So having it in escrow until the final job is completed, and they have the motivation to get it done, because that's when the money gets transferred to the contractor once the job's signed off by you, the homeowner.
You can't put a price on peace of mind.
For sure. You want to make sure that you're getting paid for a job, or that you're paying somebody and they're doing the job. And all of this starts by you guys reaching out. BridgecoreUtah.com is the website. That's BridgecoreUtah.com. Rob Crawley's our guest. He's the president of Bridgecore, and he's been nice enough to give out his own phone number, and that's right to these guys to be able to help you out. Reach out right now, 801-830-3353. That's 801-830-3353. If you've got a big project that's going on here and you want to make sure that the money side of it gets taken care of without having to worry, 801-830-3353. Just go to BridgecoreUtah.com. Or just download the app. As soon as you get on the website, it'll prompt you and say, hey, you want to download this thing on Android or on Apple? Let's get it going. BridgecoreUtah.com. Rob, thanks for hanging out with us today, man. I love educating people on this stuff. It's great.
Awesome.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. When we do come back, guess what we have here for you? We turn the corner on this 4 o'clock hour, and we're going to predict every college football game for the Power Fours, at least the ones that matter to you, across the board with Utah and BYU and some of the other folks who have predictions out there for your local team. So stay here. More to go. 97.5 KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and if you want your air conditioner to last, keep a clean filter, rinse the outdoor unit off occasionally, and have it serviced each summer. Small things can help you avoid unexpected breakdowns. But if it does break down, Any Hour technicians service all brands and will never pressure you into thinking that replacing it is your only option. And remember, every week this summer, Any Hour is giving away an air conditioner to one lucky customer as part of our coolest summer sweepstakes. No purchases necessary. See official rules at anyhour.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I knew I was going to die that day.
Tonight on KSL.
You don't know what a monster looks like until it's too late.
A true crime investigation.
6 to 8 young women disappeared.
That isn't just digging up the past.
Your podcast is definitely helping push this investigation.
Get your first look at the podcast that's moving these cold cases forward.
Justice needs to be given to the voices that he silenced.
Stolen Voices, tonight at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Accessing.
When TV and radio collide.
Love it.
Wow. This is what you get. You're listening to JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars.
Don't touch that dial!
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
People wasting away in paradise, going backwards once in a while, taking your time.
Don't you feel like our producer was born in a different decade?
You're pulling Midnight Oil? Whoa!
Listen.
That's a deep pull, man.
Best bald lead singer in the history of singing, or no? Maybe a Billy
Michael
Corgan?
Stipe of R.E.M.?
Michael Stipe, Billy Corgan. We should put together an all shiny
bald
head
performers.
I will say, like, at the very beginning of my...
Peter Garrett.
Peter Garrett,
talking about.
Like, Midnight Oil was one of the best Saturday Night Live performances as a kid that I ever watched. And I remember being like, who even are these guys? Because it's not a mainstream name that you necessarily hear all the time.
No, they're from Australia.
So...
if you want to go way alternative rock in the 80s, Midnight Oil was one of the best bands.
Oh, yeah. Good pull.
which is why someone born in 1999 shocks me that they even know who Midnight Oil is.
He's doing his research on the weekend. He's like, I actually don't know.
No, what he's doing is like, I work with these old guys, and I'm just trying to find music that they relate to.
Or what are you listening to? He's like, I don't know, something from the oldies. I don't know. I have to play
These
it.
guys are old. They'll like this.
And sure enough, here we are talking about Midnight Oil, top of the hour. All right.
Takes me back. Thanks for that.
Back to the
reminds me of my childhood.
Back to the grind here. All right.
When's Oingo Boingo going to drop? You got that one ready?
I'll tell you what I do have. I've got some predictions here for you that other people are doing for teams across different conferences, and we'll go through and kind of we'll give our thoughts. Now, we broke some news last hour. Tell me the name of the running back from Texas Tech who is going to be allegedly missing the rest of the season because of a knee injury.
Yeah.
During camp here, which is always the worst news. It seems like our local teams have been hit by it before, but you see it all the time. Guys tear their ACL or they tear their Achilles during camp, and their season is over before it even starts.
This is a big one, though. Quentin Joyner of Texas Tech, he's a transfer from USC, was expected to be their number one back for Texas Tech. Torn ACL, out for the year. So we've talked about Texas Tech being a potential front runner in this conference, a team and a program that could separate itself from everybody else, not only this year but moving forward in the future because of the billionaire support that they have. Well, right out of the gate here, when we're talking about this season with the Big 12, Texas Tech has a big setback they're dealing with right now. I don't know how they're going to fill that gap because it's not like, he was coming in, there was a lot of potential with him. He was going to be a sophomore, but he didn't have a 1,000-yard season last year. So now they're turning to running backs that have even less experience because, like we mentioned earlier, Taj Brooks moved on now in the NFL. Texas Tech's got to be able to run the football to win this conference, I believe. And now I'm not sure they can.
Okay, let me ask you this.
And that's concerning
when it's this
for
close,
Texas Tech
when
fans.
it's this close to the season, and it's not their quarterback. If it said Baron Morton tore his ACL, and again, BYU's quarterback situation gets brought up a lot because people said, oh, no, I had them 12th, and now they're not ranked at all. So then where does Texas Tech go when their RB1 is gone?
You got to drop them 5 spots, right?
Do you?
Which would drop them out of the top 25. I have no idea if they can run the football or not.
Yeah. But and the reality is
Baron Morton's solid, Alex, but he's not an All-American candidate.
Yeah.
He's solid. He's experienced. So they're good in the trenches. I have no doubt about that. They spent a lot of money upgrading their team in the trenches. They have some receivers they brought in, but I think their quarterback is a little bit better than average, and now they don't have a running back. I have concerns about Texas Tech now.
Okay, let's kick off the hour here. Our show brought to you by G2G Bars, all natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. So we'll go through here and give it a shot on the cut here as we jump in and try to predict what the win-loss records are going to be for BYU and Utah according to some of the pundits out there, some of the national know-it-alls, what they think about this year's record and what the outcome's going to be for both BYU and Utah. So let's jump in right here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And this portion of the show brought to you by an incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram, and now Mitsubishi, the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Give it a shot today. Nobody knows cars like Doug. All right, let's see what Sports Illustrated has to say about all the teams across the entirety of the college football Power Four. All right. Now, if you're to go through here and just base it off of, like, for example, I'm looking at the ACC predicted standings. Shocker, they have Clemson winning that thing. They even have them going undefeated in ACC play. And why not?
Their schedule sucks.
They're by far the best team on paper than any of the other teams in the ACC. Miami, a close second, according to the pundits, going 7-1 in conference play and going 10-2 overall. If that's the case, if you have a 10-2 Miami team and an 11-1 and 8-0 team in ACC play, Clemson, you're likely to see another 2-team bid from the ACC, which is wild to think because the ACC is so top-heavy. When you start to get down that Pitt is a potential 9-win team for them, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, Louisville. I'm surprised they had Louisville so low, JJ, on this list. It goes Clemson, Miami, Duke, SMU, Pitt, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, then Louisville. Fine. Maybe they're not high on what the Cardinals can do. But I will say that Clemson and Miami do have a way easier go. I told you that the University of Miami doesn't even leave the state of Florida until November 1st. That's insane. That's the kind of schedule that sets you up to say, you know what, we could win this thing. And if that could be the difference maker, that you have 4 actual true road games the entire season and you don't leave Florida until November, that's a recipe for you to be able to do it. So there's the ACC, for example. But these experts have them with 2 reps going to the college football playoff, which we saw what that did for the ACC last year. You had Clemson, who people were like, okay, they made a late surge, but they were a 4-loss team. Were they 4 or 3 losses? 3 losses in conference play at least. And they made it to the college football playoff because they won the ACC championship game. So let's go now to the Big 12. And the Big 12 right now, standings-wise, here is where pundits have these records, and this might be why an interest, missing your RB1, your number 1 running back in Texas Tech to an ACL injury today, that might make a difference because these pundits have Arizona State going 10-2, 7-2 overall. By the way, this is basically a replay of last year. You have 3 7-2 teams that go Arizona State, Texas Tech, Baylor. Then Utah at 9-3 and 6-3 in conference play. TCU 8-4, 6-3 in conference play. Iowa State 8-4, 6-3 in conference play. And they have BYU 8-4, going 5-4 in conference play. I don't think that that's a slight. I think that that's more along the lines of what you and I have talked about, JJ, which is going back to where I think losing closer games than you won last year might be the thing. If you just flipped 2 of those games last year that could have very well flipped easily for BYU, they go 8-4.
Oklahoma State and Utah, they won in the last minute, right?
Now you can make the argument
second.
and say, yeah, but if the Kansas game flips, then maybe you get one back there. Yeah, absolutely. There are places you can carve out wins during the year, but going 8-4 sounds like it could be a thing that.
And remember, you have a true freshman quarterback.
Yes.
It's rare that you can win big with a true freshman.
Now tell me if the losses match up to what you might have in your head, okay? Because these guys have BYU going 1, 2, 3, 4. They have BYU going 5-0. They have them losing to Arizona. They have them losing also to Utah, hosting Utah in Week 8. So 2 losses in a row there. Beating Iowa State in Ames, okay.
All right.
And then losing to Texas Tech in Lubbock, which I don't think anybody looks at that and goes, all right, no. But then they also have them losing the very next week to TCU at home. So they have 2 moments where they have them losing back-to-back games. And those are their 4 losses: Arizona, Utah, Texas Tech, TCU.
I could see that.
I could see every one of those.
I could see it just being – I could see – this is crazy because you're going to have a true freshman quarterback, but you've got a lot of talent. I think BYU's schedule is not challenging until you get to those mid-October games. So it's very plausible that BYU could start out hot, winning their non-conference games. Portland State, Stanford's at home. At East Carolina, winnable. And then you go on the road and beat Colorado. You beat West Virginia at home, and then you find a way to beat Arizona on the road. And you could still go 8-4 because that Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech, TCU, 4-game slate. There is a bye week in between Iowa State and Texas Tech, so that's 4 games in 5 weeks that are some of the best teams in the conference.
So maybe they don't lose to Arizona. You're saying they could just lose Utah, Iowa State, Texas Tech, and TCU all in a row.
That's possible.
Sure.
I am not predicting it. I'm saying it's possible. That's the heart of their schedule.
Yeah.
That is a gauntlet. I think that makes up for the rest of the schedule. And then, of course, at the end, you got Cincinnati and UCF.
What do you mean makes up for the rest of the schedule? Because we talked a lot about how
it's
BYU,
not like you have
BYU
Kansas State.
Yeah.
You don't have Kansas State. You don't have Arizona State.
Right.
You don't have Kansas.
Yeah, but you're at Iowa State and at Texas Tech and
that's my
against
point.
Utah 3 weeks in a row.
You actually, when you look at their conference schedule, it's not daunting. I think everybody predicts that, let's say Arizona, West Virginia is probably picked by most to be the bottom. UCF's not far behind. I don't think Cincinnati's in that middle tier yet. And then you look at the other teams, Arizona, and Colorado aren't expected to have good seasons. They'll be fighting for bowl eligibility at best. That's their schedule, except for the 4 games, which are juggernauts.
Yeah.
So I get that prediction. I think it's a safe prediction, 8-4. It's a safe prediction for BYU, and I feel comfortable that they can get to 8, but I can see how those games would be the 4.
Let me bring up, okay, so I think that those losses that they penciled in are totally reasonable. I think partly because we know that this conference can be wild, right?
Sure.
The predictions for Utah prove that this conference can be very wild compared to what BYU's predictions. BYU on this list has losses to teams that I think a lot of people may have them. Maybe Arizona's the one you throw out and you go, nah, they don't lose to Arizona, but it's in Tucson. And if they have turned the corner a little bit this year, which I can be convinced of anything in this conference if you really give me a moment, which I did. We talked to Coach Brennan during Pac-12 media or Big 12 media days. And I get convinced, like, we talked to Noah Fafita. I like that kid. I like their head coach. This is not a bad group of people. They're not flawed like a type of coach like Scott Frost. If he gets in there and is just kind of a weirdo and is just kind of living off of the old days, you could see that team being bad. But I don't think that that's the case with Arizona necessarily. They still have a really talented dude at quarterback. Fine. Here's where it gets a little bit weird because here are they have Utah going 6-3 in conference play. Here are your losses. First of all, I have them going 4-0 to start the season. Why not? UCLA, win. Cal Poly, win. At Wyoming, win. But they have them beating Texas Tech that week 4 at home. Great, because a lot of people.
Today's news, that becomes a lot more plausible.
Oh, listen, and that's a game that a lot of people, that the national pundits have penciled in as a loss.
Yeah.
Oh, Texas Tech comes to town, you're going to lose that game. And I've never believed it. I can't wait for Texas Tech to figure out that Rice-Eccles Stadium is a different environment than they're used to, okay? But they have Utah going and losing at West Virginia in week 5. I don't know, because of the long trip.
2 time zones, we talk about it all the time.
Oh, my gosh, I hate the 2 time zone.
That's why I bring it up just for you.
Yeah, but it is 2 time zones. Coach, what are you going to do with your guys? Do you eat a special oatmeal in the morning when you leave on that private flight? We can't even wake these guys up. They don't even know what day it is. They don't even know what planet they're on. How are they going to play a football game? It's the elevation equivalent, right? Where they go, I don't know, they're going, and they're coming to elevation, and I'm like, that's such an old thing. Iowa State came in and beat BYU by 4 touchdowns 3 years ago. Oh, yeah. Ames Iowa's got.
If elevation was such a big deal, the Wyoming Cowboys would win the Mountain West every single year.
and with each foot, one more win gets added. What are you, 7,200 feet? Isn't it like something crazy?
7,220.
7,220 here in Wyoming. We lose every freaking game at home now. No problem. But the elevation. The time change. So whatever, they have them losing that game at West Virginia. You know why? Why not? Because West Virginia's got some talent, and you don't necessarily know what you get with those guys in Rich Rod.
Is that a trap game?
But then they have them just coasting through. They have them beating Texas Tech, losing to West Virginia, but they have them beating Arizona State, beating BYU, beating Colorado, beating Cincinnati, beating Baylor, and then taking 2 losses in a row to the Kansas schools to end the season. I don't know who was high making this list. Kansas State lost. Kansas lost. But they win between they have a 5-game win streak between Arizona State, BYU, Colorado, Cincinnati, and Baylor. Wow. But then you lose to both Kansas schools, including Kansas at home? Kansas State at home? Come on. I don't know.
I see
6-3.
I see 6 guaranteed wins.
6-3 is totally plausible.
Which is 2 less than I see on BYU's schedule. That's because I think Utah's schedule is more difficult.
6-3 in conference play. Let me remind Utah fans that
that would be incredible. I'm seeing 6 wins total.
For Utah?
Yeah. Meaning guaranteed.
Do you write for SI who put this together? Like, man.
Yeah, my name's Brian Fisher.
I see him losing to UCLA. It's going to be a tough one at YO because I don't know if you know this, it's 72-20 over there.
Yeah.
Back to you.
By the way, shout out to Brian Fisher for doing all this work.
I know.
It's a lot of work.
He picked every game for every P4 team.
And it's a great conversation, but Utah's schedule is more challenging. The wins are going to be more difficult to come by. BYU's doesn't have a non-conference opponent like a UCLA. So that's a tough start. And then you're going to go through this, and I do think they beat UCLA, beat Cal Poly, Wyoming. I think West Virginia's a W, and then I think Colorado and Cincinnati. The other 6 games are going to be coin flips. I'm not saying Utah's going to go 6-6. Don't take this wrong. I'm just saying.
But these are tough opponents.
I think there's 6 scheduled wins, and then how good you are, and how you perform, how healthy you remain, will determine what happens in the other 6 games. Utah could go 10-2. They could go 6-6. It could go either way because their schedule's hard. Finishing the end of the season with the Kansas schools, not easy. Baylor's going to be tough. In Waco, I know it's going to be better to play them in November than it was to play them in September a couple years ago. Remember how challenging that was?
That was hot.
100-degree heat.
Yeah, this is only going to be 80-degree heat. Yeah, you're fine.
But they're not losing to Cincinnati at home. They're not losing to Colorado at home. But BYU, Arizona State, Texas Tech, serious coin flips, right?
And they have them at all wins right there. That's why losing to West Virginia.
BYU, Arizona State, and Texas Tech, they are going to be in the Big 12 championship game, and they're going to be in the college football playoff conversation.
It's hard for you to find 6 wins.
Those are 3 great teams.
Come on. It's hard for you to find 6 wins when the first 3 are going to come in the first 3 weeks. Now, I know they went 4-0 last year and then couldn't get to 6, but I don't think they're going to go on a 7-game.
I know we're running out of time. Let me do a pessimistic.
Come on.
I'm going to do a pessimistic Utah season. Okay, you slip up in Pasadena. No, let me just give them the dub.
Okay.
Okay, so they start out 3-0. Come back from Laramie feeling okay about yourself.
Right.
Texas Tech, get you at home.
Okay, you're 3-1.
Okay, 3-1. You beat West Virginia. You find a way. Okay, so now you're 4-1.
Yeah.
But then you get the bye week. You come back. You've got Arizona State. They just got too much. They get you. BYU. They get you again. 3 in a row.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Here comes Coach Prime.
Okay, where are we at? 3 losses? We're at 4 wins, 3 losses.
3. Mm-hmm.
Okay, you come back after the BYU game. You bounce back nicely. You get a win over Colorado. You get another win against Cincinnati. You're feeling better about yourself. Where are we at?
6-3.
Okay. But at the end of the season, you're playing Baylor in Waco, Kansas State at Rice Eccles, and then you end the season in Lawrence. By then, if you have that 4th loss, you're not in the Big 12 conference championship conversation.
And then you're going to lose at home on Senior Day to Kansas?
Well, no, you're in
Kansas State?
Well, Kansas State's a good football team. Right now, they're ranked 17th in the country. Based on rankings.
Everybody.
Based on rankings.
Hey, everybody.
Based on the AP, Kansas State is supposed to be better.
JJ's got Utah barely winning 6 games. What are your thoughts? 5-7-5-0-0. I don't know. In my mind, getting to 6 wins or 7 wins for Utah is like, I don't know. It's a Big 12 because it's not automatic, but it's hard. It's hard. All right, we'll take a break here. Before we do, we're speaking with Rob Crawley today. He's the president of Bridgecore. Rob, first of all, thanks for being with us today, man. We appreciate it.
Good to be here.
Help us explain to us what the escrow services are that you help people out with, because I know that somebody's out there and they're thinking about doing a big project. And when you do a big project, you don't just want to get the job done right. You want to make sure that the person actually shows up and does the job. And what you pointed out to us, I think in the first go-around when we were chatting with you, was $32 million in the state of Utah since 2022 in just contractor fraud. How does that happen?
Someone comes to do your job and you pay half down and they don't show up again for the next month or 2 months.
Or ever.
Right. That happens, yep. So you want to have your money protected. We are a trusted escrow company, registered with the state of Utah, A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau website. And you put your money in escrow, and it's safe there until you direct it from the app to be paid over to the contractor.
When somebody's listening to this and they go, "Okay, I do have this project that I want done," how do they get a hold of you guys to make sure that? And I would just think that asking the questions to you guys to be like, "How does this work?" That I would hope that you guys start there with your customers, right?
Absolutely. Yep. We have an app that runs through the process entirely. There's a signed contract by both sides through the app. And when it's time to get started, you put the money in escrow for the first milestone. The contractor, as soon as they know the money's there safely, they start on the project and get going. At each step of the way, you're saying, okay, they finished this part of it, and you can put that on the app that part's done and release the funds on that next part, on that first part, and then the next part. Put the money down for that, and your money is safe the whole time until they perform their part on each milestone.
This provides such peace of mind and a smooth transaction that for a lot of people they wish they had when they did something like this, whether it's a construction company or just a personal item.
Right.
You've had a lot of people give you feedback. I know you got 5-star reviews. Share a little bit about that and some of the positive reviews and experiences you've had with your clients.
Well, last week we had someone use it for something else. See, we have it on the website as a seller and a buyer situation.
Yeah,
so the seller of the services is the contractor. We had someone use it for another item last week, a high-valued guitar, and they said, I'll quote them, "I used Bridgecore LLC as a third-party escrow partner. I purchased high-value musical equipment from a seller. They were able to provide third-party references with no problem. I completed the transaction in a timely fashion. His service is facilitated through an app that is transparent at every step of the process, helping to keep all parties informed. Highly recommended."
So there's that versus somebody who's writing a review on somebody on one of these, review sites, and they go, "This person did not show up to finish the job." Like, imagine being between one to the other. And I think people hear that and then they go, "Well, that peace of mind must cost a lot of money." But what's the reality look like?
Well, only one side has to pay, so it's really free to the homeowner because the contractor pays it just like a credit card bill. So when you pay for something by credit card, then a contractor, normally has a 2.5-3% charge. In this case, it's only 2.25% that the contractor pays. So it's really free to the homeowner, but it gives you peace of mind. And the contractor likes it because they know the money's there when the job's done.
Let me give the phone number out here for people who are listening. And Rob was nice enough to just say, this is my personal cell phone number.
That's right.
You can get a hold of him right now, 801-830-3353. That's 801-830-3353.
And I'll say, text me now, and we'll call you after the show's over or tomorrow. Just text me and that you're interested, and I'll tell you all about it personally.
Awesome. 801-830-3353. That's how you get a hold of Bridgecore. That's how you get a hold of Rob. 801-830-3353. Or you can go to BridgecoreUtah.com. You can download the app in any of the app stores that you have across any of the mobile devices out there. Just BridgecoreUtah.com. BridgecoreUtah.com is how you get a hold of it. Rob, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it.
Yep.
All right, we'll take the break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stick with us. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound delays through Salt Lake County, like the usual slowing on I-15 from Murray to Bluffdale, but there's extra delays because of the unexpected police procession that's planned for the I-215 West Belt. It's already slow on southbound I-15 as well as Bangor Highway going from the airport down to 41st South. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
We've talked about it. The older player is the safer player to pick for a variety of reasons, and that's usually what we see, actually. The freshman getting the nod is what you saw with Johnny Manziel and like nobody else. Coach has to manage a locker room, too, and empowering a freshman is most times not all that healthy.
It's like managing your kids. You have an older kid and a younger kid.
Yep.
If they're both doing something and it's kind of equal footing, you're going to let them take turns, but you might just let the older one go first just to keep the house fine. Just to make sure there's not a freak out while you're at the park. Make sure while you're on the jungle gym, everyone stays cool.
Or when they know that dad goes, out, who's in charge.
I'm going to be gone for a few weeks. 10-year-old,
you're in charge.
You're the boss. 6-year-old, listen to everything she says.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Looky what we have here. It's that time of year where you're looking around and you're going to have to do the weekly scramble, or at least the very first couple of weeks of scrambling around to find the live sporting events that you want to see. Well, you don't want to be paying too much money, and at the same time, you also don't want to miss any of it, and you want to make sure you have the best quality. Ryan from the Dish Pros standing by. Ryan, good to hear from you, buddy. What can we offer for the folks today who are listening?
Hey, thanks so much for having me on. Super excited. Football is, technically NFL. We got preseason here. College is just a few more days away, and we've got the best stacked promotion I have ever seen Dish do. Opportunity is literally yours. You just got to take advantage of it. Listen, stop overpaying. Don't put up with another month of your cable or DirecTV or your streaming service to raise your bill one more time. It's such a neat opportunity because Dish has got this 2-year promotion, 2 years worth of credits. I guarantee it's at least $30 cheaper than what you're paying for cable or DirecTV. Plus, we'll throw in 3 months free. Guys, this is where it starts to add up. So you get 3 full months of service for free. We'll throw in the NFL Red Zone with the multi-sports pack free for the next 6 months. So now you're really covered. You're going to get those games. You can watch all the college football, watch the Red Zone, Showtime, Paramount Plus free for 4 months. And guys, I said that, Paramount Plus, guys, this is the reality is we know streaming is part of our life. And here's the thing, though. You want to have the traditional system where you have the DVR and have access to it wherever you go. Dish is the solution. We've got all the best systems out there and the best promotion. And if you call today, we'll get you set up with dinner at JCW's on top of everything. And I'll tell you, this is a really interesting thing. We've turned into literally the internet professionals. I have a half a dozen internet providers at the minimum that I can offer you. So instead of calling around to, you name any particular company, I have them. I can tell you if there's available and what the price is and what their promotions are. You'll get the best price when you call us, and you'll lower your bill. If you're spending more than $60 a month, I know a lot of you are spending $70, $80, $90, $100+ a month. Call and lower that bill. I've got internet as low as $20 a month. We can dial you up with a fantastic internet service, help you for TV service, get you installed as early as next day. You just got to call 424-DISH. And we'll throw in dinner at JCW's if you call right now. So call 424-DISH. That's 801-424-3474.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down with inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com, your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
The longest winning streak in professional baseball was brought home last night in Salt Lake City.
The Salt Lake Trappers are in the history books today.
How long will this record last?
Oh, it'll never be broken.
Somebody wins the World Series every year. Nobody does this.
The Streak, a story of greatness, heartbreak, and what comes after. In select Utah theaters starting Friday, August 22nd. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
Hey, you got a second? That's all it takes to use your fire sense. Like the second you notice the campfire isn't completely cold, your fire sense says to douse it again. Or the second you notice your tires look worn out, your fire sense says to get them changed. Or even the second you think you might be towing more than your truck can handle, your fire sense says to make another trip. It only takes a second to use your fire sense. Protect your property, the land, and our great state. Use your fire sense. Learn more at utahfiresense.org.
You're the backyard big shot, the patio perfectionist, the envy of barbecue hosts all over the neighborhood. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food for healthy turf that stays green all summer. IFA Spring and Summer Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The biggest name. You're locked into JJ and Alex. With the insight and analysis on the teams you can't live without. Presented by G2G Bars. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm all dressed up with nowhere to go. Walking with a dead man over my shoulder. I'm all dressed up with nowhere to go. Walking with a dead man over my shoulder.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You can nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week award. Submit that nomination at kslsports.com/contest. Easy enough for you to be able to make that person who does an amazing job in your community, make them known. They usually don't do this for any type of fanfare anyway, but we want to honor them with the Hercules Hero of the Week award. So we read those off every Thursday. They win a prize from Hercules Credit Union and Beehive Meals. It's all part of the Hercules Hero of the Week program. All you have to do is just go to kslsports.com/contest and nominate that youth sports volunteer in your neighborhood. All right, I've got some audio for you. And yeah, it's a little bit of a tease. Yeah, still probably far off. But I heard the words Utah. I heard the words Salt Lake, and so now I'm in.
This is the thing. Don't downplay this.
Come on, JJ.
This is significant. It matters. And
I'm hedging my bets here. You know my feel. I'm trying to protect my feelings here.
You just don't want to get hurt?
Yeah, I don't want people to start talking about Utah being the new Major League Baseball market.
NHL loves you. MLB loves you.
Hold on a minute. Do they?
They really do.
My favorite is that
things are happening.
Here's what's happened. Business owners and league commissioners, they love Utah. Now the other markets are like Utah. That's lame-o. The business owners and the actual commissioners of these leagues, they see dollar signs in their eyeballs. They see an ownership group that cares. That's a win right there with those two key features.
It's all about money, and Utah has it.
Rob Manfred was talking about geographical realignment, talking about expansion, having a discussion about it. Here's what the commissioner of baseball said during a Major League Baseball broadcast about expansion and about what the league is trying to plan going forward here.
You know, I think the first two topics are related in my mind. I think if we expand, it provides us with an opportunity to geographically realign. I think we could save a lot of wear and tear on our players in terms of travel. And I think our postseason format would be even more appealing for, entities like ESPN, because you'd be playing up out of the East, out of the West, and that 10 o'clock time slot where we, sometimes get Boston, Anaheim, would be two West Coast teams, and that 10 o'clock slot that's a problem for us sometimes becomes a real opportunity for our West Coast audience. So I think, I think the owners realize that there's demand for Major League Baseball in a lot of great cities, and that we have an opportunity to do something good around that expansion process.
Hey now, so you're telling me there's a chance. So not only that did that pique people's interest, but then Jeff Passan, who of course covers Major League Baseball for ESPN, talked about this very subject, because then people wanted to know, okay, what was the commissioner saying? What are we talking about when we start talking about expanding into a place even like Utah or Nashville? What does that look like? And Jeff Passan tried to kind of bring it a little bit more in perspective in terms of what timing really looks like, but still.
This is at minimum like 4 years off. Okay. I think there is a possibility, and all of this goes according to, do the A's move to Las Vegas as planned and expected? And what of the Tampa Bay Rays? They just are in the process of selling right now. So the likelihood is that they will remain there. There would be two expansion teams if owners go forward with it. And look, owners want the $2+ billion expansion fee that they're going to get. At the same time, they also understand that this next television contract after 2028 that they expect to sign, that they want to cover everything in baseball, not just national TV for the World Series and for the postseason, the All-Star Game, and other things like that, but they want it to be all of the local television rights as well, and to pool those and get an enormous number that they can then distribute out to every team. So they have to get their ducks in a row, but expansion just makes sense because of the windfall that would come from those expansion fees being redistributed out to all the other teams. And listen, I think Nashville is almost a shoe-in at this point.
Yes.
You've also got Salt Lake City, which has really impressed people at MLB, and they've got ownership in place. They've got a stadium plan in place.
There you go, JJ.
No, Des Moines is not going to be. But what two names did, and Jeff Passan's well-connected. We've heard Bob Nightingale say the same thing.
People just
Nashville and
Salt Lake,
Utah are mentioned multiple times by people in the know as places that Major League Baseball may have their eye on here with the expansion. And Rob Manfred explained why there's desperation to do that. They need to make Major League Baseball make more geographic sense. They need to expand by 2 teams to get to 16 in each league.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, they're planning something radical where they would make it geographic. So it makes sense that they're not having Angels, Yankees playing games. Like, people in New York don't want to stay up until 10 p.m. to watch their Yankees play. Play geographically. Compete geographically. And so you can see a scenario where a new Utah expansion team ends up being in a division with teams like Vegas, the A's, the San Francisco Giants, the Seattle Mariners. Or maybe they're in in with the Vegas and the 2 LA teams. I don't know, or San Diego or something. Like, it makes too much sense to have a team in this area be part of Major League Baseball. Both the geographical reasons for it and, of course, the business side of it. And we've talked about this ad nauseum about how Big League Utah, the Larry H. Miller Company, has positioned itself as well as anybody in the country to be awarded an MLB franchise. They are ready. They are shovel ready. The financing is in place. The public financing is in place. It makes perfect sense. Utah checks every box.
If at some point, though, like, even if there's a question, the only names that have come up over the past, I don't know, when they get to it in 2 or 3 years, is there another city that pops up? Portland was talked about. It's like no one is even mentioning any other city besides the other 2. Am I wrong?
Not really seriously.
Right.
Which is why Jeff Passan, Bob Nightingale, it's the best writers in the country, know where the focus is. They know if this is going to happen, where they'd start.
It's crazy. It's nice, but I hate hearing it's 4 years away at least. Ugh. I get it because they have to figure out the next TV contract. And by the way, they have to figure it out.
So the A's have been a problem. The Rays were just sold. But the TV situation is a big problem for Major League Baseball. They just lost ESPN. A lot of the regional sports networks went under. There's local TV stations broadcasting games right now. I'm not sure how financially that's working for the league. Some teams are doing their own broadcasts. They have to fix some things, and they're going to have to think outside the box, and they're going to have to get a little radical with what they do with Major League Baseball moving forward. It's time for a change. It can't just be AL-NL anymore. They've got to do things differently in order to survive and thrive.
So, all right, we'll take a break here, but I just want to I just think it's interesting because we talk about all these teams, we talk about all the things. I can't believe that Las Vegas is still being talked about like, yeah, and if the A's end up completing that move to Las Vegas, I'm like, what are we talking about? They're already building the stadium. Oakland already.
What does that tell you?
They've all already said their goodbyes. The airplane's on the runway. Does it go back to the jetway? And
they're in Sacramento right now. They can't even put in. They're just the Athletics. They can't even name themselves after a city right now. It's weird.
Hey, it's us, the.
They're not Vegas.
Athletics.
They're not Sacramento. They're not Oakland. What are they?
I just love that they
we're
talk
playing
about it
in
like
a Sacramento Park, but
yeah,
we're not here in
and if
Sacramento.
that move to Vegas ends up happening and going through, I'm like, those are the things you talk about before they tear down the Tropicana, right? I mean, come on.
You'd think.
But no.
Pretty wild.
This is the kind of thing. This is why Utah looks attractive, because they have their crap together. Other cities don't. Other franchises don't. Other owners do not. You have better heads on the shoulders of people who don't even own a team yet than you do on people's heads who are on people's shoulders who actually own a team and can't figure it out. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do, we've got more to chat about. I've got some awesome things to jump through here for you. We're going to go through a couple of fun things, so you don't want to miss any of it. Okay, so stay right here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The police procession for the fallen officers last night is starting later than expected coming out of Taylorsville, but there's already delays on the I-215 West Belt. That's where the procession will start heading north, so plan on delays there later, as well as on Legacy Parkway and I-15 from Farmington up to Tremonton and eventually Logan. Advanced Window Products, get $2,500 off 10 windows or more at advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss and SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check out the website that has helped JJ and I not just drop weight, but keep it off this year. 65 pounds down after 60 days of starting the program. But more importantly, JJ, it's the keeping it off part, which has always been very, very hard for me when it comes to other programs. Dropping weight has always been something I've been able to do if I really put my mind to it. Well, now I've established some goals and I've established some great habits thanks to the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. This is a program that you can follow.
It's because they know the secret. They know the secret to losing 1 pound of fat every single day. Salt Lake City Fat Loss is a doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program. It helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. The program just helps reset your metabolism so that you can lose weight quickly and then keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. I had an experience with this program that was fantastic. It has changed my life, the way I look, the way I feel, and how I'm going to handle my weight moving forward. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and I've been able to keep that weight off. I haven't been able to do that with any other fad diet or any other program I've ever tried. Salt Lake City Fat Loss can give you similar results. So go to their website right now, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Go schedule a free consultation, or if you're ready to go, you want to join us on this weight loss journey, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You'll get $200 off. Again, that's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair, like so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals, also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months.
Yes!
Yes! Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extend it to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now during the More to Move You event at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown today. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It sucks to be you.
All right, you know what that music means. It's our weekly edition of Sucks to Be You. People who in the sports world, it currently sucks to be. And it's a long list, but you know what? We try to count our blessings, just not during this segment, JJ. That's part of what we it's what we do here on the program.
This is, that's not this segment.
All right, so
no gratitude in this segment whatsoever.
Now, here's how we redeem it, though. We have stuff to give away. So even if you don't like the vibe of people who it currently stinks to be in the world of sports, if you call us right now with the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend that DJ and PK gave out on their program this morning, they rolled out a play that was their favorite from the weekend. If you can recall what that play was, you can give us a call right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. You get yourself a gift card from Amazon for your troubles. Just give us a call right now, 801-575-ZONE. Tell us what DJ and PK gave away as the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealer Play of the Weekend this week. Any clues, Producer Alex? Anything? Any generosity on your part for the listener who might be tuned in right now trying to win?
It involves one of the star actors from Happy Gilmore 2.
I love it. All right. You got me with that one. I wasn't expecting that.
Man, there were so many cameos. That could be anybody.
I know what I was going to say. All right, so there you go. 801-575-ZONE. Sucks to be you. Sucks to be North Carolina football fans who are expecting to hear on the weekly radio show Coach Bill Belichick explain himself. Belichick, I know it's a shock, has opted out of that portion of his contract. He's going to.
He's moving on.
I'm not going to do the radio show.
Not going to do the radio show. That's not going to happen.
Not doing it at all.
I didn't come to Chapel Hill to do radio shows. I came here to win football games.
He said he will show up and do the first week, and then after that, hold on.
How gracious of him!
I know. He's going to do August 27th when they haven't played a game yet.
Right.
So, I get it. But my favorite part about all this is that his general manager, Michael Lombardi, and longtime friend, Michael Lombardi, as if anybody wants to hear from a college football program every week during their coaches show from the general manager. Oh, yeah, NIL's going great. We're selling a lot of nachos at the stadium. Players love being here. We're just trying to make sure we keep guys in the transfer portal. Not actually talking football. So that's going to be your weekly radio show there in North Carolina. Also sucks to be the Commanders and Bengals. It really sucks to be watching that game tonight. I know it's just a preseason game, JJ. But the Commanders and Bengals facing off in just a few minutes here will be headlining Who's Got It Worse of people who are holding out.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they can make a trade at halftime.
You know what? I don't hate that idea.
For McLaurin.
Come on.
Straight across.
Get Hendrickson on the field.
Because the Bengals don't have enough receivers.
Could you imagine McLaurin going over to that group?
With T. Higgins and
But they won't have Trey Hendrickson,
Chase.
and so it'll be you have to win every game 56-49. Hey, Joe Burrow's willing to do it. He's willing to do it.
It's basically what they did last year.
I know. So there you go. Sucks to be watching that game tonight knowing that your team has a holdout, but it is the battle of the holdouts tonight. Yeah. Oh, and it sucks to be. We brought it up earlier in the show. Sucks to be the running back for the University of or Texas Tech University.
It sucks to be a Texas Tech fan this afternoon. Found out your starting running back's out for the year.
Out for the year with the torn ACL, Joyner.
Yeah.
So
Quentin Joyner's out.
Bummer for him. Sucks to be a fan of the Texas Tech football program. Joining us in studio right now, Rob Colley. He is the president of Bridgecore. BridgecoreUtah.com is the website. welcome to the program. Rob, thanks for being with us, man.
I'll tell you what it sucks to be. It sucks to be a homeowner that put 50% down on a project and then their contractor didn't show up.
I told you I get those.
Sucks.
I get those updates on the neighborhood apps, and you see stuff like that all the time.
Yeah.
Don't trust fill in the blank. Don't do this. Hey, if you're looking for a handyman, don't call this person. If you want to get your driveway repoured, don't call these people because they screwed me. And then conversely, there are people who get jobs done and then the homeowner doesn't pay them. You help both sides of that transaction, right?
Right. In this segment, I want to focus on the homeowner. And as we mentioned before, $32 million in contractor fraud has happened in the state of Utah in the last 3 years.
Crazy.
And so if you've got a project coming up, there's absolutely no reason not to use our service because there's no cost to you as a homeowner. There's a contract that's signed. There's milestones set that the contractor does not get paid until those are completed and that you've signed off on them. And there's absolutely no reason not to get online and download the app right now. It's Bridge Core. You go down to the App Store and type in Bridge space Core on an iPhone. And Core is C-O-R-E, by the way. So Bridge Core Utah is Bridge, C-O-R-E, Utah.com if you want to go to the website. If you go to the app, Bridge space Core on an iPhone, and it's Bridge Core without a space if you're on the Android looking for it.
And it's not just the construction situations. You'll do just about any kind of transaction that's going to take place from a buyer and a seller.
Absolutely, yep. It's set up as the contractor's the seller of services and the homeowner's the buyer. If you're selling some physical item and there's a question of do you send the money first or do you send the product first? Then it's a perfect situation there where you have a buyer and seller of consumer goods. So.
We talk about peace of mind, and people are like, look, I'm willing to pay for peace of mind. But this is also a service that is going to be I thought there was going to be some crazy fee associated with it, but you guys are very reasonable.
Right.
And it's an easy thing to get done so that you can make sure that you're going to make sure you get the job done and you're not going to get hosed on those payments.
That's right. Yeah, and you just download the app. You search for a contractor. If they aren't listed already on Bridgecore, then you call them up and say, hey, download the app. It's free. And then they show up, and then you guys contract through the app. It's very simple, very easy to use.
Nice.
All you have to do is just go to bridgecoreutah.com. That's bridgecoreutah.com. And Rob's also nice enough to give his phone number out, so let me give that to you as well. I like giving out people's personal cell phone numbers on the air.
You're very brave.
Normally it's JJ that I give his personal phone number out, and then and he receives those unwanted text messages.
Spend my evenings answering them.
Yeah, this is different. Rob's going to help you out, and he wants you to have this number, 801-830-3353. That's 801-830-3353, bridgecoreutah.com, 801-830-3353. Rob, thanks for hanging out, man. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll take the break here. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. How about previewing another set of opponents? This one, the New Mexico Lobos are going to be coming. They're going down to Albuquerque. The Utah State Aggies are this year. Talk about awkward. We're going to have that awkward conversation with Sean Ryder next with the New Mexico Lobos. He writes for the Albuquerque Journal. We'll come back. More to go around the corner. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win tickets to see Counting Crows August 21st at Utah First Credit Union Amphitheater. Don't miss Counting Crows, the complete Suites Tour with special guest the Gaslight Anthem. Get tickets now at livenation.com or listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Think road safety's a single-player game? Not so fast. Before driving through a crosswalk, put away distractions and watch out for pedestrians and cyclists. The best way to win? Share the road. Brought to you by the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Ready or not, business owners, summer is here. So let's beat the heat while keeping energy costs down. With WattSmart from Rocky Mountain Power, get advice and rebates for smart cooling strategies, resulting in savings and a stronger bottom line. Earn cash incentives on energy-efficient equipment, enroll in programs designed to reduce energy consumption during peak hours, and cut costs without sacrificing comfort. Saving energy and money? Now that's smart business. Visit wattsmart.com today and start saving.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
This summer, when you purchase a new air conditioner from Any Hour Services, you'll automatically be entered into our weekly drawing to have your air conditioner paid for, up to $8,750. No purchase is necessary. See official rules and schedule a free estimate at anyhour.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Jazz, Utes, and Cougars is right here on the Zone. This is JJ and Alex, presented by G2G Bars on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Days when the rains came down in the hollow.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, thanks for hanging out with us today. I made the mistake of watching preseason games this weekend, JJ.
You made a mistake, huh?
Well, I mean,
there's worse things to do in your life.
There is.
Like mortgage fraud. You know.
That's true.
There's a lot of things you could have done that were worse than watching a preseason NFL game.
I could have been poisoned by an enemy. You're right. So I guess
you could have gone drunk driving over the weekend.
In the scheme of things,
a lot of examples I could give you.
There are a lot of things that could have happened. I could have torn my ACL and been out for the rest of the season. It's not happening to me. But here's the crazy thing. I watch these preseason games, and here's how you know the litmus test on whether or not this is something you want to be a part of is when your kids walk up, and my kids have gotten to the point now where they go, is this a real game or a fake one? That's what they ask me. I go, well, you're not seeing a figment of your imagination here. Those are real people playing football. Yeah, but is this a real game? And then I have to go, no. Put my head down. No, it's not.
Well, it's real for the players that are on the field fighting for roster spots.
Yeah, it's real for that guy who's number 56 on the roster. He needs to be number 53.
Get mad. Stand up for it like people stood up for pro wrestling back in the 90s.
Oh, boy. They're showing Trey Hendrickson on the field here with the Bengals. He's got a Bengals hat on. It's a good sign.
Company guy.
Has not signed officially and is not practicing. Says he's going to practice or play only if he gets a contract negotiated out. So there you go. Initially, we thought that there was going to be some positive movement there because he was like, no, you know what? I've been selfish. But now it's gone back to the I'm not being selfish. This organization sucks. So he's standing out there in his street gear. He wouldn't be playing tonight anyway, but because as my kids point out, is this a real game? No, Trey Hendrickson is not playing. All right, it's not. Bengals, Commanders, fake football, counting down on your fake Monday Night Football. So there you go. We are, of course, kicking off the program that's always brought to you by the good folks at G2G Bars. All natural ingredients and no preservatives make the G2G Bar the perfect protein bar. Give it a shot today at Costco, Holiday Oil, Maverick, Associated Foods, and many other retailers in the refrigerated section. Let's kick off the hour here with the cut, as we always do. Let's jump in right here. Let's have a little bit of a Mountain West preview in the most awkward football game of the football season on the docket for the Utah State Aggies. Let's get going here with Sean Ryder, and we'll kick off the hour here with the cut.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program, TRAJANwealth.com, for your trusted local needs in retirement. It's TrajanWealth.com. Sean Ryder writes for the Albuquerque Journal, and he, of course, covers the New Mexico Lobos. Sean, what's the awkwardness rating of 0 to 10 of Bronco Mendenhall bringing his Aggies into town, just less than a year removed of coaching the Lobos down there in Albuquerque?
Well, first off, good to be on with you guys. Second, you got to go with like a 9, maybe a 10. I mean, it's going to be awkward. So, yeah, no, it's definitely on the higher end.
I can't. It's a basketball town. We get that, but still, Bronco Mendenhall. That was his second time coaching in Albuquerque, and I'm sure people were really excited about the progress they made. What was the feelings of Lobo Nation when he departed for another team in conference?
Probably in my 2.5 years in Albuquerque, the sharpest anger I've seen out of the fanboys, really at any point. When Patino left, that was kind of an expected thing. People were happy that he brought the program back, brought him back to relevancy, and, kind of wished him well. And at that point, with Bronco, it was a whole, people really expect him to be in there for the long haul. And, of course, he wasn't. Did 1 year, did really nice work that 1 year. But that wasn't enough to really temper any feelings for the fan base.
So we, of course, have a lot of ties now to New Mexico, not just because Bronco and his team are going to go down to Albuquerque, but because the offense and the identity of the Lobo offense last year is currently residing in Salt Lake City. Will you explain the type of, and we've chatted with you before about this, but now that they've gotten almost all camp under their belt, and it's all smiles and all happiness out of the folks up in Salt Lake City because Jason Beck and his offense, and more importantly, Devin Dampier, the quarterback who came with him, bring a lot of hope to this program. Tell people who were not able to see Devin Dampier last year what the reality is of that kid under center for your team.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's an absolute game changer, and that's a lot of that is what he does on the run. I mean, he's a hard guy to tackle. He's not a very big guy, but he's very shifty. And he does have pretty decent burst and kind of breakaway speed. The Wyoming game last year for New Mexico, that's always kind of the game I remember, like, gosh, he was a lot faster than I really kind of thought. And that had been after weeks of watching him. But no, I mean, he's an absolute game changer, and Bronco said it all last year. Look, when you have a quarterback, you have a chance. Devin is very perfectly kind of that mold. He will give just about any team a chance. Now, of course, I know some fans are looking at it. He's got to cut down on the turnovers and all that. But what he's able to do, running and passing the ball, if it takes kind of a step forward with the guys around him this year, he's going to be a very successful college football player.
Yeah, we look at the numbers, and he rushed for over 1,000 yards, but, I mean, he probably had to rush for 1,000 yards, right? And you look at you mentioned the turnovers. What was the circumstances of his statistics last year? How much was he under pressure a lot? Did he have to force some throws? How much is going to be playing in front of one of the best offensive lines in the country going to help him with his skill set?
Yeah, I mean, this Utah line is going to be magnificent. There's one thing I will say, New Mexico was the last team in the country last year to give up a sack. And a lot of that, to be clear, was, the fact that you had Devin back there. And Devin was not an easy guy to sack. With what he can do on the run and what he can do scrambling, that's a pretty tall task for, a lot of people coming off the edge. But at the same time, there was a bit more to that O-line than I think I'm seeing, particularly people talk about on social media. There were some all-conference guys. There were some guys that transferred to, up to P4 schools after that. So I do think it was a better offensive line than they probably got credit for. But at the same time, the circumstances, statistics, I mean, some of the turnovers, some of the picks, you look back, and I'll reference the Wyoming game again, the pick six that kind of swung the game away from New Mexico. It's just not a good pick. And, Bronco always said, you got to live with it because you don't want to really temper your kind of young, ultra-talented quarterback. But some of the turnovers, some There was one against Arizona that I thought was a pretty bad bounce against Devin, and there were some that, hey, he actively should not have thrown that ball. He should have ate that and moved on to the next play. But in terms of the running, I mean, you will see Jason Beck, just like he did last year, take full advantage of the fact that, hey, like, this is a guy that if we are in kind of a 3rd and 10 or whatever, we're just going to put the ball in his hands, cut him up the middle and see what we can do there. And it'll usually work out.
Well, what are you expecting out of this team this year with the New Mexico Lobos having a total reset of their offense? I think most people don't really even know what the vibe is now of the new coaching staff and what this offensive identity is going to be. How do they reset after last year?
Yeah, I think they're going to be – I can't speak a ton to last year, and, I wasn't that familiar with what Utah was doing. I think they're going to be good. From what I know that they have in this defense, I'm an Associated Press top 25 voter. I had him in my top 25. I don't remember exactly where. I want to say like 23. But I'm expecting kind of big things out of them this year.
What are we going to expect from New Mexico this year? Coach Eck comes from Idaho. A much different personality than Bronco Mendenhall. How has he been embraced, and how do you think this program is going to look with him at the head of it?
Yeah, he's been – I mean, the main thing that people always say about Jason is that, he's the kind of guy, like, you meet once and, you want to have a beer with him immediately after, right? Like, he just has that very warm kind of quality, that people gravitate towards. He's very open, very transparent. He's the kind of guy with reporters that sometimes you're like, gosh, he's giving me like a really long answer on this kind of thing in a way that it's nothing against Bronco, that Bronco obviously didn't. And other, previous head coaches at New Mexico haven't really done either. But no, he's certainly, he's caught the community's attention for sure. In terms of how they look, I guess the easiest way to kind of describe the roster composition is that it is a little bit of like an FCS All-Star team. You got Scott Trey Humphrey coming in from Montana State, who's a really good running back there. Keyshawn James Newby, who is an excellent, edge rusher at Idaho. Jack Lane, who was just announced as the starting quarterback. He's going to be the starting quarterback from Idaho. He was the starting quarterback at Idaho, I should say. So they are kind of, pinning their future, or at least this year, on the success of those guys and their ability to translate. And I think some of it's definitely going to work, honestly, just by seeing some of these guys up close. But definitely there's some questions there.
With the upcoming 2026 year going to be a very different Mountain West look here, what's the attitude of the fan base of now what the new version of the Mountain West is going to look like going forward with Air Force? Tell me if I'm wrong on any of these teams. Grand Canyon, I think, San Jose State, New Mexico, Hawaii, Nevada. UNLV and UTEP.
And don't forget the Wyoming Cowboys.
And don't forget the 7220 up there. But I think that also is Northern Illinois going to be a football member too. Tell me what everybody's vibe is on how this thing's going to work out, and if they feel like that this still feels like a conference that they can still turn heads in.
I think one thing that Jason Eck has kind of said a good deal is that in taking this job, he kind of took it in some degrees. Like, hey, like when the conference change does happen, like I do think we can be like a bit of a football power if we build it right. I do think we. It's not that you're running away from the competition, but it kind of the idea of like, look, like it's going to be really tough at any point ever to build New Mexico up into a football power that can compare to Boise. Now, UTEP, you probably have a better shot there, right? Like, and maybe even Northern Illinois too, although they've been pretty successful in recent history as well. So, there is that element there from a fan perspective. I do think, I do think a lot of fans honestly are pretty bummed. But at the same time, they're not going on Twitter saying I'm bummed. They're going on Twitter saying like, screw them. Like we'll move on and, we'll keep going without them. So I think there's some fans that also genuinely feel that way. But certainly it always sucks to get left out and not get picked, right? And New Mexico is a school that got left out, didn't get picked. And so, they're best faces on and moving forward and all that. But certainly I think that's something that stings for some fans.
We've indirectly followed New Mexico football for decades because BYU and Utah used to be conference foes with them, and they'd play them every year. And outside of a handful of years under Rocky Long, this football program's always struggled. I know you said you've only been there in the market for 2.5 years, but I'm sure you've talked to a lot of people. Why has New Mexico football had such a hard time gaining traction?
It's a good question. I think part of it is, it's not like I'm from Michigan originally, right? Like there are a lot of guys, a lot of high schools, that produce guys that go on to play, Division I college football and go on to play in the NFL. That's not quite so with New Mexico. You don't have that natural recruiting ground. You have to go into Texas. You got to go into Arizona, go into California, and make it happen there. So you're already a little bit at a disadvantage with that already. And there are good players that do come out of New Mexico, but they're few and far between compared to other places. And, if a good player out of New Mexico is getting attention from New Mexico, well, Arizona State's going to get interested, and it kind of snowballs from there, right? If he's a really, really good player. And I do think there is an element of kind of fan apathy. You're dead on when you say that it is a basketball town through and through, and it's well-deserving of being a basketball town. It's been the better program historically, and it has an iconic arena that, you can't really compare University Stadium to. Just in terms of atmosphere and what they bring to the table there. So I think it's kind of a mix of both. And I think it's also, there were some hires that at crucial times it didn't work out. I think Mike Loxley's done a good job at Maryland, but he clearly was not ready for the New Mexico job immediately after Rocky Long. And you could say that really set the program back a good 5 years.
Bob Davie, that didn't work out either.
Exactly.
Well, it's one of these programs, obviously, with the Utah State Aggies going down to Albuquerque. That's going to be a really, really fun one for us to watch, at least from the outside looking in. We'll have the popcorn ready to see that awkwardness. But we love being able to jam on this thing and get to know some of the opponents this year for Utah State. He's Sean Ryder. He writes for the Albuquerque Journal. Has joined us on the program before, and now today. We appreciate you joining us again, Sean. We'll chat with you again, man, as we get closer to that Utah State game.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
All right, there you go. Sean Ryder. I love it. I just like storylines, and that's going to be a big one.
It's fascinating.
And by the end of the year, we're going to be like, because I think it's an October 25th game, so you're good 7-8 weeks into the season. And
I was a little surprised to hear just how angry people are down there about Bronco leaving, because it's football and nobody cares about football down there. But there seemed to be building momentum there, and felt like he took the wind right out of their sails, and they're bitter about it.
But that's why.
I bet Snake's just furious.
So I'll make a comparison here, and I don't know if it's necessarily totally right on, but I was at an event, and a guy came up to me, and he was fuming mad, and he actually works at Weber State at the stadium. And you know where I'm going with this, because it was right after Jay Hill had left, and he kind of did this whole, like, he's dead to me kind of speech. And I remember thinking,
you got to be kidding me.
No, because people are so set up. Now, most people look at Jay Hill and go, thank you so much. We knew this was, like he was talking about, we knew this was going to happen with, they knew it was going to happen with Patino, the basketball program at New Mexico, right? Everybody knew that Jay Hill was not long for Weber State, because one,
he was there for 10 years,
right? And it's not like he played it's not like he played at Weber State.
It was
and was
a
like
gift,
right? And so, and what he did was amazing. And most people are like, thank you so much for all that time. It was awesome. This guy could not get over it, and he was just like blankety blank this with all the money. And he said he was a Weber State guy, and he sold out. And I was like, people will go wild directions with stuff, and I think this is an example of that. New Mexico, the Lobos aren't mad because Bronco Menahal's not the coach there anymore. They're mad because there's a little bit of that same vibe that you got from Jed Fish. And I don't want to compare Jed Fish and Bronco Menahal too much, because I don't think there's a lot of personality crossover there.
Complete opposite there, yeah.
But they did both leave in quick order after making the community feel like they were going to be there for a little bit longer.
Right. And that's what it really hurts, right?
Yeah.
When we talked about Keanu Tanavasa. You had a transfer from Utah to BYU this year in Carson Ryan that Utah fans are not talking about
right.
at all.
No, not nearly as
There's
not
zero
nearly as
vitriol.
big. Yeah.
But the Keanu Tanavasa situation has been a lightning rod, and it blew up again at Big 12 Media Day. Why? Because Utah fans loved Keanu Tanavasa.
Yeah.
They loved his personality, and they became attached to him. And when he left, it hurt their feelings.
Right, and conversely,
it's
And Carson Ryan elicited feelings of, right? They just weren't sold in.
No disrespect to Carson Ryan. It's just Keanu Tanavasa has a personality and a flair and a
vocal
leadership
leader
quality about him that people, and he was on the defensive line. Utah fans fell in love with him, and he betrayed them.
He's wearing red, saying he wants to beat those guys.
Carson Ryan betrayed them too. Why aren't they saying anything about that?
Is there a version of betrayed anymore in college football? There really isn't. No, but that's what I'm saying is that it's an old thing that we have that we're stuck on because a person transfers.
That's how it used to be.
And
These
people
kids would play at your school for 4 years, and they were your guys.
I heard that he wanted to get more money. I'm like, yeah, we all do. Are you kidding?
Yeah, bro, who's changed his job 5 times in 10 years. If somebody else is going to pay you more money, you're going to go work for them.
I can't believe he took more money to go to BYU. It's like, come on.
What are these guys? It's all about money these days, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Actually, it is. We all have to pay our bills, bro.
Keanu got married this summer. He's going to need some extra dough, man. Not easy. All right. Joining us on the program, Rob Crawley. Rob Crawley, excuse me. Rob Crawley. I'm listening to one of the podcasts over in
Dave
KSL
Cawley.
Yeah. Dave Cawley's right across
you
the
can
field.
understand that.
So we get the same mix up. Rob, one of the things that we've been talking about was the two-way situation that Bridgecore helps people with.
Yes.
As an escrow service, you guys are providing safety on both sides of a transaction. Absolutely. We talked a little bit about the consumer side, like the actual one who's making that purchase to get a service done. What about the people who are your clients who are on the side of providing the service? They also want to make sure that they get paid.
That's right. And I'll give you a situation. You're a roofing contractor. You go and you say, hey, we want to do a roof for $15,000. We'd like $7,500 up front. The homeowner looks at you and says, I'm a little nervous about paying that up front.
Sure.
You say, that's all right. We have an escrow service, bridgecoreutah.com. That's bridge with C-O-R-E, utah.com, Bridgecore Utah. You can put your money in escrow, and you know it's safe. We're on the Better Business Bureau website, A+ rating, and registered with the NMLS for Utah. And the money is safe for your customer. They can feel peace of mind knowing that you're not taking the money and running with it. And in addition, at the end of the project, you know the money's sitting there. So the day the project's done and gets approved by the homeowner, the money's ACH to your account, and the cost is less than even QuickBooks. If you let people pay by QuickBooks or credit card or whatever method, it's actually cheaper than that. And you've got a signed contract through the website. It legitimizes everything, documents everything, and is very smooth for the homeowner. They feel like you are very professional in how you run your projects, and it goes off smooth for everybody.
The peace of mind that brings for both sides, right, is you probably can't put a price on it. So what little you charge is more than worth it. Mm-hmm. What were some of the stories that I'm sure you've talked to clients on both sides that are just thrilled with how this service worked for them. What are their comments? How have they explained how their situation worked for them?
Well, someone posted on the Better Business Bureau website just this last week that the app is transparent at every step of the process, helping to keep all parties informed. Highly recommended. That was a rating we just got on the BBB website this week from a user.
There you go.
If you're somebody who's wanting to get a hold of the folks at Bridgecore, you want Rob and his team to help take care of you and explain the process. If you have questions or you need to get assisted in any way with this, how about just giving them a call? Like, ask them how the service works. Ask them how this thing happens and how you can make sure that both sides of that transaction is safe with a big transaction of any kind, whether it's home building or we talked about the high-end guitar purchase that happened that you guys facilitated.
Right.
People can trust you with all of those different things. So let me give you the phone number. Rob wants to help you out. 801-830-3353. That's 801-830-3353. If you're a contractor, if you are a consumer, either side can be benefited from Bridgecore. Go to bridgecoreutah.com. You can download the app on any of the different platforms for any of your smartphones out there. So just go to bridgecoreutah.com or just go to the App Store and look up Bridgecore and Bridgecore Utah. 801-830-3353. Rob, thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Thanks,
I appreciate it. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. When we return, we've got our NFL Blitz coming up, so you don't want to miss any of it. Stay here. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big northbound slowing on I-15 from Murray to downtown, and now there is a southbound I-15 crash at 6 North blocking a left lane, causing delays in that direction. Taylorsville Street's getting ready for a police procession to honor the fallen officers from last night, so expect the I-215 westbound flow to be halted when it gets there. Try UTA to get more done while you ride. Games, work, books, shows. You'll be too busy to notice all the traffic that you're missing. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Maybe Indiana's a place where you can have metal-piercing bullets. Can't imagine those are legal anywhere. Maybe they are. Metal-piercing bullets?
Jeez.
What are you facing? What's the guy with a metal suit?
The Tin Man?
No. The guy from Weird Science plays him. Something Jr. He wears a metal suit, and like I was going to say...
RoboCop?
Oh, no, it's the guy that wears metal and flies around.
The Rocket Man. Rocketeer, sorry.
We've given you so many guys with metal suits.
You're not close.
I'm sorry. Why are you mad at us?
Right.
How did you get it?
Okay. But I
Man in metal suit.
Iron Man.
Oh,
How did you guys not get Iron Man?
All the Iron Men I could think of.
Come up with 30 things with guys dressed in metal. 30.
Truth is, I am Iron Man.
Catch Hanson Scotty weekdays from noon to 3 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
10 years ago, Les Olson IT set out to do more than fix copiers and printers. We set out to become the IT team Utah businesses count on. Today, we're proud to celebrate a decade as Utah's managed IT service provider, trusted by thousands of local companies for secure, reliable tech support. Thanks for trusting us. Here's to the next 10 years of innovation, protection, and partnership. Visit lesolson.com to learn more.
Les Olson IT.
Everybody knows that exterior remodeling salespeople are all about the high-pressure sell. Am I right? Windows, siding, gutters, those suckers are going to twist your arm and get you to buy, or they won't leave your house at night. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors, and I want you to know we don't have high-pressure sells. In fact, we don't even have salespeople. Nope, we have estimators. That's a huge difference. Estimators are trained to look at the entire scope of the project, to see and know if there are any problems, like rotten wood, wood-borne insects, or construction issues specific to your house or your neighbors. Salespeople are more concerned about playing those silly price games. Buy one, get one free, sign today and get 40% off, as if they didn't just jack the price up to give you a fake discount. RGS Exteriors estimators are going to give you a great quote. No games, no tricks, no nonsense. Call RGS Exteriors to quote your exterior project. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's rgsutah.com.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Kevin Young, BYU men's basketball coach, joining us.
Barring something crazy, I think we all know AJ will be on your team for one season. You see him all around. He's representing BYU every place he goes. I just think that's incredible, and to me, it's a surprise. I'm guessing to you that it probably wasn't.
It's amazing, honestly. It really is. BYU's a worldwide brand in and of itself, but now you tack on what most likely going to be a generational type talent to kind of wave the BYU banner on the heels of what Yegor has done and will do in the NBA. Just a really cool time for BYU on a basketball standpoint to get the brand out there even more and have really awesome young men represent it. It's fun and it's exciting.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10. Presented by Black Desert Resort, Utah's premier golf resort on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah. Tired of hard water problems, scale buildup on your appliances, dry, itchy skin, and bad taste? Culligan Water is the answer. With top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your appliances, pamper your skin, and make your water taste delicious. Hi, this is the Waterboy Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Culligan has been locally owned and trusted for over 80 years, right here in Utah. Do you know if your current water system is even working? We're happy to come out and take a look at it, even if it's not ours. Get a free water test for any system. Call 801-509-9602 or visit culliganslc.com. Huge savings are happening for a limited time. Get $1,000 off a Culligan water filtration system, plus a full year of free salt delivery. Don't wait. Get cleaner, better water for you and your family. Call 801-509-9602 or go to culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson
I'm going back through BYU's 2024 schedule to look at how many games I think were quote-unquote Jake Retzlaff wins, because he's what's gone. And there are, as always, fewer than you would think. But if we're going in conference, it's really 2 games. It's 2 drives specifically. That was against Oklahoma State, and then, of course, at Rice-Eccles Stadium. Those are the 2 games.
The problem with that logic, and I get what you're saying, but is how many games did he not lose? That goes the other way, too, because the quarterback position is all so important.
It is.
That's the hard part.
Yes, and when BYU's up 17-0 and the game is over, because you have a good quarterback who's done that, that's not just saying, well, it's the final drive. And he still is a huge part of why you won that game.
You know, it's not just can the Bear go get you a victory or can Hillstead go get you a win, but it's are they going to cost you?
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at S&S Roofing, get $1,000 off any roof replacement. Plus, you'll get our incredible 50-year worry-free warranty. Dial pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing for a free bid. That's pound 250, then say the keywords S&S Roofing.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody. Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Thanks for being with us on the program, everybody. Guess what? JJ, that music means one thing. It's our NFL Blitz. We're excited about it. You know why? Because the NFL is getting closer and closer to having games that matter. Now, I will say this, though. Pretty hard to ignore Jackson Dart having a very, very efficient day throwing the football. And I know it's a preseason game, and I know he's the 3rd quarterback on the list. However, he went 14 for 16 for 137 yards and a touchdown. Also got a touchdown on the ground. This guy is looking pretty darn efficient right now. 14 for 16 is not anything to sneeze at, JJ. However,
I don't care what game you're playing, what your competition is. That's impressive.
Here's what's great about all this, too. Is say what you will about, these preseason games not meaning much, and I do say a lot about that. The Giants absolutely blew apart the Jets, and the Jets were it was kind of embarrassing. And them and the Bills both, by the way, speaking of NFC East teams that got blown out this weekend in preseason games, both coaches were like, we were terrible, and they're not happy with the performance of their teams. And there are guys who are playing who are going to be starting on Sundays. I was watching the Bills game, and Cole Bishop there asking afterward, because he's one of the projected starters on defense that actually played some snaps. Mm-hmm. And he's like, we were terrible. And Coach McDermott was like, you guys were terrible. And they take that to heart. You know what I mean? Like, it's a preseason game, but they looked at each other and they go, do you guys like doing this? Do you guys like this job? Because you're going to lose it if you're not playing well. And Cole Bishop was one of the guys who goes, we got to play better. Number one, I thought was cool because I think that Cole Bishop, when did he get drafted?
This is his 2nd year, right?
Yeah, but what round was he at? Did he go in initially?
2nd? 3rd? Second round.
Yeah, he's one of those guys who came straight in, started to make an impact immediately, and he's as advertised. We knew Cole Bishop was going to be like this in college. And when he was in college, we knew he was going to be this leader. He was going to be an amazing defender. So these guys don't take lightly the fact that they got beat up, even if it was a preseason game. But Jackson Dart,
2nd round, 60th overall, 2024 draft.
So Jackson Dart picked apart the Jets, and it looked pretty impressive. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to decipher whether or not I care.
If I'm a Giants fan, I get it. I'm like, the future's now. Like, this guy's clearly it, man. Just let him go.
Yeah, but
then all you got to do is look at the Jets and look what happened to Zach Wilson. You're like, okay, let the other guys take the hit for because we're gonna be bad,
right?
Like, don't throw him out to the wolves yet. It's a lot better. Trust me, Russell Wilson's not going to work out. He's washed. I'm saying that as a Broncos fan.
Oh, jeez. All right.
He's just not. He's not. He's a slightly below average NFL starting quarterback right now. The numbers prove it.
Okay.
Right? He wouldn't be bouncing. He'd still be in Pittsburgh right now, right? Okay? He'd still be in Denver. They signed him to a massive contract. Not good enough. So let him go out there and take the beating, and then let Jackson Dart come in when there's no pressure and save the day. And then there's no pressure. He still has more time to prepare himself. Don't just throw him out to the Wolves game 1. Give him more time. You don't want to spoil a young quarterback. We've seen too many guys. I'm not worried about Cam Ward in Tennessee. I think Cam Ward's great, but I'm worried about him because they're going to throw him out game 1, and it's going to be like ugly. It is. There's a lot of examples of guys that have been thrown out there a little too early, and we know that too well with Zach Wilson. So I know it's easy to say, wow, he looks really good. Patience will pay off.
It's only been 2 full seasons of NFL football for Puka Nacua. A couple of those games he missed with injuries last year, but he finds himself in the top 100 again this year after having that rookie All-Pro campaign, picking up where he left off last year. Like I said, missed a couple games because of injuries, but we know what type of a player he could be. But he checked in a little bit lower than he did last year at number 41 on the NFL 100. Now, you might say to yourself, well, geez, 41, that's kind of low. Ranked 41st? Well, there have only been 12 wide receivers so far in the 70 selections that they've made, 1 through 100 down to 30. Let me tell you the players that Puka Nacua is ranked better than, all right? Wide receivers, that is. Ranked higher than Ladd McConkey, who was number 100. Ranked higher than Drake London, who was number 97. Ranked higher than Jerry Jeudy. Ranked higher than T. Higgins. Ranked higher than Malik Neighbors. Ranked higher than Brian Thomas Jr., ranked higher than Terry McLaurin, ranked higher than Tyreek Hill. Wasn't Tyreek number 1 last year?
He was.
Tyreek Hill, 47, Puka 41, and then even Mike Evans at 44. I think that's kind of a little bit of a low ranking. Guys who are above him, though, just above him, CeeDee Lamb and Nico Collins, both at 35 and 32, respectively. But
that's great company.
Look, you're going to have, who are the top ones going to be? You're going to go Justin Jefferson,
Jamar Chase.
Let me see here. The dude from the Eagles, what's his name? Might get 2 from the Eagles. AJ Brown.
Yeah.
Might even get Devontae.
Terry McLaurin.
No, McLaurin was. That's what I'm saying. Was 52.
Sorry. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So he's higher than McLaurin.
Higher than McLaurin. Higher than Tyreek Hill. Higher than Mike Evans. You might even see Devontae Smith be a little bit higher, right? Than because I didn't see his name on there, and he'd be higher than.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, bottom line is, Puka's good.
He's among the best in the game. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Oh,
probably going to be up there too, right?
You're right.
But after that, he's in the conversation, right?
Absolutely. Let me see here. Oh, thank heavens the Browns have named a starter for Week 1. They have 5 quarterbacks, but they have 1 quarterback. It's Joe Flacco. He's going to get the start.
How many are going to see the field this year?
I'd say 3 at least. Is it wrong to say that? Okay, let's put the over-under at 2.5.
Yeah. I'd go over.
You'd take the over?
Well, we're going to see Joe Flacco, but
yeah.
Either because he's old.
It's hard to say only 2.
Because he's ineffective or injury, you're going to have to send somebody else out there.
Okay, but that's starting quarterbacks,
Is Kenny Pickett even going to be healthy enough to play this year?
Know.
Throw him out there, but he's going to fall apart. That's 2. And then after that, you got to throw somebody else out there. That's all it's going to take is those 2 to fall. You're going to see Shedeur at some point this season, right?
So I'm saying you're taking the over even if it's 3 starting quarterbacks. I'm not just saying guys getting in the game. 3 different starting quarterbacks, yes or no?
Yes.
Oh, chaos. I love it. One of them will be Tyler Huntley, true or false?
False. I don't think he's going to make the roster.
But see here, that's a mistake.
Oh, I agree.
He'd be a way better choice than both Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders.
Here's why. And this has nothing to do with Tyler Huntley. He probably knew this going in. He was going to sign there. He was going to play in the preseason to stay on the radar with other teams. But when you already have how many quarterbacks? Deshaun Watson's already under contract.
Yeah.
But he's on the physically unable to perform list. But you've got Joe Flacco, you've got Kenny Pickett, and you got 2 rookies you're invested in already. That's 4 quarterbacks. There's just not room for Tyler.
Did you see?
And they don't have a financial investment in Tyler. They can't justify keeping him on the roster unless one of those guys is out for the year.
I kind of got to the point of hating Dylan Gabriel this weekend.
Why is that?
Did you see his whole comment about the media and then people were also saying, you were just saying that about the media, right? He's like, oh yeah, just the media. He was talking about how in this business there are entertainers and there are competitors. And they were like, could you clarify who you were talking about in there? Because everybody was kind of going, you're talking about the guy who is right next to you on the depth chart, right? And he goes, no, I'm talking about in this business, there are entertainers. That's you guys, the media, because you're just here to entertain. And then we're competitors. What? I know. And we're competitors over here. Like, dude, we're the people that matter. And you know how much we love hearing that. Like, the media, you guys are just there to screw around and do your little radio show and write your little article here.
Does he understand why the NFL is so popular and why it has so much money? It's an entertainment business.
Who pays for it? The media has to be. These networks are paying for these things to be on TV.
It's entertainment at its highest level.
It shocks me.
It's the highest rated show on television. Sunday Night Football is.
It shocks me when people, because what you're taking out of that equation also is the viewer. Like, right. we can be all, you were offending me as a media member. I don't care.
Hey,
you're taking out of the equation the fan who actually is the one who pays your salary.
Hey, Dylan, do you know why you make so much money? Like, if there was nobody watching, you wouldn't be making a dime.
Yeah.
You're an entertainer. You're a professional entertainer.
No, he's a competitor.
I'm a competitor. I'm an athlete. Yeah, you have to be all those things.
There's gladiators
in order to
out
reach
there.
the point where you can get paid to do this. And you get paid to do this because it's entertaining.
Bugs me.
And people like to bet.
Yeah.
And people like to play fantasy football.
Okay. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll come back. We've got our best and worst next. Wait, do we have best and worst next? Is that what we do on Mondays? Yeah, we do best and worst.
That's accurate.
Right? I saw Monday we do so many different things that are weekend related that I was worried about it. All right. We'll come back with a best and worst, I promise. Stay tuned right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You patiently waited and waited and waited. And now it's here. It's college football season. As the Cougars, Utes, and Aggies get ready for the upcoming season, nobody will bring you better coverage of the teams you can't live without than the KSL Sports Zone. With daily updates from camps and interviews with all the coaches and players, your home for the best coverage of college football is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss and SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. JJ and I have been on this program, I don't know, JJ, when did we start this thing? April of 2024. And it's been a program that's worked for both of us. And I'm telling you, I'm a regular dude who has a hard time keeping the calories in check. And getting on weight loss programs, fine. I've done it. I've lost weight before. But keeping it off has been the key, and the people at Salt Lake City Fat Loss have helped me on that journey, and they can help you too.
They can help you lose weight fast. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat per day, and it's through this easy-to-follow weight loss program developed by a doctor. No pills, no injections, no prepackaged meals, no crazy exercise plan. They're just going to help you reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly. They're going to support you as well. The best part about it, you're going to lose weight fast. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days. But then their maintenance program is going to allow you to keep the weight off. You learn so much through going through this program. The knowledge you gain and the habits you reprogram, you're going to take that throughout the rest of your life. It's going to change your life. You're going to look better, feel better, and you're going to be smarter when it comes to weight loss. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com to learn more about the program. Get a free consultation. If you want to do the program, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off. Go to slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Looking for reliable home services you can actually count on? I've got just the team for you. Mountain Home Services. They've been serving Utah since 1954 with honest, upfront pricing and zero hidden fees. Plus, they back every job with a 100% satisfaction guarantee. With summer heating up, now's the time to get your AC in shape. Mountain Home Services delivers fast, expert air conditioning service to keep your home cool and comfortable. And don't forget, they also handle electrical and plumbing work with the same trusted care. And here's the best part. KSL listeners get exclusive limited-time specials, but you have to call and ask. These deals won't last, so don't miss your chance to save. Call 801-543-2222 today and tell them KSL sent you. That's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com. Get the service you need and the deal you deserve.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them at Costco, Harmon's, Maverick, and now at Smith's.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Welcome back. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. They're showing Jaden Daniels some highlights because the Commanders are taking on the Bengals here on a preseason matchup on a Monday Night Football preseason edition. They went to the NFC Championship last year, JJ. Just like we all had on paper,
right? Just as we all predicted.
So, Offensive Rookie of the Year, Jaden Daniels. Sophomore slump this year, like C.J. Stroud had. I mean, especially if Terry McLaurin doesn't come back. Does he have a sophomore slump this year? Who has a better season, Bo Nix or Jaden Daniels? Go.
I'm a Broncos fan.
I know you are.
I'm biased. I still think it's Jaden Daniels, actually. I think he's got enough support there. They've got the coaching staff in place. As long as McLaurin's back, I think that – and Deebo Samuel.
Yeah.
So they added another weapon.
And you know what? He slimmed up. I thought he was going to be looking like a tight end all year.
Yeah, no, he looks good. So I think the Commanders are loaded, and I think they're poised for another big year. Obviously, injuries can happen, things can happen, but the way things went his rookie year, and the way he made a run deep in the playoffs, it'd be one thing to have big numbers all year but be on a bad team, but to go on a run to the NFC Championship game, that tells you he's legit, and I think he's going to be great this year as well.
And they could have won that thing too, by the way. They could have beaten the Eagles.
Yeah.
It was, I mean.
They got blown out at the end, but it was close for a while.
The thing is they had a lot going. It got weird toward the end because of all the offsides, jumping the line and all that stuff. But
yeah, eventually the Eagles wore them out. But
they showed up ready to play. It's not like people looked and they went, oh, Jaden Daniels has no business being here.
They looked like they belonged.
Absolutely. Let me see here, JJ. Our best and worst is brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. You can find that brand new Mitsubishi dealership at the American Fork location, which we, of course, love those guys. Nobody knows cars like Doug, and nobody treats you better than the folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships. Best and worst. Say what you will about Auburn football, but when Cam Newton was there playing ball, man, that guy was tough to bring down. You didn't see a guy like that ever at that size, participating at that level. Just crazy.
He was a phenomenon.
He was. Cam Newton brought a national championship to those guys. He brought a Heisman Trophy to the school. He's going to be honored with the number 2 jersey being retired in their Ring of Honor there. So I'm not a big Auburn Tigers guy, but you can't not respect the game that Cam Newton had while he was a college player.
No doubt. Easy slam dunk choice. I don't know why it took so long. Outside of Bo Jackson.
Maybe it's the thing where they go, you got to get your degree. We love to do that at BYU.
Who are the biggest names to ever played at Auburn outside of Bo Jackson? Who's bigger than Cam Newton?
Can you retire Bo Nick's jersey?
Too early. Well,
after he went to Oregon for
this
his last
got
year.
awkward. He got ran out of Auburn.
Well, you did great. You did great.
He made his hay in Eugene.
Now this is a really bad, because one of Utah State's best defenders in the past, I don't know, almost decade, is going to be missing time for a suspension because he violated team rules. Ike Larson going to be suspended. I had somebody ask me, they go, okay, but they don't have a. Hold on, why'd they do this? They don't have an honor code at Utah State. I go, oh, you don't know Bronco Mendenhall. You don't know Bronco Mendenhall.
Most programs have rules.
Yeah.
B, Bronco Mendenhall definitely has rules and a standard that he will not compromise on.
So what's the short-term suspension that they're talking about? Have they said anything about what that looks like?
The school itself, let me make this clear, the school itself has not said how many games or whatever. The rumor is it's like a 6-game deal.
Well, it said 6 weeks, but I wonder if that means like from...
Does it start right now? Yeah, exactly. So they haven't said exactly how many games he's going to be missing. So I'm not going to speculate, but as you mentioned, is it 6 weeks? Does it start right now? I don't know.
And who knows what that violation is? Who knows what the team rule was?
Doesn't matter.
At some point it might come out, but the reality is that Bronco Mendenhall has a standard. He has an expectation. And if you are the biggest name on this team... And I would suspect that Ike Larson is the biggest name on this team. I mean, Bryson Barnes, because he's the quarterback. But Ike Larson's going to play on Sundays. And so this is a weird suspension for you to have as a team because it's a guy who, he's going to miss 6 weeks. That sends a message, too, to your younger guys that they better figure it out, too. So
that's exactly why they're doing it.
It's a bummer. But Bronco Mendenhall, this is how he rolls. Joining us on the program right now, he is Rob Crawley. He is the president of Bridgecore. Rob, we've had fun chatting with you today because I think that getting to know people who are involved in an escrow service like you guys at Bridgecore, it helps you understand that there are ways to do transactions out there that are safe for both sides of the transaction, that you can do this, and that it's not something that's going to cost me an arm and a leg. So let's run it down. It's our final time to be able to chat with you. Let's get people to know what it is that you guys do at Bridgecore.
Yeah, we are an escrow company. We protect homeowners from contractor fraud. We mentioned that there's $32 million of contractor fraud in the state of Utah since 2022. So there's absolutely no reason not to use the escrow services of Bridgecore. That's Bridge, C-O-R-E, Utah.com. You don't have to pay anything as a homeowner. It comes through just like a credit card charge. The only fee is paid by the contractor. So as a contractor, there's benefits also because you get paid right at the end of the project. So there's no reason not to use it for the contractor either. Cost is less than accepting a credit card fee. It's 2.25%, and most credit cards charge 2.5%, 3%. So it's cheaper for both sides and protects both sides from fraud by either one. Absolutely no reason not to use it.
Construction projects are a major reason why you'd want to do this, but as you've been telling our listeners all day, there's a lot of different reasons why you may need an escrow service, and you provide that service.
Absolutely, yep. Whether it's a expensive item you want to sell to someone across the country. You don't want to ship it till they send the money. They don't want to send the money till they've got the product to inspect. Escrow is a perfect solution. You'll want to remember this if you're driving or whatnot. Just search bridge and escrow, and we will come up on a Google search. Bridge and escrow. Yeah.
Easy enough to find, and let me give the phone number out. Rob's been nice enough to tell people, hey, just give us a call and ask the questions and say, hey, I've got this going on. Is it work for me? And the answer is they're going to help you out, whether or not that you're a great fit for them or not. They can help you understand what it is that they do, and they will make sure that you know what they can do for you, and they will help you out. 801-830-3353. That's 801-830-3353. Get a hold of the folks at Bridgecore, and Bridgecore Utah is the website, just bridgecoreutah.com. That's bridgecoreutah.com. Rob, thanks for hanging out with us today. Good to get to know you, man.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah,
we appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
We'll take the break here. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. Don't miss any of it. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
JTV Jewelry Television knows you love to sparkle, so now's your time to shine like the star you are. Enter JTV's Shine Like a Star sweepstakes for your chance to win $5,000 in dazzling jewelry from top brands, including Rachel Zoe Jewelry and Judith Ripka Jewelry. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of $99 or more when you opt in for emails. Enter now at jtv.com/likeastar. And remember, if you love jewelry, you'll love JTV.
Utah deserves better. If you just got a quote on a new furnace or air conditioner and felt like they were pushing you into something big and expensive, you're not the only one. A lot of home service companies here in Utah aren't really local anymore. They've been bought out by private equity groups focused on profits, not people. Here at Your Service Pros, we're different. We're Utah-based, family-owned, and built on trust, not sales quotas. We offer free second opinions on repairs or replacement because most people just want to know the truth. If your system can be repaired, we'll gladly fix it. But if it needs to be replaced, we'll show you your options, including a hybrid system with up to $6,650 in total rebates. We'll make sure you're getting the best price possible, not some inflated quote so our investors can get richer. Your Service Pros has served Utah homeowners for over 20 years, and we're proud to have a 4.9-star rating from families just like yours. So call Your Service Pros today at 801-YOUR-PRO. If you need a free second opinion on your heating, air, plumbing, or electrical, call 801-YOUR-PRO. Because Utah deserves better.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey,